Chapter 521 Pursuit Battle. The lightning flashed around him, and the characteristics of the Thunder Falcon were very obvious. And there were no similar creatures, so there was no possibility of misidentification. Because of this, the goblin father and daughter fell into a state of hysterical collapse.
It's over! It's over! We are actually walking on the Forbidden Channel! No one has ever escaped alive from the airship targeted by the Thunder Falcon.
The natural environment of the Lost Land is dangerous, and not all places are suitable for passing by. Totokani is familiar with the road in front of him, because the king-level magic beast Thunder Falcon dominates and basically keeps strangers away. Generally speaking, the hunting habits of animals or magical beasts are the same as what Augusta said. They will not easily challenge those that are larger than themselves and those that make them feel threatened. But that's not all. There are some monsters with special talents that don't mind challenging these seemingly impossible opponents, because they have strong confidence in themselves, and they have accumulated this strong confidence through victory after victory. As for how ferocious the Thunder Falcon is, just from the fact that its food list includes small flying dragons, you know how ferocious this creature is. Even when faced with a real dragon, some young dragons will be beaten by the Thunder Falcon and run away. Therefore, the Cid's provocative behavior caused this powerful monster to be killed in the nest. Of course, someone doesn't know the Thunder Falcon's place in the land. All I know is that the opponent's enemy radar shows that his power level is lower than that of Augustus. But he is better than the opponent because his 5 bodies are intact and his limbs are sound. Just looking at the ferocious posture, it is several times stronger than the Black Dragon. With such a monster as an opponent, anyone who says they are not worried would be lying. But there is no room for regret now. Realizing that the Thunder Falcon was approaching, Lin immediately returned the rudder and pushed the throttle to the limit. The pressure of acceleration hit everyone in the cabin again. But compared to the threat of the Thunder Falcon outside, no one cared about the pressure that hit them. In the midst of worry, everyone watched the Thunder Falcon flying further and further behind, getting farther and farther away. Then, I discovered a fact that was hard to believe. The warcraft, known for its speed, actually flew slower than the Cid. Although the difference in speed is not huge, it is definitely there. So, is this world too crazy? Or is the Thunder Falcon incompetent? The one who was most amazed among everyone was the Black Dragon Augustus. No one in the world knows more about flying than he, the king who once dominated the sky. He first knew what a formidable opponent Thunder Falcon was. Even in his prime, there was no guarantee that he could defeat the Thunder Falcon without taking any damage, let alone defeat it. Isn't it just because he is not as fast as the bird, so he has to fight hard? Secondly, although the principle was not known, Augustus understood it from past experience. The opponent chasing you within a certain distance has an advantage over the one fleeing. If he asked someone about this issue, Lin would explain the aerodynamics, explaining that the ones in the front would withstand greater wind resistance, while the ones behind could hide in a vacuum zone and chase the front in a less laborious way. At the same time, use aerodynamics to evaluate the appearance of the Cid. Limited by the original modification materials, the appearance of the Cid did not achieve the best streamlined design, which means there is still room for improvement in speed. But even with all these unfavorable factors, the distance between the Thunder Falcon and the Cid is getting farther and farther. This is an indisputable fact. Everyone's originally tense expressions also relaxed a little, especially the dwarves, who didn't know much about the dangers of Thunder Falcons in the first place, were chatting and laughing, bragging about how much damage they could do to the bird if they could walk outside the airship. The Black Dragon smiled inexplicably and said,
"Is this really the end?"
The distance between the airship and the Thunder Falcon suddenly widened in one breath, and the gap between the two sides became wider. It looked like a monster chasing behind it gave up the pursuit and continued the pursuit. When everyone saw this, they cheered loudly. But someone sitting in the driver's seat, who dared not let go of the rudder with his hands, did not share the same joyful mood as everyone else, because the light spot on the enemy tracking radar was constantly chasing the Cid. The aperture range suddenly increased, and the color deepened. It means that the guy chasing behind you is so excited. It would be a good thing if the boss suddenly appears with special effects. Lin hurriedly shouted towards the back.
"Be prepared for impact. The guy behind is going crazy."
It can only be said that there is a generation gap in communication. Most people are still thinking about what
anti-impact preparation
means. A small number of people don't care about this at all, and still shout and dance happily. They saw the Thunder Falcon, which was lagging behind the airship for a long distance, and was almost only a small dot, suddenly burst into blue light. It was a cloudless and sunny weather, but a dark cloud inexplicably gathered above the warcraft. Several bolts of lightning struck down at the same time, hitting the Thunder Falcon that had been chasing the airship for a long time. Instantly, the monster seemed to expand. Its size more than doubled, and it rushed forward at a much faster speed than before. It came to you in an instant, and then the screen went dark. At the same time, the airship violently accelerated upward and forward, as if stepping on the accelerator. This time no one could stand still. They all fell down or fell to the ground. Even the Lich staggered and almost fell. The Thunder Falcon's rear-end collision affected the operation of all magic circles in the airship in an instant, like a group of blind people looking at each other. But it felt like the airship had not been attacked again, except for the one just now. As the momentary turbulence of power returned to calm, all functions came back online. The abnormal acceleration and elevation also subsided, and the airship returned to normal flight again. Lin first confirmed that the enemy detection radar had no light spots belonging to the Thunder Falcon. Was it the sudden acceleration just now that completely got rid of that troublesome monster? Or was it that the move just now was a skill similar to a self-destruction technique, and the Thunder Falcon had already turned into ashes, so the light that belonged to it could not be seen? Point. The magician driving the airship first confirmed the current altitude. The sudden rise just now caused the original altitude of 6,000 meters to quickly climb to an altitude of 9,500 meters. Immediately afterwards, Lin ordered everyone to check the damage status of various parts. After returning to their senses, everyone also joined in the maintenance process, and then came to an incredible conclusion. The Cid seemed to be in good condition, even better than before takeoff. The magician, who thought of a certain possibility, ordered his apprentice, "Girl, check the power of the small energy pool." The small energy pool is an airship equipment modified by the special magic stone mechanism of the peace arms. As soon as Kaya unfolded the self-test screen of the small energy pool, she exclaimed, "The current power of the small energy pool is 20%, an increase of 17% from before." Previously, the power generation engine was used to throw everything in except fuel to burn, and it only charged the energy center that the silver-bearded dwarf had damaged to 3%. After being hit by the Thunder Falcon, the power directly increased by 17%. In other words, if you smash the Thunder Falcon about 4.5 times, the battery will be fully charged. Such temptation made Germain couldn't help but suggest, "Let's go back and find that bird." Although the words of the silver-bearded dwarf coincide with someone's thoughts, but reason ultimately prevailed over impulse. Although the Thunder Falcon's attack could recharge the airship's small energy pool, it was not possible to make a complete inspection from inside the airship as to what damage the Cid had sustained. As for the reason why Thunder Falcon returned without success, someone can probably figure it out. Everything exposed outside the ship is all inorganic, and will not be harmed by electrical energy like living things. The Cid airship does not have purely electronic parts like Earth's aircraft, which will cause irreparable damage due to surges. As for the attack just now, it only interfered with the magic array and could not destroy it. When something is designed by someone, it means that if one part is destroyed, the rest can continue to function. Secondly, thunder and lightning are pure energy. When encountering that special magic stone mechanism that is as hungry as a bottomless pit, it will only be eaten dry. It is basically impossible for the capacitor to explode like the computer on Earth, and then the entire set of lights will go bad. If it were an attack with attributes other than lightning, it might cause some trouble to someone, such as the high temperature of fire, the mass attack of ice or soil, etc. But someone has never heard that monsters that are good at those attributes are fast enough to catch up with the Cid. In short, someone pushed away Germain's bearded face. After Ling calculated it, he had no intention of looking back for the Thunder Falcon, because he didn't want to recharge the special magic stone device, and then remove it from the small energy pool on the Cid, and put it back on the peace weapon. It would be too labor-intensive to do it that way, and Germain would definitely make such a request. A critical value was calculated at the beginning. As long as the energy center maintains more than 80% of the power, it can achieve the normal recovery speed of the peaceful arms in the past. Besides, this only looks good from the inside of the ship and the program's self-inspection. Is it really damaged? Or does it need to be brought back to the ground for a thorough overhaul? And the purpose of this trip was achieved. It was just to test the speed of the Cid. Such results were enough to convince others that no one dared to say that the Cid was flying a little slowly. I wonder how many people can have this experience of escaping from the pursuit of a Thunder Falcon from an altitude of 9,500 meters. We returned to an altitude of 28,000 meters. This time, we experienced another life and death crisis. In fact, when everything was over, someone felt a pang of regret and fear. The idea of racing with Warcraft was too rash. Fortunately, it was Thunder Falcon that was provoked this time. It can be said that the Cid can restrain the opponent in all aspects, as long as the opponent does not change its attack method. If you encounter other creatures, such as a dragon, how can you escape so easily? However, this time the test did reveal many problems. In addition, some inconveniences encountered during the previous voyage were recorded by Lin and left for future repairs or improved solutions when building the next airship. For example, the propulsion engines on the left and right sides are now running synchronously. But if the output of the engines on both sides can be adjusted, can the radius of rotation be made smaller when one is faster and the other is slower? Then, someone suddenly became excited and discovered an unavoidable problem, and said to everyone awkwardly,
"I don't seem to have a braking device."
It should be a serious question. But the other passengers were incredibly calm. Is this a sign of their trust in themselves?
"Teacher,"
Halloumi asked,
"what is a brake?"
"Well, this is called the generation gap. There is also a saying, ignorance is bliss." Chapter 522 Another difficulty. After careful consideration, Lin decided not to explain what braking meant. Instead, Todakani sat in the driver's seat and actually operated the takeoff airship. Although the layout of the pilot seat of the renovated airship is said to be imitated in the shape of the Earth, it is actually much simpler than the real thing, because someone has only experienced flight operations from certain flight simulation games, and the cockpit layout can only be seen from online photos and movie scenes. Therefore, the restoration work only uses the experience of the Earth as a reference, and basically designs based on actual needs. To put it simply, apart from some switches, there are only rudders, the first throttle valve responsible for the floating magic circle, which controls the altitude, and the second throttle valve responsible for the engine throttle, which controls the speed. The next step is to switch between the two modes of navigation map and enemy detection radar, because unlike the Earth, there is global climate data support, as well as licensing restrictions on waterways and navigation rights. Therefore, in navigation mode, after specifying the forward city, the map will only guide the direction of the shortest distance in a straight line. The remaining detailed controls, including related parameter settings and coordinated operations of multiple devices, are actually in the control program written by Finn. To put it simply, the control of the airship is simplified to a full mode. All you have to do is use the Xbox controller to control the submarine like the old Americans. Although the goblins' nerve lines are not necessarily connected to the correct location, their IQ is still online. There is certainly no reason why Todakani can't learn the airship control that has been simplified to this extent. Even others are eager to give it a try. After a brief teaching, Lin said to the goblin,
"Because this is your first time controlling the Cid, I suggest you not to do too fancy flying. Just fly smoothly. The most important thing now is to get used to this kind of flying."
Control methods and instrument operation.
Todakani pointed at each device on the driver's seat and repeated the name and purpose. After confirming that the basic knowledge he learned from the operation manual was indistinguishable from reality, he took hold of the fixed rudder and unfastened it. "Really master this airship?" Todakani asked a question.
But none of these functions seem to be related to landing. Do they need to be operated elsewhere?
Although the Cid has Finn's integrated program, all controls and status instruments can be operated from the driver's seat. However, the operation of individual equipment can still be completed elsewhere. That's why the goblins asked this question. But the answer was not what the goblin had guessed. Lin smiled and patted Todakani's thin shoulder, and said,
"As expected of someone who has flown an airship, you can think of these things. As for the landing function, I have to start thinking about it now. So I will please sit in the driver's seat and take over the airship. Just drive calmly." Alas, alas.
The goblin, who didn't understand at first, just responded casually. But after he figured it out, he shouted in a fuss, followed by a crackling goblin greeting. But just by looking at his expression, Lin was too lazy to understand what the goblin wanted to express. It is more important to figure out how to brake and how to land first. A common scene in science fiction movies. The spacecraft has the maneuverability of a helicopter and can take off and land vertically on any terrain. This is something the Cid cannot do, because the buoyancy of the Cid is buoyancy, and the propulsion is propulsion. The two are not integrated together. Secondly, as the engine of the propulsion mechanism. The propeller blades are directly connected to the engine crankshaft without passing through the gearbox. Therefore, the size of the propulsion force depends entirely on the throttle controlled by the throttle valve, which determines the engine speed. It can neither shift gears nor reverse, although it can match the airship's flight maneuvers. The engine has an adjustment range of 15 degrees up and down, for a total of 30 degrees. But after all, it is impossible to change the propeller vertically upward like the Osprey tilt-rotor aircraft to achieve maneuvering like a helicopter. What's more, the engine is placed at the tail of the aircraft, so it can rotate 90 degrees upwards. It is also light in the front and heavy in the rear, making it unable to fly normally. On Earth, the same propeller aircraft needs to slow down in the air. In addition to slowing down the blade's speed, it also needs to open the flaps to increase wind resistance. In the end, you have to land at the airport and rely on the friction between the tires and the ground to stop the inertial force of progress. This approach also doesn't work for the SID, because the SID doesn't have tires. I originally thought that relying on the vertical takeoff and landing ability of the floating magic circle would be enough, so someone didn't consider the issue of deceleration at all. But after it really went to heaven, deceleration became a difficulty that had to be faced, and it could not be let go as lightly as originally expected. It can only be said that no matter how thoughtful you are on the ground, you will always find fatal omissions once you go up to heaven. It's no wonder that developing aircraft on Earth requires countless test flights. Although there are wings on both sides of the SID, they are more like rudders that control the attitude of the airship. The effect of using the tilt angle to increase wind resistance is limited by stopping the engine so that the propeller blades no longer provide thrust. The airship will naturally not be able to maintain its current full-speed flight. But waiting for the airship's speed to return to zero is unlikely to happen, because even without power, the aircraft can still ride on the airflow and maintain a certain speed just by gliding. Therefore, it is impossible to expect that the airship will naturally remain stationary in the air. Then, you have to think about ways to increase wind resistance from other directions. Walking to the workbench that had not yet been removed, Lin took out the coffin and placed it on it, and started a new round of simulation calculations. At this time, other people who were belatedly realized the problem they were facing now. Under the shouts of Polly's translator Todakani, everyone didn't complain, but put forward their own opinions and methods. In view of the multiple ideas and approaches, Lin still listened to their opinions very carefully. After all, one's own thinking logic is easily restricted in the nest of the earth. Maybe the magic of the lost land can find different ways to achieve the goal. But the result was a pity. None of them were useful. Slow down, land, and most importantly maintain the integrity of the SID. As long as the structure of the airship is not damaged by any movement, there will be no major problems for the people inside. However, according to the method proposed by others, after simulation, the proportion of the airship being smashed into mud at the moment of landing is as high as 90%. Half of the time the airship will disintegrate in the air, and the remaining half of the time the airship will be seriously damaged. At least half of the people inside would be killed or injured. Almost no deceleration method proposed by anyone can pass the test, which is also limited by the existing conditions of the SID. The only thing that is more promising is to shut down the engine and find a way to make the airship turn around 180 degrees and fly with the tail of the ship facing forward. However, the airship's exterior design takes into account the wind resistance in the up, down, left, and right fronts, but does not consider the situation directly behind it. If it is flying with the tail facing forward, the low-speed situation is fine. In a medium-high-speed environment, structural instability can easily occur, leading to the risk of disintegration. In other words, if you want to fly in this way, you still have to find a way to slow down to below a certain speed. The king who once soared in the sky could not offer any useful suggestions. The most important thing is that Augustus easily ignores the structure of the airship and proposes some methods that can only be achieved with the body of a giant dragon. But to be honest, when this old dragon opens his mouth, it feels like he just wants to join in the fun, rather than really wanting to propose any solutions. Nonetheless, Augustus's idea of imitating biological flight may serve as an inspiration to someone. And when everyone was at a loss and came up with some bad ideas, they did simulation calculations on their own. Seeing that the calculation result had a success rate of more than 70%, Lin was not going to continue thinking about other methods. The destination city of Abaddon is almost reached, unless we have to waste time and fuel by hovering above. Otherwise, if you want to do something, you should take action now. After making up his mind,
Lin began to assign tasks to everyone. The first priority is to find a way to secure all the moving things in the airship. The second is the seatbelt, which does not consider comfort, but only requires that the person can be firmly tied to the seat. Although during the repair of the airship, some ropes were made from bark. When I left, these ropes were retained, but the number was still far from enough. So under Lin's instructions, the complete snow wolf skins were torn into strips, knotted and connected into long strips, and used as ropes. Such behavior was an outright waste in the eyes of the knowledgeable Yuzov Gantia. But he did not dare to say anything more. Even when the magician gave clear instructions, no one in the group raised any objections, but obeyed the instructions obediently. For the 2 apprentices and the 4 silver-bearded dwarves, they had long been accustomed not to question someone. Anyway, when there is a need to explain, that person will naturally explain it to everyone. And when he doesn't want to talk, even if he asks, he will only get some more confusing answers. After all, the knowledge of both parties is not on the same level. As a former demon king, the Lich would not question anything, because that man rarely assigns work to her. But whenever she is asked to do it, it is the kind of troublesome thing that others can't do. It is impossible for her to do ordinary heavy work. The Black Dragon Augustus also belongs to this level. Lin didn't want to offend this humanized dragon. Nor did he think that asking a crippled old man to help with things would be a blessing if he could really help and not hold him back. The 2 goblins had long since succumbed to the magician's power. Ever since someone had compiled detailed goblin anatomy from his past experience of killing uncivilized goblins, and introduced them to Totokani and Polly one by one. Their legs did not tremble when they saw this man again, which is already commendable for courage. Myr didn't want to offend the magician anymore, so she would flatter him if he could. It's no problem to devote yourself to sleeping, let alone some simple tasks. Yuzov Gantia, on the other hand, does not understand this magician's brain circuit no matter what. If you can't even raise a question, what else can you do but just obey? Therefore, the airship cabin was quickly handled properly according to someone's request. Everyone returned to their seats one after another, and after fixing themselves firmly, Lin and Totokani took over the driver's seat. When someone took the rudder again, there were only about 20 minutes left to Abaddon. Pull the second throttle valve back to the bottom and say, "Stop both vehicles and enter inertial flight. Start descending." At the same time, pull the first throttle valve back to the neutral position. The engine is shut down to maintain idling, not to stall. This is to avoid the need for engine power when an emergency occurs. If the engine is turned off and started only temporarily, it is easy for something to go wrong under stress. The SID is currently at an altitude of 23,000 meters and traveling at a speed of 380 kilometers per hour. Both height and speed are decreasing. Chapter 523 Abaddon City. After repeatedly confirming that everything was ready, Lin made some slight changes to Finn's airship control program, because the next step was an unconventional tactical maneuver. When the airship dropped to an altitude of 9,000 meters, it no longer continued to decrease, but its speed was still about 350 kilometers per hour. At this speed, allowing the SID to land directly would only result in a crash and death. So Lin suddenly pulled the rudder back, and the nose of the plane was raised quickly. Everyone sitting inside felt like they were being thrown behind their heads. The final elevation angle was as high as 110 degrees. Although they don't have similar experiences, everyone has the same feeling. Maybe it feels like sitting on a trebuchet and being thrown out. Under the influence of inertia, and without the intervention of other external forces, the SID stood upright and flew forward with its belly. This is the classic flight maneuver of the Earth fighter, the Pugachev Cobra maneuver. If you want to drastically reduce the speed of an aircraft, what can be more efficient than using the largest area of the aircraft body to increase wind resistance? What's more, on Earth, some fighter jets cannot perform such actions because they are afraid that the aircraft will stall and then crash. This problem is not a problem for the SID, because the source of buoyancy of this airship is different from that of Earth's aircraft, and it is not afraid of stalling and falling at all. The sitting position is actually lying down, moving towards the butt. This weird experience is something that no one has ever had. In fact, there have been countless firsts since I got on this airship, so even though it feels weird, everyone has been trained to get used to it. Time passed by minute by second, and everyone kept their weird postures and waited with bated breath. During this period, only Kaya reported once every 10 kilometers per hour the speed dropped, and this period of time seemed to be as long as a lifetime. But after the speed data of 20 kilometers per hour was reported, there was no movement for a long time. Lin, who was sitting in the driver's seat and could directly see the dashboard data, had the most intuitive feeling for the decrease in speed. When the hull is upright, the wind resistance area increases, and the speed drops sharply. But when the speed is lower, the deceleration becomes slower. It stopped falling until it maintained a speed of 17 kilometers per hour. And this was also the wind speed outside. It seems that it is impossible to expect it to drop to zero. Lin tried to return to a level flying attitude. But no matter how much he turned the rudder, the ship's hull showed no response. And the elevation angle even increased, making it seem like it was about to roll over backwards. It wasn't until someone pushed the throttle forward one notch, and the SID regained some power, that it successfully recovered, straightened the hull, and resumed level flight. Lin immediately turned back the throttle and kept the engine at idle speed, moving forward slowly. At the same time, he adjusted his direction and flew straight towards Abadan City. This action further reduced the speed of the airship to just over 10 kilometers per hour. This situation is actually not difficult to understand, because the direction facing Abadan is not downwind. The forward momentum can only be obtained by relying on the propellers driven by the engine at idle speed. So the speed does not increase but decreases. At the same time, the journey that was originally only 2 minutes stretched to nearly an hour. This is because the speed drops too low. Turn back the first throttle again and lower the altitude of the SID to the altitude range that ordinary airships can fly, which is about 800 to 7,000 meters. Lin chose to sail steadily at an altitude of 5,000 meters. And everyone loosened themselves from their seats and stood up to move around casually. Todakani stepped forward and asked,
"Do you want to increase the speed? It seems like a waste of time to float past like this now."
After fixing the rudder, Lin smiled and said,
"No. Slowing down is too troublesome. If we speed up now, we will have to worry about slowing down when we get to Abadan. At this speed, we can just find the position and land directly. It will take an hour."
"Fine." Todakani shrugged noncommittally. For him, the journey that was supposed to take 2 to 3 days was shortened to about 2 hours, which was an incredible speed. Waiting for an hour is not a big deal. That is to say, looking at the current speed, which is no different from floating. I just asked too much. Now that I have made up my mind to drift over there, there is no need to worry about it. I just need to spend some time. During this extra time, Lin asked everyone to check the status of the airship again. Look at the Cobra's maneuvering flight to see if it left any damage to the airship. There is a reason why only some fighter jets on Earth can do this. In addition, we will summarize the problems discovered during this flight and consider the deceleration device. One of the possibilities is to install a gearbox on the engine to achieve reverse. Another thing Lin thought of was to imitate the deceleration parachute used by some fighter jets on short runways. Another major project is to integrate thrust and buoyancy equipment to achieve a more flexible maneuvering method. Now, the SID flies level and returns to level flight, and rises and falls again, and the control of the two is separated. As a result, many tactical flight actions will be unavailable, such as Immelman maneuvers, barrel roll maneuvers, etc. Although the SID is positioned as a civilian rather than a military fighter that requires dogfighting performance. But after experiencing the experience of being chased by a Thunder Falcon, who knows if I can escape from the weird skills of the Warcraft next time just by relying on speed. If you don't plan to add weapons and equipment to the SID, then the method of escape must be perfected as much as possible. But for the time being, we can only make plans, and the required materials need to be purchased separately. The previous repair of the SID in the Jura Mountains almost consumed all the magic materials that someone had brought with him. There are some parts inside that don't even need to be of such a high grade. But there are no other substitute materials around. In order to survive, there is no need to worry about waste. What can still be left is only a very small amount of rare materials. While the SID was drifting towards Abadan City, the group also saw many airships flying past the SID. An airship with an ordinary ship-shaped structure saw the strange-looking SID, and a group of sailors pointing on the deck. Even if you can't hear the sound, you can still feel their banter from their body movements and expressions. Just watching a group of people walk away with mocking expressions, Lin and the others surprisingly didn't show any displeasure. It feels like the master is lonely. Why bother with the inferior? Even when the Thunder Falcon was chasing, it was so far away that the taillights of the car could no longer be seen. It was really pointless to argue with other people about speed. During the discussion of modifying the defects of the SID, the figure of a city rose from the other side of the horizon. It's not huge, but its sky is pretty busy. All kinds of airships float in the sky around the city, like an expo. It was far more lively than the town the group set out from before. Waikato on the other side of the Jura Mountains. In terms of characteristics, the city looks quite dynamic with every airship coming in and out. And because the time someone arrived in Abadan was only close to noon, many airships were just taking off and were about to leave. There are more airships preparing to leave than arriving. Also because there were so many airships coming and going. The sky in Abadan was in a state of chaos and order. There was no channel, no tower to give orders. Everyone could come and go as they wanted. And in this chaos, no airships collided with each other. For those who are accustomed to accepting the command of traffic lights, they cannot adapt to this kind of traffic rules that rely on mood and tacit understanding. So Lin got up from the driver's seat and gave way to Todakani. For free transportation, it is better to leave it to experienced people. The goblin lived up to expectations and found a parking place in a seemingly chaotic scene without any guidance. The Cid, with its landing gear lowered, was also stationary at this berth, although the goblin's landing method was a bit rough. It finally landed safely, and no one was injured. After landing safely, a group of people planned to leave the airship and enter the city. Only the goblin father and daughter seemed anxious about something, but they didn't dare to say anything. A certain traveler, who had traveled abroad by plane on Earth, had stopped everyone first, and then asked about Todakani.
Is there any next step we should take? Your Excellency, we should open the hatch, stay in the airship, and wait for the administrator to collect the tax. Only after collecting the tax can we enter the city,
the goblin said with a slight panic. Well, it should be said that it is not surprising at all. In line with the principle of following the Romans when entering the country, Lin did not intend to do whatever he wanted, but asked everyone to stay in the airship and wait. At the same time, Kai was asked to take out a few bags of money first. There were big bags, small bags and small changes, depending on the situation. Which bag should be taken out to take out coins and pay taxes. This also avoids opening the cash box, which is too conspicuous. This is a way for little people to protect themselves, a certain unconscious man thought. At the same time, Todakani also asked his daughter Polly to find the compass of Abadan City. Although the item is broken, as long as the handwriting on it can still be seen clearly, it can be used as a certificate. But what someone thought was important was that not long after, the administrator in charge of tax collection had already boarded the Cid. I remember that when descending, Lin had confirmed the landing location, which was quite far away from the management office hut mentioned by the goblin. For them to show up so quickly, it can only be said that those responsible for tax collection are very active. Only 2 people appeared, one standing outside the hatch. Another fat human who looked slightly rich walked in, with a big belly. He saw the goblin approaching at a glance and said,
"Oh, it's you, Todakani. How did your original airship change to the current one?" "The Cid? Master Hassan, these things are a long story."
The goblin rubbed his hands obscenely and said, Chapter 524 Abadan's Trouble.
Tell me. I have a lot of time to listen. There has been no news for almost 2 months since you left Waikato. Everyone thought you died in some corner. I bet on your life and death. Now that you have appeared, everyone is curious about what happened during this period.
Todakani couldn't be happy that his life and death were being gambled. It is also because of the inconvenience of communication in MIDI that one has to see the person in life and the body in death to determine life and death. Now that I have appeared. Of course some people are crying and some are laughing. To this rich and smiling fat man, the goblin said with a shy face,
"Your Excellency is so happy to see me. He must be betting that I am still alive. Right, my good friend."
Hassan patted his belly and laughed and said,
"What a pity. I bet on your dead side. Fortunately, the compensation is not much. Just a few coppers."
Hearing an answer that was completely different from what he had imagined, the goblin's green-skinned face collapsed on the spot, as if the sky had fallen. Hassan stretched out his thick fleshy hand, patted the goblin's shoulder with one hand, and said,
"Don't worry. That little money was originally used to make friends with others. If it's gone, it's gone. I don't care.
I won't ask you to pay for it. You should hurry up and tell me what happened these days."
Todakani directly recounted what happened during the missing days in the eyes of outsiders. Originally, these matters were related to Lin and others, so he should first ask if he was willing to disclose them. However, there is no such thing as the right of personal privacy in MIDI, and goblins are not followers of someone. In addition, the administrator has the power to investigate passers-by. So Todakani said it directly. For Lin, these matters were not so secret that they could not be known to outsiders. So there was no stopping the goblins. After the local wizard finished telling the whole story, Hassan let out a deep breath and said, although the whole thing sounds unbelievable, unexpectedly, I have a feeling in my heart that it should be true. Really, Lord Hassan, if I hadn't experienced these things myself, I wouldn't have believed it. Where did you start to think that this was really happening? Starting from the explosion of the airship you mentioned before. The goblin ship is dangerous for you to admit. Unless it really explodes. It is absolutely safe and comparable to a warship-level airship. You know, I calculating the accidents caused by airships in the past. Air pirates have caused the most casualties, but almost all of them were goblin airships. This fat man is really perceptive. Someone inexplicably felt close to this fat man. But a certain goblin really told the truth about himself. Was he trying to warn them about what they should say, and what they shouldn't say? This must be the magician and his friends that Totokani mentioned. At first, I thought you were barbarians from somewhere. Barbarian? Everyone looked at each other. Due to the crash and fire, only the clothes he was wearing were left. And the rest were all killed in action. The clothes we are wearing now are all animal skins. And because everyone is busy during this time, the clothes are not sewn properly. And they can basically cover the body. So if you really go by someone's standards, he is more like a savage than a savage. After laughing a few times, Lin said, Sir, you are joking. The magician's relevant documents are still stored in the secret document box and are not damaged. Do we need to take them out to prove our identity? The fat man shook his hand and said with a smile, No. Anyway, let me confirm that the owner of the Cid is still the goblin Totokani Avston. Lin said directly. Yes, he is right. Although the goblin was a little panicked, he still nodded in agreement. Then you are just passengers, and the things in the warehouse are just your carry-on luggage. You don't have any goods for trading? No. Okay. The airship entry tax in Abaddon City is, for silver, per person. But Totokani has a city entry permit, so the fee can be halved. You 14 people. Total, 28 silver. Oh, sir, you can calculate very quickly, Lin praised. Before he revealed his mathematics, Lin saw that when doing business or collecting taxes, one person would have 2 silver, and 14 people would make up the sum. Some tax collectors would just call out 20 silver or 30 silver. It all depends on your mood and feelings. There are even many people shouting 40 silver or 50 silver. And it is not uncommon for people to directly shout 100 silver. But this Hassan Baksh could actually calculate accurate numbers, even if it was just simple multiplication. In addition, he said before about the statistical situation of airship accidents. These are not things that Mitty's original counting ability can do. The airship manager, who was blessed and smiling happily, said happily, This is a knowledge introduced from foreign countries, called mathematics. The knowledge in it can be said to be necessary for tax collectors. I also trust the blessing of this knowledge has made my work less controversial. Kaya stepped forward and calculated the tax amount and handed it to Hassan Baksh. Lin took another small purse from the girl's hand and stepped forward. He did not want to reveal that he was the inventor of mathematics, because he really did not invent mathematics. At best, it can be regarded as a communicator, spreading knowledge from the earth. But his good impression of Hassan and the other party's attitude made him feel that he could get some help from him. So Lin stepped forward and held Hassan's hand, stuffed a gold coin into it, and asked at the same time, Since you live in Abaddon City, could you please tell me if there is any store selling magician supplies in the city? Without answering the question first, Hassan Baksh held up the gold coin and asked carefully, This is the consulting fee. I ask you questions, and you help me answer them. This is a deserved reward. Although a certain time traveler has never done this kind of thing on Earth, he is not considered a first brother in the Lost Land. For this kind of petty official, a little extra sweetness can be exchanged for courtesy. Of course, when we were poor in the past, it was more common to force the other party to follow the rules. When he heard someone's reasonable explanation, Hassan did not accept it directly, but glanced at the hatch thoughtfully. How could Lin not understand the meaning? Of course, he stuffed another gold coin and said, This is the cost of tea for 2 adults. The 2 of you are running back and forth so hard that you want to take a good rest. Take a breath, and drink some L's. Herbal tea. That's easy to say. Hassan used extremely skilled techniques to hide the gold coins. He said, If you want magician supplies, you can go to the east of the city. There is a branch of the Magician Association there, although it is not as large as the divisional headquarters.
There is no shortage of some common things. Thank you. So is there any restaurant or pub with delicious food? For more than a month, I have been eating barbecue. Barbecue. And barbecue. I can't stand it. It's better to have vegetable soup. Or potato soup. Everything is good. But it doesn't have to be grilled meat. In this case, the tavern with buffalo horns in the east of the city will definitely satisfy you. The owner's wife has the best cooking skills in Abaddon. Even better than the city owner's own chef. If the other party were 30 years younger, how would they all want to marry her home and eat those delicious foods every day? What you said? I can't wait to fly over. Airships are not allowed in the city.
In response to the inexplicably funny joke, the two looked at each other knowingly and laughed, leaving the audience speechless for a while. After some laughter, Hassan asked, "So my friend, do you have any other questions? The remaining part is the problem of repairing and transforming this airship. I want to ask Totokani about this aspect. The reason why I don't ask him about the clothes and food is just that I can't trust the taste of goblins." Taste? Correct? Friend. Giving a thumbs up,
Hassan added, "Since you have no other questions, and I have collected so much consulting fees, I will give you a very useful piece of information. That troublesome person coming to Abaddon.
Although it is said to be free information, but who can understand this kind of news that has no beginning and no end?" Seeing the magician's confused expression, Hassan smiled and said,
"From the perspective of the administrator of Abaddon City, I can't say much about that person's criticism. But Totokani, who has been here many times, I must have heard about that person. Please ask him for details."
The goblin who was named was also confused at the beginning. But following Hassan's words, he suddenly thought of a character and asked in a trembling voice,
"Could it be that person? Who else can Abaddon's trouble be? He is the only one. At least you should be happy that it is not Guana's trouble."
After saying this,
Hassan left quickly and stopped asking questions for everyone. Opportunity. This time, the troubled eyes were turned towards the goblin. Totokani could only say simply,
"In short, that one is the useless second young master of the Imperial Viscount family. He is very good at causing trouble, but not many people dare to touch him."
Noble. Just hearing these two words, you know that he is a troublesome person. Now that he knew there was such potential trouble, how could Lin not ask carefully? To understand the extent of this person's troubles, Totokani will first introduce the status of Abaddon City. This place is the territory directly belonging to the Emperor of the Guana Empire, and the city lord is Javapul, the general of the 10th Army of the Empire, responsible for guarding the western part of the Empire. On the surface, his mission is to defend against monsters that may escape from the Jura Mountains. Secretly, he is responsible for monitoring the nobles in the western region. The purpose of the latter cannot be made clear after all, and it has been a long-standing practice for nobles to become imperial officers. Therefore, the middle and lower-level officers of this 10th Legion are filled with small nobles from nearby Abaddon City. Therefore, the work of the Legion has become both surveillance and co-optation. After all, this system has existed for hundreds of years, and the time and space environment is different from when the 10th Legion was established. So it is inevitable that there will be some changes that are different from the original intention. The point is that the eldest son of the Imperial Viscount was deeply trusted by the general in the 10th Legion and became the deputy general who commanded thousands of people. This legion numbering 10,000 is already 1/10 the strength. The status of his father and family has also increased, and he is popular among the nearby nobles. Of course, the above does not include the number of auxiliary soldiers, but the number of combat soldiers. In such a family, if a useless and troublemaking son is born, the consequences are of course self-evident. For other nobles, they were happy to provide some insignificant help and just wait to see that family destroy itself. But for the common people, that one was a disaster. Now the trouble of Abaddon has come to the city from the family territory. Chapter 525: The correct way to use the box cutter. The first person to leave was the dark elf Maishan, in order to report someone's decision to her master, and to persuade her colleagues, who may have misunderstood like her. Of course Len had no reason to stop her, nor did he think it useful to keep such a hostage around. So he let her go. The rest of the people first went to the east of the city recommended by Hassan Baksh to buy some supplies from the Magicians Association branch. The main thing is to look like a human being, rather than like a savage in fur like he is now. Then go have a nice lunch. Although during the disaster, there was a way to supplement some vitamin C by eating raw meat. But the raw meat in the snow was harder than dried meat, tasted terrible, and was not good for all kinds of reasons. if it weren't for the fact that this was the only way to replenish the nutrients the body needed at that time, and that it could change the taste of the barbecue that was boring to him. Someone would really not be able to persist. But you have to be very unlucky to get the lottery when you least expect it. The power of Murphy's Law is truly unstoppable. On the way there, Lin and his party encountered a group of people riding horses. The bossy noble stopped everyone. One of them pointed a riding whip at several women and said,
"These people are escaping from my place."
The slaves who fell away, "Come here. Tie them up and take them back to teach them a lesson."
Just when everyone couldn't figure out who the person in front of them was, the goblin Totokani ran out first, waved his hand and said,
"Your Excellency Nia, there must be a misunderstanding. There must be some misunderstanding here. These are my guests, not your slave, dirty goblin. Who allowed you to talk to me?"
Known as Abaddon's Trouble, the second son of Viscount Nia, Acania picked up the riding crop, whipped it as much as he wanted, and held it in front of him, not daring to move. Of goblins, Yuzov Gontia, who originally saw something was wrong and quickly stood in front of everyone,
frowned. Even if unrelated people are bullied, he may not be able to tolerate it. After all, the goblin who was whipped had been together for more than a month, and it was very likely that it would continue to be extended. How could he endure such a person being bullied in front of his eyes? But provoking nobles, especially in public, is definitely not a good thing. If he was alone, he would definitely run away through the alley. But now there are dozens of people behind him. How can he escape? But if the group of guys behind him, who are worse than the king-level monsters, take action, it will definitely be a disaster. So for a moment, he had no idea what to do. Just when one of the noble subordinates drew his weapon and planned to intimidate the others into retreating so that he could act on the young master's orders, Lin stepped forward. There is no sheath for the sword, and it is simply hung on the side of the waist by a rope. He picked up the weapon used by the legendary hero, swiped it back and forth 3 times, and cut the weapon in the hands of the noble lackey, who came forward into several pieces. The movements were casual, but they shocked everyone present. I thought that what followed would be a fierce fight or a one-sided massacre. But someone held the sword in his backhand and held the blade in his hand, saying,
"My lord, the sword in my hand is a legendary weapon, Hakakiri.
It can cut through gold and jade, and it is a rare artifact. I think your majesty is majestic, and only this kind of weapon is worthy of your majesty. So I am willing to offer this box, all in exchange for my family's freedom."
The second son of the nobleman, who was originally frightened, smiled slyly and said to the person next to him,
This guy is quite good. Bring me that sword. If it is really Hagiri. But it's a weapon that only recognized heroes can use. It's true that only I can use it."
The man whose weapon was cut off carefully took Shikiri from Lin's hand, fearing that the man in front of him would suddenly backhand and swing the sword towards him. Not to mention that he no longer had any weapons in his hands. Even if he had, he would not be able to block the magic weapon in front of him. But as soon as he got Hakakiri, he put on a flattering smile and hurriedly presented such a treasure to his master. Arcania grasped the legendary weapon and held it up in front of her face to examine it. At first, just looking at the appearance of the sword, he didn't think there was anything special about this ordinary weapon. That is to say, he easily cut off another iron sword. This performance made him curious. However, holding the sword in his hand, he felt something different in his heart. Looking closely at the sword body, the dark color that is different from ordinary iron sword seems to have a magical power that attracts people's minds.
Horse, this is really incredible.
Suddenly a voice came, which was very different from the compliments of the followers around him.
You really do all the stupid things. I rarely see people do such stupid things.
Listening to the voice, it was clear that he had bad intentions, and Acania asked loudly,
Who said these things? Come out.
The one who spoke was naturally Hagiri, but it was not interested in talking to this noble playboy. Instead, it talked about another matter.
Does anyone remember Nargis? The fiancé of Viscount Nia's eldest son. The one who disappeared.
The name that was suddenly mentioned made everyone stunned. At the back of the team, the knight who had never blended into the group was very tall and looked unsmiling. Asked the voice that came from nowhere.
Do you know where my sister is? Please come forward and talk to me. Your Excellency. You are here. Farzad.
The man Hakiri greeted was a strong man in Abaddon's regular army. A knight is recognized as having the qualifications to be a powerful man, and is known as the man who has the greatest hope of transcending the mortal realm.
I don't know your sister's whereabouts, but I know what happened to her. If I really want to know her whereabouts, I probably don't know which fish is in her belly.
What?
Who are talking nonsense?
Falzad and Arcania yelled. Immediately they realized who might be speaking, and everyone looked at the sword in the hand of the noble's second son in astonishment. But Hagari didn't feel shy, and continued without hesitation.
Although you think that a mere commoner woman is not qualified to climb up to your own family, and you did it to teach your eldest brother a lesson, but in order to win over a promising knight, marrying your sister is something that both your father and your eldest brother agree to. Is the purity of blood really that important? But what I am more curious about is that your eldest brother told you about his fiancée's whereabouts. What's the intention? Although he didn't encourage you to do this, or made such a request outright, he should have guessed that you would do this. You are indeed a good brother who shares your worries. Being taken advantage of? Or is this all a misunderstanding on my part, and your elder brother doesn't think so? Second young master.
Farzad almost gritted his teeth and said these 3 words. Entrusted by his eldest brother, he had to serve as the bodyguard of the useless second son of a nobleman when he appeared in the city of Abadan. After all, he received considerable care from Viscount Nia's family, and even his own sister was once engaged to the man who grew up with him since childhood. It's a pity that the disappearance of my sister made this matter end without any problem. The man also waited several years before discussing marriage with anyone else again. For the heir of a noble family, having offspring is the most important thing. It is impossible to wait for the missing woman, so he has no position to stop it. But Farzad never thought that things would develop like this. His biological sister was not missing, but was brutally murdered, and he is serving his enemy. Arcania saw something was wrong with the knight's expression and hurriedly said,
Don't believe these things. It's all nonsense. How could I do such a thing?
It's okay that the second son of a nobleman doesn't defend himself. Once he does, people will think that what he does every day is such outrageous things. So what if he attacks his eldest brother's fiancée, subordinates' wives, civilians' wives, daughters, and even his father's mistress? Any woman he likes escapes his clutches. So Farzad's expression became even more fierce. Arcania was even more panicked and said,
There is no evidence for any of this. I have never done such a thing. You know these best, don't you? Farzad, you have always been by my side.
Without evidence, it is indeed a stupid thing to swing a sword at the family members you serve because of one-sided words to sow discord. So Farzad temporarily suppressed his anger. Now that he knew what happened to his sister, he could follow the clues to find clues and finally find out the truth of the matter. But how could it be possible for an open Shikiri to stop like this? It continued.
You don't believe it when you say this? Not lying is the highest virtue of our Higiri clan. Let's talk about another thing. It's very interesting to say, and it has something to do with you. Farzad, you as the child born to your wife really your child?
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt bad. Farzad and his virtuous wife had a son and a daughter. What he cared about most was being told that the 2 children were not like him, but more like his wife. You must know that these are the 2 children finally born to his wife after several years of marriage, and he loves them extremely much. But it was brought up today. Is there another hidden secret? At this point, Arcania did not dare to continue holding the Hakakiri and threw it directly to the ground, cursing.
What kind of monster is this? It can talk nonsense. Come on. Please destroy this sword for me.
After that, then, a group of lackeys, hawks and dogs, planned to step forward and destroy the sword. Hagiri, who was stuck on the ground, had no intention of shutting up.
Oh, destroying the sword and killing the mouth? Only Hikiri can destroy Hikiri. So I doubt that you can do anything at all.
Farzad has been married to you for so long, and they still don't have children. This is really too much. It's pitiful. So I want to help you and your wife. This is what you said at the beginning. But I think it is very interesting. The big man who held me just now thinks that the child is his, and it is wrong to see others help him raise it. It's a very interesting thing. Let me recommend you to do a DNA test to ensure that the 3 generations of your child's ancestors can be traced and the genealogy is clear. But you have to make sure there are no mistakes. Just find the group of magicians who just ran away. They have such technology.
As soon as Arcania was reminded, she looked at the empty front and asked in a panic,
Where are those people just now? It's them. It must be them. Find them all and kill them.
Several howls. Farzad pulled out his knight's sword and slashed at the person next to him without hesitation. Chapter 526 The Aftermath. At the same time that the sound of Haikiri attracted everyone's attention, Lin led the people and slipped away from the alley nearby. Anyway, we just want to go to the east of the city, and there is not only one way to go, so a detour is nothing. But Yusuf came up to him at this time and asked,
Your Excellency, is it okay to hand over the box to them? What do you mean by problem?
Faced with the magician's rhetorical question, Yusuf thought about it seriously and said,
It seems that no matter how it develops, it will be very bad.
For example, if the Hakakiri is used to chop people, given its sharpness, there will definitely be a lot of casualties. Another example is that Hagiri said something nonsense and then made a big fuss. In this regard, Lin said nonchalantly,
There is a saying in my hometown, if you don't do anything bad in your life, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on the door in the middle of the night. As long as you haven't done some shameful things and don't have any plans of evil tricks. Hakiri is not it will do something too outrageous. Don't look at what it always likes to say.
You humans are different from me.
In fact, in addition to being very curious and afraid of loneliness, it is also smarter than you and I imagine. After all, it has lived on the mysterious land for tens of thousands of years. And this does not include the experience before this, because there is no concept of time in the original world of Hakiri. 10,000 years?
Not only Yusuf was startled, but also everyone who was paying attention to the conversation. Lin ignored it and kept talking about the secrets of the Hagiri clan. The guy didn't ask him to keep it secret anyway. Even those things don't need to be kept secret. It's just that no one spreads them.
The Hagiri clan came to the Lost Lands tens of thousands of years ago, during the era of war between gods and demons. Driven by curiosity, they came to the Lost Land through an ancient world tree that had been wiped out, and they could not rely on their own strength. Moving in the Mystery Land means that you can only constantly rotate between different users. Therefore, you have witnessed the history of countless Mystery Lands, but only in the parts that they have participated in.
Although Hakiri can establish a soul-level connection with the holder, making it impossible for the holder to lie to Hakiri. But there is no spiritual network between them to connect with each other. Lin learned from Haikiri's words that when they meet the same clan, they are usually in different camps, attacking and destroying each other. Therefore, information about other members of the same race comes from the knowledge of the holder. It is precisely because of this limitation that someone originally wanted to dig out some historical secrets from this living history book to satisfy his desire for gossip. It is a pity that what it knows may not be more than historical records. It's just that occasionally there are some shocking gossips from its former owners. Because they have lived for such a long time, they are more afraid of loneliness than ordinary people, and are afraid of not being able to prove that they still exist. At the same time, they have accumulated enough wisdom in these years to form their own personality, and will not be affected by the holder. Influence. Change yourself easily. This is also the reason why they choose their master. It is said that if a couple wants to be together, they will choose their partner carefully, even if they are just walking together or working together. People will choose a partner that suits them. Why wouldn't Hagiri choose someone who can hold her hand and take risks everywhere? Therefore, Lin was not worried at all about the possibility of Hagiri being handed over to the noble and never coming back. Not to mention wanting to recall the box cutter. You can do it anytime and anywhere. If the other party only does some trivial things, it probably won't have a big impact. Handing over Hagiri will just shift the focus. But if we do something big and outrageous, the subsequent impact will probably not be that small. After all, that wicked sword will most likely be revealed to the public. It just bullies ordinary people, and no one can threaten it, except to throw it far away and keep it out of sight. It's just that someone thought he threw a grenade. But what actually exploded was a nuclear bomb that destabilized the situation in Abaddon City. Just when a group of people bought some daily necessities at the Magicians Association branch according to the original plan to return their appearance to the civilized world, and then found the restaurant introduced by Hassan Baksh and ate the long-lost hot vegetable soup. A killing that no one expected took place on the streets of Abaddon. The Empire's regular army, the strawman Farzad in the 10th Legion, was frantically hunting down his benefactor, the members of the Viscount Nia family, and he doesn't care about hurting innocent people, and uses all kinds of mass destruction combat skills on the battlefield without hesitation. The sheriff, who was in charge of Abaddon City, came forward first, and was killed without any surprise. The title of Extraordinary Seed is not just a false title, but also a recognition of strength. And this gap in strength can only be filled with 10 or 100 times the casualties. It's just that the morale of the sheriffs collapsed before they paid a sufficient price in human lives. And no one dared to stand in front of Farzad. one of the root causes of the matter. The second son of the Nia family had used the life-saving portal scroll and escaped from the scene as early as the beginning of the chaos. It is precisely this kind of action that makes things expand out of control. The second bloody scene was Farzad's home. The victims were his virtuous and beautiful wife and two cute and clinging children. A boy and a girl. The children don't understand what they did wrong until they die. On the contrary, their mother had a look of relief and calmly accepted death. Farzad lived in a high-end area of the military area. Such behavior detonated the sensitive nerves of the senior officials of Abadan City on the spot. And the 10th Legion of the regular army was dispatched. The person responsible is of course his immediate superior, the eldest son of Viscount Nia, Byrinia and his 1,000-man team. Can an army that has been at peace for a long time fight? If we were on Earth, someone could say responsibly, guaranteed not. Thinking about the 8 banners of the Qing dynasty who broke through Xinguan, it is not difficult to understand the appearance of the bear after that. But in Lost Land, someone can say responsibly, no matter what, they will retain a certain level of combat effectiveness. This is due to the different real environments of the two worlds. The natural threats in Lost Land are much higher than those on Earth. So there are many adventurers. Which means that the civilians are quite powerful, although they can only be regarded as stragglers. If the state's force is not strong enough to suppress civilians, how long can such a state last? He was overthrown in minutes. Take a look at the United States, where civilians have firearms licenses, and what level of equipment their police have. Therefore, the army of the Guane Empire has become a mess of officers. But the most basic soldiers are still very capable. And no matter how bad an officer is, there is still a limit. In addition to the basic use of force, they also dare not use empty pay, or put 8-year-old and 80-year-old relatives into the army to make up the numbers. Otherwise, if a monster attacks the city, not only all the soldiers under his command will die, but he himself will also be in danger. In such an environment, a civilian like Farzad, who can be ranked among the imperial officers, is very inspiring among the soldiers. And killing each other is something no one wants to do. The source of this special incident is the mess caused by the nobles. It's a pity that the red-eyed knight doesn't care about any of this. When he saw the noble friend who grew up together, he directly launched a war charge, almost killing the military formation. In the end, under the attack of thousands of arrows and the blocking of an elite team of magicians, the knight who was once said to have the potential to reach the extraordinary realm lost that opportunity forever. The price was a 1,000-man team. Nearly 1/3 of the casualties, who could not be demobilized. Nearly half of the wounded soldiers, who could not move in the short term. And Byrenia's future. The scandal that was revealed in public spread at a speed that no one could have imagined. This is also because the casualties caused by Farzad were too serious. As long as it is mentioned, people will inevitably ask, why? Then the shameful scandal was brought up again. By the time the parties involved consciously wanted to cover up the facts, it was already too late. The most damaging thing was the question raised by Aguirre. Why did the eldest son of Viscount Nia reveal the whereabouts of his fiancée to his younger brother? Perhaps Byrenia's status is still there. But not only the heavy casualties suffered by his subordinates, but also the alienation between his superiors and his colleagues, which made him understand the warmth and coldness of the world. Even the way his subordinates looked at him felt a little wrong. To a certain extent, his younger brother Arcania did teach his elder brother a lesson and cut off a few pounds of meat. But the havoc wreaked by Aguirre was not over. Perhaps the battle had nothing to do with it from the moment Arcania threw it away. But the magic weapon that was left behind was brought back to the Thieves' Guild in Abadan City by a money-hungry thief. And then a second commotion occurred. If the first incident was caused by a scandal involving a nobleman, which triggered a series of killings, then what happened in the Thieves' Guild was caused by a hidden weakness that was brazenly publicized by a wicked sword. Changes, including black data that threatens people, the location of hidden treasures, weaknesses in martial arts, and the most feared things. The underground society manages everyone with fear and unknown. When all this is exposed to the sun, it means the end of that person. In particular, the powerful killing power of the Hakakiri. In a firefight, who would be willing to use it, even if it is used? It will be a disaster. For a sword with no conscience, no one holding it is a good person. They are all bastards who would not hesitate to die. So it has no scruples when it speaks. Although Hakiri can establish a soul connection with the holder and read the holder's mind, it is limited to the things he is thinking about and cannot dig into the depths of memory. However, the interesting part is here. When someone holds it, they will inevitably have a self-examination thought. what have I done? In this case, are you really qualified to own a Hakakiri? As soon as such a thought comes to mind, it will be captured by this sword. Coupled with a few key short questions, you can easily remind people of what you have done, and at the same time be aware of it. Such methods are all techniques developed from someone's psychology. In the past, Hagiri could only be connected through the mind. Fatigue bombing in the mind of the holder, forcing the other party to give up on itself. But now that I have gained the ability to communicate with the outside world, I will shout out loud if I have any dissatisfaction, and directly expose it to the sky. When people realized the dangers of this weapon, not just on the blade, there was no peace in the city of Abaddon. Chapter 527 Night Visitor. The hut is in a human environment, without the noise of carriages and horses. No matter how turbulent the situation is, as long as your heart is at peace, then you will be at peace. After dinner, someone was sitting by the stove in the hotel. After more than a month of freezing life on the mountain, he would rather sweat profusely than taste the biting cold wind again. But this would also cause a big sneeze. Someone's first thought was not to catch a cold, but to be remembered by someone. And then he remembered the weapon that was not at hand. With a casual call, the Hakakiri returned to his hand through the flash technique shown with a cold light. There was deep dissatisfaction in his words, and he said,
"Hey, you know how to get me back. Isn't this for you to go out and have fun? You are not bored by following me all the time."
Lin said.
"You are not a fish. How to know the joy of fish? Hey, Schwanzi has come out. I really doubt that the fat man and the short man have anything left to say."
But Hagiri complained seriously.
"It's too bad. I went out and realized how dark the world is. Isn't there a good person in this world? If I stay in the hands of those people for a while, I will darken. It can't be this miserable."
Lin put Hakakiri next to the chair, opened the water mirror screen, and once again looked at the improvement plan of the airship. However, no matter what he did, he seemed a little distracted. Shakiri continued.
"You know what I have dug out of their evil hearts? It really proves what you said. Dumplings are not as delicious as dumplings. And they are not as fun as sister-in-law Hulu. Hey, are you listening to me? Let him have a good sleep."
Lich, who returned to his normal magician attire, came to the side and said,
"These days, he works harder than anyone else." "Really? Try to keep your mouth open?"
asked Hakakiri.
"It is not as simple as you think to integrate the work of different people into a coordinated whole. And in many places, we have not made any detours. This can all be attributed to the perfection of design and planning. Didn't you see? Except for the engine. Almost everything we do can be done in one go. This is an incredible talent. Can you?"
Fun, who was planning to argue, suddenly put his right hand on his forehead, shook his head and said,
"I'm serious about using a sword with you. I'm drunk too."
After saying that, he picked up the Hakakiri and tried swinging it a few times. "I don't know where I learned the mean-mouthed weapon," and said,
"How about, you plan to have an in-depth exchange with me?"
What Shakiri can read is only what the holder is thinking, or the actions and words of people around him. For most people, there is absolutely no way to prevent what is in their minds from being peered into. But for a magician who is defensive and good at self-control, this is not a problem. In addition, the Lich could not touch this troublesome weapon without touching it, so there was very little communication and contact between the two. Now that Finn picked it up for the rare occasion, Shakiri couldn't help but make fun of it.
"Stop talking nonsense! Or if you want to come to a dimensional gap and roam for 1,000 years, just grumble. No, sister, I'm having a lot of fun here. Don't throw me away. I'll chop whoever you want me to chop. No questions asked. Anyway, it's all in your hands. Do whatever you want. Well, I will cooperate with any posture."
While trying his hand and walking outside, Thenwu complained to himself.
"If the ship-cutting knife hadn't been placed on the sit, I wouldn't have touched you. Yes, I'm just a spare tire, but I can be powerful or small. How can I be of use to a boring ship-cutting knife?"
Having been repeatedly raped and unable to do anything about this sword, even though he was as powerful as a Lich, the former Demon King still felt a sense of frustration. But when she came outside the hotel, all the unnecessary emotions were put aside. The crowd hiding in the shadows vaguely surrounded the hotel where everyone was staying. After being unable to sleep peacefully for more than a month, basically no one was awake except her. Bathed in the moonlight, a stooped little old man stepped out of the shadows. His steps were steady and slow, with his hands behind his back and an angry look on his face as he looked up and down at the Lich who was leaving. he said with disdain.
It's you who made my city a mess.
Then pointed his sword at the hiding people and said,
I don't know what you are referring to. And I don't care. I am here to advise you. If you cherish your life, just leave. Humph. I originally heard that you were barbarians. But then you dressed up as a magician, thinking that you would have the sanity of a magician. But now it seems that you are still at the level of barbarians. The Empire is a civilized country, and you are not welcome. Please stay. After making compensation, leave. If there is nothing to redeem yourself, then give up your life. How long has it been since anyone dared to threaten me like this? I really miss it.
Tensai was sighing with emotion. But the enemy did not wait for her to finish expressing her thoughts, and suddenly attacked while she was speaking. Countless figures were attacking from all directions in the dark night at lightning speed. If the man holding the sword was that man, he might still be in a hurry for such a battle. But the Lich is experienced in many battles, and she has experienced more dangerous scenes. Gorgeous and arrogant, she added a bit of eeriness to the dark night. Under the moonlight, those red lips were unexpectedly eye-catching, then made the sword look like a whip, and the blade flashed like a silver sword. Whenever the silver light streaks across the night sky, it always brings up a cloud of blood flowers, which is extremely sad and beautiful. Then didn't even move her feet. She just waved the long sword which had no sense of reality at all. There was no feeling of cutting anything, and no blood was stained on it. Dancing with the long sword was like a child dancing with tree branches in the countryside. The difference is that the dancing here is always accompanied by the dissipation of life. Even the Lich who is used to fighting doesn't know how to describe this feeling. When the enemy was shocked by Agiri's ferocity, and the attack paused for a moment, then pressed the blade of the sword curiously. But the edge was as blunt as a piece of iron.
Hey, sister, if you don't want your fingers anymore, just tell me first. I can guarantee that the incision will be beautiful,
Agiri said suddenly, after realizing that Hakakiri can freely control the changes of the sword's blade, coupled with the single molecule edge and super vibration mode that the man had mentioned about this sword. It was only after he actually used it to cut people that he realized that this man could do it with just one sword. What an exaggeration. If such a weapon mode is known to other Agiris and becomes a hostile party to themselves, how can they fight against them?
You worry too much,
Agiri said very suddenly.
I can squander energy like this because in his hands, I have a way to supplement it. If in the hands of others, I can just maintain the basic form. Smirking, not to mention such a subtle change. As far as I know, many of my kind will consume all their energy and turn into ashes on the spot just to maintain the most basic sharpness. Imagine the difficult battles faced by my fellow tribesmen. Only in the hands of that man can I display this level of strength. Do you know how exaggerated the things you made are? I just want to ask, is there anything in the world that you can't stop cutting? As far as I know, I can responsibly say, no. That's enough. You guys.
As powerful as the former Demon King was, he felt that he had no strength to complain about this sword. It's just that the Lich and sword have been chatting for so long. Why hasn't the second wave of offensive come yet? Then took a closer look and realized that except for the corpses on the ground, everything else that could still run away was gone.
That's enough. You guys.
Same words, but to different people. Then was very impatient with the way these little thieves would just run away if something was wrong. When you see an advantage you can take advantage of, you will take a bite regardless of whether you can swallow it or not. He bit his teeth until they broke, and instead blamed the other person for being so hard. This kind of stuff is just a waste of food left in the world.
Are you going to catch up? I'm going to catch up. The flash technique is the most suitable. You know how to use it. Right,
Shikiri said excitedly. Suddenly a flash of inspiration occurred, and Finn stared at the sword in his hand with suspicious eyes.
You couldn't be talking to me on purpose to let those people escape and create such an opportunity. How is that possible? It's because you had questions, so I just answered them. Whether those people will kill a second wave or run away is beyond my control.
There is no flawless reason, and the uncertainty of the outcome is indeed difficult to use as a motive for criminal prosecution. After all, the leading power of choice lies in the hands of those people. But this does not mean that there is no responsibility at all if you try to gamble on a sword. At least, Finn didn't bother to spend extra time in this situation. So she said,
What a coincidence. The group of people scattered and ran away, and I didn't deliberately keep an eye on anyone. So I don't know where they ran. If I knew where they were, I could just deal with it easily. This situation is still it's too much trouble to catch up. Simple. I have marked their souls, and put them in your sight using real-time communication. As long as you agree to temporarily share the message with me, you can see their marks.
Then looked at the corner of his expanded field of vision. There was a sharing request from the hardest in the world, waiting for his approval. This is the 5th member who uses real-time communication besides a certain man, his 2 apprentices and himself. Should I say it's gratifying? And what kind of hair is
the hardest in the world?
In the mood to try. Then clicked on Shakiri's request, and immediately dozens of golden silhouette marks appeared in his vision. Moreover, it still ignores the walls and any terrain features. As long as you pay a little attention, additional information and parameters will appear, including the distance between the enemy, speed, direction, etc. After a moment of silence, Finn asked,
"How did you do that?" "Several arcane eye detection modes, combined with locking marks of power fluctuations, and then marking the target characteristics. It's very simple. It's all a bad trick played by that man." "Do you have a magic pattern engraved with the arcane eye on your body?" "Yes. In addition, there are 98 kinds of magic spells. There are voyeuristic ones, eavesdropping ones, invisibility ones, audio and video recording ones, and secretly taking pictures. Of course, there are also those used for attack and defense. The most wonderful thing is the partial body hardening technique. The person who invented this magic is a genius. It is very practical."
The speechless former Demon King took a long time to say this.
"You are a weapon. Right. It's you who used our clan as weapons without permission. And I didn't take the initiative to fight for it. I have a noble moral character, a taste for elegance, and a good sword that loves swordsmanship."
Chapter 528 Naming. Because the fleeing enemies are all marked. Finn's idea is simple. He just wants to see if the result is correct. So I used Flash to catch up with them one by one. And after confirming that they were right, I killed them easily, including the little old man who thought he was a big shot at first. He was no match for the combination of Lich, Hakiri and Flash. All I can say is that people who are enemies of such a combination are really pitiful. However, it was this move that unexpectedly prevented the whereabouts of Lin and a group of people from being exposed. Because the Thieves Guild, which is best at snooping for information, almost all its main members in Abaddon City were killed. The remaining minions only know how to fight and kill, and do not have the skills and connections of those high-level officials. They cannot find out the whereabouts of the group of people who caused the Farzad tragedy. Now, the targets that the nobles in the city are looking for are still a group of fur-clad barbarians. Although the characteristics of the silver-bearded dwarves are obvious, more than a month of airship repairs left them no time to take care of their appearance. And with that unkempt appearance, even his mother might not be able to recognize him, let alone a human who is blind to dwarves. Maybe the people in the Magicians Association branch knew about this group of barbarians, but magicians and nobles were innately at odds with each other. Even the Guana Empire, which is said to have the best relationship between the two. In fact, the free magicians in the Empire will not betray other magicians for a small reward. In addition, who would have thought that the barbarian group would suddenly transform into a group of magicians and their followers? And the Magician Association is not an organization that only inquires about information. So no one came to ask for such information. This also delays the time when someone's whereabouts are exposed until an unknown time. In short, there was a person who didn't wake up until almost noon. His eyes were dull, and he was lying lazily on a chair. I forgot to climb into bed last night, which made my whole body so sore that I didn't want to move my body. I just woke up, and I still don't have a clear idea of the next work. The 2 girls first held the child brought by the Black Dragon, came to someone, and said, Teacher, what should we name this child? We can't always call him Little Thing." A certain person rarely does things like picking names. A certain person has never done anything like helping people choose names. Although the airship that was restored not long ago was named the Cid, it cannot be called original. It is a tribute to the masterpiece of the video game series that I don't know if I will have a chance to touch it in my lifetime. Generally speaking, it is customary in the mysterious land for children to be named by their parents. There is nothing wrong with this, because the situation on Earth is similar. Slave names are given by their masters. On Earth, a wealthy family from ancient Xia Kingdom would name their servants. What is special is that there are some apprentices in Midi whose names were chosen by their teachers. Strictly speaking, people like Halumi and Kaya were more like selling themselves than being apprentices. Their names could be changed on the day Lin accepted them as apprentices. But someone doesn't have the talent for naming. Even the names in the novel are made up of common names in a certain area. How could he possibly help two little girls choose names? So the two apprentices used their original names, but dropped their surnames, signaling that they would cut ties with the past and become someone's apprentice wholeheartedly. There is no way. The family is poor, and the children are sold. Even in someone's era. This kind of thing is not something that will never happen. Although the native family of the two girls can be regarded as aristocrats. They are a small, down-and-out aristocracy with a large population. They were all very low-ranking children. They had a little bit of magic talent. So they were sold to become magicians' apprentices. If they learn something good, they can go back to take care of their own family. If not, they will have one less mouth to eat. This is also the norm in Lost Land. The child brought by the Black Dragon had nothing on him to prove his identity. When Augustus was taking care of him before, he would either yell or point to him, and he would not call him by any name. According to what he said, the title Little Thing was only used when he was talking to himself. In the past few days, everyone has been busy with the finishing work of repairing the airship, so they have no time to care about this matter. Finally, the work was over, and someone promised to take care of the child. Keeping calling the little thing seemed to be no solution. Only two girls had this problem. Since you want to choose a name, someone must first figure out one thing.
Male or female?
The two girls were worthy of being apprentices, who had been with their teacher for more than 10 years. They immediately understood and protested dissatisfiedly.
What, a male and a female? That's rude.
It's a boy. It must be a boy if it's so cute.
Halloumi happily picked up the child and shook it. Speaking of this child's fear of strangers, it was limited to the first day. For the next few days, I was as skinny as a monkey. That's why someone asked Halloumi to hold this naughty child tightly when the airship took off and left the Jura Mountains. Fortunately, for this kind of field repair work, someone took sturdiness as the basic requirement, so those spare parts were not damaged. After that, I became even more restless. No matter how someone scares or threatens, it will not work. All I can say is that he is indeed a child who can live with the Black Dragon. Things like Long Way are not things that can be taken away at will or released at will. That is deeply rooted in the fundamentals of living beings. The fear of superior beings. But as long as you adapt. That's all. Especially if you can adapt to the dragon's power. Basically, there is no other creature in the world that can give the adapter a natural sense of threat to higher-level creatures. Will people who have played the extreme sport of flying squirrel gliding still be afraid of riding a roller coaster? So for such a child, someone was basically very irresponsible and left him to be taken care of by his two apprentices. Just like in a family, the person who wants to keep a pet is usually not the one who takes care of the pet. It has the same meaning, but some things cannot be avoided. Just like naming the child. When someone glances at others asking for help, everyone pretends to be busy and then pretends not to see it. So someone has to figure it out on their own. Lin once asked Augustus how he found the child. Black Dragon said that the child was left in the Jura Mountains, near one of the few passable mountain roads. But usually people who go to places like that don't do it with the intention of crossing the mountains. If it wasn't suicide, it would be abandoning the body or something else. Anyway, there will be wild beasts in the mountains for the meat, and they are kind enough to help with it. Someone has also thought about whether this child who is lucky enough to grow up with the Black Dragon has any extraordinary talents or a protagonist's halo. He also specially asked the Lich to do some examinations for the child. In conclusion, this is a child who is slightly malnourished and extremely ordinary. He has no magic talent or natural power. So he is bolder because he has been with the Black Dragon for a long time. How to name such a child? Someone is troubled. Then I'll call you Caesar.
Seeing that the child had no reaction, just tilting his head and looking at someone blankly, Len continued.
This name is not good. Then Alexander, Bahamut, Nerva, if Trajan, Hadrian, Antonius, and Marcus don't work, then Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, Huan Gong, and Ma Chao will be the only 5 good generals. Zhang Liao, Eugene, and Zhang He, Su Huang. If it doesn't work, just Washington, Jefferson, Adams, Franklin, Roosevelt. If it doesn't work, just Baz, Locke, Claude, G. Tan, Titus, Haomaru, Kusanagi Kyo, Iwar Yagami. If it still doesn't work, then Altair, Ezio, Connor, Hailsham.
When Lin noticed that the child was smiling, he stopped plagiarizing the name and tried to find out which name the child was interested in.
Hair Son?
The child didn't respond.
Connor?
His face was also expressionless.
Ezio? Kikik. Ezio. Kikik.
Seeing the child smiling happily, and even reaching out for a hug, Lin couldn't help but pick up the smiling child and said,
Ezio, you really found a good name for yourself. My child, I hope you can have the same wisdom and courage as the man who also has this name, and grow into a being that is admired and relied on by everyone. Null_real. _tudo_lacido.
Master E is mighty. Should we train this child in that direction? Someone is thinking in his mind. Although this child has not shown any talent, this also means that his future is not subject to any restrictions, but has unlimited possibilities. But looking at the two stray girls, someone was really worried about his ability to raise children. However, even though he can't speak yet, the child can make the two girls very happy just by laughing. Someone couldn't help but complain in his heart. Maybe Master Yi's ability to make women cry has been fully activated before he has learned his power. After choosing the name of the child, the other one who was very happy was the black dragon who transformed into a human old man. He was like an old naughty boy, playing with children. It's just that Ezio wasn't used to calling him. So after a few moments, he called back the little thing he had taken casually. Probably a nickname like that will continue to follow that child for a while. It was also because of this small interruption that someone regained his energy. In addition to instructing the two girls to prepare a sumptuous lunch and eat the portions they didn't eat from breakfast, they also invited the goblin Totokani to inquire about the assistance they could get in transforming the airship in Abaddon City. Which, for this kind of thing, you still need to consult the goblins, who have been immersed in the field of airships for most of their lives. A magician who has become a monk on the way is already very impressive if he can design, repair, and build airships. It is really troublesome to figure out all the details inside. Chapter 529: The Empire's Workshop. Abaddon City is one of the important towns in the western region of the Guana Empire. In addition to its strategic importance, there are mines, forests, and a river in the hinterland of Abaddon. Simply put, it means that with abundant natural resources and prosperous commerce, no matter what industry is developed, it has an inherent advantage. Therefore, such a city can easily attract a large number of people. Not only free civilians, but also some landed nobles will come here to look for business opportunities. This is one of the reasons why this city gathers a large number of nobles or members of their families. And it's not just humans who live here. There are also dwarves, elves, halflings, half-orcs, goblins, etc. Many non-human species of Homo sapiens live in this city. This is also a major feature of the Guana Empire. In comparison, other countries and other regions have discrimination problems to some extent. So there are not many species of Homo sapiens other than humans in other places, unless they have a certain degree of confidence in their own strength. Such people would dare to travel around the lost continent. Basically, no children of different races will be seen. The reason for this is that Guana was founded at the end of the Dark Ages, when the demon King Tikal ruled the world. And as the oldest existing country in the surface world of Lost World, Guana was not an empire at first, but an ally of hundreds of races. It is different to merge with a so-called ethnic group on the earth. In fact, half of the population in the country is either a slave, a coolie, or a criminal. The Guana 100 Tribes Allies are a country jointly established by many different Homo sapiens racial groups. All races are equal from the beginning. Although all the tribes declined and humans became the only ones, the common leader elected in turn became a hereditary emperor system, and the allies turned into empires. The status of each tribe did not lose power. To this day, each ethnic group still maintains its influence on the imperial family and the emperor's succession. This is the only power of Midland, and no other country allows such a thing. It's not that there aren't humans, and even the succeeding emperor himself wants to change this situation, make human beings the dominant one, and drive out hundreds of other races. But reality is impossible, because the ancient one of the world tree, the Wood Elf tribe of Yggdrasil, is in the heart of the empire. The 16 regular legions that the empire was proud of at that time were almost annihilated by the various tribes who retreated to the world tree. The surrounding countries also took advantage of the empire's weakness to attack in groups. It can be said that that time was the moment when the Guana Empire was closest to its demise. In the end, the current emperor abdicated, and the new emperor reiterated the covenant of hundreds of ethnic groups. At the cost of losing a large area of the border, the empire regained stability with the support of the coalition forces of all ethnic groups. Incidentally, Yggdrasil, the world tree, ranks as a Grand Duke in the Guana Empire. And the scope of the Wood Elf tribe belongs to the principality and enjoys extraterritoriality, just like the relationship between a suzerain country and a subordinate country. But in fact, all these powers and titles were only imposed on World Tree by the Guana Empire. And the Wood Elves never fought for the empire. For Yggdrasil, since he became conscious, the country around him has gone from establishment to glory, and then from prosperity to failure. Who would not claim that he has the power to rule him? As a result, those countries perished one by one. But I still stood tall. So Yggdrasil doesn't care who wants to take advantage of them. And for those who take refuge under his protection, Yggdrasil treats them equally, whether they are Wood Elves or people of other races. Everyone must abide by his rules. Violators will only die. And those who cannot keep his commandments usually choose to leave on their own. In the next few hundred years, the situation in the Guana Empire was to attack the outside world, with each side winning or losing. Under such external pressure, the empire became more united. It is against this background that Homo sapiens other than humans have a relatively high status and a safe environment in the Guana Empire. Among other things, in the airship-related industries in Abaddon City, the vast majority of practitioners are from races other than humans, mainly dwarves and halflings. After lunch, Lin asked the goblin Totokani to lead the way to visit the airship shipbuilder he was familiar with, wearing the formal attire of a magician, with a golden tassel tied in front of his shawl. Lin brought nothing with him except his money bag and the magic stone containing the design sketch data, including weapons for self-defense. Logically speaking, the appearance of the Hakiri is very deceptive. No matter how you look at it, it looks like an ordinary long sword. As long as you don't speak, no one will recognize it. But I was afraid that a certain weapon would not be able to stand the loneliness, and I would not be able to talk about it. So I left it in the hotel and did not take it out. Anyway, when you need it, you can summon it at any time, and you can get it at any time. And someone didn't know how much trouble Hagiri caused yesterday, so he dared to walk on the street boldly. If he had known, he would have hidden away for a few days to avoid the limelight before going out to do errands. The craftsmen that the goblins knew were not as unreliable as the goblins. In other words, it should be said that goblin engineers can produce and sell their own products. But if they really want to open their doors for business, the only way is to go bankrupt. This started from the fact that Totokani planned to use the airship he built to do business, carry passengers or goods, and earn freight. As a result, they got so mixed up that they were chewing tree bark and eating grass roots. They would have starved to death in the Waikato if it hadn't been for a certain lich with Twitch. In short, anyone who could open a business in Abaddon must have some real skills. It's just that people who know how to deal with goblins tend to have the calculative temperament of goblins. Lin wouldn't be too dissatisfied with this, since doing business isn't just that. Those who sell things want to earn more, and those who buy things want to spend less. But Lin doesn't just choose to buy things from whomever Totokani introduces, because what someone needs is actually made to order. So first of all, there is a workshop willing to cooperate for those dwarves or halflings who rely on their own crafts and technology. When Lin made a request, they were rejected. He even swore that those things could not be used, and that the system they designed must be used. Of course, someone was polite. Decline politely and leave. If business cannot be done with kindness and righteousness, there is no need to speak harshly. So I asked Totokani to take him with me. I worked hard all afternoon, and finally found a workshop to take charge of all the parts designed by someone. However, everyone couldn't start work immediately. They had to make some preparations, including purchasing the required materials. The requirements for someone are not something that can be made out of just some random piece of iron. To buy materials, the upfront costs are of course not all borne by the craftsman. And business in Midland has not yet developed as much as on Earth. According to the custom here, the party who orders the item must bear the full cost of the materials. There are usually two methods. One is that the materials are provided directly by Lin. The other is that the craftsmen find the source of the materials and take them back. But they will not start work until the cost of the materials is paid. Lin was also unfamiliar with the place in Abaddon City. Of course, buying rare materials was not something he could do. Therefore, everything is entrusted to the craftsmen who take over the work. Of course, scheduling materials also takes time. So Lin had to take advantage of this time to redraw the design drawings. The three-dimensional imaging of the explosion is a method that can only be achieved using the first coffin. It's better to dismantle the first coffin into several parts and give them to craftsmen belonging to different workshops. Then someone will not be dismantled by the lich. You have to make several low-level versions specifically for others to use. And you have to worry about this technology being used by others. Someone makes a very clear distinction between what can be promoted and what cannot be promoted. Distributing some basic things can promote the technological progress of the lost land. However, if some advanced things are spread, they may become a cage that restricts other people's thinking, and may also cause destructive turbulence. This is a situation that Lin wants to avoid. The former is like a flash technique, and the latter is a real-time communication system that has been kept secret. Of course, sometimes things are too complicated, so being too lazy to teach others is one of the reasons. It was just that according to the original agreement, the craftsman would send someone to notify them after they had dispatched the required materials. I just bring the material costs and design drawings, and the follow-up work can begin. The scheduling time is expected to only take 2 to 3 days. But 4 days have passed, and Lin has not received any notification. Fortunately, I had worked with 2 apprentices until midnight on the design drawings 2 days ago, just to make sure people had the drawings available in time. Unexpectedly, what I worked so hard to get out was left idle for 2 days. Todakani was also puzzled by this situation, although Yusuf Gancha had gone out to inquire about news in the past few days. Of course, he also informed everyone of the big scandal that Shakiri had revealed. But there was no news about the problem someone faced while modifying the airship. So those who didn't want to wait any longer took the goblins with them, and went to the several agreed-upon workshops. Check to see if there is a problem with the scheduling of materials, and whether it is necessary to find replacement materials. It doesn't matter if you haven't gone out, but when you go out to inquire, you are always rejected. Even the craftsman, who had been quite enthusiastic at first, ushered the guests out with embarrassment. In addition, he visited other workshops that he had not visited before. As long as Todakani revealed his identity as the captain of the airship Sid, he usually got similar results. This is because someone appears as a magician. Otherwise, Lin is guessing that maybe there is that grumpy one who beats the person out. Now everyone knows there is something wrong, let alone someone who has read a lot of novels and anime about various conspiracies. Back at the hotel, after summarizing the matter with everyone had a vague idea, but they couldn't figure out the whole story. Even Yuzov blamed himself for not getting the relevant information. Lin didn't blame this man for following him, but he actually brought a lot of help to everyone. He said, "It's not your fault. In fact, there is a gap in the focus between a spy and a commercial spy. The matter only spread in workshops related to airships, and did not spread on a larger scale. This means that we can only start from this aspect and look for possible clues." Chapter 530 Hassenbach. Do you have a direction to start with? Then would also be concerned about such an important matter. At least you need to know when you should go on a killing spree to intimidate everyone and make it easier for you. Someone certainly knew what the Lich's expression meant. He shook his head to stop and said, "It's not that far yet. Let's find out what the situation is first. Yuzov, please start with the Ikaruga Alliance's intelligence network. Knowing that it's an issue with the airship, you should be able to let's get some relevant news, and I'm going to visit some new friends." Now everyone was curious. Halloumi spoke quickly and asked first, "Who are you looking for? Remember the fat man who went to the Cid to collect taxes?" After mentioning it briefly, everyone remembered that there was indeed such a number one person. Lin continued, "To silence serious business people, there must be pressure. If it's pressure from the underground world, there will always be people who won't give in. But this time, the whole army was wiped out. Not even a single person who could help. If you can't find it, it means that the pressure comes from a bigger place. In addition to official people, it is unlikely that there will be anything else, unless there is an underground emperor in the Guana Empire. It's an official matter. So of course you have to ask someone in this field." Thinking of the performance of the fat manager, everyone had little confidence. The Lich, who thought he had a good grasp of people's hearts, asked, "Can that man use it?" Hee. If he were a high-ranking palace official, I would still be worried. But it is the humble little manager who knows how to work. That guy is a smart man and won't do anything too stupid. What's more, whether the other party says it or not, as long as he shows his attitude, it is a clue to us. Most people can't understand a simple sentence. I have experienced the sophistication of the Black Dragon and the Lich, and I know a little bit about it. Only Yuzov, who is well versed in this, understands the meaning of someone's words. From the moment you meet the other party, it's a trial. No matter what the other party says, it is always an answer. There are very few people who understand this, but once they understand, such people can become very good spies. Just saying. This magician is already troublesome enough. Yet he was also proficient in human nature. He would have almost no opponent. Yusuf commented in his heart.
Teacher, do you want us to follow?
Kaya asked, maintaining her usual calmness. Lin waved his hands in disgust and said,
Whatever you do with me, you are just a burden. If I am the only one, no one can catch me. With one more of you, I am like an extra rope to tie my hands.
Like tying your feet. Everyone was speechless. But they had to admit that this magician was telling the truth. After being together for such a long time, everyone more or less understands the shortcomings and advantages of the flash technique. In the end, I could only watch the other party leave. Although I don't know where the fat manager of the airship station lives. He will definitely appear in the management cabin. After all, that is where he works. And that place was a place that someone had passed by before. So he already had detailed map information. After Lin confirmed the distance again, he activated the flash technique and went directly to the roof of the hut. After checking with my own detection methods, there was no one in the house. It seems that the management officials saw the new airship again and excitedly came forward to ask for taxes from the Empire. Lin flashed again and entered the management office. The furnishings in the cabin are extremely simple. There are no luxurious decorations, but they are very comfortable. It seems that the person in charge of this area is also a master of showing off in a low-key manner. While someone was just fumbling around like this, the person outside came back. It was the two familiar faces, Hassan Baksh and his companion guarding the door, who hid in the hiding spot that had been observed in advance and entered the management office. There was no conversation between the two. They just wrote their respective documents familiarly. This is a record that must be kept after each tax recovery. If some flaws are found in it, the high-ranking officials above will not throw themselves into prison, but will also claim that their property is confiscated. But in fact, they are lining their own pockets. Hassan's companion's work was relatively simple, and he finished it in a short time. He picked up the treasurer's pipe and tobacco bag and walked outside the management office, leaving the fat tax collector alone with his head buried in writing paperwork. After setting up a simple soundproof barrier, Lin walked out of his hiding place. Seeing that the fat man didn't respond, Lin had to cough as a reminder. The fat man was frightened by the sudden noise and jumped up, looking around in panic. But when he saw a certain magician appearing behind him, he calmed down. But he also said with a bitter smile,
Your Excellency, you really shouldn't have come. Listen to my advice and leave as soon as possible on the airship.
A small bag of money was placed on the corner of the table, in a position that required Hassan to take a few steps forward, but where someone could reach out and retrieve it. Lin said,
The airship is still imperfect and needs to be modified before it can safely get back on the road. So it's not that I don't want to leave. It's just that I can't leave. So I want to know what I'm facing. Where does the resistance come from? That legendary weapon, Hakakiri, is yours, right?
Hassan asked a seemingly unrelated question. In this regard, Lin has nothing to hide. He nodded directly and said,
It is with me for the time being, so it should be considered mine. Right. That's the problem,
Hassan said quite vaguely. In fact, someone could guess these things, ever since he knew that something bad had happened since he handed over Hakori last time. Lin knew that he would be targeted, but it's unclear how deep the water is here and how extensive the involvement is. And this is related to the strength of your counterattack and how hard you should use it. For those nobles, although there were many casualties, I heard that the true heirs of the nobles were not harmed. In other words, in this matter, for the nobles, at best, they lost face and lost some strength. But it was not as serious as killing father and son, and having an unending blood feud. Staring directly at that bastard family, and killing them all was one of the options. But someone didn't want to do that. In other words, I don't want to do anything that the airship can't repair. Both parties are still testing the situation, and there will be no room for change. What Lin wanted to know was whether the family of Viscount Nia could show such energy, or whether other nobles were involved. So he simply asked,
Who's there? All of them,
Hassan replied in simpler terms. Hearing such an answer, Lin's eyes almost bulged out, and he questioned,
Is it really everything?
Hassan nodded helplessly. Only then did someone feel like he had stung a hornet's nest. He clasped his forehead and sighed.
That's all. That sword is too dangerous for them.
Hassan talked about a very real problem. Lin probably figured it out at this time. A sword that can pry into the secrets of the heart and declare it loudly and unscrupulously. Who among those nobles who don't have a clean but will not be afraid of it? So they only thought of seizing this weapon. Maybe by sealing it. Maybe by destroying it. Or maybe by being forced to hand it over to a more powerful noble for safekeeping. But they didn't seem to have thought about it. Could Hakakiri be sealed? Can it be destroyed? And is its owner something they can deal with? Or do you think those with goals are really just a group of barbarians? Perhaps it was due to various miscalculations that the nobles, who only saw the dangers of Akiri, took it for granted that they would use such a solution. Forced the holder to come forward and hand over the extremely threatening sword. However, having all the nobles in Abaddon City as opponents made Lin calm down. He looked at the fat man with a bitter look in front of him, and at the same time noticed that under environmental monitoring, the person outside was preparing to walk in. Lin smiled and said,
"My lord has given me a lot of help. I think asking for more information would be a bit too much."
Pushing the small purse forward.
"I don't know who accidentally dropped this thing. I think your lord just wants to ask for more information."
It's important to remember that you have not met me, and this conversation did not exist.
With a bow, Lin disappeared. At the same time, Hassan's companion opened the door and walked in, seeing a large living person suddenly disappear from before his eyes. And it was not any kind of teleportation magic that he knew. Hassan suddenly felt that the nobles had made a mistake in choosing such an opponent. Originally, I was still worried about how the other party could leave quietly from the management office with only one portal without alerting his companions. It seems that the worry was in vain. Feeling that the attitude of the fat man in front of him was very different from usual, Hassan's friend asked,
"What's going on? Is there any discrepancy in the account?" "It's okay. I just remembered that I haven't eaten your wife's fish soup for a long time." "Then, do you want to come and eat? Let's leave early today. I'm going to buy a big fresh fish. And then my wife and I will go to your house to disturb you."
"Yes." The unsmiling companion just nodded, intending to complete the work on hand as soon as possible. Hassan looked at the small money bag on the table. "Although my desk is fairly neat, there are a lot of things piled up on it. The little money bag is on top. It's not eye-catching at all." He couldn't help but remind him of the magician who put down the money bag. He just hoped that what happened next would not cause too much turmoil. Otherwise, it would be a sin to help the magician himself. Lin, who returned to the hotel, of course told the information he had obtained. Yuzov, who also came back, also said similar things. But the difference was that he did not have clear information that he would make enemies of all the nobles in Abaddon City. But looking at someone's confident appearance, Totokani, who was most afraid of trouble, asked,
"Sir, do you have a peaceful solution?" Listening to the goblin's emphasis on a peaceful solution,
Lin felt amused. But he still said seriously,
"Don't worry. I'm not going to do anything too drastic. But I have thought of a way to solve this problem. Of course, I need everyone's help."
Some people asked what they wanted to help, and some asked what the solution was. Everyone was talking so much that Lin didn't know who to answer. In the end, the Lich couldn't stand the noisy situation. After an eternal imprisonment, everyone fell silent, including the man who was supposed to answer. We had no choice but to release the restraints. Fortunately, no one dared to continue making noise. Someone thought for a while, and then said with a smile,
"If there are only one or two enemies, it may be more difficult. But if the opponents are a group of people, then the best way to deal with a mob is to scare them. So I want to ask everyone the thing is to confirm who is a noble. Hey, don't look at me with that kind of suspicion or gloating. If you don't kill, you won't kill." Chapter 531 Targetable Targets. It is definitely easier to put out a fire when it is still in its infancy than to put out a prairie fire.
"So, how are you going to put the fire out at the flame stage?"
Finn asked.
"This is simple. After confirming the identity of the nobles, use the arcane eyes to monitor them. When one or two of them are sleeping, I will go and greet them. If I greet them a few more times, I think they will please understand our difficulties and be magnanimous so that we can repair the airship smoothly,"
Lin said compassionately. At this time, a certain sword laughed inappropriately. And while drawing it, he said,
"Uh-huh. You are so talented. While they are sleeping, go to their room to sharpen the sword, and then make some bloody fingerprints, or leave a few words of curse. I won't let you leave me behind for such an interesting thing. I must follow you, but I can still make sound effects to ensure that people can enjoy it. The kind of nightmare. How about, let's go now. TSK. Don't make my persuasion sound like a threat. I mean it sincerely. And it's only dinner time now. Who will go to bed? I haven't decided who to go to yet. You just going to a passerby's house to sharpen a knife won't help our troubles at all.
Someone speaks matter-of-factly, while others are speechless. Sharpening knives while others are sleeping. What a bad idea. But it feels like it will really be useful. Everyone is wondering if their brain nerves are miswired somewhere. In this whole thing, the difficulty for a man with a flash technique is how to determine the target. It is a bit unrealistic to target all the nobles in Abaddon City at once, because there are too many people. The plan someone makes is also a matter of time and effort. And it takes time to brew before you get the final result. If you don't want to play to the point of endless play, this trouble will be inevitable. But Lin doesn't want to spend too much time on this. Life is beautiful, and there is no need to waste it on scheming others. So the choice between the two becomes a difficult problem. All arrangements started to unfold on the second day. If you follow the local method, of course you send people out to gather information and then formulate a plan. Lin is right to do this, including the goblin father and daughter. For silver-bearded dwarves, Yuzov and Halumi, they are responsible for inquiring about the nobles. The more information the better. At the same time, I also negotiated with workshops in various places. At first, the information about the Cid was concealed, and the owners of the workshops were told to see if they could find any loopholes. As for which aspect of work they want to focus on, it's up to someone. After all, most of them are not professional spies. If they really only do the work of snooping for information, 9 times out of 10, they will reveal their flaws and lead the enemy to the door. Instead of doing this, it is better to let them have different jobs, intersperse questioning, appear more natural, and also serve as mutual cover. In short, everyone's own safety is the top priority. Augustus has difficulty moving, and as a black dragon, he has the same problem as Finn. And he doesn't even bother with such delicate operations. If anyone troubles him, no matter how big or small, His Excellency Heilung will just turn over the table and start filming. Everyone is happy if they win, but they give up if they fail. Instead, he turned into a human form and especially liked to tease Ezio, even though he said he was annoyed. As long as the child stumbled over, he and the dragon instantly became like playmates of the same age. Therefore, in this form, he is more suitable to take care of that child. It can also be regarded as freeing up other people's manpower, allowing them to focus on the matters assigned by someone. Kaya and Finn, who were left behind, had something very important to do, which was the perverted thing they made before the forum index. Simply put, it is the monitoring and search system that has super authority over the forum. The magic stone used in the forum has been disclosed to all fans for more than half a year, and the number of users has of course increased explosively. The amount of various information and gossips can be said to have grown exponentially, and the area covered has also spread from the original southwest peninsula of Myland to the entire Myland. It can be said that the convenience of the forum allows the natives of Midland, who have not yet realized its harmfulness, to put all information on it without any worries. It's as if the mere authority management is an unbreakable rule of law. Someone can't help but imagine what will happen when the myth of the forum collapses one day. If someone is willing, they can use the web server system that someone has released to establish a new forum in a new magic tower. In fact, the Shijiao branch of the Magicians Association did this in the past. But it seems that there were too few users, so the place was deserted. Only the official use of the Shijiao district chapter is still in use. But people who are greedy for convenience, as well as people who are not familiar with the P language and cannot modify the internal settings, happily swallow the poison called forum without knowing it. This is certainly a gratifying thing for someone. Lin directly asked Kaya to search for information related to the Cid and extend it to 3 nodes while sorting it out. At the same time, please ask the Lich for help. After all, in someone's eyes, the forum index is still a very crude system, and there is no foolproof operation mode that can be completed with one click. After sorting it out, it was up to Fun to take action. Use the program to conduct data analysis and determine the important nodes of news circulating on the forum. In fact, we want to find someone who may have a considerable role in this incident and is a core figure. Such people must be given special care to prevent their morale from collapsing from being forcibly gathered together by these people again, forcing everyone to go to the last step. As for himself, he set up Satellite 1's large evil-shaped arcane eye somewhere and began to monitor the entire city of Abaddon. In fact, this is already considered a basic operation. Standing at the highest point of Abaddon City, on the temple symbol at the top of a pointed tower somewhere on the city wall, someone had just tied the evil Godai's satellite number 1 tightly. Although this mutated arcane eye cannot move at will, It has become a creature in a certain sense, and can still move around. Although this does not affect the effectiveness of the arcane eye. Lin also needs to prevent things from falling out of their fixed positions, falling to other places, or even being picked up by others. After finishing everything, Lin did not leave in a hurry, but stood at the highest point, overlooking everything in the city. It's quite a feeling like going to a bird's eye viewpoint and turning on eagle-eye vision in an Assassin's Creed game. But the difference is that this is what you see with your own eyes. The feeling is completely different. Back at the hotel where we were staying temporarily, everyone worked around for a day, and the evening was the time to exchange results with each other. As expected, except for Yuzov. The 2 goblins and 4 dwarves were just wandering around the workshop, inquiring about news, as for which nobles could be targeted. There was no useful information other than rumors about who they had heard and who was in the city. Halumi basically followed Yuzov and became familiar with the secret intelligence network of the Ikaruga Alliance. Although the girl was recognized by the World Tree Walduo, and the Wood Elf Kalamaharing was her guide, she had no idea how to effectively utilize the Turtle Dove Alliance's worldwide contact network. Having Yuzov, a knowledgeable veteran, lead her can be regarded as making up for her shortcomings. Knowing the cause and effect of the matter and having a clear goal, Yuzov Gantia did bring back some very useful news. What is more surprising is that some of the data he has is not found in Kaya's forum index. If you think about it seriously, this is reasonable. The forum has really become popularized in the past 6 months. For some current affairs type news, relevant records can be accessed. But as for historical information, the Ikaruga Alliance, which has been established for quite some time, will have more and more accurate information. As for the big killer of the forum index, just like instant messaging, someone doesn't want to be known by too many people. So Kaya was asked to sort out the information before others came back. Chapter 532 Preparations for Travel. Is the information produced by Kaya accurate? This type of report, which is similar to market research and analysis, inherently has a range of accuracy. Kaya and Finn only had 1 day to rush to get where they wanted to go. But someone only uses this to identify some characters who need to be taken care of. So inaccurate questions are not relevant at all. What's more, there is also information obtained by Yuzov, which can be used to corroborate each other. To be honest, the confirmed primary goal was not beyond my imagination. The most important person is, of course, the other party involved in this incident. The family of Viscount Nia. Although it was his second son who was causing trouble for him, he estimated that given that young man's stupid personality, a little scare would have the opposite effect. So the best way is to go directly to his father. On Earth, when schools deal with students who can't be dealt with, they usually resort to the ultimate trick: go to their parents. And 9 out of 10 will be obedient. Then came the administrators of the western region of the empire, centered on Jabipur, the city lord of Abaddon City, and the general of the 10th Legion of the Guana Empire. There are 6 people on the list, ranging from knights to earls. These people are not hereditary nobles, so they have no territory, only food. Simply put, it is the kind of fiefdom where the output of the land belongs to these people, but they have no right to inherit it. It is a special class that exists only in a few countries in the Lost World. Usually, the territory directly belonging to the emperor or king is too large to be managed by the imperial family or royal family, so it is handed over to some close officials to manage it. It can win over people's hearts and can be taken back after death without all kinds of intrigues. In addition, there are several small nobles who have been running the industry in Abaddon City for a long time. Although his status is not high, he has great influence in the city. This type of people are usually related to airship-related industries, so they also need to be taken care of. In addition, there are still dozens of nobles, large and small, in Abaddon City. There are softies who are greedy for life and fear of death. And there are also tough guys who are brave and brave to kill. As for whether intimidating these people will be counterproductive, to be honest, I can't guarantee that it won't. If you really want to play it off, you can only play it by ear. Another achievement of Yuzov and Kaya is the look that brings these goals. Recognizing people was a big problem in the past. There is still a high chance of misidentification or omission of a rewarded person using a painting. The safer way is to find someone who has met the other person to identify their face. But there is no guarantee that the pair will not be recognized because they have not changed over time, and their appearance has changed significantly. However, compared to forums, malls, which have a more limited scope of use, actually have a technology that is widely spread. And that is photography. The nobles of Abaddon City big and small, are all present in the secret forum areas of the underground world, far or near. If you are interested, you will find that everyone including Lin and his entourage have also been secretly photographed and posted on the forum. However, this personal information is expensive and high-priced information, and is not freely circulated outside. Moreover, Midland has not evolved to the extent that Facebook, Twitter, and Weibo are as rampant as Earth. Therefore, except for those in special professions, most people do not care about human faces. Yuza provided several photos of nobles from a private forum position, and it seems that he also spent a lot of money. The Ikaruga Alliance's intelligence network is not free. Of course, we have a so-called cost price, but we will never not charge money, because people who take the trouble to collect information also need money to maintain their living expenses. As for photos of other nobles, there are some in Kaya's data, but seeing Kaya's results was a bit of a blow to Yuzov. He asked in a daze.
How did you get this information?
Lin Xiao said.
Rat has his own path, and Cat has his own catwalk. We also have ways. But your information is also very important. It can be used to verify the authenticity of what we get. As for the expenses you paid, these things I won't ask you to pay for my problems. So I'll give you an amount, and let Holomi give it to you. Please don't refuse. Only by distinguishing between public affairs and private affairs can we be friends for a long time. It can be regarded as making up for some expenses. And the other party did not deny his results. So Yuzov's mood calmed down a bit. And from getting along with him these days, he also realized that this magician seemed to be very close. But there was a layer of separation. And this feeling is not only for him, but also for his apprentices. Where this feeling came from, he couldn't determine. Looking at the several magicians and apprentices in front of him, he matched their faces with the detection of the arcane eyes, and directly found several nobles in the shrunken Abaddon city. Although not all of them were key figures, it was just as surprising as when they faced the Han Guild in Storm Bay, the goblins and black dragons, who saw the reduced real-life images for the first time, also expressed admiration. This made someone a little surprised. He thought the dragons would list 3 shortcomings when they see something to show their high-end and nobility. But the Black Dragon Augustus recognized such results. And to be honest, someone was quite happy. The other person who was happy was Ezio. There were countless little people walking around in the real-life picture, and he happily followed them to see which way they would go. Because the real scene is only composed of light, and lines composed of magical power. People can walk freely in it. And because this child has no magic power, he cannot change the appearance of the picture. At most, the actual picture is disturbed by his location. So everyone just let him. It's just that some people are not satisfied with this result. But there is nothing they can do. The traditional way of using the arcane eye is to see through buildings and see things in the distance. However, after someone is programmed, he will not be able to obtain the image that is used with the facial recognition system after passing through the wall. Although other digitized information after passing through the wall can still be obtained. Therefore, if you want to rely on large-scale face recognition processing to lock in a specific target person, you can only wait for the other person to go out and show their face. But once the target is confirmed and locked, it can be tracked continuously. In order to capture the whereabouts of all the nobles in Abaddon City, someone spent 3 days. During this period, everyone still maintained the original mission, and letting them walk outside is more or less intended to use them as bait. It's just that the opponent doesn't seem to take the bait easily. In the meantime, there is an important task to be handed over to the goblin father and daughter. Holding a stack of paper, pen, and ink, Lin said to them, "Come here. Help write some curses or threats on the paper. We will nail it where the nobles can see it." Totokani made a troubled expression and said with a wry smile, "Your Excellency, this is not good. Our handwriting is so ugly, and we don't know what to write. Since you found out that you were being targeted, you said you wanted to help and went out to inquire about the news, but you didn't see any results. Can I think that you intend to stay out of the matter and wait until things get out of hand and we are sent to attack by the Empire? Then I came out to beg for mercy as a victim and accepted the remaining things. So the question is, why should I give others a chance to take advantage of me? Have you ever thought that you two are necessary for my next journey? Right. Now that the airship has been modified by me, you still have to rely on me to teach you how to drive. Do you think it will be troublesome if I just want to find a guide? Or die? Your Excellency. Your Excellency. This is the city. You can't kill people at will. The sheriff will interfere. And the inspector of the Magician Association will also.
Thinking of the other party's identity, Totokani tried to use the police and wizards come to scare someone.
You have been staying with me for a while. Do you think it is difficult for me to destroy corpses and eliminate traces? Or when you die, who will avenge you? I, my daughter. Oh, that's a pity. 2 goblins might die in this case. All right. Just let me write. You devil.
Totokani yelled in collapse.
Hee hee. We don't have a demon here. There is one next to the words of the previous demon king,
Lin said with a smile. The lich lying with the gun beside him snorted coldly. In fact, Thendu is a little confused as to who is the bad guy. When the whereabouts of more than 90% of the nobles are known, someone will no longer have the patience to wait until all the nobles are known. And having to visit dozens of nobles' residences in one night without being discovered as much as possible was, to be honest, a bit stressful. But at this time, the lich, who had been acting idle and had nothing to do, took the initiative to come out and ask for help. Lin asked,
Are you overthinking it? Or are you overthinking it?
The lich looked eager to try and said,
I've never done anything like this before. It feels very fresh. Okay.
It's a very strong reason that someone can't object to. For the current lich, she felt interesting more than anything else. It's better than sitting around with nothing to do and conquering the world again. It was midnight, and one person and one lich stood in front of the real scene. Lin made the inventory into a table and displayed it on a new water mirror screen. Said,
The names on the list have been linked to the map. As long as you select it, the relevant information will be displayed on the map. This includes the location of the armory room in the mansion, the appearance of the target, the distance parameters used for the flash spell, and the most important thing is what the other party's current state is, whether they are asleep or doing some night work. And all we have to do is just take a weapon out from where they place the weapon and go to the target. Play a little prank in the character's dormitory. And finally pin the threatening text written by Totokani in a conspicuous place. Then come back and make a mark on the inventory. Just remember to make a mark on the selected target before setting off. Mark and make another one after completion, so that we can know each other's progress without wasting time on duplicate objects. That's okay. Anything can be done? Well, basically in the first stage, my plan is just to scare people. Please don't harm anyone's life, including servants, including the target. If I hurt people at this stage, I'm afraid things can easily escalate. Got it.
After saying that, then marked the first person on the list and prepared to set off. Lin Bu reminded me again.
Remember? Don't hurt anyone. Okay. Okay. You are my old lady. So annoying.
After saying that, the former demon king flashed away. Chapter 533 Sneaking in at Night. Not all noble houses in Abaddon had armories. But this is not a big problem. There is no shortage of swords and swords in this world of fans. You can find them casually. Carefully enter the target's bedroom. Use caution and pai. And take out the hidden sharpening stone. Then someone will put the knife and stone to the sleeping target's ear and sharpen it casually. Occasionally, the Hakakiri behind his back would make an unknown, piercing sound, like nails scratching a blackboard, or scratching glass. It was so careless that even some people couldn't stand it, because it was a close observation. After the target's brain waves separated from the alpha wave, Lin took the paper written by the goblin and nailed it to the bed frame or the wall with a sword that came along. Then flash away. Sometimes we meet couples who share the same bed, and the sound of sharpening knives at too close a distance can disturb their spouse. So someone changed his position, knelt down on the ground beside the bed, and then sharpened the sword in his hand with serious eyes and 100% dedication. Of course, it was still the same thing after that. Before people woke up, they nailed the goblin's threatening text to the wall or to the bed frame, holding up the mosquito net. Incidentally, what goblin wrote was so boring at first, so someone gave him a few model articles for him to copy. Of course, the content mentioned the resentment caused by the airship Sid, followed by various curse words. The reason why these words were not written by someone himself, or by a lich or 2 girls, is because if a magician or a magic apprentice did it, the curse above could easily come true, or produce some kind of unknowable evil. Potency. The curse of the Lost Land does not have an effect only by rigidly following the rules of the magic circle. Sometimes even just resentment can cause an uproar. The whole process was smooth and smooth, just like walking in a garden. After all, there are many targets. If you see people moving around on the real-life map and rashly flash past situations that have exposed risks. Just skip it temporarily, and just pick the next target. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. And because there are two people acting together, they will have a more or less competitive mentality. They think that whoever is going to punish a few nobles should not perform too badly. The first night of action progressed surprisingly quickly. It's not even past midnight yet. Except for a few night owl nobles who are still awake. Everyone else has gone to visit. Looking at the almost completed names on the list. With only a few targets left. The Lich, who had been busy for most of the night, yawned heavily and felt sleepy. The two girls, who were guarding the scene, had already fallen asleep leaning on each other's shoulders. Looking at Finn, who was cheering up and opening his eyes. Lin seemed to be cheering him up and asked,
"What did you do after you flashed over? There will be some different tricks at the beginning, such as destroying the indoor furnishings, looking for cattle and sheep, slaughtering them and then smearing them with blood, and throwing cow heads and lamb legs around. After a few times, I feel tired of it. Just see the target and cast a nightmare spell on it, letting those demons, who can only cause trouble in other people's dreams, come forward and give them a good nightmare. This way, things will be much easier and faster. Get up quickly. There are too many people. Why don't you kill them? You can kill all the nobles in Abaddon City in just one night. Is there any benefit if I deal with them? And killing all the nobles does not necessarily guarantee that those workshops will obey our demands. So this is a meaningless approach, isn't it?" "That's right,"
Finn yawned. But he didn't have the usual spirit of talking and arguing. Since she regained this body, various physical sensitivities, incoordination, weak muscles, and other problems have been controlled by magic, and she has gradually achieved a life similar to the past. But it is also different from the age of the undead Lich. At that time, except for daily meditation time, there was no need to sleep at all. But now daily sleep has become indispensable. So looking at the sleepy look of a certain Lich, Lin said, "If you are sleepy, go to sleep first. There are not many people left anyway, and they are also low in importance. Not very important targets. I will deal with them just fine." Finn didn't say anything, but walked to the bed with blank eyes, completely unconscious as soon as he fell down. Someone who was fighting alone looked at the remaining nobles on the list. In the notes, the action patterns of these nobles in the past few days were recorded. In the past few days, they were observed to be weird people who went to bed late and got up late, and each had different reasons. Some people stay in their study rooms, burying their heads in numerous documents. Although I haven't read the content of the document, I guess from the nobleman's daytime lifestyle that it may be related to the business he runs. Some people have a colorful nightlife, and are always hanging out in rooms between several women. But he didn't sleep in their room. Instead, after finishing his work, he went back to his own room to sleep. The most special thing is one of them. The reason why this man stayed up in the middle of the night was that he was performing an evil black magic ritual and offering sacrifices to an unknown evil god. I don't know if the other party used people as sacrifices. Anyway, in the past few days that Lin was spying on him, the other party used animal flesh and blood as sacrifices. So we have to wait until these people fall asleep before scaring them. Or just leave it alone. Or, suddenly thinking of the nobleman who held the evil god's sacrifice in the middle of the night. And what Finn said before, Lin had an idea. What these nobles have in common tonight is that no one is in their respective bedrooms. Secondly, these people are rich, and they have stables and horses in their mansions. Just do what comes to mind. Call it a day, and then go to bed early. I haven't stayed up late to watch the stars for a long time. In addition, during this trip, I was very tired whether I walked, took a car, a boat, or an airship during the day. So I went to bed early at night. Like today. In order to greet these nobles, I have to stay up until now. And I have almost reached my limit. It's better to get things done early, so you don't have to insist on doing things while others are asleep. Flash summoned, and took Hakakiri into his hands again. Lin Xian went to the stable of one of the target person's residents, picked an unlucky horse, swung his sword and beheaded it. The next step is to take the horse's head to the target's dormitory and spread the blood flowing out of the section. When no more blood came out, he threw the horse's head on the bed, and it was done. Next, after doing this a few times, tonight's work is over. Of course, someone went back to the hotel, climbed into bed, and fell asleep tiredly. It is estimated that I will sleep until noon again. Someone sleeps soundly. But for the nobles of the Guana Empire in Abaddon City, it is not so comfortable. What someone does with a lich is not something that will give them a good night's sleep. Whether they were awakened by strange noises, or frightened from a nightmare. When they saw the curse text nailed in an obvious place, there was no doubt that it was their second fright. Amidst the hysterical shouting, of course the waiters and guards ran into their master's room, and then saw the incredible scene. It would be okay if there was only a piece of paper with curses written on it. But if it was like them destroying things everywhere, or throwing animal parts everywhere and spreading blood, it would almost scare people crazy. With this move, all the lights in the noble mansion were turned on, and all the people living there woke up. This is of course to find the assassin, who has infiltrated, and to thoroughly investigate everyone in the mansion. Because the situation was serious, these nobles, large and small, all asked their subordinates to be strict and investigate everything carefully. And at the same time, they must be fast. No one can tolerate having their life threatened. However, the requests of the nobles can still be fully implemented in some small families. But in some big families, it has become another arena for struggle. There are endless slanders, and opportunities to make trouble. It can be said that someone's actions just opened the lid of the pressure cooker in these noble families. You know, there is no tacit understanding among nobles in Midland not to use assassination methods. Why are you afraid of being attacked by everyone after breaking the rules? This is a joke. If there is such a tacit understanding, is it still necessary to hire a guard? Is it possible that these big and thick men are just following the head of the house to bully men and women on the street? There is only one reason to prevent the nobles of Midland from using assassination methods. The benefits gained may not close the gap of effort or loss. In the case of rival families, assassinating just one or two people may not necessarily change the policy of the entire other family. On the contrary, it may arouse the other party's emotions and cause greater losses to oneself. Unless the opponent is so weak, killing one or two characters can collapse the entire family. If that were the case, there would be no need for assassination. If there is a fight for inheritance rights, unless all other people with inheritance rights are killed, it is very likely that a third party will benefit. After all, no one is stupid. Everyone can see who has a bad idea and who actually does it. Especially in this kind of matter, there is no evidence at all. It all depends on the mood of those who have the power to make the decision. Another factor is that Midland's killers have no professional ethics at all. After eating, they eat at the next house and eat at the next house. It is their normal operation to eat both left and right. They will not take only a small reward because the target's status is low and protection is lax. When killers take action, they sell their skills, not the value of their target's life. Even if they are just entrusted to kill a beggar, which can be done easily, they will still ask for the most basic level of remuneration, because that is the cost of taking one action themselves. In this case, it is important for the client to find the right intermediary for the killer or assassin. It is also important to see whether the benefits you can obtain after assassinating the target are higher than the killer's reward. If the target is successfully assassinated, but the client is stalked by the killer instead, it will definitely be a loss that outweighs the gain. On Earth, nobles or financial groups might not dare to send their trusted subordinates to do dirty things, for fear that they would be implicated. If there is a real need, of course, it should be left to disposable chess pieces or professionals. But for this kind of dog that has done dirty work and plans to bite back, the nobles and consortium of the earth will not hesitate to send their men to deal with the opponent. They can also kill people and silence them, and paid less. Why not? Why? Even if it gets too big, there's still room for reasoning. After all, the earth is a place where many people have great power. However, there is a mystery of individual power, and killer assassins may not be the ones that can be solved by one's own guards. No matter how many people there are, it is meaningless to those extraordinary people. From another perspective, only those killers who can avoid being killed and silenced by the client after solving the target can survive in the underground world of Lost Land. Because of this, the warning that someone was using methods similar to assassination was another shock to the nobles of Abaddon City. And in the second half of the night, no one among these people with noble blood could sleep. Chapter 534. The second night. Perhaps most of the nobles were idle all day long. But after all, Abaddon City was a military-controlled city. In addition to government affairs, there were also military affairs that needed to be handled every day. Therefore, the nobles who hold official positions in the city, especially those with military status, still abide by the discipline and arrive at the office at the same time. Then after everyone met, they found a similar situation, and everyone's faces were not very good looking. Normally, there would be a few words of teasing, laughing at whether the other person spent the whole night in his mistress's bed. But this time, no one has the spirit to say such nonsense. However, the fact that he was being targeted was not something worth publicizing everywhere. There is no conclusion yet as to whether it was done by political opponents around him, who would dare to reveal it easily. What should be done now is to step up the investigation of all possibilities, and find out who the enemy is hiding in the dark. Although the curse text used to warn people was written about the airship Sid, but few people believe that the goblins or barbarians associated with the Sid can do such a thing. 9 times out of 10. It is an excuse used by political opponents to mislead people. And the reason why he mentioned this matter was probably to attract others' attention with the unaccounted for terrorist weapon. Even so, the noble still found a familiar magician to carefully check the curse words. You must know that the biggest difference between curses and ordinary magic is that the strength of the curse depends on the will of the cursor. Conventional magical means are only used to strengthen the effectiveness of the curse. Ordinary people who suffer from deep hatred may also break out a curse that even a great magician would find troublesome. That's why there are so many cursed and strange objects in Lost Land. Fortunately, the words left by an unknown person in the middle of the night did not have any power, and were about the same level as someone swearing, in addition to those gathered for government affairs. Although the noble banquet originally scheduled for today was held as scheduled, all those who received the invitation also participated as usual. But the atmosphere at the banquet was different from usual. The depressive atmosphere was everywhere from top to bottom. From the waiters walking among the crowd to the banquet host, who should be the center of attention. Today, they all looked at the people around them with sharp or fearful eyes. The nobles were on pins and needles, and their men couldn't relax much. A group of people conducted overt and covert investigations, causing chaos in the city of Abaddon. They even wanted to find the Thieves Guild to get information. But unfortunately, all the capable people had disappeared, and the remaining minions were busy grabbing territory, and were of no use at all. In this way, everyone spent the first day like headless flies. Before going to sleep, not only the number of guards was strengthened, there was even one who was afraid of death, and asked his subordinates to stand in a circle beside the bed. I just hope I can sleep well tonight. But how could such an extravagant wish be easily realized? The same harsh sound as yesterday. The same warning text. And there were even signs of the situation escalating. This is actually some simpler and more threatening methods that Lin, Thun and Hagiri discussed after their first day's experience. Like pre-made hand models, adding a bucket of red ink, and then randomly printing them in someone else's room. And those who set up a human wall next to the bed directly asked the Lich to take action to violently break the opponent's method. The method is also very simple. That is, first hide the appearance, flash into the past, and imprison him forever. And then, in full view of the public, pull out all the weapons of protection, and use them to nail the curse words on the wall. The imprisoned people were forced to stand like this until dawn, until they were kicked and insulted hysterically by the crazy nobles, and they could regain their mobility from the frozen state. The turmoil on the second day was even worse than on the first day. Even in a defensive situation, he still couldn't stop the assassin's greetings. What if the next day he no longer just stapled paper, but directly demanded his life? How could the noble gentleman accept such a silent threat? Almost all the people who could be sent out to investigate the news were sent out, and the noble gentleman no longer had the energy to pretend to be nonchalant. Almost everyone chose to stay behind closed doors, and even the scheduled banquets were cancelled. The upper-class society in Abaddon City seemed to have come to a standstill. It also affects the entire city, which is filled with a tense atmosphere of imminent storm. Since the people above gave the order to die, it was inevitable that the people below would reveal their whereabouts inadvertently, when other people find out that someone is investigating similar things. Of course they approached them cautiously. As soon as they met, they realized they were old acquaintances. Asked again, everyone felt bad. It seems that in Abaddon City, both the big and small nobles have received the same threat. The biggest reason why numerical superiority can be relied upon is that the opponent cannot easily handle such a large number of enemies. So the only choice is to retreat or surrender. But if the numerical advantage is not there, and they are threatened in this way, then they have to notify their respective masters, and deal with them righteously. At first, everyone regarded this threat as a very bad joke. What the nobles want is to find each other, and then give them unimaginable punishment. Even if you can't do it yourself, there are always more powerful nobles in Abaddon City who can do it. But when everyone becomes a target at the same time, and one's own life is really threatened, the nature of the matter is completely different. Because this means that the person hiding in the dark can kill all the prominent people in Abaddon City in one go. If you are safe, you must say some words that share the same hatred and hatred to make others feel that you are on the same side as them. The most ideal situation is that after others suffer losses, you can take advantage of them. But when one's life is already in danger, no one can maintain the same calmness. Even General Javitpur, the top administrator of Abadan City, is the same. Having the power to command the 10th Legion would not bring him any sense of security. Amid layers of vigilance, all the nobles gathered in the city lord's palace to discuss the predicament at hand. Even if it gets late, no one wants to go back. Even if they do go back, I'm afraid no one can sleep. When everyone collected the cursed papers left behind and saw that they were all about the same thing, everyone couldn't help but consider whether this was really the reason why everyone was angry with that person. The Hilda. I don't know who it was. And the nobles all looked at Viscount Nia, who was accompanying the last person. The origin of the relevant matters is not unknown to everyone. It was because his second son caused trouble with a group of barbarians and was severely punished. But the power displayed by that sword was too disgusting, and it disappeared later. So everyone agreed to force the original owner to come forward, regardless of whether the sword is in the opponent's hand or not. You must first determine the source of that disgusting ability, and then try to prevent or avoid it. The most ideal situation is to have that weapon in your own hands. As for the rumor that the sword was Hakakiri, a legendary weapon, this was automatically ignored by all the nobles. Although Hakakiri are rare, every empire has one or two in its collection. It's true that he can choose his master. Even nobles who understand the nature of Hakiri are not willing to own such a legendary weapon. But I've never heard of Hakiri being able to talk. It must be some other magical effect that no one knows about. That's why we need to find out from the original owner. But where those savages went, no one knew. The only clue was the airship owner Todakani, a goblin who had been active in Abadan City. According to the airport management officer, the goblin was not driving his original airship Hindenburg, but came with another airship Sid that was very strange in shape but extremely slow. So if you want to find this group of people, you can only start with the airship. There are only a few methods, which are to restrict the opponent from leaving the ground, prohibit the opponent from trading and supplying, and the third is to seize the ship. However, when it comes to detaining a ship, you have to find a convincing reason. You can't do it just because you want to. Noble. All I know is that those who are reckless are stupid young people who only want to cause trouble. Anyone with some skills would not first give themselves a fig leaf to cover up their true intentions. If we had a few more days to arrange, we could also find a reason to arrest the ship. But before that, we must first cut off the other party's possibility of supply and repair, so that they cannot leave. Regarding the above, in fact, the administrators in Abadan City did not say anything about whether it was okay or not. They just acquiesced to such behavior. The executor will naturally be replaced by others. Unexpectedly, he just nodded silently and pointed out a big trouble for himself. It would be a lie to say that General Javitpur has no resentment in his heart. The people below him were not doing their job well enough to get out of hand, and he was asked to step in to deal with the aftermath. Is there any officer in the empire who is more troublesome than him? Ignoring everyone's words and insulting Viscount Naya without a word, General Javitpur said, Viscount Naya! He knocked on the table to stop others from continuing to speak. Anyway, this is your son who caused the trouble. I only give you 2 days. 2 days to deal with it. If you can't deal with the person who caused this, I will deal with you. The general moved his eyes to the other side with a vague look. The people sitting and standing there were all sergeants. Among them, the last seat in the first row was occupied by Bernia, the eldest son of the Viscount, a young man whom he was originally very optimistic about. But being implicated by his brother, Arcania, Byrenian not only ruined the warriors of the empire, but also ruined another knight he also admired, Farzad, who was expected to reach the transcendent realm. So today's ultimatum is not only for his father, but also for this young man who originally had a bright future. He must make some achievements to give himself a reason to regain his confidence in him. But at this time, a timid noble asked weakly, Give them 2 days? Then, sir, what are we going to do tonight? Javitpur felt a headache when he was asked this question. No one can guarantee that the other party will not come tonight, or that they can find a defensive method in time and sleep well. If all this is not resolved, then you have to endure the other party's warm greetings for another night. What if the other person is crazy and doesn't want to spend one more night? So what if we just kill the sleeping person? Thinking of this, he shuddered, and Javitpur said directly, I will go to the military camp to inspect tonight. The 1st Brigade is ready.
I understand. Yes, my lord.
All the nobles cried out and begged to follow. It was as if that smelly and dirty place was a paradise in reality. Chapter 535, The Third Night. The conspiracy gathered by the nobles was of course under someone's supervision. Even the contents of the conversation were recorded in detail and deciphered. Although the content of the conversation may not be completely correct, the key points should be grasped. Then asked,
It seems that they have made up their mind to gather together tonight. Do you still want to say Lo? You still have to go. If they have the illusion that they can fight with numbers, then things will definitely be endless. It is more beneficial to us to directly break their unrealistic delusions. But why do you still look worried? What's the problem?
Sighing, Lin said,
I'm just surprised. Those nobles don't seem to have a complete grasp of who their opponents are. This would be a bit troublesome. Trouble?
Fin asked, tilting his head. Kaya, who was assisting next to her, looked at her teacher with the same confusion. Lin explained,
For unknown enemies, we will increase the threat of the opponent. We cannot overemphasize it, but we must eventually make peace with the opponent. I am worried that if the identity is exposed, the unknown enemy will become a known enemy.
And when they feel that they have the capital to fight us, things will not end well. What's more, the enemy we face is an imperial noble. You can't see that they all have eyes on their heads. The opponent's arrogance will make things more troublesome. And we don't know who we are. Although Viscount Nia is strictly ordered to solve this matter. How will he solve it? Why bother to think so much for the other party? Even the result we think is the best may not be acceptable to the other party. After all, strength will speak for itself. And the weak can only obey the arrangements. It's really a standard way of thinking.
Lin sighed.
It's you who thinks you're in your hometown. If you want to survive in this world, you have to behave like this,
Fin said decisively, looking at that beautiful and resolute face, staring at people through those serious eyes. There is a feeling of being sucked in by those deep eyes. So convincing. Lin sighed helplessly.
I'm still not used to it.
At night, it was like the plans of the nobles and the speculations of Lin and Fin. Except for a few people who insisted on returning to their mansions to rest. All the other nobles gathered in a military camp somewhere, as if they were afraid of falling asleep. They kept having banquets, dancing, eating, and chatting. There is only one purpose, to cheer up the ones who insisted on returning to their own territory. Except for the one who secretly performed the black magic ceremony, were several baronesses. If they are asked to stay in a military camp with a group of men, even if they can endure such an environment, their reputation will become unacceptable if they spread, even if everyone's behavior in private is not very discreet. After all, it is completely different from putting it on the table and letting others test it. Some outrageous behavior should still be avoided. In addition, several men returned to their mansions peacefully. Lin didn't know what they were relying on at first. Even at night, they made no obvious move to increase the number of guards. After they were asleep and they invaded the other party's dormitory, they discovered that the target person had already left a message first. The content of their message was nothing more than to remove themselves from the incident on the Cid and apologize softly. No one else would see it anyway, unless someone made the letter public. In addition, of course, they also offered some compensation and leave a token so that someone can use this token to get some convenience in certain places. In fact, if you really want to use conspiracy theories to evaluate it, this can also be regarded as a trap. As long as the person who receives the token cannot help but use it, their identity will be exposed in their eyes. However, someone who originally planned to disclose his identity and negotiate with this group of nobles to obtain better terms was certainly not afraid of such a small conspiracy. Then he accepted everything left by the other party with peace of mind and left quietly. From Lin's point of view, a letter stamped with a noble wax seal can also be used as evidence. If the other party later turns against him and refuses to recognize him, throwing this letter away will cause some trouble to the other party. But the baronesses were as usual, frightened when they needed to, and bluffed when they needed to. Anyway, one of the good habits that someone brought from the earth is equality between men and women. What's more, there is no concept of male superiority and female inferiority in MIDI, on the premise that strength is respected. There are still many very strong women who should not be looked down upon by men. And the same is true among nobles. So there is no need to be sympathetic. As for the man who secretly practices black magic rituals, to be honest, it's more troublesome. Because the damage left in the unoccupied dormitory on the first day was actually treated as something similar to a teaching material by the other party. and he carefully preserved it, and even went into the room from time to time to study it at close range. Seeing such a performance, someone knew that this was a strong enemy. In order to achieve the purpose of threatening the other party, one can only change the means. It's just that some people disagree with this approach of sending the devil to hell is too cheap for the other party. So do the opposite and send the devil to heaven. So Lin used a simpler method to deal with it, which was to use pure destruction to replace the ineffective curse of Goblin Totokani. In any case, the other party seemed to be half an expert. If the other party sees that the goblin's writing is strong on the outside but weak on the inside, it would be really embarrassing, and it may also cause bad effects. So hide your clumsiness. After these kittens were dealt with in 2s and 3s, the only ones left were, of course, the most troublesome group of aristocratic men gathered together. Lin and Fin stood in front of the real scene. Kaya and Halumi were not asleep yet, but cheered up. While their 2 division commanders were busy dealing with other people, they observed the action patterns in the military camp to see if there was anything wrong. Vulnerabilities can be exploited.
What's going on? Did you see the reason?
Lin asked the Lich, who had stopped harassing him earlier and was observing the scene with the 2 girls.
Throw a spiritual blast now, and the world will be pure. Ha ha. After killing this group of nobles, there are still thousands of nobles that cannot be killed. So why bother? There is always a simpler way. It's the 3rd night you've been fooling around like this, and you've only achieved a few results.
But was referring to the few nobles who had left letters to persuade them.
This is far from simple. People should also look far when looking at the near. Using killing methods may be easy in the early stage, but how to deal with the endless revenge or pursuit later can be very troublesome. Using the method of destroying the opponent's confidence may be troublesome in the early stage, but generally in this case, there will be no subsequent problems. Compared with endless troubleshooting and fighting, my approach is not the most difficult choice. No matter what you say, you have a point. Not to mention that, I can't think of any good way to deal with this group of people in front of me. After killing them, just throw them into eternal imprisonment and start causing trouble again? This is the last thing I can think of. The easy way. In the barracks,
the army is a very special group. The reactions of a strong army and a weak army will be completely different, and it cannot be generalized. For someone, the worst result is to cause a camp roar. A lot of people die, and then there is no hatred but a big feud. Furthermore, there are many people, and there are many variables. If there is no way to fast in and out, there is no guarantee that any accident will happen.
Have you got an idea?
Fin asked.
Maybe we should keep quiet this time, and put a mark on all of their eyebrows to prove that we can easily take their lives. If we can kill so many people at the same time, there should be no need to do other things to prove it. Come on. Make a mark? Put a blood seal or something. Or maybe draw a tabby cat. Should I praise you for being creative? Or do you have the leisure to do these tricks? It's all done.
After struggling for 3 nights in a row, Lin also yawned. He said listlessly,
Get rid of them early, and come back to bed early.
One person and one Lich set off at the same time in a tacit understanding and headed for the target location. The 1st Brigade of the 10th Legion of the Guana Empire, as the station of the regular army, requires strict defense as the most basic requirement, although it has not reached the level where the wind cannot blow in and birds fly to the ground. There are various open and hidden whistles interlaced to kill all trespassers on the spot. Today, a group of people of noble blood squeezed into this small garrison. It also includes the most powerful guards of each of these nobles. These people have also joined the defense system of the station, and the standards are more stringent than during war. It can be said that the current location where the 1st Brigade is stationed is no less heavily guarded than the Imperial Palace. The lit bonfire almost illuminated the night as if it were day. Everyone mustered their best, guarding every road to the outside and staring at every darkness. This arrangement is almost 3 steps to 1 post, and 5 steps to 1 sentry. No matter how powerful the assassin is, it is impossible to break into the garrison under such vigilance. In addition to manpower, the magicians accompanying the army also had no time to spare. In addition to conventional defensive magic facilities, various detection magics, barriers, and magic circles are reinforced and arranged everywhere in the garrison. The magic stones seemed to cost no money. They were embedded in all places that needed the energy of the magic stones to activate the effectiveness of all magic circles to the maximum level. The great magician accompanying the army even considered that the enemy might use teleportation magic to invade. So he used the magic of space anchor to hinder the location detection of all teleportation type magic in the garrison
and the opening of the portal. These methods are aimed at the existing teleportation magic in Lost Land. But there is countless evidence to prove its effectiveness. No matter which direction the enemy comes from, even if it comes from the sky or the ground, they are confident that they will find it immediately and respond immediately, ensuring the safety of the nobles resting in the garrison. Seeing such a battle, the soldiers did not believe that any intruder could be so bold and capable to break into this dragnet. Then early the next morning, the nobles who got up according to the military camp's schedule found a thumb-sized red dot on each other's eyebrows. And everyone was feeling bad. Even the soldiers who stayed awake all night and guarded everywhere were the same. They don't believe that there are any omissions in the defense deployment. Nor do they believe that there is a traitor leading the way. Nor do they believe that there is really someone who can come and go freely under their noses. However, no matter how much you don't believe it, it is difficult to explain what is happening in front of you. The man hiding in the dark has succeeded again. Chapter 536 Empire. Empire. The strange behavior of the nobles in the past few days has also begun to spread among the common people. The content is all kinds of speculation, guessing, and irresponsible rumors. And the tricks are updated again and again. The only thing that hasn't changed is that the unknown enemy is in the city of Abaddon. The panic among the upper class seems to have nothing to do with the common people. But the unrest in the underground society of Abaddon City also affects the lives of the common people. The big bosses of the local thieves guild disappeared altogether. And it was more likely that they were all dead. The vacant territory was left unmanaged. So ambitious gangsters naturally started to fight for it. Street struggles will inevitably affect the people living on the streets. In the past few days, several vicious fights occurred in Abaddon, resulting in casualties, and even involving innocent people. It is in this atmosphere that people living in the city observe everything with fear every day, fearing that when disaster strikes one day, they will not even know how to run. Lin, Finn and others, who had been busy most of the night, were of course still in bed catching up on their sleep. Others followed the arrangements of the previous few days, and continued to go out to inquire for information, or negotiate with the owners of the workshops everywhere, looking for loopholes. However, the situation they faced was similar to the previous few days. When someone woke up and finished brunch at the same time, he instructed Kaya, who stayed in the hotel, to use the forum index to find Viscount Nia, who was asked to deal with this incident as soon as possible. What on earth would he do? But after all, the forum is not a specialized intelligence gathering organization. It can only flow in it. And it is a message used by users to communicate with each other. And it can be used to piece together the process and truth of the incident. If there is no time for preparation, no relevant eyewitness information, or the blind self-report of the person involved, it is basically impossible to collect any information through the forum. He looked listlessly at the real scene pictures and the forum information compiled by Kaya. Although there is a wealth of information, not much of it is actually useful for the current situation.
What's wrong? You look so weak,
Finn asked aside. Lin said lazily.
It's not something I like to do. It's a bit boring to say the least.
Although some people think that
fighting with others is endless fun.
But the whole thought is about scheming with others, which still makes someone who is a homebody at heart feel various discomforts from a physiological level. Dissatisfied with hearing someone's complaint, Finn pouted and said,
I told you a long time ago that there is a simpler solution. Don't be afraid of the follow-up development. You'll get used to it anyway. Once you get used to it, you become numb. I don't want to be like that.
His head hit the table next to him, and someone spread out on the table, worrying about how long it would take to spend time with this group of nobles before there was someone. And it feels a bit like two people competing in the water to hold their breath. Whoever can't help but come out of the water first loses. Then should I put more pressure on myself and warn those high-ranking nobles? Suddenly, a bright red warning message appeared in the corner of the field of vision. Someone is still acting stupidly. And the black-haired and brown-skinned girl, who has always been calm, and calm rarely shows impatience. She shouted,
Teacher! Teacher! It's not good! Halloumi and the others are surrounded.
I remembered that the warning message was a quick distress signal using the instant messaging system. The part of entering text content is omitted. This is to avoid being attacked, and there is no extra time to open and enter the distress message. This function was added after the two girls experienced the previous attack on the underground sewer, and to be able to ask that wild girl for help. The situation is quite bad. Lin jumped up from the table and asked,
Location. Situation?
Because the entire city of Abaddon is under the surveillance of the Arcane Eye. As long as someone of your own goes out, the program will be specially tracked and recorded. Unless you enter the forbidden magic area, there is basically no chance of losing it. So Kaya quickly marked the location of the wild girl on the real scene in front of her, and presented the situation in the area using a sub-screen. It was on a street somewhere in the city. For some reason, Halumi and Yuzov met the goblin father and daughter. On both sides of the street where they were, soldiers came out in an endless stream and surrounded the four people from front to back. Lin didn't say much. He stretched out his hand, and Hakakiri appeared in his hand. The next moment, he appeared on the street next to Harumi and others. Although it took a breath, then also appeared, facing the soldiers on the other side. On the side Lin was facing. At the end of the team, the knight riding on the war horse was one of the targets of special attention these days. Byrinia, captain of the 10th Brigade of the 10th Legion of the Guana Empire. The two gorgeous military pillars following him showed that the soldiers he brought out were the regular army of the Empire, not some unknown and miscellaneous troops. However, the sudden appearance of Lin and Fen did not cause any disturbance to the enemy. Only behind Byrinia was a man who was not wearing standard weapons and shouted hysterically,
"It's them! It's them! I just said that I had seen the blonde woman, and there was absolutely nothing wrong with catching her." Suddenly, I was also impressed by the face of the two people who appeared. And the man was the one who handed the magic sword to the second young master. Yes, it was the ordinary-looking long sword in his hand. It's that magic sword that slanders the second young master and your family.
Well, letting other people walk around on the street is somewhat like luring the snake out of its hole. But when you listen to what the other person says, you only pay attention to what the woman looks like. But someone didn't have time to complain. Lin had thought about many situations of meeting, but he really hadn't imagined the situation in front of him. He was just thinking about what kind of opening remarks he should use to bring this matter to an end, when the person opposite had already spoken first.
"Magic! It seems that I mistakenly thought that you were barbarians, but it was just a ridiculous disguise. Are you ready to pay the price for your actions in recent days?"
Byrinia said loudly.
"I don't want to start a meaningless massacre. If you cherish your life, just retreat. Now that you have found me, I will give you a chance to talk."
Lin shook his head helplessly. Acting too weak on such an occasion will only ruin the previous layout. But being too tough in front of the army was not part of his plan. As expected, when faced with someone's serious threat, the soldiers and officers of the 1st Brigade did not take it seriously from top to bottom. They just remained silent. Only the man who recognized Halumi and the others laughed and said,
"Aha! Are you kidding me? If you have such ability, why did you use despicable means in the first place? You are a despicable villain. Nyata."
Flash. Behead. Cruel words need not be said. Lifting the bloody head in front of him, Lin carried Hakakiri and said,
"I said, I don't want to start a meaningless killing. Leave."
It's a pity that a mere human head can't scare away the warrior in front of him. The heavily armored soldiers in the front row raised their shields and stepped forward in unison, making an ear-splitting noise with an astonishing momentum. The middle row was filled with spears like a forest, and they stamped their feet on the ground, which was equally majestic. The few people who were protected behind them, the goblin father and daughter, had never seen such a scene before. The two of them hugged each other and shivered. Yuzov and Halumi had seen big scenes, but they had never seen such a powerful army. They couldn't help but tighten their weapons. Even if someone looks at such a momentum, he may not change his face on the surface, but in his heart he feels that there is nothing he can do to be good today. Realizing that the people around him were killed, Byrinia showed no fear. He drew out his sword, pointed at the enemy in front of him, and said,
"Magician, do you think that such a threat can make the Empire surrender? Soldiers, raise your arms gun."
On both sides, the soldiers in the front row formed a dense formation. The spear also stretched out from the shield formation like a hedgehog. The tip of the spear and the surface of the shield were polished to a shiny, gorgeous, and deadly finish. Byrinia, who put on his helmet, issued an ultimatum and shouted,
"Magic, throw down your weapons and surrender. Otherwise, die. There is no third way for you to go."
Hearing this sentence, Lin was so angry that he trembled. There are people who negotiate like this, and they will cut off people's escape routes without even talking. It means that they have pulled out the army. But it seems that there is no intention to talk about it. The regular troops of the Guana Empire, who were outflanking them from the front and back, had no intention of stopping, just as someone had guessed. Without waiting for a reply from the magician in front of him, Byrinia took his silence as a sign of resistance and put down his mask. The magic attached to this set of high-level armor specially made by the Empire was also activated at the same time, raising the defense to the highest level. Byrinia raised his right hand and shouted to the left and right,
"Soldiers, raise your bows."
Only then did Lin notice that there were archers at the end of the team. Heavy armor in the front row. Archers in the back row. Ready to kill from the beginning.
"Take!"
Bailey failed to shout out all the orders. And the person he had been wary of suddenly appeared in front of him. This was the opponent's strategy he noticed when the servant next to him, who knew who was leading the way, was killed. The enemy magician is right-handed, so the attack from the front is a swing from the left. And because the horse's head is in front, the angle and direction of the opponent's attack are limited. Place the mithril sword in your hand diagonally on the left block, and prepare to release your strength before counterattacking according to the situation. Most of the powerful spells that magicians bless for themselves cannot break through their own specially crafted exclusive armor. As long as you don't lose your balance immediately, there are several moves you can use to counterattack the enemy and solve this trouble in one go. But why doesn't his sword feel like a weapon? Why has the world turned red? I am still riding steadily on my war horse. But why has my field of vision become lower and crooked? And I want to give an order to continue the attack. But why can't I make a sound? The world seemed to be spinning. And in a blink of an eye, he was directly opposite the army. However, he couldn't continue thinking. Byrinia seemed to understand something, and his thoughts always stayed at the previous moment. Clutching his helmet, Lin tried to shout,
"Your commander has... Archer team, follow my orders. Set up arrows. Heavy armor team,
follow my orders. Set up shields. Archer team, follow my orders. Heavy armor team. Soldiers."
The death of the commander did not slow down the pace of this army. Everywhere junior officers took over command, and none of them were preparing for retreat. The lower-level officers gave different orders, but they all said together with a tacit understanding,
"Crun against the thieves of the Empire. For the glory of the Empire.
Let go.
Forward."
Attack orders sounded from everywhere. Chapter 537 White Destruction Light. The heavily armored troops did not rush to charge. At least they had to wait for the first wave of arrows to land. The bowstrings loosened by the archers made a uniform loud noise, shaking the chests of all those on the battlefield. The Empire's special arrows have a unique whistling sound when flying due to the design of their barbs and blood grooves. In the ears of thieves and enemies of the Empire, such a sound is called the Call of Death. The arrows fired have the effect of destroying demons or piercing armor, and each one is an expensive magic arrow. The Guana Empire's long-range advantage can be said to be the most powerful in the world. The archery skills inherited from the elves have been lost to the archers of the Empire, and countless magicians or warcraft have been lost. But the army of archers never felt proud, nor did they make any noise, talk, or disturb the ranks. On the battlefield, they will only skillfully take out the second arrow from the quiver, put it on the bow, and wait quietly for the next order. If the enemy is approaching, he will put his hand on the dagger on his right waist and wait for the command to fight hand to hand. According to past experience, the distance between the forward and the enemy should give them a chance to fire a wave of arrows before they launch a charge. As long as everyone waits for the commander's order and everyone shoots in unison, the maximum power can be exerted. With just 1 or 2 arrows, a skilled warrior can easily dodge or block them. But hundreds or thousands of arrows can make people miss one and greatly increase the hit rate. This is also the biggest reason why long-range troops launch attacks together. But before the squadron commander's order came, the sky turned dark. But it was not long after noon, and it was not yet dark for dinner. This does not mean that soldiers who think this way are all foodies, but the regular life of the army allows them to roughly judge the current time through their own physiological conditions. But it's dark when it shouldn't be. Is it an effect of magic? The last thing that caught the archer's eyes was dense, layer upon layer of white light, like a web, sweeping across the entire night. Compared to them, the heavy-armored soldiers in the front row were either lucky or unlucky. The heavy-armored soldiers who were advancing sullenly had no idea what was going on, and they all turned into dice made of 1 centimeter cube, including the armor worn, the weapons in hand, the items carried, the magic adamantine shield blocking the front, and the arrows thrown from the sky, whether it is the sergeants in the front row or the back row, or the vehicles ridden by senior officers after the war horse, and the fine net woven by the light swept across the entire street. It turned into a landscape paved with blood and debris. Before and after, no one survives or even stands. When the night ended, only Lin and the other 6 stood in the center of this lish scene. At this time, Halloumi performed exceptionally, and used the magical wind barrier to defend the 6 people's long-range weapons. If the archery teams flanking the front and rear perform normally, the rain of arrows will arrive as expected, and the wind barrier will only have time to intercept some of the arrows, and may even be broken by the demon breaking effect attached to the arrows. Her efforts would have been meaningless. But now, only some fragments pass through the light network, maintaining their original kinetic energy, and sparsely falling towards everyone's heads. And this part was blocked by the wind barrier and slid to the side. It was supposed to be a time to rejoice in the survivors, but everyone just stared blankly at the bloody street in front of them. Looking at this familiar scene, Halloumi even covered her mouth and muttered, "White destruction light." Occasionally, metal objects bathed in a pool of blood became dull. It is hard to imagine that a moment ago, a majestic and mighty army stood on this street. If they were not on the opposite side of being punished, such a team would definitely be the envy of men and the admiration of women. But now, all that is gone, compared with the few people who were frightened and didn't know how to react. Lin's suppressed emotions finally broke out at this moment. After days of calculating and planning, gritting his teeth and doing things he didn't like, he was ultimately defeated by his own miscalculation. That mistake was to regard the army in front of him as the motley army he had dealt with before, regardless of whether they look as fierce as tigers or as timid as mice when they fight. When an army has mid-level officers, like Roman legion centurions, and no casualties will cause the morale of the army to be shaken or the entire command system to be paralyzed. This is an incredibly strong army. Even if their commander is as stupid as a pig, it can't hide the fact that their soldiers are quite good. Such a determined army will certainly not be swayed by someone's small actions that are not on the table. In the end, they can only go to the point where the bayonet is red, and they can tell the difference in a head-on confrontation. However, none of this should have happened. "You?" Lin shook his hand and said angrily, "Go back to the hotel by yourself. There is no need to go to other places. Kaya, give me the marking points of all members of the Viscount Nia family." "Kaya isn't here." Halfway through Halloumi's words, his teacher disappeared from sight. Only then did she remember that since she had sent out a distress signal, her teacher had also appeared. Then that companion must be surrounding the real-life map of Abaddon City, monitoring everything that happens here. The elder sister who came to the side gently patted the blonde girl on the shoulder and said, "Your teacher is getting more and more exaggerated. I can't figure out whether I have hacked the Demon King before, or he has hacked the Demon King before." Although Finn was joking, he suddenly realized the ambiguity in his words. He was speechless and quickly changed the topic and asked, "You just mentioned the white destructive light. Is this the name of this magic?" As the center of the conversation, the girl suddenly became the center of attention of the remaining living people. The white destructive light she mentioned before, although the volume was not loud, still reached everyone's ears. At least, it wasn't any known magic. Halloumi, as if waking up from a dream, excitedly pointed at the mess and said, "This is not magic. This is a defensive magic trap previously set inside the tower of the Great Sage." Everyone just remembered what the man's previous identity was. And that tower, which was gradually forgotten by history, has created many miracles in this era. As for the traps in the magic tower, "Your teacher, you are really getting more and more exaggerated." Although the lich who once lived in the magic tower has not seen the defensive traps in the tower being activated, it does not prevent her from studying the characters depicted in the Great Sage. The magic array pattern in the tower of the tower. It was the same as the flash technique. The reason why she didn't plan to teach it to the two girls, who had been pestering her several times, and said they wanted to learn it, was because it was simply not a magic that a human body could cast. She was able to use the flash technique because she was completely different from humans in terms of flesh and blood. It is even different from all known creatures, even among the dragons. Except for their size, she could confidently say that in terms of physical excellence, the dragons were far inferior to the current Fenitiker. Not to mention gods. Strictly speaking, they are creatures belonging to different dimensions. But that man is still a pure human being. Although he is slightly different from the human race in the Lost Land, his physical strength is not much different from that of the two girls. At most, he is the same as an adult man and a newly grown girl. It's just the difference between them. It was enough for her to be surprised that such a person could use the flash technique. And now he could use the magic tower that the girl said to defend traps. This was no longer like a human being, but different from what she was feeling, and different from what Yuzov and the goblin father and daughter were shocked by. The blonde girl seemed to be worried about something else. She looked at her sister worriedly and asked, "The teacher is going to find the family members of Viscount Nia. Is that okay?" He hasn't always wanted to do it. You also said, it's just that he doesn't want to. It's not that he can't. And he is not a big shot with compassionate thoughts. He is just a small person who is afraid of trouble. But since he was forced to take action, I guess his idea was to stop before he stopped. Eliminate all the hidden dangers that may become troubles in the future. Anyway, in the subsequent negotiations with the nobles, there is no difference between him killing one person and killing 100 people. Seeing that the girl was still struggling with the conflict between compassion and reality, then did not interrupt her own thinking. Everyone's growth always generates sparks in this constant conflict and agitation, and they find their own direction. The man didn't want to be too forceful and leave his own style on the two girls. She also agreed with this approach. And right now, she had another thing to explain. Then turned to look at the trembling goblin father and daughter, leaning against each other, and said, Totokani, I hope that you are surrounded this time because of the mistakes you made accidentally. The goblin who was named stiffened up and trembled. Then he steeled himself and smiled flatteringly. Surfin, I don't quite understand what you mean. Did you misunderstand something? For example, if you want to create an opportunity for magicians to clash with the regular army of the Empire, you shouldn't ask a goblin who has trouble holding anything other than a wrench to charge. So, just bang. Bang! Bang! You can figure it out yourself later. I won't help you think too much. How is this possible? How is this possible? The goblin said in a panic, sweating coldly, his ugly green face so wrinkled that it was almost crowded together. Pointing to the scarlet color, Finn said, Do you see the situation before you? If it falls into my hands, you will know how luxurious it is to join them. After giving the warning, then he turned around to leave and said at the same time, Let's go. It's time to go back. It's a long way to go back to the hotel. Sister, isn't this? Halumi asked hesitantly, looking at the bloody and atrocious scene in this place. Yuzov, who had been silent, then said, Don't worry. The people here will clean up the mess by themselves. In other words, it is necessary to let them clean up by themselves. Otherwise it will be in vain that your teacher has done all this. Then looked at the man who spoke with interest. For this former adventurer of the Ikaruga Alliance, she would follow someone shamelessly, and she could more or less guess what the other person was thinking. Anyway, it is definitely not like the story someone often tells, where the protagonist shakes his body and makes thousands of people fall to their knees. And the other party's current attitude is that he is standing on someone's side. And he even seems to be more determined than the goblin. She is very curious about what Yuzov is thinking now. Of course Yuzov could understand the thoughts that the former demon king had in his gaze. He said, I just don't want you to kill innocent people indiscriminately. It doesn't mean that I want to watch you being bullied by others. These are two different things. The reason why the members of the Turtle Dove Alliance cause headaches is because they are unreasonable to protect one's own people. This is not an organization formed by the Holy Mothers. Chapter 538 Bad News. On the fourth day, General Javipur sat in the government chamber. Although he planned to deal with the accumulated documents, he seemed to be absent-minded, including the subordinates who assisted on the left and right. They also had a similar attitude. Viscount Nia was very early in the morning, but he vowed that the matter would end today. The general of the 10th Army and other noble officers, who had not been able to sleep well for 3 consecutive days, certainly did not want the situation to remain the same on the 4th day. So he was fully expecting a reply with good news. The first news received in the afternoon was from the messenger of the 10th Brigade, notified that the whereabouts of some enemies have been found, and they are preparing to surround them, capture them alive, and lure out the mastermind behind them. This made everyone in the government affairs hall, except the general, cheer a little. Although Javipur felt slightly dissatisfied with Bernia's unauthorized use of the army, but because of the abnormality of his opponent, he also believed in his heart that this was not something that ordinary family guards, adventurers, or mercenaries could solve. If it were him, he would also choose to use regular troops. Therefore, Javid did not issue a warning or reprimand, which was regarded as tacit approval of such actions. The army has been dispatched, so this incident should be solved. The excellence of the Guana regular army and its adaptability to various targets are obvious to all in the Lost World. Otherwise, it would be impossible to maintain such a territory, resist the evil intentions of neighboring countries, and in turn expand in all directions. Although national wars happened more than 100 years ago, this does not mean that the army has no opponents to fight. King-level monsters and monster armies in the natural environment, as well as individual extraordinary-level rebels.
In this dangerous world, no place is truly safe, and no civilization can escape the protection of the army. But after waiting until night, what finally arrived was unbelievable news. The 10th Brigade was completely wiped out. This was the information passed back by Javitper's most trusted lieutenant. Regarding such a serious word, total annihilation. Everyone showed expressions of disbelief. This is not a deadly ambush in the wild with no way to escape. Even if the 10th Brigade had experienced 3 days ago, they had to encircle and suppress a knight who was qualified to challenge the extraordinary realm and suffered a lot of losses. But not counting the injured soldiers who have not returned to the army, the brigade still retains more than half of its combat strength. At least 600 people. Are these people all pigs? Being killed one by one? Not even one person could run back to ask for help or inform follow-up news. So they all died? Javitper looked serious and asked,
"What's going on? Where is Bailey? Where are the people from the 10th Brigade?" "General, I received a report from the citizens about the total destruction of the 10th Brigade, because the other party did not provide any evidence. They only said that I would see it myself and I would understand. Considering that the matter was very important, I ran there myself, trip, and used the camera magic stone that is now used in the forum to bring back the following on-site photos."
This young adjutant, who has no noble status but is quite capable in business affairs and very handsome, embedded the camera magic stone he carried into a special magic circle. He also used the large water mirror screen in the government affairs office to display the photos he took one by one. These are new things in the past few years, but I have to say, they are really convenient. There are no broken soldiers or limbs on the screen. It's just the street scene of Abaddon City, and the ground is just red. Javitper felt like he was wasting his time at this inexplicable scene and asked displeasedly,
"So, what do you want me to see? A red street?"
As soon as he said this, he felt it too. Something is wrong. Red streets? From the tall towers and flags of the buildings in the distance, you can roughly tell that this is the city of Abaddon. But where are the red streets in the city? The handsome young adjutant said seriously with a very serious expression.
"General, the flesh and blood on the ground are the soldiers of the 10th Brigade."
Selecting photos to present, the young adjutant explained what he saw one by one. In a close-up photo, the familiar brassy remains are faintly visible.
"This is the military pillar of the 10th Battalion. You can probably see the eagle's head that was cut into pieces on the ground, as well as the wing tips."
Another picture changed. This was a piece of metal that had lost its luster, but it can still be seen that this is part of the officer's armor. It should be where the shoulder armor is, because of the obvious spiked root shape. The young adjutant pointed at several nearby metal fragments at the same time.
"This should be the remains of Captain Byrenia. No one except him made this specially made Imperial armor from similar materials. And this special luster and rough surface are its characteristics."
The next picture shows the boundary between the white ground and the red ground. Although the blood spread, the body parts did not.
Based on the situation at the scene, it is estimated that this is the position of the forward heavy armor. On the screen, you can see fragments of the Imperial Standard Tower shield, as well as part of the badge pattern. Although the pattern is very scattered, you can still distinguish the fence, lion head, and snake tail characteristics.
Switching to the last picture, the young adjutant's hands left the operating position and faced everyone.
On the screen, you can see a clean area between a pool of blood, which is presumed to be the location of the magician who was surrounded at that time. According to a child who witnessed the whole process, there were 4 people surrounded at first. 2 humans, 2 a goblin. Later, 2 more people, a man and a woman, suddenly appeared in the encirclement. After the army began to attack and the archers fired the first wave of arrows, the street was suddenly shrouded in a star-filled night. And then, there was a dense network of white light. In less than a breath, when the street returned to daylight, the ground was covered with the remains of the 10th Brigade. Except for the child, there were several adults who witnessed the passage. After the confession, it can be confirmed that all the sergeants and soldiers of the 10th Battalion used by Byrenia must have been killed.
Javitper, who looked bitter, did not want to admit it, but it seemed that the evidence was conclusive. He asked with difficulty,
"Did the enemy use forbidden spells? What were the civilian casualties?"
By asking this question, he actually wanted to blame the Magicians Association. The reason why strategic level magic is called a forbidden spell is that its ability to cause mass destruction can easily harm innocent people. And this is something that is not allowed by the world. It's not that me devalues human lives. In war, What the army does is countless times more cruel than magicians, who use strategic magic. Such an excuse is just a reason for nobles to restrict magicians. The magistrates know that this is just an excuse for the nobles. But they cannot make high-profile anti-humanity and anti-civilization declarations. They can only become cats with bells tied on them. But we have sent out troops to encircle and suppress magicians. Why don't we allow them to use forbidden spells? This cannot be justified no matter how hard it is. Strategic-level magic was originally allowed to be used in wars against armies. This means that it is difficult to get rid of this pot. However, the young adjutant's answer made him feel even more desperate.
General, according to the results of my inspection of nearby residents, there are no additional losses of personnel or houses. And according to the imperial military regulations, no unrelated people are allowed to stay or pass within a distance 2 meters near the queue. Fighting the area needs to give priority to the evacuation of civilians. As long as the officers and soldiers of the 10th Brigade do not forget to strictly abide by military regulations and exclude all irrelevant people in advance, there will be no innocent people in this killing area. And,
listening to the young adjutant's hesitant look, Javid said dissatisfiedly,
"And what? Say it!" According to the witnesses who visited nearby, they all testified that the magician did not spend any time chanting before the terrifying magic was activated. The possibility of it not being a forbidden spell is very high.
As we all know, strategic magic, which is classified as a forbidden spell, has a wide range of influence and great destructive power. Magicians or magician battle groups need time to chant and brew. This is not done casually. Can be used. But if what his beloved and handsome adjutant said was true, how could Javipur, a soldier, not understand what it meant? As if all his strength had been pulled out, Javipur held his head in a state of disbelief and asked,
"Where is Viscount Nia? I have other reports regarding the Viscount. Tell me, how could it be worse? Viscount Nia, who is working in the Department of Commerce, has been killed." According to the description of the adults, who were also in the Department of Commerce at the time, the assassin suddenly appeared in the Department of Commerce and then disappeared suddenly. When he reappeared, he had already appeared in the Department of Commerce, next to the Viscount. He cut off the Viscount's head with a sword and disappeared again. Is it that person? It should be him.
Javid Pool originally had a guess. Now that it is confirmed that that person does have the ability to appear and disappear, it still makes people feel desperate. But the handsome young adjutant did not stop reporting there. Instead, he continued,
"General, there are several vicious murders in the city that must be reported to you. How long has it been? Why do you still need to worry about these things?
Seeing that the young adjutant had no intention of retreating, Javid waved his hand.
"Forget it. If you have to say something, just say it." "Yes, General. According to the sheriff's report, Arcania died in a brothel. The murderer was a male magician who suddenly appeared and used a long sword to split the person in half. There is also the 3rd Battalion. The 6th Squadron leader Alder Hill was killed during training. Resania was killed in the family's Chamber of Commerce."
The young adjutant reported more than a dozen murder cases in a row, involving men and women, old and young. It seemed like today was some kind of ghost day, with murderous ghosts running around the city. But the more people heard, the more something was wrong. Speaking of the common point of these murders, it is the last name of these deceased people, Nia. This means that the entire Viscount Nia family has been dealt with. But the second person's surname is not Nia. The promising young man is even just a commoner without a surname. Why?
Is that child in the 3rd Brigade the one rumored to be the illegitimate son of Viscount Nia?
Javid Pool suddenly remembered.
Yes, General. That's the one.
Chapter 539 The Enemy Is. Seeing the young adjutant nodding his head in agreement without hesitation, Javid realized something. He asked with difficulty,
"As far as you know, is there anyone alive in Viscount Nia's family? What is the situation in the Viscount's territory? I have not investigated the details, but in Abaddon City, all the confirmed blood relatives of Viscount Nia are dead, regardless of the main line or the branch line. Everyone's wife or out-marriage his daughter will not be left alive."
Understand the meaning of what the young man in front of me said. The noble sitting in the Government Affairs Hall said feebly.
In other words, there is no one who can even raise the banner of blood revenge. He should be praised for his clean and neat work. Who is his opponent? Who is that? I have some guesses about this,
the young adjutant said in surprise. It also immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the Government Affairs Office. Javipur had a headache about the unknown enemy. Is there anything more ridiculous than being beaten to the point of crying? and not even being able to figure out who was beating the person. So when he heard about his trusted adjutant and guessed who his opponent might be, he only said one word. Say! Because Javid knew that his handsome adjutant would never act without aim. The guesses he dared to say in front of him were all with a certain degree of certainty.
The other party may be the rumored lich that was defeated by the brave 1,000 years ago. The resurrected demon King Tikal and his party.
The young adjutant came to a conclusion directly. Faced with the guest answer, Javidpur responded with two simple words.
Reason? From the testimony of Arcania's entourage, we learned that in addition to the 2 known goblins, the other party had 4 dwarves, 2 men and 2 women. Among the 3 human men, there was an old man. And among the 3 human women, there was an old man, a mature and beautiful woman. The remaining 2 are young girls. And finally there is a child. Although this number does not match the number of Demon King Tikal and his party, the key number is consistent, which means that the other party may be there. Later, new companions joined. Secondly, the magician who handed over the magic sword claimed that his weapon that could see through people's hearts and speak was Hakiri. This was also witnessed by Demon King Tikal and his party on the perimeter. The information is consistent. However, we can't confirm whether the magic sword is really Hakiri. Nor can we confirm whether the rumored information that Demon Lord Tikal and his party possess Hakiri is correct. However, I got the most crucial clue. It was a document I saw on the Viscount's desk while investigating the death case of Viscount Nia.
As he spoke, the young adjutant respectfully presented several blood-stained documents to his superior. General Javidpur glanced casually at the report from the airship port. Viscount Nia is responsible for matters related to airships in Abaddon City, so it is not surprising to see such things on his desk. The handsome young adjutant continued.
The content of this report is about the fact that in the morning, Viscount Nia issued an order to the airport security officers to seize the airship Sid. However, all the security officers who boarded the airship were seized by the airship. The guardian on the ship was killed. According to reports from those who did not board the ship after they escaped, the guardian of the Sid was an elemental creature, but it had a haggard head like a zombie. It used a broad sword with a blade. It flashes with light and makes an unusual sound. Based on the characteristics of the weapon, it is speculated that it may be the secret weapon of the Karlsruhe Empire's dragoons, the ship-cutting knife.
When someone heard this, they shouted anxiously,
What? Are they spies from Karlsruhe?
In an instant, everyone regarded the speaker as an idiot. It was clearly said before that it was Demon King Tikal who
got it done.
So why did he involve Karlsruhe's spies again? Javidpur didn't bother to explain to his brainless subordinate, and said directly to his adjutant,
Keep talking. Okay.
After the salute, the young adjutant continued to speak, but he still explained verbosely.
It is impossible for a spy to bring out a country's secret weapon to perform tasks, especially when this weapon is so conspicuous. Secondly, according to rumors, John the ship's sword was not a research invention of the Karlsruhe Empire, but was obtained from the hands of other magicians. That person was the magician who traveled with Demon King Tikal, and related things were also there. When they traveled through Vader's military kingdom, they caused an uproar. Although it ended up being nothing, that thing is just a rumor. No matter how you think about it, it can't be true. That's right. I have heard those rumors, and I just thought it was funny. If the content of the rumors is true, those people who have been how could the mad dog, who was clamoring for a fight, let him pass through the entire military country and leave unscathed?
I heard that they slaughtered a city and even destroyed the magic tower. How is this possible?
Well, ha ha.
A group of people seemed to be trying to ease the tense atmosphere, laughing at the unbelievable rumors, especially the rumors involving another empire. As countries of the same level, there is no friendly atmosphere among the 5 empires. Various derogatory terms are used without scruples in private situations. But smiling and laughing, everyone stopped laughing. If those rumors were true, and the group of people left that mad dog country safely, what would it mean? Even if they belittle each other, being able to maintain their current territory and use the name of empire is the best proof of their strength. And in a country like this, what other reason could there be for letting these people go? The empire is not the top existence in Lost Land. There are gods and extraordinary individual martial arts in this world. In the face of these existences, even if the empire can defeat its opponents, will the war dividends gained be greater than the losses? If not, then what's the point of fighting an opponent to the death? In the history of Midland, it is not that there has not been a declaration declaring that any personal force
that may threaten the country should not exist in the world. They even went so far as to subjugate, control, or kill the capable people within the country one by one. Ultimately, none of these countries survive to this day, because the people they cannot tolerate have become the sharp daggers of the hostile country, piercing the chests of those who betrayed them in the name of the country. Or when faced with a natural counterattack, they simply couldn't find enough force to confront the King of Warcraft. Nowadays, all the countries in the Lost Land have found a way to get along with this kind of people. Basically, as long as there is no mortal enemy, I would rather send the other person away than kill him. But the number of such people is very small, and most people may not meet one in their lifetime. What if we really encounter it? As the top leader of a region, how should you choose? Holding his head, Javidper felt like he had been cheated. If it weren't for the recognized trouble in Abaddon City in Arcania, he would definitely turn the trouble into a corpse himself. This was good. He had even killed all the people he could anger. But now is not the time to be angry or looking for someone to express your anger to. The other party killed all of Viscount Nia's family and buried half of the Legion soldiers with them. This meant that the other party was no longer satisfied with the intimidation tactics used in the past few days. He must find a solution immediately. Otherwise he may not survive tonight. The opponent is the Demon King Tikal,
General Javidper murmured. The word devil is mostly used for people who can easily destroy the world, or control the entire world through violence and terror. In the history of Lost Land, there were not many people named Demon King. Tikal is the closest to modern times, and is also the last Demon King. The heaviness of its noun can still be felt by people even if they were not in that era. So most people would rather not believe it than admit that the devil is resurrected.
No, General. I have reason to believe that it was not the Demon King who did these things. Oh, who is that?
As if there is a glimmer of hope for life, he plunges into this uncertain future. Javid asked hastily.
It should be the male magician in Demon King Tikal's group, Guy Black Stripwood. This name, I've never heard of it. He is the creator of the Forum and the resurrected master of the Tower of the Great Sage. It is said that he is the only human being who is not a member of the Turtle Dove Alliance, but has been able to enter the High Council.
Maybe the last rumor is not credible, but the first two achievements are real, and no one can deny them. The Forum is the most magical and important magical creation in recent years. Even nobles or simple soldiers cannot ignore the convenience brought by this weapon. Unfortunately, this thing cannot be controlled by the Empire. In fact, no one knows how to control it, not even its creator. As for the second item, the Abyss invasion a few years ago was a major event that spread throughout the entire Land of Mystery. Perhaps countries outside the Southwest Peninsula are limited by the division of national borders and cannot send their troops to the location where the Gate of the Abyss is scheduled to open. However, the forces and supplies of the Magician Association and various divine churches were unabashedly concentrated toward the southwest, as if preparing to start a holy war. In response, several major empires either sent special envoys or appointed adventurers they could trust. After confirming the news about the Gate of the Abyss, they also began to prepare for the upcoming realm war. In the end, these preparations failed to come in handy, and the Gate of the Abyss, which was feared by people, was also closed by the Abyss on its own initiative within 1 day of being fully opened. This unprecedented ending was due to the 3-story magic tower guarding the door, originally almost forgotten by the world. The magic tower was built by the great sage Adley himself. It took on a new vitality in this era and directly killed an Abyss Lord, Dianyuk. These things were recorded in the chronicles of the Church of the Gods. Even some believers who worship demons could tell that the great king, who was not dead, had become the laughing stock of the demons in the Abyss. But no demon would dare to open the Gate of the Abyss in the same position again. The ferocity of that tower remains unexplained. And the magician who remodeled the tower appeared again, just when he had almost forgotten about this person. As soon as they met, a big problem was posed before them. Although he is not yet old, the general who already has a few gray hairs is about to cry. But, with such a person as an opponent, would it be better than facing that Demon King? Chapter 540 Hope of Ending. Taking the commander's troubles into consideration, especially when they are not simply at a loss, but have no direction at all. As an adjutant, of course, you must make timely suggestions.
General, actually if the opponent is this male magician, it might be easier to solve.
Now clueless, Javidper is hungry for any advice. So he looked seriously at his favored lieutenant and nodded.
Go on. From the first day.
Although the other party sneaked into all the nobles' mansions and left warnings, he actually did not kill anyone. In other words, The other party did not want to make the matter a big deal. It was purely because of the adults. He was afraid of the sword that would reveal the secrets of people's hearts. So he took the initiative to target the airship Sid, which was related to the sword holder, hoping to force the opponent out. It was not until today that Byrenia used the army, and the situation broke out in one fell swoop. The Naya family members are dead, but it can be seen that the other party still controls the situation within a certain range. Otherwise, if the other party really intends to provoke a full-scale war, his first target should be you, the general. The people in the government affairs office are not just a viscount and his family. It is unreasonable to say that the other party is not familiar with the power organization of Abaddon City. After all, even the residences and bedrooms of your lords have been clearly touched. Although I don't know where their information came from, it is definitely not a case of ignorance. In addition, several adults made good progress with my suggestions yesterday. Tell me more details. What happened? Yes, General. Baron Yazdan and several other adults felt a little dissatisfied and uneasy about being implicated in Viscount Nia's personal affairs. So I gave them a suggestion. And of course I also said so. Reasons and possible risks.
Javed Pool thought seriously about the names mentioned by the adjutant for a long time before he remembered who they were. In the city of Abaddon, these people are all small nobles who belong to the French people. They have no sense of existence and no strength. And the reason why I can still think of them is because when all the nobles gathered in the military camp last night, these few people were not present in the military camp. And he didn't care about what happened after they stayed in their respective mansions. Because everyone in my group has been marked. It won't be much better if they are left alone. Javed thought. But the adjutant would mention it. Did they have different experiences?
What was the advice you gave? And what happened after that? I suggest that the adults leave a letter in the room where they sleep. The content is to explain the whole story, apologize, and then leave compensation. However, the adults are not able to come up with any good compensation. So I suggest they can leave a token belonging to their family and indicate the places where they can provide assistance based on the token. Then the person who takes it can make requests to those places according to their own needs. This is of course limited and must be done. Let me explain in advance. My other intention is that when that person uses any of the named places, we can trace the identity of the other party. Of course, we have already informed you in advance of the possible dangers of doing so. Adults, and they were all willing to cooperate. In the end, the results seem to be quite good. What do you mean by everything is not bad?
Javipur felt the hope in his heart getting bigger and bigger, and couldn't help but ask.
Baron Yazdan and several other adults seem to have had a good sleep last night without being disturbed again. And after they woke up, they all found that the tokens they had deliberately left behind, including letters, had been taken away. Solved. It seems so, General. So what do you think tonight?
Guessing that his superior wanted to use the same trick to solve this matter. However, he still needed to make some suggestions and said,
General, it may not work if we use the same method again. After all, no one sent out troops to encircle and suppress them yesterday. Before that, they didn't hurt anyone. But today they assassinated Naya.
All members of the family have certain risks if they still use this method.
Yes, you have to bet on whether the other party's anger has subsided. When it comes to their own lives and the lives of their family members, no one among the noble officers in the government affairs office wants to take such a gamble. Seeing that they were silent again, the handsome young adjutant said,
Actually, I have found the hiding place of this group of people. Well, in fact, they did not hide themselves deliberately. What's wrong with you?
Javed Pool's evaluation of his adjutant's ability was quite high, but it was beyond his expectation that it could reach such a high level.
Because I am a person related to the Cid. After what happened, I asked the sheriff to secretly investigate all the hotels in the city. After the airship Cid arrived, the outsiders who stayed there, the focus was on the two goblins, Totokani and his daughter, Polly. The two of them have been to Abaddon City several times, so there are many sheriffs who recognize them. In addition, during the day in recent days, many people can see them. They appeared at the workshop related to the airship to seek assistance, so it was not too difficult to track where they temporarily settled. The reason why I did not report back to the general was because this group of people was just one of the several groups I was tracking. It was impossible to determine which group of people we were targeting before today. If we act rashly and make the other party more alert, it will be more difficult to deal with it afterwards. Just like the current situation.
Regarding what the adjutant said, General Javitpur could also understand what concerns this young man, who was different from others had. One characteristic that the 5 empires have in common, I don't know whether to call it an advantage or a disadvantage, is that young people are particularly impulsive. Maybe it's because they are part of a powerful country in Midland that makes them always full of confidence. For the sake of merit, they will be very active and striving for everything. Generally, this is a good thing. But it is a matter of life and death. Young people's recklessness sometimes not only kills themselves, but also implicates other people. At this time, these generals, who had only grown a few gray hairs and were called veterans, were responsible for holding the reins of these wild horses. If the things investigated by his trusted lieutenants were known to those young people, they wouldn't just arrest them and throw them into prison before making plans. However, these opponents can be touched. Look at what happened to that trouble in Abaddon City, Arcania. Not only did he kill himself, but he also lost a 1,000-man army and his own family. Now maybe there is no one who can help him raise the flag of blood revenge. Is this a happy ending? The biggest difference between this young man from a civilian background and the others is that he is calm enough. It's okay if you don't take action. But if you do, it will definitely hit the target. The most important thing is that he knows his duty and will not exceed it. These qualities are the reasons why Javitpur trusts him. However, while admiring this young man, there are still serious matters at hand that need to be resolved. Javitpur tapped his fingers on the table and said, "Since you know the other party's location, then you should go and invite the other party to discuss how to end this matter. Keep it secret." As soon as the words were spoken, Javid regretted it again. Said, "No, you don't need to. I'll go see the other party in private. Please come here. There will be a lot of inconvenience." The young adjutant knew what his commander was worried about. After all, when people are invited to the government affairs office, there will be a lot of talk. And the other party and the impulsive young aristocratic people will have the opportunity to meet. Who knows what sparks will be sparked? The most important thing now is to suppress the matter and prevent further damage. The best way is for the general to meet with the other party in person and negotiate the matter. For Javitpur, he is also a soldier after all. So he still has the courage to attend meetings alone. No matter how you hide, you can't avoid your opponent's mysterious assassination methods. Why not be more heroic and solve this whole thing as soon as possible? At least you can sleep peacefully tonight. After thinking about it like this, Javitpur didn't plan to bring anyone with him, because none of those people would be useful anyway. If there is a conflict after going there, then just sacrifice yourself, and others will still have a chance. So he made some follow-up arrangements. And after obtaining the location of the hotel where the other party was temporarily staying from his adjutant, he was ready to leave. "General," the young adjutant, knowing that he was going to be left behind, stopped the general, who was about to leave in a hurry, and asked, "How do you want to submit the report about the 10th Brigade?" He planned to send some important work to the general, and the whole process was completed during the waiting time for the general to leave. So he asked this question. The reason why this matter is important is that the 10th Battalion belongs to the regular army of the Empire. The personnel roster is recorded in the Ministry of Military Affairs. Major transfers require orders from superiors, and serious casualties must also be notified upwards. Then when it comes to disorganization or re-establishment, whoever the brigade captain appoints must obey the arrangements of the Ministry of Military Affairs. The commander of the 10th Army only has the power to make suggestions or consent during non-war times. If Javitpur dares to act cheaply, everything will be private. Then the guards who directly belong to the emperor and supervise the army will definitely come to visit. At that time, it will not be possible to peel off a layer of skin to solve the problem, because doing so is tantamount to rebellion. Once the tone is set as a rebellion, it is no longer a matter of oneself. So Javitpur said directly without thinking, "Report truthfully, including what the foolish son of the Naya family committed. There is no need to hide anything. So about the evaluation of Demon King Tikal and his party." For events like this, the Guana Empire's reporting practices include the relevant parties' evaluations and subsequent suggestions for their opponents. Of course, it may not necessarily be adopted, but at least it will be a reference for successors to consider how to deal with it. In terms of grading, it roughly follows the habit of the Lost Land, which is like a rainbow-graded magic stone, from the weakest red to the highest level purple, including the evaluation of Warcraft, the evaluation of adventurers, the evaluation of mercenaries, the evaluation of magic towers, and the evaluation of the enemy's difficulty level. All use the same rating. However, the meaning of each level is not the same in various places. Faced with a question from his adjutant, Javidpool used a faster speed and said,
Purple. Mark them with the highest level of purple. Just report it,
the young adjutant said in shock.
General, would it be too arbitrary to give a direct evaluation to purple?
The meaning of purple in the Guana Empire is that it means that it cannot be dealt with. And it means to stay away from it. Or it means that if it is confronted, it means that you must be prepared to subjugate the country. The young adjutant's original thought was blue, which meant that the whole nation needed to be dealt with. Such an evaluation is enough for the big shots to take it seriously and evaluate whether to maintain a hostile stance. But his commander planned to fight him to the end.
No. Just retaliate like this. On the one hand, we can prevent the people above from forcing us to take action. On the other hand, maybe we can arouse the interest of that person and turn to them to cause trouble.
The young adjutant shuddered when he mentioned the imperial trouble that he didn't even want to mention by name. Does this count as fighting fire with fire? Chapter 541 Reconciliation. A negotiation unknown to outsiders put an end to the turmoil in the city of Abadan for several days. Some timid nobles ran back to their own territories and hid as early as the day after the incident in the military camp. But most of the nobles were still hiding in their mansions, feeling uneasy. Even being in a military camp is not immune. And no one really knows where it will be safe. Everyone couldn't sleep well. Even couldn't sleep or dare to sleep. He ordered his trusted guards to form a circle around him, as if this could stop the elusive magician. Then nothing happened all night. Some people thought that this stupid method worked. Some others were stupid and impulsive, thinking that the power of the Empire had finally scared away the rats hiding in the dark. But the tragic situation of the 10th Brigade of the 10th Legion the previous day finally reached the noble circles from the whispers of civilians, and spread explosively. More nobles fled back to their own territories, and those who remained in the city all hugged each other for warmth. The peaceful fourth night was like the calm before the storm to the nobles. People with high positions are more precious about their lives than barefoot civilians. No one wants to waste his life before enjoying life. In contrast, the soldiers of the 10th Legion were very angry and kept calling for battle. As long as he is a normal bloody man, no one can endure the slaughter of his comrades. We still don't know who the opponent is, so we can't start a fight. If we knew, the entire army would have already been dispatched to encircle and suppress this unknown enemy. Javidpur's solution is also simple. Direct suppression. If you are dealing with civilians, you have to worry about whether your attitude will be too tough. And big trouble will occur if you are dealing with the army. If you don't suppress this sign, big trouble will happen. And the reasons are there. The captain of the 10th Brigade, Byrenia, sent troops without orders, resulting in the massacre of the 10th Brigade. The 10th Legion is now in a period of self-restraint, and everyone must act with caution and wait for investigation. Leaving the barracks without orders is considered rebellion. If you kill them on the spot, you will be deprived of your reputation and the treatment that your family enjoys as military dependents. It can be said that except for breaking legs or killing people, all the cruel tricks that can be used within the system are used. It is necessary to calm down the army in the shortest possible time. The reason why Javidpool put so much effort into it was of course because he had negotiated everything with the magician. Although the most ideal result was not obtained. That is, in turn absorbing the other party, making it a part of the empire, and letting the other party contribute to the empire. But in terms of the result, it is not the worst situation. Gablesh Tripwood's condition was simply that the city of Abadan would provide him with the materials he needed and assign a cooperating workshop to produce and modify the parts of the airship Sid he needed. After providing the required supplies in the meantime, they will leave. As the city lord who manages the affairs of a city, Javidpur is not someone who doesn't understand the market. The value of the magic materials and supplies someone requested was only a drop in the bucket compared to the value of the equipment of half of the 10th Brigade that he had destroyed. For such a small amount of money, he destroyed half of the brigade, and his heart was bleeding. Not to mention that those who died were well-trained soldiers who had seen blood. Anyone who has ever led a soldier knows that veterans are priceless. So now Javidpur has only one idea: to send these plague gods away as soon as possible. As soon as he entered the hotel, he felt a familiar pressure of life and death. Under the introduction of the long sword, he learned that among this group of people, there was also a humanized black dragon. What a joke. Even the old black dragon is still a serious dragon clan. After a few mouthfuls of dragon breath, he didn't know how many more brigades he would destroy. This is not to say that as a regular army of the Guana Empire, they cannot deal with a mere black dragon. But when there is a black dragon, a resurrected demon king, and a magician who looks very weak, but can actually destroy half the army in an instant. It is no longer possible for a mere 10th Legion to attack. If you want to challenge them, you need to have stronger power. In the Empire, only those at the top have greater power. A Legion commander cannot and should not touch those. So although he was full of sorrow in his heart, he secretly happily threw this trouble to Shanfeng, because it was obviously not something he could handle. For Lin, his vision was not high enough. He was used to being a petty person, so he thought that the request he made was already a big ask of a lion. Therefore, it was quite surprising that the actual person in charge of Abaddon City, General Javipur, came here in person and readily agreed to his conditions. But this once again proves that in Lost Land, instead of working hard to make money and then buy what you want, it is faster to flex your muscles and flex your fingers. In fact, on Earth, no matter whether advanced or backward countries, they all have the same appearance. It's just that before the time travel, my level was too low and I couldn't come into contact with that level of world. And after traveling to the Lost Land, these years passed in a daze. Somehow, I am qualified to see this world where money is just numbers. No matter how strong his arms and wrists are, or how much oil and water he can squeeze out of others. Someone is still used to taking only what he needs. But now, all he needs is the materials to repair the SID. But for how much money 2 gearboxes cost, the more valuable thing is the design and ideas. So someone added other things they thought of, as well as the materials originally promised to the silver-beard dwarves to transform the energy center of the peace arms, and added them to the list. These materials are not very precious items, but it is not that easy to find them all when you are out of town and without the help of familiar people. At this time, the Lord of Abaddon City jumped out to take advantage of him. How could someone not rip off someone by the way? The original plan to take a step back was to help provide some money and let the other party help find these things. But General Javipur gave all the materials with a heartbeat, and of course someone reluctantly accepted it. In my initial thought, it would be fine as long as the other party no longer stops the workshop owners in the city from manufacturing and modifying some parts of the SID for them. You can compare prices yourself. Find a workshop owner whose skills you trust, and entrust him with the work. But then I thought about it, and realized that my idea didn't seem to work. If you think about it from the perspective of those building owners. First of all, someone is the target person who has been warned not to help. Suddenly the people at the top said that the ban was lifted. Who among the people at the bottom really jumped at the money and helped the other party with things? Anyone who would do this is either stupid or short-sighted. Who knows whether those big guys will regret it later and put small shoes on those who helped the target. Rather than doing this, it would be better to directly ask General Javipur to assign a cooperating workshop. In this way, those cooperating workshop owners don't have to worry about being shod with shoes afterward, because it's all orders from above. In this way, you can reduce the trouble caused to others. Confucius once said, "Don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you." Why bother to embarrass the craftsmen who earn their hard-earned money? Secondly, if the other party wants to do something, the target will be relatively obvious, because the cooperation partner is single. As long as you spend some time keeping an eye on it, or do it yourself, someone is confident that you can avoid most of the problems. This is better than following the original plan, subcontracting different components to different workshops, and finally integrating them yourself. If you do that, there will be too many places to monitor, and they will be scattered. On the contrary, there will be more loopholes that can be exploited. In short, both sides got what they wanted, and things were settled quickly. Moreover, both parties tacitly ignored the wiped-out Viscount Nia family and the soldiers of the 10th Brigade. General Javipur did not want to open that scar. After revealing it, I don't have the ability to hold the other party accountable. It just adds trouble to myself. So why bother? Lin didn't want to mention those things too much. It wasn't because he felt guilty about killing someone. But what happened after he mentioned it? Apologize? Blame? Playing on a topic? Since I can't do anything, it's not a topic suitable for casual conversation. So it's better not to talk about it. That night, except for those who were not qualified to know what was going on here, and whose status was neither high nor low, everyone had a rare and sound sleep. Although he stopped going out for the night, Lin still maintained surveillance with his arcane eyes, and set some warning conditions before falling asleep peacefully. As the saying goes, one should not be wary of others. Lin was not so naive as to unconditionally trust the words of these big shots. Doing one thing in front of others, and then selling it later can be said to be the basic quality of these people.
I believe that the big shots must have nailed it one by one. They are definitely idiots. Because those who witness such people's betrayal of trust with their own eyes are either so miserable that they cannot stand up and no one believes them, or they are the kind who talk nonsense without their lives. Solving problems means the same thing to these big shots as solving the people who cause them. You have to guard against it. You have to guard against it. It was in such a strange atmosphere that Lin and his group were safely going back and forth between the hotel and the workshop, working on the renovation of the Cid. The nobles in Abaddon City were clamoring, but everyone seemed to have forgotten to find the real murderer, even if that person was right under their noses. He didn't ask or look for it. He just cursed the unknown enemy all day long. It's as if you can kill your enemy to death just by scolding him. The soldiers of the 10th Legion. After the first moment of indignation, after reviewing the known war cases with a calmer gaze, I discovered something. It seems that he really can't win. I don't know where the limit of that magic is. I don't know how wide the range is. I don't know how many times the magician can use it. And I don't know how long it takes to recite the spell. Under a bunch of unknown circumstances, rashly challenging the goal again will not change the outcome. They volunteered to become members of the 10th Legion in order to defend the Empire and punish all enemies who came against it. They did not come to die in vain. It is not uncommon on the battlefield to launch a challenge when there are many enemies and the situation is unknown. But once they encounter it, if they want to win, they can only pile up human lives and bones. At this time, we have to ask, is it worth it? If there is no way to retreat, not to mention the loss of lives, even if the hands and feet are broken and the person is disabled, you have to find a way to bite off a piece of the enemy's flesh with your teeth before you can be willing to die. But if it's not that dangerous situation, just for the sake of face, just to avenge your colleagues, what's the reason for wasting your life in vain? Everyone calm down. Chapter 542, The Complete Form of the Cid. The materials for the Peaceful Armed Energy Center are available, but they are not being constructed for the time being. The reason given by Lin is also very simple. The atmosphere in Abaddon is weird now. Does Germain plan to directly start the restoration work of the peaceful armed forces in such an environment? Or find a quieter and peaceful environment and start again? Research? Although the Silverbeard dwarves were anxious, they accepted this reason. Compared with repairing the peaceful armed forces as soon as possible, it is more important to keep it secret from outsiders. Perhaps it was a last resort to let the human magician and Lich join in the restoration work. But if more people have the opportunity to peek into the secrets of peaceful armed forces, they will probably want to hang themselves. Therefore, in the officially designated cooperative workshop in Abaddon City, everyone's work still focused on the modification of the Cid. The original plan was just to add a transmission gearbox to the engine to at least add a reverse gear. But because there were a lot more materials delivered, Lin planned to add a high gear in addition to the reverse gear and the original 1-to-1 gear, and also designed an additional file position that could use magic power to drive the propeller blades, to prevent the airship from drifting without fuel. Without magical power, you can't even float. Coupled with the exterior design of the Cid, it simply cannot provide buoyancy for flight. Therefore, the reverse situation, that is, there is fuel but no power reserve, can be ignored. I just can't get off the ground anyway. Another item is to eliminate the throttle valve that controls buoyancy and integrate this function into the rudder. At this point, there are no major changes to the structure. The main work is still on Finn, which is to modify the program. Just a few days ago, in addition to helping Kaya organize data on the forum, Finn was also integrating the rudder function. In the past few days, Finn also boarded the airship to renovate the Cid, and implemented the program for simulation testing. But such corrections are not easy. During simulation testing of the programs integrated by Finn, there will always be some strange errors. For this reason, Lin re-examined the operation of the Cid. First of all, this airship is becoming less and less like an airplane on Earth. A normal propeller airplane would not have a reverse design. In order to maintain buoyancy, the propeller can only rotate continuously. It only stops when the engine breaks down or when it lands and stops. But the Cid's current propeller blades not only have a variable speed design, but also reverse. In addition, the ascent and descent of the airship are not determined by the elevator, but by the floating magic circle. It's more like operating a submarine than controlling a propeller plane. It's just that this submarine is not submerged in the water, but floating in the air, and can perform some maneuvers like a fighter jet. And it is very fast. After discovering this discrepancy, we discussed with the Lich, who was mainly responsible for the program and corrected many errors in the original idea.
Only then did the work of integrating the rudder make progress. Among the planned new equipment, the top priority is of course the parachute. The engine reversing function cannot completely replace the function of the speed parachute. Both types have their own application opportunities, so it is difficult to choose to install one and abandon the other. The design of the deceleration parachute is both the simplest and most difficult part of this modification operation. Simple means simple materials, simple structure, and simple control methods. The difficulty lies in how to fold the umbrella so that it can be fully opened smoothly after opening. Someone had no clue about this, so he irresponsibly left it to others to study. The two apprentices, plus the silver-bearded dwarves Marit, Freya, Riley and the goblin Polly. The 6 of them really came up with some tricks. Therefore, 3 sets of the parachute devices placed at the stern of the ship were made and all installed. These parachute devices can be recycled and discarded in the air to adapt to various situations and be used flexibly. In addition, because I learned from Totokani that the fuel that can be found in Midland is like the crude oil that the Hindenburg used before and has not been refined. But the fuel used by the SID's engine is the product of fractionation and removal of impurities. If crude oil is poured in and used, the engine will have to be overhauled immediately or even scrapped. Originally, I wanted to use the refined technology to hold the goblins, but later I realized that doing so would only get me into trouble. At the site of the disaster in the Jura Mountains, the 2 girls just refined the crude oil on the airship, and it was almost completed just before leaving. Is it possible that things like this will continue to repeat themselves in the future? To save trouble and improve efficiency, industrial-grade refining equipment is inevitably needed. So the question is, where to install it? Now the group of people is still in a state of no fixed place. Even if they find a way to stuff the oil refining equipment into the carriage, the center of gravity of the equipment will be too high, which will cause a lot of inconvenience in moving the carriage, not to mention refining crude oil on the go. Taking into account the weight of the equipment, the weight of the airship increases the energy consumption for the floating magic array. The refined heavy oil is used for the generator and then converted into energy for storage, as well as the consumption required by the fractionation tower itself. The size of the most cost-effective refining equipment is enough to fill the cabin originally used as a warehouse. Of course, the best economic benefit is to build a refinery. Unfortunately, it's still the same old problem. Where is the cover? It is too difficult for a homeless person to build a factory. Before that, you have to settle down first, because there was nothing else to do, and because we wanted to leave this place as quickly as possible. The repair work on the SID was in full swing. It only took 6 days to complete all the aforementioned work. But standing at the airport under the setting sun, looking at the airship in the dim sunlight from the outside, someone always feels that there is something imperfect. Everything I can think of has been added to the SID. All the problems discovered during the first flight have been improved. The rest should be to continue to verify the reliability of each equipment during flight. But it seems like there's something missing? Someone tilted his head and thought. The other participants stood side by side next to Lin, most of them with a satisfied mood, watching this unprecedented airship being completed bit by bit in their hands. But 2 people looked at everything that had happened over the past few days in disbelief, as if they were in a dream. They are the administrator of the Abadan City Airport, who is responsible for tax collection, Hassan Baksh, and General Javipur's most trusted young adjutant, Rashid. The former is the official who is most familiar with airship-related matters, and has come forward to coordinate many matters. The latter serves as the liaison between the 2 parties, and the military representative responsible for requisitioning the materials needed by the magician. They joined the airship transformation project as a matter of course, but not as part of the labor force. Instead, they were responsible for supervising and secretly recording the various parameters, advantages and disadvantages of the new ship. A certain person did not shy away from these ulterior behaviors and allowed others to watch. Anyway, judging from the dumbfounded expressions on the other side, most of them probably couldn't understand. Even the officially designated workshop owner and his craftsmen who assisted in the transformation work, with decades of experience in manufacturing and repairing airships, were at a loss during these 6 days. Originally, they wanted to see if the former master of the Great Sage's Tower, who seemed to have a very famous reputation, could inspire them with some ideas. Who knew that there were so many new gadgets that their eyes were dazzled, and they didn't know where to start. From the design drawings of the parts, to the manufacturing process technology, and some equipment with unknown purposes. Although these things are clearly visible every step of the way, but no one understands how it is done, and it is impossible to copy it even if you want to. Just like someone's self-confidence, if there is not a solid enough foundation, you can't tell the reason just by looking at it. But where does this awkward feeling that something is missing come from? Lin felt confused in his heart. When he came to someone's side, the Lich also looked at the airship, feeling a sense of pride in his heart. Whenever I complete a piece of work that makes me feel satisfied, I always feel like this. For example, she had created extraordinary skeletons in the past, or death knights with coordinated attack skills. Thinking about how these creations could help her defeat the old gods, she felt an indescribable sense of joy in her heart. It was just that someone had a flat mouth and looked at the newly completed Sid with dissatisfied eyes, which made her feel puzzled and asked,
"What's wrong? There's always a feeling that it's not finished yet."
A certain Lich asked casually, and someone answered smoothly, which allowed him to catch a glimmer of inspiration and think of what he lacked. Lin smiled obscenely, rubbed his hands, walked towards Rashid, and said,
"Adjutant, you see how ugly the airship is. Could you please sponsor us with some more paint to beautify its appearance?"
The young general's adjutant wrinkled his beautiful eyebrows, expressing some dissatisfaction appropriately. It was only after he became familiar with this man's character and knew that the other person was a person who could negotiate that he dared to do such an action. To put it bluntly, the other party is not suitable to be a robber. From the standpoint of the Guana Empire, Rashid certainly couldn't let the magician get whatever he wanted. In particular, such a requirement was not mentioned in the original agreement and was purely an additional requirement. If the opponent is too weak, how can he possibly care about such a thing? I immediately called back the ticket, but the opponent couldn't afford to offend him. So Rashid's frown was just a way of expressing his opinion. But he would still comply with someone's request and ask,
"Sir, I don't know how much paint you need. Is there a specified color?"
Before the rise of the chemical industry, paint and pigments were expensive materials with high unit prices, and not everyone could afford them. So when faced with the magician's additional requirements, Rashid of course had to ask carefully. But this time, someone really opened his mouth and said,
"I want enough to paint the entire airship's exterior. As for the color, halloumi."
Someone called over his apprentice and searched for something from his image database and displayed it in front of everyone.
"Look at how much material it takes to paint such a pattern on the outside of the Sid."
It doesn't matter if you don't see it. After seeing it, everyone looked with disdain at a certain magician who was immersed in his own world and was complacent. The picture displayed was a classic beach, palm trees, and a bikini-clad blonde with big breasts lying on her side. Chapter 543, Leaving Abaddon. Just like the Hawaiian bobblehead doll, as a homemade aircraft, some people feel that this airship is incomplete without the sexy beauty icon. The blonde girl looked at the beauty in the picture seriously. She placed her hands on her chest in an arched shape. She looked at the empty space and felt inexplicably lost. The Lich, who stood aside and wanted to make a few sentimental remarks to praise the man in front of him, only felt that his mood was wasted. She turned to look at the young adjutant, who was embarrassed, and said,
"Boy, ignore the guy's request. Prepare some food and have people move it to the airship. We will leave tomorrow." "Wait a minute,"
someone who was shot shouted anxiously.
"Beauty painting is a man's romance. I will never compromise. Besides, I haven't told you the structure and idea of transforming into a giant robot." "Hello."
A group of people ignored the shouting magician and prepared to leave, returning to the hotel to pack their luggage. Only Germain quietly moved to someone's side, patted his waist, and showed an expression of tacit approval, but said with some regret,
I understand.
Magic sap technique. No power is required. Just take a big stick, use it at the right angle, and hit someone hard on the back of the head." Germain's female companion, Marit, was carrying the blood-stained horn in her right hand and her disgraced dwarf prince in her left hand, preparing to return to the hotel with everyone to pack their luggage. Several women present, except for the Lich, all held out their thumbs, looked at each other and smiled. Even Ezio, who could only whine and couldn't speak, came to join in the fun and extended his short hand to express his praise. Seeing how ferocious a group of female creatures were, Lin asked in a trembling voice,
"Aren't you afraid of beating the heir to the head of your family to death? Marit, your brains are about to spurt out."
The female silver-bearded dwarf shook off the blood stains on her horns and said proudly,
"Don't worry. Dwarves are much more resistant to beatings than you humans. Especially us silver-bearded dwarves. We are more resistant to blows. As for brain matter, not to mention I'm worried. How can I spray out what I don't have?"
"Many girls are fierce. People who shout for equal rights for men and women in places like this must fight for the welfare of men. Seeing that the Lich also joined in the discussion about the correct use of horn materials, Lin cleverly pretended to be a little daughter-in-law and disappeared silently. A person must be aware of current affairs and be a gentleman. A night of silence. Early the next morning, everyone left the hotel, carrying their belongings. They came to the airport. Hassan, Baksh and Rashid, the adjutant of the regiment commander, were already waiting beside the Cid, preparing to send away these evil guests. In fact, after spending a few days together, they didn't think that the person in front of them was so vicious. On the contrary, he gained a deeper understanding of the aristocracy's unbearability. Fortunately, the person on the other side put away the trouble in Abaddon City without saying a word. If that one still stays, there might be some trouble. The common people of Lost Land have no loyalty to the nobles or the country. It is just because noble lords can provide shelter and arbitrate disputes, so they obey such lords or kings. Other than that, it is just succumbing to the power and violence brought by these people's identities. If those two layers of skin are peeled off, and when the nobles cannot even do these most basic protection and arbitration, what will happen? The nobleman ran into the Warcraft forest alone and never came back. Things will not surprise anyone, especially capable people. They hate from the bottom of their hearts those dandy boys who make trouble for nothing. However, no matter which world they're in, the privileged class is always the same. Regardless of whether he is good or bad, people of the same class will subconsciously protect what they see as one of their own. And the gap between classes is regarded as a natural chasm. However, most people, including Hassan, Baksh and Rashid, choose to adapt to the system. But this does not mean that they will not despise certain people and things that they look down on in their hearts. So, what are the faults of these people in front of me? If we really want to find a fault with them, it is that they are too strong and cannot just allow themselves to be ravaged by the nobles of the Guana Empire. Those high-ranking people could not be satisfied psychologically, so they naturally complained. If there are complaints, there will naturally be some small actions. But most of the unintentional moves were blocked by those two. In addition to having a good impression of Lin and others, Hassan and Rashid did not feel that the private behavior of those nobles, or the things they were forced to do with power, would really cause trouble to Lin and others. At most, it would just offend them, and then make things worse. If things get serious, who will benefit? Have no idea. But the two of them knew very well that they would definitely be the first to die, whether they were beaten to death by the group in front of them, or if things got messed up and they were pushed out to take the blame and died. In comparison, ignoring the group of nobles who use their power to force others has relatively few sequelae. At most, he will be troubled and put on the wrong foot. Is it possible that the other party can kill the whole family just because he doesn't do things? But should I speak out about the rumor I heard? The two people waiting next to the airship glanced at each other and said nothing. But they reached a consensus tacitly. After saying H, low to everyone who was carrying things, Rashid was responsible for guarding in front of the trestle, while Hassan Baksh walked onto the trestle, bent down, passed through the hatch, and entered the airship. When he looked up, he saw the rumored strange creature. Its body was a water elemental creature, but its head was that of a zombie. According to them, the head was stones, and the body was made temporarily by the Demon King to serve as a watchdog. And Sher Dong previously held the important position of commander of the guards in the Demon King's army. Well, to be honest, I didn't have the feeling of seeing a prehistoric figure at all. Basically, the stitched corpse with only his head left spoke very little, and didn't have any oppressive aura. If being ugly and disgusting is considered an attack method, it will probably make people shy away. But Hassan knew that this man's reputation among airport managers was also reflected in his military exploits. Thanks to the ship-cutting sword on his back, countless police officers and real thieves who acted like thieves hated the sword. Anyone who wants to board the airship will be struck by his sword. Fortunately, after working together these past few days, we became familiar with each other, so we didn't attack him with the ship-cutting knife as soon as we met. Hazen Baksh forced a smile and said, "Where is Mr. Tripwood?" Pointing in the direction of the driver's seat. Sher Dong remained silent. In fact, there was no shelter inside the Cid. As soon as Hassan boarded the ship, he saw a certain magician. Asking such a verbose question actually has the purpose of indicating his destination, so as to avoid being hacked by this brainless stitched corpse. And Hassan Baksh's voice also attracted Lin's attention. At this time when he was preparing to leave, he was teaching the goblin Todakani how to operate the Cid. I also planned to let goblins serve as the main driver on the next journey. For someone, just having fun with flying an airplane is enough. In particular, the control of the SID was still far from what I imagined. It was very boring to play, and I lost interest in continuing to drive. When Lin noticed that the fat man he was close to mentioned himself, he left the goblin behind and came to the stern of the boat.
Hey, friend, come to me if you need anything. Well, Your Excellency, have you considered setting off at another time? Or leaving in the middle of the night? Of course, it would be best to add weapons to the SID before leaving. This should be something you are good at.
Lin was stunned for a moment by such a suggestion, then came to his senses and asked,
Is someone going to deal with us? I didn't say that. I didn't say that anyone planned to use a giant crossbow to knock this unarmed airship out of the sky after the SID left the observable airspace of Abaddon City. Oh thou. That's it. I didn't say anything.
Hazenbach emphasized again.
Ha ha. I understand.
He patted Hassan on the shoulder. For someone who met by chance, this airport administrator was quite friendly. However, someone didn't care much about the warning in his words and said,
Don't worry. I didn't hear anything, so I just said it casually. If someone attacks me when I'm off the ground, maybe they'll let me. It's nerve-wracking. But I won't worry at all if I want to fly out of the airspace of Abaddon City, because they have to catch up first.
His words were suspected of exposing his own weakness, and the moment he said them, someone regretted them. After all, it is a taboo to communicate with others in a superficial way. Hassan's previous friendly attitude and his willingness to give a warning after hearing the news do not rule out that the other party has other intentions. But then I thought about it, and the other person was still in front of me, and the preparations were almost completed. As soon as Hassan leaves, the SID can set off. Even if he really communicated it to the people who were plotting evil in the dark, it would probably be too late if those people really changed their plans at the last minute. If Hassan really gave the warning out of good intentions, then of course everyone would be happy. All preparations are proceeding in an orderly manner, because most of the belongings were piled on the airship before, and were not moved to the hotel on purpose. The preparations progressed very quickly. At least it feels like traveling instead of the hassle of moving. And the warning from Hasenbach is also in effect. He was non-committal about the magician's confidence. The reason why I say those words is actually just to avoid being held grudge. It has to be said that anyone would have trouble sleeping when being worried about a magician who has the ability to appear and disappear. When everything was ready, everyone on the boat said goodbye to Hassan and Rashid and closed the hatch. The floating magic circle, which also amazed and confused the workshop owners and craftsmen of Abaddon City, worked under the infusion of power, allowing the SID to gain buoyancy and retract its landing gear at the same time. Inside the cabin of the SID, a real-life display screen displays the surrounding scenery, broadcasting everything seen outside in the space inside the cabin. Vaguely, countless sailors were busy boarding their airships outside, and some impatient people had even pushed out weapons like crossbows. After confirming that everyone had used seat belts and was firmly fixed in their seats, Todakani started the propulsion engine. The vibration at the moment of startup made the SID shake violently, and then a roar came, engaged the clutch, and the propeller blades began to rotate at idle speed. Todakani pushed the throttle and shouted at the same time,
The car enters 3. The SID. Let's go!
The airship, which was originally thought to be slower than a turtle, swerved into the sky in front of everyone's sight. The speed is so fast that it has never been seen before. The sailors and boat owners, who were still busy with the takeoff, watched the target go away. Whether or not to catch up is no longer a question. The question is whether we can catch up or not. Chapter 544: The Empire's Response. The goblin Todakani was operating the main driver's seat, and Lin was sitting in the passenger seat. A group of people in the back row were still not used to the speed of the SID. They gritted their teeth and let themselves sink deeply into the seats, fearing that they would fall into a mess like before. But someone really wants to say that it really doesn't matter. Stone had dispelled the body of the elemental creature, leaving only a head. But this time, it could not be inserted into the spring in front of the driver's seat. In the same place, there is a Hawaiian hula doll that Lin made during his free time during these days. In order to save trouble, the materials used are all magic materials, and the appearance can be directly changed using the shaping technique. Even ordinary materials can be transformed by magic. As long as the power is interrupted, they may return to their original shape or decay at any time. And someone is too lazy to carve out a piece of wood, so he acts extravagantly and cheaply. Anyway, the dosage is not much. Just use the cheapest scraps. Moreover, Someone who made this magic bobbling doll also hid some functions in it, as one of the secret functions of remote monitoring of the Cid. Of course, he did not tell anyone else. In the eyes of others, this is just a mascot made by someone under strange insistence. Watching the doll swing violently sometimes under Totokani's jerky flying operations, sometimes changing direction and shaking gently, paired with a fluttering grass skirt, swaying like a water snake. All the feeling of someone is back. The Cid number insists that it is not perfect because it lacks a beauty icon. But if someone is satisfied, someone else is not happy. For example, Stone, who was held in Kaya's arms, said regretfully, "What a shame! I quite like that position." Someone in the passenger seat really wanted to complain about Stone's sentiments. But as soon as he turned around and saw the black-haired and brown-skinned girl playing with the zombie head, someone felt that if he opened his mouth, he would definitely go wrong. Kaya's hobbies are really different from ordinary people. It is said that recently, she has begun to ask the Lich for undead magic. I really want to tell her, "Miss, even if you want to learn necromancy, you should at least pass the formal magician qualifications first. What's the point of hanging on to the position of apprentice now? Take a few deep breaths to calm yourself down a little." The rest of the journey was spent in this carefree atmosphere. The reason why the journey was safe was undoubtedly due to the Cid's super speed, which disrupted the layout of many Guana empires. Originally, after receiving the report from the commander of the 10th Army, Javitper, the Emperor was surrounded by voices that dismissed the commander of the 10th Army. But because too many people were operating in private, showing only greed for power and position, no one tried to solve the problems that had occurred. Instead, the Emperor ignored many whispers, and Javitper's position was stabilized in the Empire's military system. Although the Emperor has the right to approve and dismiss general positions, the candidates are provided by the Ministry of Military Affairs. Prevent the Emperor from choosing a fool who doesn't know how to fight to be the commander of an army because of his personal likes and dislikes. Not to mention how many soldiers such a person would kill. If they failed in a key battle, the damage would be borne by the entire empire. This means that as long as the Emperor does not want to remove anyone, the Ministry of Military Affairs has nothing to do with the appointed generals. And of course others will have no chance to take over. This kind of system design is to let the generals of the empire understand who they should be loyal to, and who has the right to decide their own power. But in turn, the Emperor dismissed the generals at will. But the Ministry of Military Affairs did not propose candidates who only wanted to flatter and satisfy the Emperor. This would only leave the position of commander of the army vacant, and nothing could be done. Even if the Emperor appoints someone beyond the Ministry of Military Affairs, the legions will not obey such orders. Such a system can be regarded as a unique way of checks and balances for the top management of the Guana Empire. Of course, there are so many ingenious operations that it is difficult to describe them all. In the face of the problems reported from Abaddon City, the Empire's top leaders shared the same general direction. But they differed on the details. First of all, the common opinion about Javitper's purple sealing wax document is that it is ridiculous. If the gate to the abyss had been officially opened and the demons invaded in large numbers, everyone would have thought it more reasonable if they saw a purple wax request for help on their desks. Now a mere magician, a lich, and a black dragon have surrendered. When did the Empire become so weak? Some radical ministers believe that the loss of a Viscount family and a 1,000-man brigade was too heavy. The culprit must be caught and burned at the stake so that the subjects can maintain their respect for the Empire. Some moderate ministers advocated that it is the Empire's consistent position to recruit capable people to join the Empire and become a part of this powerful country. There is no reason to leave such talent out, and should find a way to capture it. Of course, if the other party firmly disagrees, it is impossible to allow them to join other countries, and some unavoidable actions will inevitably be taken. There are also neutralists who advocate acceptance, but they must be severely punished, and their lives can be spared, but their sins must be atonement. Failure to do so would not be enough to show the Empire's magnanimity and fairness. Regardless of which faction's views, people must be arrested first. His Majesty the Emperor has no objection to this, and even thinks that wasting time on these people is very meaningless. So I wave my hand and let the ministers handle it themselves. As he is old, he has to focus on discussing more important national affairs, because a regular regiment of 1,000 people was killed. The main department responsible was of course the Empire's Military Affairs Department. After all, enemies that can challenge the army are not objects that can be dealt with by the power of other departments. After the Minister of Military Affairs left the Emperor's presence, he went directly to the military drawing room. There are sandbox maps of the entire empire and surrounding countries, as well as a group of flexible young noble officers. From a room dedicated to collecting maps hundreds of years ago, it expanded to become the most important place for planning the mobilization of imperial military forces. Countless invasions and counterattacks and war plans were all completed in this room. Even when the empire is at its weakest, the war geniuses staying in this room can mobilize their military power to form an advantage in a local area where the numbers can defeat the few. The accumulation of small victories eventually led to the empire defeating one country after another and sweeping them into the dust of history. If Lin knew the situation in this room, he would probably feel like a staff member. But someone doesn't know. At the same time, without knowing it, he was placed on the sand table here and became the target of young people's deductions. Considering that the opponent has two magicians as the main force, coupled with a black dragon with strong magic defense and physical defense, the young officers in the military drawing room suggested mobilizing the strongest 1st Magic Brigade of the 1st Legion, and spend a lot of resources. Use Legion-level teleportation magic array, and pay the highest attention to win the opponent. At the same time, it is also recommended to use the Imperial Military Intelligence Division with private authority on the forum to issue orders for security and encirclement to the commanders of the legions and garrison. However, the Minister of Military Affairs felt funny when he thought of a certain magician in the report of the young officers. The other party probably doesn't know that the forum he created has become the best weapon to transmit information and orders against him. As the 1st Magic Brigade of the Empire's Sword, it is a super luxurious lineup of all great magicians. Even in the Magician Association, not many branches have the means to pull out such troops, let alone enforce laws and obey orders like an army. Being able to use such an army is the most basic confidence of the Empire. It is precisely because of such a brigade that can act quickly that peace can always be maintained within the Empire. And the nobles are also very restrained. There was no way. It didn't take more than a day to dispatch the 1st Magic Brigade to solve various problems. What is more time-consuming is the time it takes for the team to return to the capital after the matter is resolved. Teleportation magic arrays are scattered throughout all important cities in the Guana Empire. Rich people can use the teleportation magic circle to travel back and forth to the outermost territories on the east and west sides of the empire in one day, and then return to the capital. However, this can only be done on a small scale, and there are strict controls on carrying materials. To achieve Legion-level teleportation, it not only consumes a considerable amount of magic power, but is also fundamentally different from the general teleportation magic array setup. In this way, it is possible to transport more than 1,000 people and the materials they need at the same time. Basically, only the Imperial capital has this ability. This is also the reason why the 1st Magic Brigade can quickly put down rebellions everywhere. Relying on the convenience of teleporting magic, they can be said to be looking after the Empire, as if it were their own backyard. But after finishing the work, if you want to return to the capital, you will not have the same treatment as when you set out. Basically, you have to rely on other methods to get back. Because of this, which city the troops are sent to has become an important key to determining victory or defeat. Predicting the opponent's whereabouts allowed 2 mere magicians and a black dragon to collide head-on with the Empire's proud Magic Brigade. This is what the group of young officers in the military drawing room are racking their brains to plan. After everyone's discussion, these young officers agreed that sending the Magic Brigade to Hyli's city was the best choice. The reason is also quite good. As a magician from out of town, the most likely destination is the holy city of Estali in the world of magicians. To take an airship from the city of Abaddon, it can be said that the most classic route is along the cities along the Albers Mountains. And because it is within the territory of the Empire, there are many big cities where airships can be parked. So most people choose to park in cities every day and stay overnight. After all, the comfort level on an airship is vastly different from that of the most ordinary hotel. Then after leaving Abaddon City, Hyli City is the next scheduled place. Even if the speculation is incorrect, the other party's whereabouts should be in a city near Hyli City. At that time, in this airship hub city, it will be easy to temporarily recruit airships to transport the Magic Brigade to the target location. Therefore, after the Minister of Military Affairs signed the order, the 1st Magic Brigade of the 1st Army of the Guana Empire was dispatched. Chapter 545 Misjudgment. As a minister of an empire, of course, they would not have any extra time to wait for news that was not very important in their eyes. They had never imagined that the 1st Magical Brigade would be dispatched and fail. After the order was signed, the Minister of Military Affairs returned to his office. Maintaining a large elite army involves complex affairs. The decisions on these matters will ultimately be concentrated on him. So there will be no free time at all. You have to act like a dog. This is the reason why the emperor appoints these ministers. If you do it too easily and cannot share the emperor's worries, it means you are not suitable for the job and will be replaced sooner or later. There are many capable people in the empire who are jealous of power. And in the evening, when the day's work was about to end, a message came back from the task that was about to be thrown into the corner of his memory. The first sorcerer battalion missed the target, and the Cid appeared in Basra city.
What's going on?
The Minister of Military Affairs tapped the table gently with his finger, slowly but loudly, and glared at the person in front of him. The young officer who came to report was not frightened, but it could be seen from the frightened eyes that they were extremely uneasy about such an unexpected result. Following the Aberdeen line, the Cid did not appear in the next stop of Abadan city, Heli's city. Instead, it appeared in Basra city, which would only be reached by an airship after 7 days. This means a very scary meaning. That is, the opponent's movement speed is beyond one's imagination. Since the opponent's movement range is wider, there are more parking places to choose from. Under such a premise, if you want to intercept the opponent, you can only spend more manpower and material resources. The first magic brigade sent out could be said to be useless in this operation. The Legion-level teleportation magic circle is an advanced magic device that can only be installed in the capital. The magic array transmitted to other cities within the Empire can only be used as a Legion-level receiving end. Although teleportation operations are possible, it can only be used for small-scale individual teleportation. This is not because the Empire's strong strength can only afford to set up a Legion-level teleportation magic circle, but simply for the safety of the capital. If someone with evil intentions teleports a large number of troops into the heart of the capital, how can we guard against it? You must know that for a magic circle of this level, it is not a problem to transmit 100,000 troops at a time, as long as you can afford to activate it. And if 100,000 rebel troops entered the capital at once, even if they could hold on and not fall, they would inevitably suffer a lot of casualties. Rather than guard against this happening, it would be better to take away the possibility of Legion-level teleportation elsewhere from the start. The first Magic Brigade's charged attack was empty, although they could also use the ordinary teleportation magic circle to recall the personnel. But for 1,000 people, it would take at least 10 days to come back. This is limited by the long-distance teleportation magic array itself. It is necessary to confirm whether the teleportation destination exists, whether there are any security concerns, whether there are any magic traps that interfere with the space, and whether the person can be safely delivered to the destination after turning on the teleportation, instead of being delivered in blocks. More importantly, long-distance teleportation magic cannot become a passage for creatures from other realms to invade lost lands. All of this happened in the process of studying teleportation magic. To prevent these disasters from happening again, the long-distance teleportation magic circle has been continuously improved to what it is today. Although safety has been taken care of, it is inevitable that there will be some inconvenience in use, and a transmission will take a little longer. But this is always acceptable to people. It's like taking a plane at an airport on Earth. You need a boarding pass, security check, and customs when leaving a country. I haven't seen anyone protesting, complaining that it would be better if flying was like taking a taxi. If you wave at the roadside, you can be picked up by a taxi with just a click on your mobile phone. These are the reasons why the 1st Magic Brigade is unlikely to use the local teleportation magic circle to immediately return to the capital and launch a second wave of attacks.
Is it too late for the 1st Magic Brigade to be transferred by other means?
The Minister of Military Affairs asked.
No known airship can reach this distance overnight.
These words made the young noble officers feel a little guilty. It was not only the discovery that an airship had done it that gave them such a headache. However, what the airship cannot do, it cannot do Legion-level teleportation in non-capital cities. So basically there is no need to consider other methods.
Order the defenders of Basra city to find ways to delay the target, and buy enough time for the 1st Magic Brigade. Is this likely to succeed?
The Minister of Military Affairs tried to come up with other ideas. But as soon as he said it, he shook his head and felt that it was not feasible. At the same time, the young noble officer also replied,
if the target does not know our movements, there is a possibility of success. But the movement of the 1st Magic Brigade is never a small matter. Many noble lords have sent envoys to the Ministry of Military Affairs to inquire. It is difficult to hide who or where the brigade's target is, as long as the other party gets wind of it and wants to break out. it may not be possible for the local garrison to deal with it. Besides, the number of targets is not large, which means that the action is flexible. It will take 7 days for the 1st Magic Brigade to rush to Basra City at the fastest speed. It takes too long, and too many changes may occur in the meantime.
After all, the Guana Empire belonged to a feudal system. Legally speaking, when the emperor and the central army pass through the territory of other noble lords, they should obtain the consent of the lord before they can pass. Of course, most of the time, when local lords are not strong enough to resist the central regular army, they can only choose to turn a blind eye or close one eye when these troops are running around in their own territory. However, there were times when a regular army passed through the territory of a rural noble without permission, and was directly bombarded by a strategic level magic by the great magician who lived in seclusion there. It is impossible to accuse the other party of a crime. After all, it was an era of war, with rebels, and bandits emerging one after another in the land. And sometimes regular legions would appear as guest appearances. As long as they are seen as a threat, it is not surprising that people will do anything for their own wealth and life. In Midi at that time, even under the wings of the empire, the only one who could protect him was himself. No one would place their own safety on others. Such naive people would not survive that era. Therefore, as long as the person who came to inquire was not the target, it would be difficult for the empire's Ministry of Military Affairs to dismiss the worried lords by saying,
"This is a secret operation."
Within national borders, there is no need for covert operations. As for the target being targeted, swearing an oath before taking action, declaring guilt before crusade, all military actions should be upright and above board. This is the magnanimity of an empire. Of course, whether the other party can hear or realizes that he has become a target is not what the Ministry of Military Affairs will care about. These things are only done for people to see, not necessarily for the enemy. Of course, the Guana Empire also has some secret troops who are not on the stage and specialize in doing dirty things. But they have special guidelines for their actions. No passing through cities or towns. No teleportation magic circles. And if necessary, no witnesses. However, that force is the 4th Legion that belongs directly to the Emperor. It cannot be used easily, nor can it be decided by him. Giving up on the idea of continuing to use the 1st Magic Brigade, the Minister of Military Affairs asked,
"What is the suggestion from the Military Atlas office?"
Given an opportunity to save face, the young aristocratic officer of course cheered up and proposed a plan discussed with his colleagues, saying,
"Based on the moving distance of the Cid today, it is speculated that their next stop will be in Asia, Nagadai City on the Baiji line. Even if there is a slight error, the stopping point will be a nearby city, as long as the garrison commander of Nagadai City is asked to recruit enough airships in advance. The location of the Cid can be determined. Finally, use the fastest speed to move the interception troops to the target location. This time, we will definitely capture the opponent. Who can be sent for the 2nd Interception Force? The newly formed 1st Legion and 10th Brigade are qualified for such a task."
In the military system of the Guana Empire, the 1st to 3rd Legions garrison the capital, and the 4th to 10th Legions garrison the local areas. As for the 3 legions in the capital, in addition to the 2nd and 3rd Legions that are actually responsible for the task of defending the capital, the 1st Legion is a legion with various properties such as special purposes, teaching, and experiments. Among the 1st Legion, except for the 1st Magic Brigade, which is an unbreakable and meritorious unit, the numbers of other teams are sorted according to their establishment history. For example, the 2nd Brigade of Windtalkers is a collection of Homo sapiens other than humans, mixed into a special brigade mainly composed of elves. In addition to expressing cooperation with the various races within the empire, it also has the purpose of bringing the strong men of each race under his command and keeping them close by. The establishment of other brigades also has their own purposes and intentions, such as experimenting with new tactics or arms, and training non-commissioned officers of various arms. When tactics and arms from the old era are facing elimination, the establishment will be cancelled and new arms adapted to the new era and new tactical thinking will be re-established. Therefore, the 10th Brigade of the 1st Legion has always been an experimental force at the forefront of the times. The most recent change, just 3 years ago, was the result of a forum created by someone. In the past, War Command basically relied on the decision-making of one commander, who then relayed the order to the general. If the troops are gathered, that's fine. But if they are dispersed, they basically have to rely on the middle-ranking officers, who actually command the troops at the front. As for the convenience of forums for transmitting information, it is impossible for an organization like the military to miss it. Therefore, there are soldiers in small units who are responsible for using forums to transmit intelligence. Through them, the commander can accurately grasp the situation of each team and issue tactical orders that can be coordinated between different teams. If someone knew about it, they would definitely sigh that the radio soldiers of the Lost World were actually born using this method. Chapter 546 Make-up. There are many battlefields where this new type of army can show its power. But there is one battlefield that has been difficult for many generals and commanders throughout the ages. And there is no good way to solve it. And that is urban street fighting. The special terrain of the city will naturally cut the troops into small groups. At this time, the unsuspecting commander rashly entered the city and was quietly approached by an enemy who was familiar with the terrain. Even the battle was reversed in one fell swoop. It was not unheard of. But if we can effectively communicate with each other and let small-scale troops coordinate with each other and gradually encroach, then the difficulty of street fighting will drop several notches. In the old order system, the most feared thing was that the battlefield situation would change during the transmission of orders and information. As a result, after the order was conveyed to the frontline commander, it was no longer applicable to the new situation. However, the real-time nature of the forum can minimize such risks. Even when necessary, orders can be issued directly from the military drawing room in the Military Affairs Department of the Empire's capital to lower-level sergeants at the squad level. But officers responsible for researching new tactics also believe the forum is still not fast enough. There must be a dedicated soldier responsible for updating the forum page at any time to see if there is any new intelligence or orders. It just so happened that the creator of the forum was the target this time. So the Ministry of Military Affairs had been planning to capture him alive from the very beginning. Even if the Lich and the Black Dragon are killed, they are still dead. The problem is that the other person must be captured alive so that he can transform the format of the forum to create a simpler and more timely means of communicating with each other. This unstated goal is also the reason why the young officers in the military drawing room are very active. How could it not be intoxicating to be able to sit in a safe place, strategize, and win the battle thousands of miles away? As for the other person, he walked into the military drawing room again and looked at the lit magic lamp and the young people walking busy underneath. The old man, whose hair was gray and whose physical strength was not as good as before, felt a surge of emotion in his heart for no reason. Perhaps the Empire's war machine is not yet operating at full capacity. However, in order to achieve its goals, the Central Military Affairs Department mobilized manpower and material resources that were unimaginable by the kings of some small countries. According to common sense, only the energy pool of the magic tower level can make the Legion-level teleportation magic array operate smoothly. And it started its second operation in just 2 days. Massive amounts of magic stones were piled up in the energy-supplying magic circle, and the cheap white stones that had been drained of their power were also dragged away one by one. The 10th Experimental Brigade of the 1st Legion stood in the center of the magic circle, in addition to thousands of soldiers and sergeants. There are also a large number of large war weapons used against king-level monsters. All magical equipment. If its level of luxury were placed in some small countries, it would definitely be the personal guards around the king who would have the opportunity to use this weapon with powerful magic. But in the Empire, this is just an experimental force. And this is the part of the manpower mobilized by the Empire that attracts the most attention. First the 1st Magic Brigade, then the 10th Experimental Brigade. It can be said that both swordsmen of the Military Affairs Department were sent out. The last time I saw this kind of scene was when a border prince had a dispute with a demi-human clan autonomous territory within the territory. And the Empire reacted after the two sides got into trouble. In the end, the matter ended with the Grand Duke abdicating his throne to his heir, the demi-human clan's patriarch also changing, and the old patriarch moving to the capital to enjoy his old age. So this time, where the two drawn knives were going to hit became a topic of conversation among the nobles. And those who have a rough idea of the high-level plans have undoubtedly become the focus of banquets everywhere, adding all kinds of information and leaking it out. But where no one is paying attention, the Empire still has considerable mobilization. In order to mobilize enough airships for all members of the 10th Brigade and to carry all war weapons, with Nagadai as the center, garrison commanders in more than a dozen cities exerted their power and influence and requisitioned airships with large carrying capacity and high speed. Airships with high security are assembled in Nagadai. This is nothing like requisitioning horses and livestock, or conscripting peasants and soldiers to the battlefield. Airships are high-end products in Lost Land. Those who can own airships must either be strong enough or have a few backers. Such people are not something that the Empire can manipulate just because it wants to. If you are in wartime, there are naturally wartime laws and regulations that can forcibly requisition all materials that can be used in the war. But it's not that far yet. If you insist on chatting about a magician, a lich, and a black dragon, the Empire needs to use war mobilization to use all its strength to fight the opponent. Is it possible that the Empire that everyone is proud of is Shah? It can't be built. It's hard to say such self-defeating remarks. Therefore, the personnel of the Ministry of Military Affairs had to do their best to discuss the temporary requisition with the airship owners and the big guys behind them, as well as compensation in the event of unfortunate damage. Even if these are settled, the matter is not over yet. The supplies needed for the airship's voyage must be prepared. In a normal mobilization situation, the boat owner must also provide the required supplies while requisitioning. But the situation is urgent. If you wait for the boat owners with different strengths and connections to prepare everything, it might be too late. Therefore, everything can only be coordinated by the Empire's Ministry of Military Affairs. All preparations need to be completed within one night. The commercial business in Midi is not so prosperous that it is open 24 hours a day. One can imagine how much resentment the Empire would arouse with such a knocking on the door requisition order. Not to mention that ordinary people do not fight against officials. Who can control such high-end resources are ordinary people. The reason why the Minister of Military Affairs cannot finish his work today and cannot go home is because there are many people who must rely on him to come forward to find a solution. The young guys in the military drawing room are talented and have ideas. An old man like him should think of ways to pave the way for these young people and help them achieve their own merits, using this reason to train imperial talents. The Minister of Military Affairs braced himself up and stayed up all night in the military drawing room. Early the next morning, all preparations were finally ready before the departure of the 10th Experimental Brigade. But there is still a very special vitality in the military drawing room, and everyone is looking forward to whether their careful layout can bring about the best results expected. The Minister of Military Affairs, who was sitting behind the big conference table, could not hide his fatigue. He could understand the desire of young people to make meritorious deeds. But he remembered that his predecessors, and even his predecessors all fell ill while in office and then received state funerals. Of course, the Emperor treated the families of previous ministers with many preferential treatment and courtesy. Even if he is able to sit in this position, it is not because his brother is his predecessor. But this kind of ending is not what I pursue. While thinking about which successors to recommend to the Emperor, the Minister of Military Affairs stood up tremblingly, with the support of the secretary. He decided to go back to his office, where he had a small break room. Whatever he could do, he tried his best to do it. All that's left is to wait for the good news to come back from the frontline personnel. Also waiting is another abandoned unit, the 1st Magic Brigade. Ever since they found out that they had missed a beat and had been given an order to wait where you were from above, although the relevant information was not blocked, no one paid any attention to them for a whole day. You must know that these great magicians are not members of the direct line, who have been carefully cultivated by the Empire. They have only studied 2 or 3 magics in their lives and only practice cooperating with each other. It's about making a big name outside and becoming a strong man who can stand alone. Such a group of people will follow orders and prohibitions. And the only reason is that the person taking the lead is stronger. The second thing is that the rewards given by the Empire are rich enough. Captain of the 1st Magic Brigade, with the same rank as a general. One of the contemporaries, who was conferred the title of Dharma Saint, Babak Abunahan. The reason why the Minister of Military Affairs would not hesitate to send this one and his troops is because in Babak's young days, before he was granted the title, his achievements included dragons and liches. It can be said that he has the experience of defeating the 2 most difficult enemies this time. So he naturally became the first choice to deal with this group of people. But now that he had failed, he had to come forward to appease the emotions of 1,000 masters. Especially like this, the reason for the unfavorable start is not on them, but on the blind command of the people above. Babak Abu Nahan breathed a sigh of relief at this result. He knows better than anyone else that for a magician at the level of a lich, numbers are never the key to victory or defeat, and success or failure is likely to happen in an instant. I still remember the lich I was dealing with at that time. As soon as I encountered him, he would stop time, protect against evil, recruit demons, and hit him with a combination of meteors and fire showers. This was because he had found the opponent's life box first, and used the strong-looking box to block the big devil scythe. Only then did he survive and become the final winner. I originally thought about asking the Lich to reveal all his magic knowledge. But as soon as they met, I realized that there was no chance of holding back. Either the enemy dies or we perish. The battle between top magicians is so dangerous. Unless there is a big difference in strength today, and there is a way to control the other party. Using all one's strength to escape without success is the magician's top strategy. But this time, he was facing a Lich who once had the name of Demon King. You may not have the luck to find the opponent's life box before the fight begins. So as early as he knew that he was going to deal with this group of people, he kept studying the other party's intelligence. Not just from the Imperial Military Ministry, but also from its own intelligence channels. The magic that instantly destroyed half of a 1,000-man team was something he had never seen before. What is the basis? What is the principle? How wide is the impact? How is the consumption? How many times can it be used? Use spacing? All these uncertainties made Babak Abunahan want to retreat. The reason why I can defeat every enemy is because I am fully prepared and have a deep understanding of the enemy before starting the fight. Know what the opponent's tactics are. Those who are good at it. Users. What are the weaknesses? Can you palm it? Then design targeted tactics. Even if the status is unknown. You have to be sure that you have a chance to win and be fully prepared before you can take action. But this time, for so long, he once again felt that he was not sure of victory. Chapter 547, Dharma Saint's Evaluation.
What's wrong? You look serious.
The speaker was Babak Abunahan's close friend, the great magician Attila. No surname. Commoner. Not even a native citizen of the Guana Empire. When he was young, he got acquainted with Babak, who had not yet been consecrated as a saint, and they traveled together through the Lost Lands. And together they joined the Empire's first magic brigade. The current adjutant of the captain is Babak Abunahan's most trusted arm. And he is also one of the few people who has the courage to speak normally to the Dharma Saint. Seeing his best friend walking in, Babak casually threw the information from the Ministry of Military Affairs onto the table. Looking at the contents of the few pieces of paper, he said,
"This should be a happy expression. I didn't rely on these few pieces of paper to fight with that group of people. You should be able to understand what I am thinking."
He took out a small wine bottle from under his robe and shook it. Attila didn't even look at the pieces of tissue paper marked confidential on the table. In every victory of this friend of the Dharma Saint, there is no one without his shadow behind it. Of course, he knows the importance of enemy intelligence. And he also knows that these rubbish from the Ministry of Military Affairs have no reference value at all. He took a sip of the fire liquor from the dwarves and let out a long, refreshing breath.
Those young men who don't have all their hair probably thought that we could just walk over and take care of a black dragon and a lich.
Babak frowned slightly as he saw his best friend openly violating the military order prohibiting alcohol. If others do this, they must understand that doing such undisciplined behavior before the war is a foolish act that invites death, and may even involve the robe. Even if the military regulations are not fatal, they still have to make the opponent shed a layer of skin. But the behavior of his best friend hinted that the other party also guessed his thoughts. Therefore, he had no intention of acting like a captain and punishing the opponent. Attila seemed to suddenly realize that the wine bottle in his hand was very eye-catching. After smiling shyly, he hid the bottle back in the hidden pocket of his robe and said clearly,
"Actually, you really want to cause trouble for that group of people. I have long advised that group of young men not to wait until the opponent's destination is clear before teleporting to the target location and launching an attack. The young brats in the military library always thought that the enemies were all too stupid to act according to their predictions. The people who fought on the front line won because of their good planning. They just guessed the movements of the bandits a few times. If he is really so sure of his prediction and insists on holding on to the siege, it would be better if the trouble is solved before the bandits destroy several villages along the way. Maybe the civilians who were killed and injured are not members of the Empire. Well, anyway, they won't accept my old man's advice. So just follow your responsibilities and be a person who obeys orders, so that they don't have to warn me again and again not to go beyond my responsibilities. Isn't this how everyone will be happy?"
Babak reached out and took out the wine bottle from the secret pocket of his best friend's robe, and took a sip of strong wine.
"It's not like playing chess, predicting what your opponent will do next. What's the point of them sitting in a safe place?"
He took out a second wine bottle and drank. This time Attila did not put away the bottle after drinking, but put it on the table and said,
"There is nothing new in these words. I really want to complain about those young people who only dare to hide in the military drawing room and imagine everything."
"That's too much to complain about. But I'm still curious about your cautious attitude." "My friend. Curious? You can't take a lich as your opponent too seriously. So there's something wrong with my attitude. No. 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 It has nothing to do with the lich. And it has nothing to do with the black dragon. It's that young man. You give me the feeling that the person you least want to deal with is actually that young man.
Babak Abunahan thought for a while, and decided to tell the truth to his old friend. He reached out, and flicked through the information from the Ministry of Military Affairs on the table, and finally pulled out a piece of information about Debrash Tripwood. It only briefly describes the former tower owner of the Tower of the Great Sage, and the creator of the Forum. And more space is devoted to the achievements of the Tower of the Great Sage. There are only 2 lines about people.
The Ministry of Military Affairs has collected a lot about the experiences of this group of people since they left the Southwest Peninsula. But they believe that most of the things were done by the Lich, who is suspected of being the former Demon King Tikal. Huh. It's ridiculous. Even the other party is not that the Demon King was resurrected. But they were still arguing. Do they know how big the difference is between an ordinary Lich and a person with the name of the Demon King? In addition, there are many things that have never been seen before. They all use the resurrected ancient technology as an excuse, since they don't want to admit that the other party is the resurrected Demon King. Why should they say that everything they don't understand is the reappearance of ancient lost technology? Isn't this very contradictory?
Friend, what you want to emphasize is...
Babak nodded cautiously, and pointed to all the information on the table.
What if the leader of all this is not the resurrected Demon King, but the man who has been ignored by everyone? How can this be?
A water mirror screen was opened, displaying more detailed information about Gabriash Tripwood, especially the experience during the Tower of the Great Sage era. Babak originally wanted to say something else, but before he spoke, he looked at the water mirror screen and smiled bitterly, saying,
Even if this magic can be used in this way, it was that man who started it. We need to bring this group of people together.
Wouldn't it be too ridiculous to attribute all the things he did here to that Demon King? We are not completely ignorant of the history of the Dark Ages. What they showed along the way is from that era. Traces? Instead, it's more like the things created by that man's weird ideas. The Forum, the Tower of the Great Sage, the teleportation magic that can appear anywhere, the talking and indestructible sword, the ship-cutting knife, and even, there is now the airship Sid, which is beyond everyone's expectation. Are these all lost ancient technologies? Based on the magician's information, it is speculated that the Forum and the Tower of the Great Sage will be transformed after the Demon King is resurrected. This is more reasonable for what happened before. If you insist on assigning these things to the Demon King, you must know that there is no witness information related to the Demon King in the early days of the Great Sage's Tower. Perhaps before that, that man, as a follower of the Lich, concealed the resurrection of the Demon King? Evidence. Where is the evidence? Friend, there is nothing wrong with inferring the truth of the matter from the facts that have been identified, but adding too many imaginary stories to explain something without evidence, and still firmly believe that this is the truth. Isn't this putting the cart before the horse? Especially when the story you make up conflicts with the known evidence. You actually choose to ignore the established facts. Don't you think this experience is very simple? It's something we can do, but we actually have to prove to others that we can do it. Wait a minute. I'm confused. Friend, what are you trying to say? You have also touched the same height as me. You should understand what I am referring to. But, wait. Let's see if the 10th Experimental Brigade can block them today, and what the result will be. Maybe what I said today was just nonsense when I was drunk.
Babak Abunahan's high praise made his close friends confused, and they also recalled the information about this group of people. The more I thought about it, the more something felt wrong. The biggest problem, of course, is that the name Devil King confuses too many people and makes people ignore the objects that may deserve more attention. The height Babak talks about is actually the height of mentality and strength, in addition to the title of magician, which must be tested to prove that one's magical strength has reached a certain level. Great magicians and magic saints need the recognition of others before they can be awarded. Weak and ambitious people will actively enrich themselves and express themselves to seek recognition from others. It cannot be ruled out that some people have no desire for fame and just want to live their own small lives. But there are some truly powerful people who also disdain to prove anything to others. As long as they have the ability to kill all those who offend and obstruct, they don't care about the rest. Just like himself, Attila is confident that there is not much difference between his strength and his close friends, and the outcome between the two will only occur due to the negligence of one party. But Babak Abunahan was made a Dharma saint.
But he was still just a great magician. He used to have resentments. But now, he doesn't care at all. That false title will indeed bring some benefits. But it will not help your true pursuit. When I was young, I also met some hermits, who were unknown, but so powerful that I didn't know how to evaluate them. These people all have their own stories, or their own pursuits. Title or power are never in their consciousness. So the question is, what are the thoughts of the man hiding behind the name of the Demon King? At this thought, Attila suddenly smiled. Just like my friend said, maybe I just think too much. If the opponent cannot escape this disaster, and the 10th Experimental Brigade directly terminates all his possible futures, then there is no point in discussing these. Attila shook the bottle again and said, I remember that there are a few extraordinary people in the 10th Brigade. Those people are not so easy to deal with. If it were you, would you be afraid of the people in the 10th Brigade? Humph. Their surprise attack had better be so clean that I don't have time to react. If I had been prepared, I would have killed not only a large team, but even a legion. Yes. As far as I know, there are at least 9 people with this kind of strength in the first team, including you and me. But none of us can get the title of Demon King. The people of the 10 teams want to breathe to deal with 2 existences of this level. Maybe. You think they're all going to be screwed? Heh. I think it might surprise everyone again. Looking at each other knowingly and smiling, the 2 people hiding in the room raised their small wine bottles and touched them. Regardless of the outcome, what they did not say was the same. There is no smooth road for the strong to reach the top. Chapter 548 Going Astray Again. In Nagadai City, the 10th Experimental Brigade, which arrived earlier, followed the orders of the Ministry of Military Affairs, and everyone and materials entered the designated airship. At the same time, all airships docking at Nagadai Airport must be moored at designated locations. Generally speaking, they are distributed on the periphery of the airport, leaving a relatively large space in the center, so that latecomers can intuitively dock at the center of the surrounding network. In the first row outside the open space in the center is the airship containing the troops of the 10th Brigade. All ships are maintained in an activated state, so that after receiving the order to transfer, they can immediately set off in the airship, or after receiving the order to attack, they can immediately leave the ship and surround the target. And this time the Empire's preparations for combat did not consist of just one large army. There are also several airships with particularly excellent attack capabilities and altitude limits, which enter the clouds to ambush. As soon as the target appears, the sky will be blocked immediately, making sure that the opponent cannot escape. It was just this instruction from the Guana Empire that made the owners of these requisitioned airships quite dissatisfied. If the Hater Empire formed an airship army, it would never make such a mistake. Whether in the sky, on the sea, or even on land, speed means everything. If the Cid was really what the intelligence said, none of the ship's owners thought it was possible for them to intercept the opponent. The moving airships were bombarded either at close range or by experienced gunners who knew how to predict the amount. But the premise of these experiences is that there is not much difference in the speed of the airships between the two sides. At the speed of the Cid, the target would probably have escaped from the firing line during the few gaps between aiming and preparing to launch. In fact, after this incident, the Ministry of Military Affairs of the Guana Empire also discussed the idea of establishing an airship corps for internal discussion. The reason why this proposal was shelved before was because the shipbuilding technology was not as good as that of the Hater Empire. Secondly, there were not many high-quality woods in Hater that were suitable for shipbuilding and were of the magic material level. Regardless of the technical issues, the cost of building an airship similar to that of the Hater Empire in the Guana Empire would be much more expensive than others. But these problems will no longer be a problem after capturing the Cid. The Guana Empire suffered a loss in this operation. As a hostile party, they certainly understand the significance of the Cid's speed advantage better than others. They don't need to be organized to the size of a legion, as long as they can transport a large group. It means that they can put the power of the Empire's sword into any battlefield it will, move in and out quickly, and tear up the battle line it will before the enemy can react. So in the military drawing room, the young officer who was free began to discuss the use of this airship brigade. At the same time, he was thinking about which brigade in the 1st Legion to disband, and to move the number of the 10th Experimental Battalion, which had only been established for about 3 years, to a higher level. The attitude of everyone from top to bottom seems to be that the Cid is already in their pocket. This made the Minister of Military Affairs, who was waiting in the military drawing room, feel unreasonable worry. Is it too early for a group of young people who have never experienced any major setbacks to stay in such an important place? In Nagadai City, the extraordinary beings from the 10th experimental group gathered on the same airship. This airship can be regarded as the most luxurious among the requisitioned ones. And it is also the fastest. Due to military regulations, they were not allowed to drink. But we still brewed a large pot of refreshing tea to keep everyone in the best condition. Their mission involves limited destruction of the airship so that the target cannot take off again. So they all keep their most destructive weapons nearby and wait for their target to appear. But the waiting time is not that easy. There was that impatient person who was pacing back and forth in the airship, making other people feel equally upset.
Big guy! Stop! You're almost knocking me out!
Someone said dissatisfiedly. The person being complained was equally dissatisfied, saying,
Why hasn't the target appeared yet? It's just a few kittens. And that black dragon looks more difficult. Wouldn't it be better to finish the fight early and go back to rest early? Be patient.
The captain, who is also an extraordinary person and has the same rank as a general, warned the juniors who have entered the same realm, saying,
Sometimes the difference between the hunter and the prey is who is more patient. Here we come!
A young man with aristocratic status, a specially dispatched officer from the military map office, suddenly shouted. He quickly operated the interface on the hydroscope screen, and with the attention of everyone in the airship, he said excitedly,
The latest sighting location of the SID is Lebepa City.
The Transcendent, who had been impatient for a long time, immediately shouted,
Great! Now that we know the target location, we will set off immediately to surround them and defeat them.
Although the voice shouted loudly, there were only a few people who responded. Sensing something strange, he looked at the blank expressions of the others and asked,
What's wrong with you? Why haven't you set off yet?
After clearing his throat with a cough, the captain of the 10th Battalion asked the officer accompanying the team who came from the military map room nearby, and said,
Well, where is Lebepa City? It doesn't seem to be a city near Nagadai.
Equally dumbfounded was the officer accompanying the team, who was very excited at first. The plans made by the military drawing room cannot be said to be incomplete. With Nagadai City as the center and more than 10 surrounding cities that may be targets for airships to dock, a supporting plan has been made based on distance and distance. Those who are closer have more time, can carry more equipment, and make sufficient preparations before the battle. Possible attack options include waiting until the opponent is resting in an inn, surrounding them, and then launching an attack at night. There is less leeway for those who are far away, but a minimum level of preparation and planning can still be achieved. It's just that these cities do not include Lebepa City. The reason is simple. Because Lebepa City is not near the Albers Mountains at all. That is, it is not a city on the Albers line. After crossing the mountains and flying northwest for several days, he arrived at a city on the edge of the desert. A barren land. This is the place that everyone spent a long time looking for on the map of the entire territory of the Earth Kingdom before they found it. Then everyone who was paying attention to the movement of the SID, whether they were in the military drawing room of the Military Affairs Department in the Imperial Capital, or on the airship in Nagadai City, or stationed at the military camp in Hyla City, all collapsed. Of course, some people laughed. It takes at least 10 days to take an ordinary airship from Basra City to Lebepa City. In other words, the speed of the SID was even faster than what it showed the day before, and they also completely deviated from the direction of the magician's holy city, Estali, heading towards a place that was beyond the reach of 8 poles. This situation makes the young aristocratic officers in the military drawing room not go crazy. Just like the rules on a chessboard, the pawn can only move 1 square forward, cannot move more, and cannot change direction. As a result, the idiot opposite, who couldn't play chess, flipped over the chessboard without any squares. The only soldier in his hand could move however he wanted. He was extremely willful. But if they really paid attention to the intelligence of this group of people and seriously thought and analyzed it, the movements of the SID would not be surprising. First of all, although the original appearance cannot be seen, the SID is not a newly built airship, but a modified one from the Goblin airship Hindenburg. The original Hindenburg used a huge gas balloon to provide buoyancy, and the Goblin version of the fuel engine as the propulsion power mechanism. Although the modified SID abandoned the balloon, its buoyancy was provided by a better magic device. But the design of the fuel engine is still retained. But it has been changed. Of course, this is from the perspective of ordinary MIDI natives. To someone, he is just using the Earth's mature engine design. Since the engine is still the main propulsion power of the SID and the secondary source of supplementary power, it is bound to replenish fuel. In Midland, The extracted crude oil is provided to the fractionation tower installed inside the airship for refining. Crude oil is not completely useless in Lost Land, at least as a weapon of war. It can create flames that are difficult to extinguish. So in the death place where black water overflows, some people still collect crude oil in small quantities. However, in terms of large-scale production, there is only one place within the Empire, and that is the autonomous city where the Goblin clans gather Levapu. This was once the capital of the Goblin Empire, and it was also a land of beauty and beauty, a paradise that everyone yearned for. As for why it has become the desert terrain it is today, it is actually the same reason as the desertification of the earth. Failure to do a good job in soil and water conservation, overexploitation, and indiscriminate exploitation of natural resources, as if they were inexhaustible, will ultimately leave nothing behind but a dead silence. But according to me, the goblins are too good at causing trouble, blasting everywhere until there is no grass growing, and it turns into a desert. Actually, if you think about it seriously, it still makes sense. Although there is nothing left here, black water will emerge from the sand, which has become the most common thing that the goblins staying here come into contact with and study. For them, of course, they hope to develop the use of these black water so that they can exchange it for the supplies they need for life. It sounds aggrieved, but in fact the goblins also lived a very aggrieved life. The Goblin Empire's combat power was once unparalleled, and its power shocked the world. From Lin's perspective, regardless of the explosive factor, many of the goblins' weapons were ahead of their time. But the countries on Earth that can fight modern wars are all industrial powers. They rely on their strong industrial base and the natural resources they produce to be able to dominate. The Goblin Empire did not have such a foundation, so they were as bright as fireworks. And then, they were over in 3 seconds. The goblins also wanted to escape from this barren land, and only a handful of them stayed here because they cherished the glory of the Goblin Empire. However, due to the loss of resources and a large amount of technology lost due to the explosion, they eventually lost to other Homo sapiens, who expanded their territories and were driven back, or left this traditional land of civilization development and entered the former wilderness. After that, it passed through several eras in which different races were the protagonists, as well as the Dark Age when the Demon King Tikal ruled, and then entered the current era dominated by humans. The Old Guana Ally was established, and the Goblin clan paid a considerable price to become a member of the 100 Clans Alliance. As for the city of Levapu, other races did not bother to capture it, so the goblins kept it as the last memory of the glory of the past empire. So when the goblins talk about this city, they are full of grievances. How does it feel to guard an oil field and say that you are poor and unlucky? A time travel that no one can imagine. Chapter 549, The Goblins of Levapu. Do you want to carry out the great cause of industrialization in Lost Land and help the goblins improve their existing lives? The answer is of course no. This has nothing to do with the proportion of someone's holy mother. It's simply because goblins are definitely the worst and most unreliable partners for fans. They do not keep their word, do not know how to respect, are selfish, unsympathetic, regard loyalty as nothing, and are all self-centered. The only way to control them is to hold a knife to their necks, so that they can obey orders. But as soon as he relaxes, the goblin will return to his old ways and act only with his own ideas. Take the time spent with Totokani, including the modification of the airship feed. As an example, during the process of manufacturing or repairing components. As long as someone is not watching, goblins will have great ideas and make some unreasonable attempts. Or they think that certain processes are too troublesome, and in order to save trouble, those actions that are unnecessary in their eyes can be omitted. As long as we argue together, it's just, what do I think? It makes sense even if it doesn't make sense. Even if it is a finished product. They like to tinker with it, add their own characteristics or design, and then brazenly say that it is their own work. Moreover, goblins are not particular about everything. It is always said to seek something first, then something good. Then you mean you have it. And good may not be better in the next life. On Earth, it is very common for those who manufacture items not to consider the lives of users. So there are a lot of black-hearted industries. In the Lost Land, goblins have reached a stage where they don't take their own lives seriously. You have to be mentally prepared to work with them. If you can cut corners, you can cut corners. This is called cost saving in goblin language. No matter how bad or dangerous things are, they can use them without hesitation. In goblin language, it is called a backup plan. To be honest, some people think that they might get along better with their uncivilized compatriots.
Anyway, they just kill each other when they meet, without thinking too much. Less than 3 minutes after the Cid docked at Lebepa Airport, goblins came forward with hammers and chisels, intending to dismantle the external engine and propeller assembly for study. Then a group of goblins came into the airship to visit and study it very casually, without being polite at all. Maybe someone's past behavior seemed like he didn't care about anything. He was very neat in breaking things off. He just walked away, and he never acted sloppily. This is because no matter how valuable those things are to outsiders, they are not that important to someone. But the so-called otaku is a small world that only values itself. Maybe I will share it with others, but only with the same fanatics. Not just any cat or dog can take out and destroy their treasures at will. The behavior of the goblins undoubtedly touched someone's limit. Even if you don't regard the airship as your cherished collection, you still have to consider that the next journey will require an airship. After being demolished by the goblins, what should we do next? At first, he tried to persuade him nicely, but later he knocked out the goblin who came up to make trouble. After finding something, he tied it up and hung it in a conspicuous place. But the goblins are still rushing forward like zombies, with the momentum of not dismantling the airship. Then it was gone. When someone becomes angry, darkness shrouds them. White light flashes. And finally, there are dead bodies on the ground. Everything happens in the blink of an eye. Then, the crude oil that was originally planned to be bought with money was filled up by the kind goblins in the Cid's fuel tank for free. And several large barrels were also given as spares. Then he set everyone off with gifts and left without staying overnight or eating. In fact, from the beginning, someone had no intention of reaching this point. But people who don't get along just don't get along. When Lin encounters trouble, he will choose to turn a blind eye, but he may not choose to compromise. Sometimes taking a step back will only encourage others' arrogance. This kind of thing has been experienced countless times not only in Lost Land, but also on Earth. If you plan to survive under the wings of others, then that's it. But Lebepa City is just a transitional city for itself. The greedy goblin thought that by relying on the large number of people, he could fulfill his greed. Someone let them understand how weak the crowd is for Fae, who does not follow the mainstream painting style. But someone regretted it after doing it. After that, I was surprised by the goblin's strange thinking. With so many goblins dead, how big the hatred will be? Answer: no grudges or grudges. All that was gained was the fear of the goblins. Most goblins have a weak understanding of family and blood relationships, or even don't care about them. Although they live together in a group, the goblins in the group are not necessarily related people, or men and women who are married. It's just a small organization that facilitates mutual use. To put it nicely, it's called mutual cooperation. Although unlike their uncivilized compatriots, who go around looking for females of different races to mate, the bond between goblin males and females is limited to the moment of intercourse. They are not limited to the opposite sex in their respective groups. Just slap their butts when they are done, and everyone goes their own way. When a woman gives birth to a child, she will be raised and educated by all the goblins in the group, and then kicked out when she reaches adulthood. They are indifferent to whoever is dead. They only care about whether it is helpful to them or not. In other words, goblins' habits are still very animalistic. However, father and daughter Totokani and Polly, who are always by their side, are not uncommon among goblins. Understanding the fetters of the family and the sacrifices other than the exchange of interests can bring greater advantages to the entire family. Most of these goblins belong to the nobles of the former Goblin Empire. In other words, these nobles among the goblins are closer to what a civilized race should look like. As for their civilians, they are in the stage between beasts and civilization, as for uncivilized goblins. Except that they have language to communicate with each other and know how to use tools, they are no different from beasts. Such differences create a chain of contempt within the goblins. This gap is wider than the gap between nobles and commoners, extraordinary people and ordinary people, and those with talent and those without talent. Therefore, even if dead goblins cover almost an entire street, it is not painful to the goblin executives who manage this autonomous city. Even those goblins who did not belong to the upper class of nobles did not feel any grief or anger at the death of others. At best, they are just a group of humans who are afraid of taking action, for fear that the same attack will fall on them. So even though someone went on a killing spree, surprisingly he didn't get into any trouble. Even Totokani said proudly, "Don't worry. It's nothing. With this number of people, they will be born back in 3 years. Besides, even if you don't do anything, the king will drive out the extra people.
Lebepa, you can't support so many people who don't do anything.
A certain goblin told terrible things with mysterious confidence. But if someone doesn't intend to delve into it, the more he knows, the deeper he will fall. Not to mention that he can't do much to help. If we really want to liberate the giant beast of the Industrial Revolution, we should not let the goblins take the lead. It is too easy for them to lead the entire maze into a ditch. Of course, this does not mean that someone is like God, judging who is qualified to do something in the world, and who is not qualified to do something. If the goblins' own technological progress had really reached the point where they were about to cross that threshold, Lin would not stop them because he thought they were not qualified. But what pushes them to cross that hurdle cannot be their own initiative in teaching.
The goblin who calls himself the Goblin King, but is actually only made a count by the Guana Empire, does not dare to appear in front of anyone. All negotiations with Lebepa officials were handled by Totokani, and opposite him was a representative of the Goblin King who could not tell whether he was young or old. Originally, Totokani always stooped in front of the Lich and someone, and did not dare to stand up straight. But when talking to the people of the Goblin King, they are arrogant and arrogant. He opened his mouth to pay for mental compensation, missed orders, missed meals, and all kinds of blackmail, which seemed to squeeze a little bit of the oil out of the Goblin King. Once again, someone regrets their decision. If he really allowed Totokani to continue talking nonsense, I'm afraid he wouldn't stop until he squeezed 3 kilograms of oil out of him for 7 days and 7 nights. How could Lin waste so much time in a place like this? Although I am not worth hundreds of thousands a minute. Time is money. This is a belief that goes deep into the bones of a time traveler. So Lin directly interrupted the 2 goblins who were about to argue, reported his request directly, and sent the Goblin King's representative back to inform him of his conditions. In this regard, Totokani was a little dissatisfied and complained a few words. In his little calculation, this trip can be regarded as a return home. Because of the decline of the family, he was forced to leave Lebepa City. Even the treasures passed down by the family were collected by other goblins in the name of paying off debts. On this trip, even if we cannot settle past grievances, we must let others understand. I, Totokani, am back. It's just that someone doesn't seem to want to cooperate. Even if the Goblin King clearly expressed his disrespect for seeing off a guest, the human magician was just ready to leave after getting what he needed, without asking for any additional compensation. For a stingy race, this seems like a huge sin. Things that are clearly within reach slip through your fingers so easily. But someone doesn't care about that. In addition to raw materials, all goblin processed products have the ability to explode boldly. Who thinks his life is too long and puts a bunch of bombs on the plane he is going to take? As for leaving early, the airship is just like a ship anyway, with minimal living facilities on board. The reason why most travelers on this road will choose to stop at an airport every night is because it is convenient to check into a hotel, lie on a comfortable bed, and have a good sleep without having to sleep with a group of people in the small space on the airship. This time I left Lebepa early, and it was obvious that the comfortable bed was gone. But Lin has nothing to complain about. The end of this journey is in sight. Chapter 550 Royal Palace. Of course, it is impossible for the Empire to remain silent about the fact that the troops it sent were once again in vain. The young aristocratic officers in the military drawing room lost face, and the old-school figures who really held real power in the military emerged. The undercurrent beneath the Empire's surface is only now truly surging. Originally, they had the idea of training young people, and they just let the young people do their best to deal with that insignificant enemy. But the 2 mistakes and the value shown by the opponent were finally enough to enter their eyes. Only then did someone take a closer look and take a look at the information about the Demon King and his entourage. It didn't matter if I read it, but after reading it, I found many problems and many contradictions. Based on the traditional intelligence power of MIDI, it is usually possible to collect information about a certain person without too many conflicts or contradictions. It is more about judging the authenticity from the true and false news. For example, if you can slay a dragon at the age of 3, destroy a country at the age of 5, compose poetry at the age of 7, and convert demons at the age of 9, that is obviously false information. However, in the intelligence submitted by the Ministry of Military Affairs, just like the key points that the French Saint Babak Abu Nahan could see, these old generals were confused by the many inconsistencies about the Devil King. Finally, they unanimously threw the intelligence materials from the young people in the Ministry of Military Affairs into the fireplace and burned them. The nights in the Spring Empire are still a bit cool, and these old men who really have the right to speak are still used to a warmer environment. Soon, they gathered in the emperor's library. There are two major intelligence systems in the empire. One is under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Military Affairs, which mainly deals with external affairs, warcraft, and targets that cannot be dealt with by ordinary soldiers. The other is directly under the emperor and deals with both internal and external affairs. But to see the intelligence collected by the latter, you need the nod of that person. The library in the palace is also quite warm. Inside, you don't need to wear heavy clothes and your body will feel slightly warm. After dinner, the old emperor was struggling to read the news brought by his cronies with his dim eyes. Several old generals arrived one after another. When they saw such a battle, they did not complain loudly. Instead, they found a seat with tacit understanding and sat down quietly. The closest person to the emperor was the Minister of Military Affairs, who came directly from the Ministry of Military Affairs. His face was full of helplessness, but there was also a hint of determination. Other old generals speculated that he might have resigned from his position as minister again, but the emperor would not allow it. Although everyone is very passionate about power, one thing everyone knows is that the closer you are to the emperor, the harder it is to do so. Who is the one sitting on the throne? His martial arts are so powerful that they are beyond ordinary people. It would be extremely difficult to find something he didn't understand and then use it to gain some benefits. Even if someone did do something sneaky, it would be with the emperor's acquiescence. And one day in the future, there will definitely be a bigger price to pay. So no matter how fierce these old generals were in front of their subordinates, they were all obedient in front of the emperor. Sakuda! The emperor called the name of the Minister of Military Affairs, and at the same time handed the information in his hand to the attendant on the side. The young knight was familiar with the emperor's habits and the general's intentions, so he handed the information to the generals for circulation. But the old emperor did not look at others, but stared directly at his old friend who had fought with him since he was young, and said, "I am very disappointed. That's why the subordinates said that the job should be handed over to other people who are more suitable. Among the few here, there is no one who is better than me. They are all very suitable candidates for ministers." As soon as the Minister of Military Affairs said this, all the generals felt bad. Did you come here by mistake today? Some people haven't been able to see the information that was handed down, but their eyes are already rolling, thinking of reasons to run away. However, the old emperor bared his teeth and said dissatisfiedly, "You are mocking me for not being able to retire. So the emperor can only die. Your Majesty is different from my subordinates after all. The position of emperor is destiny and a great responsibility. After all, we are just tools in your Majesty's hands. We are no longer suitable for our use. We are getting old. Isn't it normal to replace them with something more convenient?" said the Minister of Military Affairs. Replied, "The problem is that you can't train decent successors. If you leave, who will clean up the next mess? At the beginning, you had the movements of the enemy and ourselves in the palm of your hand, and no one could escape your strategy. With the least damage, the easiest way is to defeat every enemy. This wisdom has not been properly passed on to the successors. Look at them all. I am panicking." The Minister of Military Affairs replied in an official tone. "Do you know what the young people in the military drawing room did just now? They actually came to me and asked me to lend the Iron Guard, the legion directly under the emperor. They said they wanted to borrow it without starting or ending. Amanullah, you are still looking outside. That is, you little brat. The young people in the military drawing room are so virtuous. Sakuda, you still dare to run. Can you still run? Your Majesty, the requests of those young people are not wrong. If it were me, I would also ask you this question if I were to continue. As for those who are better than me and better at cultivating underachievers, aren't they all here? The others really couldn't sit still anymore, and now they wanted to find an excuse to get up and leave." However, the old emperor severely criticized the veteran generals and said, "They can't do it. If they can, why don't they be the Minister of Military Affairs and let you do it instead? And their ability to give birth to sons is not good either. The eyes were born at the bottom of the head, but the hands were at the bottom of the feet. Your Majesty, my son passed away due to illness a long time ago. This is nothing. You are mocking me. I understand. I have the consciousness to resign tomorrow. No tomorrow. I will resign now. See, I mean your granddaughter is very good. Better than those little brats. Do you have any plans to make your granddaughter a princess?" Your Majesty subdued that fierce horse. "I have no objection." The Minister of Military Affairs thought of his granddaughter, who should have been doted on by him. "Are you kidding me?
If she is too gentle, she will be easily bullied. If she is too strong, she will not get married. Good. The old man began to worry again, thinking of the heroic one-eyed female magic knight. The old emperor casually said that if he really wanted to take it seriously, he would also have a headache. The only condition for choosing a son-in-law is to defeat her. The problem is that he is evaluated by the warrior Minner and the magician Minner as a talent who has the potential to reach the extraordinary realm. There are really no ordinary people who can beat the girl doll. Forgetting the casual joke, the old emperor asked,
"You just said that if you want to carry out the follow-up, you will have to borrow my iron guard. Why? Tell me."
Directly under the emperor's 3 guards, the personal guards are responsible for the safety of the emperor, the royal family and the palace, and are called shields. The imperial guards oversee the army, the palace, and many non-human clans, and are called eyes. The Iron Guard is the only group strike force directly under the emperor's hands, called the Fist. As for the 4th Legion, it does not exist openly and will never be discussed in public. Minister of Military Affairs Sokit explained his thoughts and said,
"The current legions in the capital, the 2nd and 3rd legions, and the personal guards are all legions that defend key areas and cannot be moved easily. And the 1st Legion lacks the 1st and 3rd legions. In the case of the 10th Brigade, the other brigade is a specialized unit and does not have the ability to fight alone, let alone challenge such a combination. Maybe the 2nd Brigade can, but if that brigade is damaged due to trivial matters, it will be extended far. It's a troublesome political issue. After all, in addition to the strong men of various tribes, there are also important protons from various tribes, and the Imperial Guards are unable to fight hard. In the end, the only ones left to use are His Majesty's Iron Guards. Is there any chance of winning?"
The old emperor asked straightforwardly. This is because it is a legion directly under the emperor. Another meaning is that the emperor is responsible for military pay and all food and clothing expenses, which is different from the 10 legions under the Ministry of Military Affairs. If there is any damage, the emperor will of course feel pain, and his deterrent effect on the nobles will also be reduced. So he couldn't help but ask more clearly. In response to the emperor's question, the Minister of Military Affairs replied very carefully.
"As for the true combat power of the target, we can only make inferences and cannot be sure. Faced with such an enemy, we must either not fight or have no choice but to fight."
Try your best. Considering the number of opponents, a legion is already the largest number of combat forces against it. If you want to continue to improve, you can only think about it in terms of quality, not purely in terms of quantity. So from the beginning, I agree. The 1st Magic Brigade was sent, followed by the 10th Experimental Battalion. After the 2 brigades were defeated, only His Majesty's Iron Guard was left suitable to fight. If these 3 armies fail, we will have to rethink our attitude and stance.
With such comments, the old emperor and the generals present were stunned. They looked at Zukyut, who looked serious in astonishment, and asked,
"Are you serious? Will the Empire lose? If the female magician in the information is a lich,
and also the demon King Tikal from thousands of years ago, we have no way of judging the opponent's strength. Among the known historical materials, the most described ones are only about the Dark Army under the Demon King. There is no trace of the Demon King's own combat power. Even if the Demon King was finally defeated by 4 brave men, there is no reliable historical record of the process. This is only one of them. The magician's abilities and tactics have been exposed at this stage. But has anyone thought about how to crack it? If he is desperate and wants to escape, have you ever thought about the consequences of being an enemy of such a magician? Well, are you referring to the incident in the 10th Legion's military camp where you asked the great magician to cast the magic of the dimensional anchor, but still could not prevent the other party from teleporting? Isn't this what that bastard from Javitpur said to get away with it? It's an excuse. Is it possible that you believe that there is such a thing? It's impossible to think about it. Has anyone ever heard of such a thing?" said one of the old generals. "Do you think it's possible to close the door to the abyss with a magic tower? Do you think it's possible to have a magic that allows you to sit at home and instantly know the news from anywhere in the land? An airship can close the door in one day. Do you think it is possible to cross a distance of several kilometers? Common sense cannot be used to judge this group of people. The young people in the military map room have suffered enough in this regard. You all just want to believe in yourself. Do you want to believe that part? What's your suggestion?" the emperor asked succinctly. "Your Majesty, if you still plan to fight, please use your Iron Guard and wait by the teleportation magic circle. After confirming the location of the target, teleport." instead of blindly guessing the possible location of the opponent and waiting for the results of the battle. Once you attack, go all out. The opponent is not someone who will easily succumb to the Emperor's power. As for the situation of no intention to fight, the Minister of Military Affairs did not say anything. That is not within the scope of his responsibilities. The Emperor has to consider it himself. Chapter 551 Iron Guards. Although the Emperor's Iron Guards followed the advice of the Minister of Military Affairs and waited in a Legion-level teleportation magic circle, the purpose was different from what most people imagined. The Iron Guards' mission this time was, first of all, to serve as a protocol unit to invite the group of people who were the target. The reason why an entire legion was dispatched was, of course, to show the Empire's attention. If the opponent's reaction is not as expected, the Iron Guard will of course have the second and third tasks. As for dispatching a fully armed legion at once, how people feel about being treated with such courtesy is not what those big shots care about. For the Emperor of an empire, spending an evening talking about personal matters was too much. When the Iron Guard set out, the young aristocratic officers in the military map office of the Ministry of Military Affairs were extremely excited at first. They even set a combat plan order and asked the Iron Guard to act according to the rules. Then, of course, I was warned. According to their duties, the General of the Imperial Guard must accompany the Iron Guard to monitor them before they leave the capital to prevent the army from doing anything that does not follow orders. Now this duty has long been reduced to a mere formality, and it has become a time for the two generals to chat before setting off. So when the young officers came excitedly and asked the Iron Guard to obey the order, the General of the Imperial Guard said sullenly, "Your Excellency plans to come and command the army directly belonging to the Emperor without an imperial order. Can I regard such behavior as rebellion?" Then the young people retreated. The Imperial Guard supervised the soldiers and officers of the Empire, regardless of their status or responsibilities. When it comes to crimes, it basically depends on where it happened, whether the local lord, clan leader, and the laws of the Empire are consistent with the laws of the Empire, and what the applicable circumstances are. In short, it means taking into account all aspects and having tedious communication and coordination work. Once rebellion is involved, go directly to the prison of the guards without further ado, regardless of whether the rebellion is true or false. It is impossible to come out without peeling off 3 layers of skin. Seeing several young people fleeing, the General of the Imperial Guard said with emotion, "The young people today are living so smoothly that they would make such exaggerated mistakes. No, they are just still at the age where they make mistakes. We are also growing up through constant mistakes. It may be ourselves or the people around us, but we always learn a lesson. If you compare us now with young people, it's not fair," said the Iron Guard General with a firm face. Yes, you just want to say that I am narrow-minded, so I am only suitable for this dark position, right? No, it's just that I'm better than you, so I can be awarded the Golden Sword and perform His Majesty's duties. General Iron Guard knew that his colleague and comrade-in-arms were still diligently seeing him off in person, even though the supervision operation was reduced to a mere formality. For what exactly? Isn't it the golden sword in his hand that he received from the Emperor? There are 3 golden swords in the Emperor's hands, which represent the highest power of the 3 guards. Because in addition to their routine duties, the 3 guards only obeyed the orders of the Emperor alone, no matter whether they were the Crown Prince, the Queen, or the Prime Minister. It was useless for anyone else to come forward. But when sending troops abroad, unless the Emperor personally leads them, there must be someone who can command the army. At this time, the general holding the golden sword has the power to act on his behalf. However, among the 3 guards, the personal guard mainly protects the palace, and the Emperor is by his side, so no one will have the chance to be given the golden sword of the personal guard. Even in the most difficult moments in the Empire's history, there was no time to send out the most important force to protect the Emperor. Because of the special nature of the guards, there was rarely a time to assemble the army and set off, so the general naturally had no chance to hold a sword. In other words, the Iron Guard is responsible for mopping up all enemies who disobey the imperial power. So the army is often outside, and the leading generals are the ones who are most often awarded temporary golden swords to be able to enter the Ministry of Military Affairs. It is not only enough to know how to fight, but also need a sense of politics. Therefore, those who are there are regarded as impure soldiers. If one were to say that the pure military apex of the Guana Empire was the general with the golden sword, that's why the member of the Imperial Guard would show all kinds of envious eyes every time to see off his close friend who had fought alongside him for a long time. And the person who can become the Iron Guard general will not be a person who doesn't know how to observe emotions. It's just that he, who is dull by nature, can only surpass his good friend in this matter. So as long as there is a chance, it is inevitable to win back the victory verbally. But after preparing everything, the Iron Guards, who thought they would set off soon, actually camped next to the teleportation magic circle all night. In other words, there is a whole day without the whereabouts of the target. In other words, the movement of the Hilda is unknown. It's like a fist that's ready to strike, but has no direction to swing out. Not to mention the good military camp. The soldiers who had to stay by the magic circle all night couldn't bear it. Even the emperor and ministers, who seemed not to care much about this matter, would inevitably end up, because the matter has not yet come to an end. Keep it in mind. In the afternoon of the next day, spring thunderstorms fell in torrents, and the sound of heavy rain broke the twilight atmosphere of the palace. This is because the palace of the Guana Empire is not a palace that focuses on defense. The large floor-to-ceiling windows and open doors allow the people inside to feel the rain more vividly. The messenger from the Ministry of Military Affairs walked quickly. No one can run fast in the palace, so the messenger can only hold the brocade box in his hand, which contains the latest news sent by the intelligence unit to the Ministry of Military Affairs through the forum. What he did was to copy the information on the forum into documents and send them to the palace. The people in this palace seemed to find it difficult to accept new things. But the messenger only dared to complain secretly in his heart, and did not dare to express it. Following the announcement from his personal guards, he arrived at the 5th book pavilion and handed the brocade box to the waiting attendants. In the palace, there are many rooms that belong to the emperor and have the same function. There are several study rooms and dormitories. Without someone to lead him, outsiders would have no way of knowing where the emperor was. After handing over the brocade box, the messenger's task is over. What he should do now is to leave the palace as soon as possible. It is a sin for anyone to stay in such a place for too long without special permission. The brocade box quickly came to the emperor after routine inspection. However, the old man did not raise his head from the pile of documents he was buried in. He said,
"What is in it? Help me confirm it." "Yes, Your Majesty."
After receiving permission, the closest attendant took out the scroll from the brocade box. He spread it out and took one look at it before saying,
"Your Majesty, this is news about the airship Sid. There is news." "Then pass it to the Iron Guard and let them set off,"
the old emperor said casually.
"Well, Your Majesty, I think it would be best for you to see it with your own eyes."
The attendant did not act in accordance with the emperor's orders, but instead raised questions and demands, which puzzled the old man, who was also struggling to wear the crown. He would choose this young man to follow him, because he was careful and thorough. So that he didn't dare to act according to his instructions meant that the information in that message was not limited to the whereabouts of the airship. Taking the paper, there was no redundant statement in the content. But with just one look, the old emperor knew the reason why his attendants did not dare to act as ordered. "Looks like I need to make a trip." The old man with gray hair and beard looked at the heavy rain outside the library and sighed, feeling relieved. In the school field next to the teleportation magic circle, the soldiers of the Iron Guard were hiding under a temporary tent. Maybe you don't need to be exposed to the rain directly, but people will inevitably get wet from splashing water when they are outdoors. But the general's camp account is not that bad. Sewn with the best fur of Warcraft, and even with magical effects added to it, the tent not only blocked the heavy rain, but also kept it from being too stuffy, not too hot, or even too cold inside. When the two generals of the Iron Guard and the Imperial Guard were complaining about the horrible weather, the messenger ran in and said,
"General, just now His Majesty's attendants came to inform that Your Majesty is coming towards us."
Without thinking, the Iron Guard general said,
"Blow the rally call."
Soon, the Iron Guard sergeants gathered into square formations. Even in the heavy rain, everyone stood upright. The two generals were even more heavily armed, standing like huge towers in the rain, quietly waiting for their loyal masters. Under the protection of his personal guards, the emperor's chariot entered the camp gate smoothly. Several large umbrellas were stacked on top of each other to form a passage from the royal carriage to the general's camp. The old man who needed help slowly moved down from the carriage. He just waved his hand to the general approaching and said,
"Let the soldiers take shelter from the rain. Come in and talk to me."
Although he did not understand the emperor's order, as an Iron Guard, the general complied with it. After simply giving instructions to his lieutenants and entering the camp, the emperor spoke like a bolt from the blue.
"Hand over the golden sword, my loyal general."
In the history of the empire, There were many examples of commanders being replaced midway while the army was away. The point is that the commanders who were replaced did not end well. Therefore, as soon as the two generals in the camp heard the words of the monarch they were loyal to, they immediately knelt on their knees and lowered their heads as low as possible. The general of the Iron Guard only hesitated for a moment, then presented the golden sword at his waist with both hands. His attitude was as if he was ready to die. Seeing the attitude of these two generals, who were much younger than himself, the old emperor did not take the golden sword immediately, but stared at the two of them playfully. Suddenly he burst into laughter and said, "It's rare to see you with such a panic expression, even if it's only for a moment." At the same time, he took the golden sword. The two best friends raised their heads in confusion, wondering why the monarch they were loyal to had such a joking expression that they didn't know they were being fooled. But the old emperor smiled and said, "As people get older, they don't have much fun. Just kidding. Don't be angry. But the matter of taking back the golden sword is true. But it is not that you made any mistake, but that the mission was aborted. When the rain stops, let the Iron Guard return to the barracks. Speaking of which, I am relieved that I will not challenge the devil. I am old and just want to live out the rest of my life in peace. I don't want to live a turbulent life. Your Majesty, there is no need to worry. The Iron Guards are determined to complete the tasks assigned by Your Majesty." The Iron Guard's general expressed his loyalty. No. If I really ask you to continue the mission, it will be very troublesome for me. As a general, how can your brain be insensitive? Regarding the emperor's attitude, the two generals thought of a possibility and asked, "Your Majesty, could it be the place where the Cid arrived?" Within the Guana Empire, there are many autonomous territories of clans, and even independent territories that have nothing to do with the empire, such as the Wood Elf tribe of Yggdrasil, the World Tree. Teleporting an army over would be worse than poking a hornet's nest. The old emperor didn't show off, and said directly, "Yes, the Cid has arrived at Estali. If the Iron Guard is really allowed to teleport there, it will be equivalent to declaring war on the entire magician world. The empire is very powerful, but it is not yet powerful enough. Be an enemy of the world. Next, it's those people who only talk." Chapter 552, The Bookkeeper's Legacy. The holy city of Estali. Although it is called a city, it is not protected by a city wall. Compared with the scope of defense that needs to be protected, this place will definitely make military figures all over the world sneer at it. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is full of loopholes. But no one really dares to attack here, because Starry has a unique wonder-level building. 6 5-story magic towers were built in a 6-pointed star formation. This is not to mention the magic towers that individual magicians have built sporadically in the city. Willian City in the Shijia district of the Southwest Peninsula has a similar tower building. It has a 5-story tower as the center and 4 4-story towers divided into the southeast, northwest and 4 directions, connected by empty bridges. But in terms of magic effectiveness, each tower belongs to an independent individual and is not related to each other. But the 6 5-story towers of Estali belong to a single entity. When magic is released in the form of a magic circle, its power is not just multiplied. The magic circle composed of 6 5-story magic towers will make everyone who tries to attack Estali despair. But this 6-pointed star array magic tower is not the reason why Estali has become the center of magicians' beliefs and thoughts. It is because there is a large library that can be said to be the most important building in the entire land. Initially, all historical materials and documents that survived the Dark Ages were collected here, or any carrier used to convey messages and record events. Moreover, even if each branch of the Magician Association does not hand over the knowledge of the magicians within its scope and actively copies it to other branches, each local branch will regularly send a copy of the transcript to the big library of the Holy City. There will even be some taboo magic and spells sent. All knowledge that should not be spread, but is valuable to preserve. Some non-formal magical knowledge, such as the undecipherable magician's notes, or the notes left by famous great magicians that can be interpreted and copied, will also enter the collection of the Great Library. And gradually, the books and carriers sent were not limited to magic-related knowledge. There are poems, scripts, history books, and various insights, such as agricultural administration, smelting, forging, etc. It can be said that the Great Library of the Holy City of Estali is not only a treasure house of knowledge, but also regarded as the last seat of civilization. It is the consensus of all emperors and kings that the disputes between all the kingdoms in Lost Land do not involve the Holy City. If someone dares to violate the taboo, The masters who regard themselves as the inheritors of knowledge will let the noble masters know how terrible intellectuals are. This place is different from Earth.
A scholar's rebellion will last 3 years.
Does not apply to the confused masters. If knowledge is raised to the level of belief, the magicians living in Starry will definitely be fanatics. Therefore, even though the Dharma masters do not praise the name of Enki, the Lord of Knowledge, the holy city is still protected by that god. This is also unique among all fans. Other than that, the location of the Magicians Association branch is almost insulated from the Church of Gods. Even the gods representing the 8 powers. This is really because Buddhist practitioners too often say blasphemous remarks, and even do relevant research. It's like someone once analyzed the curse power. If his research results were made public, all the spiritual churches in the land would probably put him at the top of their wanted lists. Without exception. Precisely because so much emphasis is placed on knowledge here. The holy city has also become an opportunity for magicians. Even though the strength of magical knowledge has squeezed out the development of other types of knowledge, people with real talent may rely on taking on apprentices in exchange for what they need. Or they may take on some difficult commissions that ordinary people can't imagine, and earn a reward that can easily last a year for doing something. Sometimes the person to whom knowledge is imparted is not necessarily a magic apprentice who knows nothing. Magicians also exchange knowledge with each other. For a fee, of course. And knowledge is protected. Not everyone can learn something from others, and then teach it to others and charge fees. In other words, this place is similar to the earth protected by patent law. As long as you have 1 or 2 attractive skills, you basically have no worries about food and clothing. Of course, it is inevitable to learn something secretly. But as long as no profit is made openly, no one knows who has learned from whom. However, as long as a little bit of flaws is exposed, MIDI is not like Earth, which has to go to court to file a patent lawsuit. MIDI has too many ways to make people tell the truth. Once you use it, it becomes clear who is right and who is wrong. When it comes to making judgments about right and wrong, Dharma masters rarely care about family background. Of course, people who really want to cause trouble will not drag the matter to the point where a notary must come forward to arbitrate. Everything that can be solved must have been solved before that. But just like Earth's confessional, the use of this type of magic is quite dangerous for the person being casted. Becoming an idiot or becoming disabled is the best outcome, according to the most commonly used method of a certain lich. After killing a person, he directly interrogates the soul to ensure that he will not and cannot lie, unless the deceased's knowledge of a certain matter was wrong from the beginning. But, if it is unjust, a moment of silence. Since there are so many outstanding magicians gathered here, it will naturally attract some lords and organizational forces from various places who hope to recruit these outstanding talents, or people who admire them and voluntarily follow or learn magic knowledge, as well as providing services to magicians and people with needs other than magic. Most of these people who come here to make a living bring their families or start a family here, and the magicians themselves may also start families. In the end, Starry became the largest city in the world in terms of population. Within the Guana Empire, the only city of the same level as Starry is the empire's capital, Light Lion City. The reason why it can attract so many people is that, in addition to being the most important holy land for magicians, another major reason is also because of the strength of the Guana Empire itself. Facing natural threats requires adventurers or mercenaries to deal with them in other places, but within the empire, each lord has local legions. Places directly under the emperor have reserve legions, and important hub cities have regular legions stationed there. The official force is enough to protect his people. And of course, there is no room for adventurers and mercenaries. Since there is no room for movement, such people naturally go to where they are needed. Soldiers will choose to join the army or leave the empire to develop. In addition to the first 2 choices, most of the magicians gathered in the holy city closest to them to look for any possible opportunities. The above are the most widely circulated news about the holy city of Starry. They are very credible and make the city a place that many people yearn for. Not only magicians, but countless ordinary people also hope to find opportunities. However, when actually seeing this city, someone's understanding of the world that they thought they had seen is still too poor. Looking down from the heights where the city is located, the 6 rumored 5-story magic towers are not just arranged in a hexagram formation. They are built on 6 hilly highlands, guarding the great library located in the basin terrain. The shape and distribution of the mountains formed a perfect magic circle, which made someone wonder that perhaps this place was not a natural terrain, but a modified one. The great library in the basin is not a single building, but a complex of buildings. There is another argument for this. The predecessor of the Great Library actually existed in the past older than Finn's Dark Ages. A group of people who call themselves bookkeepers secretly collected knowledge in the past, and used various methods to protect it. They even went through the Dark Ages and lingered in corners just to preserve these priceless treasures. There are rumors that among the 4 brave men who defeated the Demon King in the past, the great sage Adderley was born as a bookkeeper. So after the Demon King was defeated, he returned to this place and established the Brotherhood of Magicians, which was also the prototype of the Magician Association. The first 5-story magic tower built was the initial power to protect the magicians who gathered here. Of course, the existence of the Great Library was also disclosed and included in the sanctuary. Under the plan of the great sage Adderley, the power of this magician gradually grew. Eventually, the Magicians Guild was established. At the same time, there are organizations such as the Adventurers Guild and the Mercenary Guild that do not belong to any country. A big factor in the power of magicians comes from the knowledge collected in the Great Library. Based on old knowledge, magicians constantly create newer, more powerful, or more useful magic. The progress of civilization is driven by these achievements. The role of the Great Library is to make knowledge available to the public for free, while also using the power of magicians to collect more knowledge. But the collected knowledge must have a place to store it, and someone must sort it out and take care of it. However, the inherited arrogance of the bookkeepers has become an obstacle to promoting these works. The most practical problem is the need to add a library. However, building a house requires land, and the land around the Great Library has been occupied to build houses for bookkeepers and powerful magicians. Of course, the reason at the beginning was to facilitate the management of these people, or to read the books in the big library. No one expected that such convenience would become a constraint on the future expansion of the library. Faced with such a problem, the magician and the magician communicated and discussed to solve it. But the bookkeeper's stubbornness was not so easy to deal with. They believe that they, who have been working hard to protect knowledge for countless generations since then, have the right to decide on the affairs of the Great Library. Even they had a lot of criticism and obstructed in every possible way some miscellaneous books from entering the big library. At that time, the bookkeepers were divided into 2 factions. The minority wanted to maintain the status quo. The other majority, however, hopes to continue allowing magicians to collect knowledge, but is unwilling to make the collection of the Great Library public. At least the attitude towards bookkeepers and outsiders must be separated, so that the big library can form a closed atmosphere similar to a floating island. In other words, they want to monopolize all this. But the magicians must continue to provide their services and supplies. And this does not mean that the 2 parties will cut off contact. As long as you wait until they are satisfied, you may be able to reluctantly give some time to the magicians so that they can enter the big library to read. However, one night, this contradiction broke out into a conflict. The bookkeepers were completely bloodbath, and countless ancient families were cut off from their bloodlines. With the power of the 5-story magic tower, it has survived the Dark Ages, and the ancient inheritance with its mission cannot withstand the Magician Association led by the 6 Dharma Saints, and the most powerful war weapons of the contemporary era. Only the Dharma Saint level can truly take control of the magic tower with 3 energy pools, chanting deadly magic to them. Chapter 553 Holy City Starry. The bookkeeper was bloodbath, but no one knew the truth behind it. Those were all he learned after piecing together the stories passed down through the Midi region. Someone has not had the chance to read the formal history book of Lost Land. After the night when the bookkeeper was bloodbath, all the buildings in the basin except the Great Library were demolished, and no one was allowed to live nearby. At the same time, 5 5-story magic towers were built on the surrounding hills, forming a 6-pointed star formation, completely protecting the Great Library. Of course, this does not prohibit everyone from accessing the knowledge in the collection. This is just what the magicians think can be done to protect and borrow at the same time. Afterwards, the top leaders of the Magicians Association also used their own actions to show that they had no intention of blocking knowledge. But there were only some rules that were different from those in the past that had to be followed. All personnel responsible for library work must live on the other side of the hill and cannot enter during work. And those magicians who study library knowledge must also abide by such rules. In the basin, residential buildings or magic laboratories are no longer allowed to be built around the Great Library. All buildings only serve to protect and collect knowledge. Otherwise, they are not allowed to exist. In other words, the closest ones that can be inhabited are actually the 6 5-story magic towers guarding the Great Library. But not everyone can live in it, or has the courage to live in it. The magic tower is under the control of the tower owner, which means that the lives of other people in the magic tower are under the control of the tower owner. In addition, the tower owner has absolute power in the magic tower, and he will not be held accountable for killing many people. So most people who cherish life will choose to live on the other side of the hills. Therefore, people from all over the world come here to pursue knowledge, with the 6 magic towers as the endpoints, radiating outward to form the 6 urban areas of Starry. And so far, the expanded urban areas have been connected to each other, forming an urban layout in which the city is surrounded by 6 hills and magic towers. And the magic tower's 6-pointed star formation surrounds the great library. Nowadays, the holy city of Starry is not only the branch headquarters of the local Feist district, but also the headquarters of the Magician Association. Among the tower owners of the 6 magic towers, except one who is the president of the district branch, the other 5 are the 5 presidents of the General Association. In other words, the highest authority of the Magician Association is divided among 5 people, rather than concentrated in one person. However, in actual operation, it is more like 5 people taking turns taking care of things, while the others are lazy. But even though it is said to be the highest authority of the association, there is actually nothing it can do. The reason why it is divided into so many districts is because each district is vast and difficult to communicate with each other. So there is little intersection. Therefore, each division mostly does its own thing and does not need a superior to guide them in doing things. At most, when there are disputes between each other, they can use the energy pool of the magic tower to perform the Charles calling technique, hold a Midland-style online video conference, and have a verbal spat in front of the president. But even if the president makes a decision and the district presidents below refuse to accept it, there is honestly nothing they can do. It's like there was a branch president in history who directly declared to defy the president's decision and choked.
Hit me if you don't like it, you idiot!
No one can really do anything about him, unless the General Assembly has to travel thousands of miles and send enough people across the entire lost continent to teach the rude district president a lesson. If we really do that, the wasted manpower and material resources will not be equalized even if all the benefits that caused the dispute are used as compensation. So the matter was settled. Real lords do not act for the sake of face. Only nobles do this. Masters only consider reality and truth. But that doesn't mean that presidents just hang on to a title and do nothing. One of their more important responsibilities is to manage the large library, and to research, organize, and classify the knowledge collected in the library or sent to it. Because when it comes to judgment issues, it is really impossible to convince other magicians to recognize their judgments without their highly respected academic status. Therefore, in the holy city of Starry Tower, I was originally built by the president of the district branch of the 1st district, and was mainly responsible for administrative affairs. Towers 2 to 6 are responsible for knowledge and academic work. But of course, there are still some divisions and detailed responsibilities. This resulted in the 6 districts of the holy city having their own personalities, and therefore focusing on different life functions.
So, having said all that, which area are you going to park in?
Goblin Totokani asked as he parked the Cid high above the holy city. The reason why I asked this is of course because the holy city is vast, and the 6 districts have their own airship docking ports. Although there is no prohibition on passing between each other. If you make a decision from the beginning, you can avoid a lot of unnecessary mistakes. Although Totokani has little experience, under the advice of a senior airship pilot, he will introduce and inquire every new traveler as the owner of the airship, using the first coffin to open the miniature of the holy city. Lin seemed to be thinking about the goblin's problem seriously. This scene made Totokani a little envious. Of course, mainly because he was greedy for the various functions of the coffin. That thing will be taken away with the magicians after they leave, and will not be left on the airship. The magician also admitted that if he could defeat the Demon King, he could keep whatever he wanted. Well, it can't be done. In Totokani's opinion, the Demon King was undoubtedly the pinnacle among this group of people. Rank 2nd. Although he didn't want to admit it, he actually thought it was the male magician, not the Black Dragon. Flash Technique plus Box River. He has never seen a more despairing combination than this one. Black Dragon relies on the characteristics of the race itself to occupy the 3rd strongest position. The rest of the people were classified at the same level by the goblins. For the male magician, Totokani, who had a little idea of his personality, dared to joke or argue. But if the target were the Demon King, he wouldn't even dare to breathe. Therefore, the longing for the first coffin can only be buried deeply. As for collecting the materials to make one, Totokani gave up the idea after seeing the purple transformation level magic stone in the first coffin, and it didn't take long to think about someone. Anyway, they were unfamiliar with the place. Lin directly stretched out his hand towards Halumi and said, "Girl, lucky gold coin." The blonde girl who was named was stunned for a moment. And then she remembered the gold coin that had been given to her for safekeeping and had been specially modified by someone with the dwarf lucky runes on it, because she was required to carry it with her. She habitually carried it with her even if she hadn't used it for a while. So quickly, Halumi took out the gold coin with human heads on both sides from a small cloth bag and handed it to his teacher. "I took over this very commemorative gold coin that was transformed from the fine money of the Karlsruhe Empire in the south of Midland." Lin shrunk the actual picture of Estali and used the shaping technique to build a temporary wall around the outside of the picture. He murmured, "The sky is full of spirits. The earth is full of spirits. The Supreme Lord has come to show his spirit. Guanyin Bodhisattva gives guidance, and Mazu points out the maze. Wherever the gold coin falls, it will go." After speaking, he flicked his finger. The gold coin was bounced into the sky in full view of everyone. During the flip, it drew a beautiful arc and fell towards the reduced real-life image. After bouncing a few times, it even hit the outer wall and bounced back. Finally, the gold coin spun around in place for a few times before settling down. Everyone took a look and saw that it was located in Area 6 of Estali. With the result in hand, Lin stopped worrying and said, "Totokani, just send us to Area 6. Teacher, is it really okay to decide to go to Area 6? Halumi asked, frowning. Someone who was immune to such questions from female compatriots picked up the lucky gold coin, stuffed it into Halumi's hand, and said, "If you don't think it's good, just throw it to a place that satisfies you." Except for one person. Everyone looked at the coin that was put back into the hands of the blonde girl. "By the way, along the way, I have decided the direction this way many times when I encountered a fork in the road. Even if other people want to find fault, they will always be dismissed with this sentence. Maybe the new ones didn't feel it yet, but Finn and the two girls had some small complaints about someone's irresponsibility. But so what? I saw that some people no longer took care of this matter, and those who wanted to take care of it seemed to have helpless expressions on their faces, unable to continue taking care of it. Of course, Totokani knew that this matter was settled. In other words, the Cid was controlled to descend and emerge from the bottom of the clouds. As the altitude decreases, the city becomes larger. The Cid, advancing at a low speed, still surpassed several other airships flying in the sky, because there was no concept of air supremacy or airspace in Midland. Totokani boldly cut the watermelon directly, crossed the sky over the holy city of Estali, and directly arrived at the airship docking port in Area 6. Spotting an opening, swaying left and right, the Cid nimbly passed through the gap between airships in the sky and came directly above the opening. Because the speed was already very low, we did not open the speed parachute at the rear of the boat. Instead, we directly pulled up the clutch, shifted into reverse gear, reversed the propeller, and lowered the landing gear at the same time. Under the control of the goblin, the Cid landed safely in the open space using fancy landing techniques that were difficult for others to understand. It's just that in someone's eyes, such an operation is the result of mistakes, corrections, mistakes, corrections, and constant mistakes and corrections. It is not a fancy landing to show off your skills. I almost feel airsick sitting there. Pull the clutch up and shift into neutral. Although the engine idled, the propeller stopped spinning. Totokani followed the operating instructions and confirmed that the instrument status was normal before shutting down according to standard procedures. Arrival at the holy city of Estali. All the magical power is returned to the energy assembly of the airship, and the light in the operation of the magic circle gradually dims as the power fades. Only a few oil and gas lamps were left, illuminating the enclosed cabin space very brightly, as one of the products of crude oil fractionation. Oil and gas were not retained due to expediency in the Jura Mountains. When the Cid was refitted for the second time in Abadan City, a gas storage tank was specially built next to the fractionation tower to store the oil and gas that was originally thought to be of little use. However, the small kitchen stove and lighting equipment on the airship unexpectedly made oil and gas useful. It saves things that require power to be carried out, such as lighting the interior of the airship without opening windows, and using magic flames to maintain the temperature of the furnace to cook food. This coming and going has increased the energy efficiency of the Cid by several percentage points. Although there was lighting in the cabin, Totokani still opened the door of the airship and waited for the Estali tax collector to board the boat for inspection. Although the holy city of Starry is not actually under the jurisdiction of the Guana Empire, because it is within the scope of the empire, some administrative procedures are roughly the same. The magician in charge of managing the local airport quickly boarded the Cid with several young and clever-looking magic apprentices. Chapter 554 Goodwill from the Holy City. The magician who boarded the boat used the etiquette among magicians, pressed his right hand on his heart to show his sincerity, and greeted,
"It is His Excellency the Great Magician Ticklefini, and His Excellency the Magician Gabrash Tripwood are here.
In front of you. Balta from Rumbeef. Greetings to both of you.
To be so polite when we first met. To be honest, it makes someone very uncomfortable." Lin Chichi replied.
Ah. Yes. H. Lo.
Then was always aloof when meeting strangers, and had no intention of talking to them. The scene turned cold for a while. The goblin Totokani stood aside, holding the compass of the holy city of Starry, and also the permission to dock. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he didn't know what to do. Fortunately, the person opposite me was not a dull person, but rather talked in a normal manner. He looked around and said,
"This is the Cid. Not only is the appearance very different from other airships, but the interior is also quite different. I guess a lot of new technologies have been used on it. Your Excellency, is the interest public?"
"Someone has already prepared for such a problem," Lin replied politely.
"The Cid is still an experimental work, and most of the things on it are still temporarily manufactured. So its durability and practicality need more flight time verification. So it won't be done yet."
"Make this technology public. Otherwise, if other people have accidents in the air and there is no good way to save themselves, then I will feel sorry for these people."
Although it sounds like a rebuttal, it is actually Lin's true thoughts. After the disaster in the Jura Mountains, the airship was refitted and went straight on the road. To be honest, there were no accidents along the way, and I felt very lucky. But there is still some way to go before the Cid's technology can be commercialized. The running in of all components, the overall durability, the degree of aging of parts after long-term use, how often maintenance is required, and where are the areas that are easily damaged. These issues need to be clarified, instead of just hastily solving them when problems occur in the air. There are also things like cost reduction of various components and so on. I used all the good materials that I had worked so hard to bring out before. I don't know how many parts of the equipment on the Cid are not made of such good materials. It is necessary to find the most suitable and cost-effective substitute before it can be considered a mature commercial technology. Balta did not feel angry at the rejection of the person in front of him, but said respectfully,
"In this case, I look forward to the day when you think this technology is suitable for disclosure."
Listening to the meaning of these words, Lin probably figured out that the other party didn't really care about the technology on the Cid. That is, he just randomly picked a topic to talk about. But why was this airship chosen as the topic? In other words, in his circle of friends, is there anyone who cares about this matter? Lin asked curiously.
"Is the incident on the Cid very noticeable? Sorry if I made a mistake. Just think that I feel too good about myself." "No, you are too modest. The movement of the Cid can be said to be the topic that everyone is most concerned about in the past few days. Generally, airships have to reach the holy city from the border of the empire. If they park at the If We Rest in the city, the entire journey will take about 2 months. Even if someone is on the road and only stops when they need supplies, and they fly at night, it will only shorten the time by about 20 days, and it will still take more than a month. Arrival. Your Excellency's ship, the Cid, has arrived at the holy city from the border in less than 4 days. At this speed, no one can avoid paying attention."
Of course, someone knew that the feed was very fast, even faster than most airships in Lost Land. But such a high level of attention was unexpected. But this is not a bad thing. When you come to an academic holy place like Starry, you are most afraid that no one will know you once you become famous. Although there will be people who dislike you, there should be people who are willing to support you. So seriously, it's a mixed bag. But it is much better than being unknown and hitting walls everywhere. Even if you use the old trick and say that you are the creator of the forum and the co-creator of the P language, you still have to find a way to prove it in order to win people's trust. This can be considered a disadvantage of wandering around. Now that the score of the Cid can be a stepping stone, Lin has also adjusted his follow-up arrangements. But before he could think about it, Balta asked again,
"I wonder what the main reason for your coming to Starry is."
"Oh!" His thoughts were interrupted, and Lin subconsciously responded, but had no further words. But Balta hurriedly said,
Don't get me wrong. Sir, I just want to know your purpose. And maybe I can introduce some important people who can help. And several teachers who care about me also hope to meet you. Oh, I hope I can find a sponsor to build the magic tower. Is there anything you can do?
Someone's request made Balta pause and was speechless for a long time, which also made the situation a bit embarrassing. Lin smiled, tried to resolve the cold atmosphere, and said, I know this kind of thing is very special. So I just wanted to come and see if there is an opportunity. I will not refuse a kind invitation as long as I have time. Yes, but as you can see, I have just arrived in Starry. Of course. Balta walked down the stairs and asked,
Do you have any acquaintances in the Holy City? Do you need a guide?
As he said this, he pulled a tomboy-like apprentice from behind.
If you don't mind, let me, the apprentice, help you lead the way. She may not dare to say that she is familiar with the whole city, but she can find reputable people to assist with all matters big and small in District 6. Oh, this is of great help. Thank you so much. I was just worried about where to start my life in Starry. Could you please trouble this person, Urzai? Sir, my name is Urzai. Okay, Urzai, take my apprentice to hire a carriage. I have a lot of luggage to transport, and I also need to find a temporary place to live. Okay, sir. Okay. I wonder who wants to follow me.
Yuria seemed anxious to get things done, and spoke a little hastily. The girl actively wants to show her attitude, and Lin won't be offended. He asked his 2 apprentices to follow him and get to know the way. Apart from Augustus, Ezio, who was not very good at talking, was the most attached to Harumi, so he pestered her to go with him. Lin had some doubts about the safety of the environment he had just arrived in. He had some doubts about whether he should let 3 young girls, plus a child who couldn't even run quickly, go out on their own. However, seeing that the Lich was very enthusiastic and started to give some additional tasks, I thought that these 2 girls were trained well by the Lich a while ago, so they should have made some progress. Moreover, there is also a local snake named Ursian who leads the way, so he should not be unlucky enough to run into unsolvable troubles when he leaves home. As for Augustus, because walking was not very convenient and the dragon nature was lazy, he had no intention of following him. He waved his hand and let Ezio play by himself. With a casual move, the box cutter is in hand. Lin handed the long sword that liked to chatter endlessly to the hand of the nearest girl and said, Take it with you. Even if it cannot defend yourself, it can still be used as an alarm bell to scare others. However, Harumi had a look of disgust on his face. He twisted Hakakiri with his index finger and said, I swear I won't use anything with a sharp edge. Don't you know? Before the girl's teacher could reply, the rejected weapon said dissatisfiedly, Where did I strike? Where did I strike? Look at my sword blade. Even if you ask a strong man to saw raw meat, it will take him a long time. It can't cut flesh. It can only scratch skin. Look, is there a more peace-loving sword in this world? Evil. The dissatisfied girl made a strange expression. Teachers are a little helpless. I really don't know where they learned their stubbornness. All I can say is, if you don't want to take it, just give it to Kaya. Anyway, if something happens, he will contact me faster than you. Harumi hurriedly handed Hakakiri to Kaya's hand, while the black-haired and brown-skinned girl directly grabbed the blade of the sword, tried to put it on her shoulder, and then tried to tie it around her waist and hold it in her hand. Anyway, it was all kinds of discomfort. Hagiri was no longer polite and started talking trash to the 2 girls, but Harumi responded more, and Kaya remained silent. After seeing off the 3 children and the 4 children, Lin turned to Balta and said, Thank you for your assistance. However, you still have to charge the fees related to the airship docking here. About us? No need. Your Excellency. Well, what kind of trick is this? Lin looked confused. Balta smiled and said, I will help you handle the expenses. Now please settle down. Then those teachers of yours. When everything is ready, we will send you a formal invitation letter. Okay. Then we'll meet again then. Lin put his hand on his heart and bowed. At the same time, he said, But this is really great. You can meet sensible people. I thought that as soon as I arrived, there would be the kind of troublesome people who treat people they don't know as fat sheep and blackmail them when they meet. Balta responded with the same courtesy and said with a smile, People who can ride an airship are either rich or noble, or they are magicians themselves. Generally, If ruffians are more thoughtful, they will not provoke such people. But people like those kind of short-sighted people probably won't live long. People from Starry are still very much like magicians.
The implication is that everyone will find out the details of their opponent before going up to them to bully them. It won't be like those naive people in the past who don't know who their opponent is and just want to go head-on. Whenever the iron plate is kicked, the whole family will be killed. In response to the evil smile in Balta's eyes, Lin could only laugh a few times. After the two sides exchanged a few more pleasantries, Balta left with a group of people. Only then did Finn step forward and ask, "Do you believe they have no ill intentions? The so-called malice and goodwill are just a matter of degree. In short, we have the benefits they are eager to get. There is nothing wrong with using this to open up the situation in Starry. Or do you want to stand on the streets and shout? Selling one's own skills? Well, forget it then." Everyone didn't wait long. And the two girls, led by Yuryu, hired back 2 carriages and the driver. The group of people moved all the luggage on the Cid into the carriage in a hurry.
Chapter 555 Click. In the process of moving things off the airship, Lin did not let the two goblins help. On the one hand, it was because they were weak and ineffective. And on the other hand, it was because they had something to entrust to Totokani. He led the gnome to the driver's seat, reached out and took down the Hawaiian hula doll, and said,
"Totokani, try starting the Cid again."
Although he didn't understand what he meant, the goblin did it anyway. He just turned the ignition switch several times. But there was no response from the Cid. It wasn't until someone put the hula doll back into place that the goblin successfully launched the Cid. Magical power is transmitted to every mechanism and device through the magic array carved on the bulkhead. Lin then pulled out the hula doll. At this time, the Cid seemed to be disconnected from the energy assembly, and all magical power quickly faded and became dim. The goblin was surprised by this scene and asked,
"What is going on? Just think of it as something more sophisticated than the key device you are used to using."
After saying that, Lin handed the hula doll to the goblin's hand and said,
"According to the previous agreement, I'll leave the German number to you, owner. Although I haven't sent anyone to supervise it, you won't deliberately default on the cost of modifying the airship."
According to the agreement, the Cid was handed over to the goblins, but the ownership still belonged to Lin. From every goblin's flight, Lin's income is split 50-50 between the goblin father and his daughter. However, including the purchase of supplies and oil, simple repairs, etc., all costs are 50% of the goblins. In the future, Totokani will need to come to Lin regularly and hand over the amount earned during this period. When Lin needs to use the airship, someone has the first priority to use the Cid. These contents were recorded in black and white documents, and both parties signed and agreed. This was the previous agreement. But will the goblin be so obedient and fully fulfill the agreement? One person is very sure that the other person will never do that. This is the nature of goblins. Cunning and a little clever. Lin also did not observe any personality in Totokani that was different from other goblins. For Lin, instead of trying to find a way to supervise whether the goblin has handed over the proceeds, it is better to consider another more important issue. This guy directly sold the Cid at a low price, or did something that someone did not want to see change. So Lin felt that he needed to tell the goblin some backup plans. After laughing a few times, he said,
"Totokani, I think I must warn you about a few things that you must not do."
The goblin who has a little understanding of this magician's character knows that nothing good will happen when the other person smiles so strangely. But since he said it, he had to ask for clarification. So he had to say,
"Sir, please tell me, and I will definitely do it. First of all, when staying in this airship, there are some taboo names that cannot be spoken. For example, the name of your previous airship, or some other names you thought of. Don't be unconvinced. And don't think it's nothing. I'll show it to you."
As soon as the key words were spoken, a burst of red light suddenly flashed inside the Cid. At the same time, a water mirror screen automatically appeared in front of the main driver's seat, and a warning message was displayed on it. Warning. A taboo word has appeared, and the passenger is asked not to mention it again. There are remaining tolerance opportunities 2 times. When the remaining chance of tolerance reaches 0, the airship will initiate a self-destruction procedure. Totokani looked at the warning written in common language on the screen and asked dumbly,
"This is this?"
Lin cracked a smile and suddenly said quickly,
"Hindenburg. Hindenburg. Hindenburg."
I saw that the tolerance opportunities on the screen quickly decreased to 0. After it was mentioned for the last time, the red warning light inside the Cid flashed and never turned off again. The warning message on the screen is also replaced by a countdown. At the same time, the unknown magical power began to spread toward the surrounding equipment along the magic array pattern in the bulkhead. The amount of power output was so great that it began to overflow from the array patterns, indicating that the magic array was on the verge of losing control.
This is...
Totokani is also a creature of the lost earth after all. He understands what this kind of power overflow means, and is not even unfamiliar with it. The prelude to the big explosion that I accidentally caused will most likely look like this. And the scale this time was even greater than anything he had ever encountered before. The goblin was about to run away, but Lin grabbed him by the collar and held him back. At the same time, he operated the keyboard with his left hand and entered a long series of instructions. Lin eliminated the danger of self-destruction and reset the number of tolerance opportunities, and said,
"You know what will happen if you change the airship to some name that I don't like. This, can it be lifted?"
Totokani looked at the Cid returning to normal. His original worry turned into bright eyes, and asked,
"Can you tell me how to lift it?" "Hey, here's the fun part. It's impossible for me to tell you how to deactivate self-destruction. So as long as you or anyone violates the taboos I set on the Cid, then click."
Someone did it in exaggerated expression, with hands made like flowers, knowing that this was another way to restrain himself. The goblin's face dropped, and he asked bitterly,
"Then can you please tell me how powerful this is? It's not very big. When you see the countdown start, you should rush away from the Cid. If you are lucky and can find a hard enough cover, you should have a chance to survive."
The goblin trembled and said in shock,
Isn't this big? In my opinion, the explosion is so powerful that if you only start running when you see the countdown, it will be too late. Although goblins are very good at making explosive things, when it comes to the ancestors of explosions, we are still magicians. In terms of power and controllability, you are not good enough."
Totokani's already wrinkled green face became even more ugly now. But there are still some things that need to be asked clearly.
"Then, Your Excellency, what other taboos are there on the Cid? You can tell me these." "Basically, whenever someone wants to dismantle any equipment on the Cid, just run away. I don't want others to dismantle my hard work at will. Of course, including you. If a serious failure occurs, there is no way to dismantle it. If the Cid flies to see me, please contact me or my 2 apprentices." "Okay."
Totokani responded disappointedly. Although he didn't ask in detail, he could probably guess why the goblin was disappointed. However, someone had no intention of overturning the previous decision. He only patted Totokani on the shoulder and stepped off the airship that had already emptied his luggage. After that, there are still many things to be busy with. By the time everyone settled down, it was already midnight. Because the next arrangements have not yet been determined, Lin did not casually decide which house to buy for long-term living. Besides, this is not something that can be solved in one day. Therefore, everyone chose to stay in a clean and comfortable hotel for the time being. Due to the large number of people, Wu Erjin, who was responsible for leading the way, also spent a lot of effort to find a hotel that could accommodate them, and finally found a hotel that satisfied everyone. The main reason lies in the Black Dragon Augustus. Don't look at the fact that he used humanization magic to transform himself into a human form. But Long's power still exists no matter how suppressed it is. If you stay by his side, you might not feel anything for a while. But after a long time, there will be various uncomfortable symptoms. Unless you stay longer, you will gradually become immune. In Abaddon before, I could stay in a hotel without incident. To be honest, it felt a bit like bullying the owner because he was too inexperienced to realize such a problem. But where are you now? The Holy Land of Magicians. One of the several centers of knowledge and scholarship in the Lost World. Augustus' identity cannot be concealed at all. Besides, someone's information has been widely circulated these days. Even if others don't pay attention, they at least know that there is a magician, a lich and a black dragon in this team. Therefore, most hotels with insufficient magic protection could only politely refuse the stay of Lin and his party. It wasn't until a luxury hotel opened by a retired magician who was no longer on the front lines of the battle, her husband, and her apprentice that they finally accepted the group. During this process, Wu Erjin also asked her teacher to use relationships to get the senior magician to agree to accept everyone. As for the Black Dragon, it is really not a problem for this hotel run by a magician, because their customer base is originally targeted at VIPs from various alien planes. It was as if someone had just entered the door and saw a mind flayer with an octopus head walking past at the bottom of the corridor. It is precisely because the customer base is a bit special that the senior magician will choose the tenants who stay here very carefully. They will not accept it at all if they are not acquaintances, have confirmed that the other party is keeping their peace, or have an acquaintance as a guarantee. But as long as they can get in, the other party's attitude is still very kind. There is no innate sense of self-esteem like that of the master or the residents of the holy city. However, being friendly, the hotels in Midland are still far from the hotels on Earth. In terms of service, the point is, no one helps move things. In fact, this is also to avoid possible disputes caused by breaking things, especially magician's items. People who don't know its characteristics can touch it casually, and the explosions are minor. Various weird curses are sometimes not easy to remove even by the magician himself. When I stayed in hotels in the past, I mostly stayed in small courtyards rented out to caravans, which mainly had warehouses and stables. Moreover, it used to be our own horse-drawn carriage, so the entire vehicle can be parked directly in the warehouse, saving time on moving it up and down. But this time the carriage was rented, so it was impossible to keep it without returning it. So it took everyone a lot of time to move things and organize things. This was still a ride on an airship, and most of the family's fortune was invested in this self-rescue project of repairing the airship. A lot of rare magic materials were missing, which made today's work less labor-intensive. Thanks to the Lich for his perseverance, someone grinds his teeth.
What? What are you looking at?
The Lich's beautiful eyes were as bright as lightning, as if they were about to stare right through people. Someone retreats. Chapter 556 Night Talk. At night, someone in the hotel was sitting by the window in the lobby on the first floor. Maybe he was too tired during the day and couldn't sleep at night. Or maybe he was in a different mood. Tonight, Lynn rarely looked at the sky. There were no stars tonight. The moon was appearing and disappearing between the clouds, and the air was particularly stuffy, as if a rain was about to fall. But it couldn't. It has been 2 years and more than 7 months since I left Williams City. Although I am not moving forward all the time, and I have been staying in certain places intermittently, my heart has never been stable, and I always feel that I am still wandering. No, maybe this feeling of wandering has never stopped since the day I traveled through time. Now that I have arrived in the holy city of Starry, although it is not the expected final destination, I don't want to continue wandering before determining the next step. Wherever there is a house, it is always wandering outside. The square and square world is the place where one lives. Because it was late at night, there was no one else in the hall, and there was only a dim light. At this time, the rain that had been holding for a long time finally fell in the sky, hitting the fresh green leaves in the courtyard. It made a subtle and crisp sound.
Can't you sleep?
Thinner's magnetic and seductive voice came from behind. The sound of rain covered up the sound of footsteps. Turning his head, Lin looked at the Lich who had regained his human body and beauty, and walked over with a light step. It will be 5 years since she was resurrected. It's not long. It's not short. Being able to spend so long with a woman, especially an unimaginable beauty, is unimaginable to a certain nerdy time traveler. Sometimes we forget that she was once a Lich with the name of the Demon King, and she brought a world in ruins to the Lost Land. As someone tries to avoid, many things start but never end, then happily took revenge, even severing the faith of his enemies and erasing their existence from the world. But in the end, it took 1,000 years of imprisonment to get a chance to start over. However, how many people are lucky enough to get such an opportunity? More people even got involved themselves.
I always feel like you're thinking about something very rude,
Finn said, sitting next to someone.
No way. Or do you think I need to drool every time I see you and look like you're about to faint? If you like this, I can cooperate. When you say such words, I feel like there is a fire in my stomach, rising up. Easy to say. Easy to say.
Lin Qian laughed a few times.
Ask you something. Please say. Just hand the airship over to that goblin. Okay?
Then slightly tilted his head and asked in confusion. Lin asked back.
Isn't it bad? I'm asking you a question.
Then said with a stern face and a slight anger.
Ha. Don't be angry. Assets must be utilized to generate income. In our current situation, it is impossible for us to really ride on an airship and run around every day to earn a living. If we just leave the sit idle like this airport, don't you think it's a waste? There's nothing wrong with leaving that kind of thing to those who want to do it, but just hand it over for nothing. Of course, I didn't let Totokani take away an airship in vain. Every time they fly, they are accumulating data for me to verify the performance and structure of the SID. If the SID is parked, How is that different from magic materials? Moreover, these materials are very inconvenient to process because they are changed into various shapes and mixed with other materials. Then you believe that goblin? I don't believe anyone. It's just a casual move to hand over the Cid to Totokani. Whether it can bring about good results, to be honest, I don't care much. Even if I didn't lose the pair today, I would have instead. The goblin father and daughter of the airship chose to seize it and find someone else to do business for us. Who can guarantee that hiring other people will definitely bring us profits according to our requirements? What's the difference between that and leaving it to that goblin? Although the goblins are clever, at least they will be frightened. Furthermore, morally speaking, this airship already has a small part. I want to emphasize that only a small part belongs to their property. Although the value of that property is not enough even for my mental compensation. But at least he is a knowledgeable candidate, and we don't have to go through the trouble of finding other qualified candidates. No longer entangled in the goblin issue. Then said with emotion, no one believes it. You also told Germain and the others this. Yeah. 100% sincere. Then what do you believe? Anything a person does must have its own interests. Of course, the interests I refer to are not narrow things like money or treasures, but also include services for the comfort of life, direct or indirect help, or it is an expectation for the future, or even just spiritual satisfaction. As long as you understand the interests of others and what you can provide, there is no overlap between the two, and both parties believe that what each other provides is. Equivalent exchange means that there is room for cooperation or transaction between the two parties. As long as the interests can be maintained, the cooperation will continue, regardless of trust. Does the most basic trust between people still exist? To be honest, I don't like to use the word trust, because it is usually accompanied by the not-so-good word betrayal. No matter which one, it is too heavy for me. If everything is just about interests, cooperation will come. If they don't agree, the reason for parting ways is just that the originally equivalent interests have become unequal. Then the solution is very simple. That is, to increase the investment or simply end the cooperative relationship. Think of it this way. Things will be much simpler. You don't have to worry about whether others will betray you or not, because there is no trust in the first place. In response to someone's long speech, Then only felt various physical discomforts, but could not come up with any rebuttal. Discussing life views with others has never been a lich's forte. What she is good at is just silencing people with a gentle iron fist, and then obediently surrendering. So she changed her sitting position, showing off her beautiful figure, and asked sweetly, "What about me? Is it trust? Or profit? I can't defeat you anyway, and I can't escape your grasp. Believe it or not. Is there a need to discuss it?" Someone said very bachelorly, just when he was about to stretch out, puff out his chest or something. Then was stunned for a moment when he heard this. After a moment, he said with a wry smile, "Although I have guessed your thoughts a long time ago, what do you think is a better reaction for me to hear such a direct answer?" After saying ha-ha, Lin said, "At this time, you can just laugh. Huh? Don't be angry. Think about the good side and be happy. In this world, if you are serious, you will lose." With an annoyed snort, then decided not to discuss such matters with the man. Instead, he asked about practical issues and said, "You said before that you were looking for someone willing to help you build a magic tower? Is that true?" "Yes. This is the fastest way. Why don't you build one yourself?" Then asked. "Building it yourself seems to have more freedom in the future. But the magic tower is not allowed to be inherited. When the tower owner dies, the ownership of the magic tower will belong to the association, since sooner or later it will be used to make wedding dresses for others. What form will it be used? Will it be important to realize your dream? I just won't leave. What can they do? Don't be like this. There is no reason for us not to abide by the rules that everyone abides by. Not to mention that it is not an anti-human or immoral request. And in my mind, instead of treating dangerous wars like the magic tower, it would be better for the world to treat the weapon as a legacy and hand it over to the stupid next generation. It would be better to return it to the association and ask them to choose a suitable successor. Is this really good? For such a long time, the opposition among the magicians has not reached a consensus among the majority. Doesn't this mean that rational magicians agree to regard the magic tower as an important public property and are willing to use it as of the most reasonable distribution? After all, this is not an ordinary property, but a weapon more powerful than a war fortress.
back on Earth. Who had ever heard that ordinary people could buy tanks and drive them on the road at any time? And shoot a few cannons on the road if nothing happened. Even if the car owner gets frustrated, he can still drive it for his son. A government that can do this will probably have to change its leadership within 2 days. Seeing that the Lich had no reaction, Lin continued. Not to mention accumulating wealth and building a tower by oneself, and relying on the power of others are completely different things. How long does it take to accumulate wealth in the former? Don't look at us. We seem to be very good at making money. In fact, when I was richest, I couldn't even build the first floor of a standard magic tower. It's really so expensive, the Lich said in surprise. Oh, you don't know how expensive firewood and rice are. Maybe you can just bring out some magical materials. You can tell me whether it is a rare item or something you can just pick up on the roadside. But these things are you've never cared about the price. Do you need to be concerned? Then slightly tilted his head and blinked his beautiful eyes. After patting his head, someone remembered who the person opposite was. Money is not even a number to her. Whatever you want, just take it. Who dares to ask for it from her? Recalling that I had made many interesting and commemorative gadgets. They all became the private collection of a certain Lich. If you want to meet again, you can't even play with it. Cry. Lin had no choice but to say. In short, using the power of others to build a magic tower will of course have corresponding conditions and restrictions, but it will get you closer to your goal faster than accumulating enough wealth to build the tower yourself. I don't have that much time. I can't afford to wait several generations to build a magic tower. Feng was silent for a long time and then said, You still want to go back? A stranger in a foreign land. I recited a sentence in a nostalgic tone. Lin said, People always have to return to their roots after falling leaves. Death in a foreign land is nothing. He smiled freely. He also remembered everything that happened before the time travel. Showed a nostalgic expression. And said, I am willing to even take a look before I die. He may seem cold on the outside, but once you get to know him, you will feel his warm side. But once you get to know him really well, you will realize that his passion has never been poured into people. But the indifference deep in his bones cannot be faked. Chapter 557 Invitation. The Goblin father and daughter officially left everyone and acted alone. It is estimated that Totokani was secretly praying that he would not see someone's treacherous and cunning face again for a long time. Yusuf Gansha still followed, seemingly determined not to leave. From the second day after they checked into the hotel, the 4 silver-bearded dwarves began to harass someone, demanding that the energy center of the peace arms be repaired. Lin did not break his promise, but also took out the design sketch he had previously thought of. The original energy center of peace arms, in simpler terms, is a battery. Although the power aggregate's characteristic of attracting free power in the atmosphere can be used to recover the consumed part. However, this approach must maintain a critical value. Once the limit is breached, it will be difficult to rely on natural recovery to restore the power of the aggregate to its original reserves. The design plan given by Lin, simply put, is to use fuel to actively convert usable magical power. The concept is similar to the airship Sid equipped with engines, which in addition to providing propulsion, can also be converted into power. This idea actually took shape a long time ago. To be honest, it was probably when I was still in the Iron City of the Silverbeard Dwarves that I heard the dwarves explain most of the structure of the peace arms for the first time. At that time, in order to enter the core area, the peaceful armed forces had to be used as temporary protective clothing. The dwarf explained that only once. The main purpose is to warn outsiders that there are certain parts that cannot be damaged. The reason why this idea was not mentioned to Germain and the others was that in addition to the fact that the Silverbeard dwarves were very secretive about their peaceful armed forces and were unwilling to let outsiders touch them, there were also several key points in their design draft that had not been broken through. Since the problem cannot be solved by putting forward the incomplete draft, it is better not to mention it. The problem, of course, is that for all engine types known to someone, if they are to be miniaturized enough to be installed in the energy assembly of a peaceful armed force without making too many changes, the power output will not be enough to cope with the consumption. Not to mention that in addition to consumption, we also hope to convert additional power for storage. I once thought about equipping the peaceful armed forces with a reactor. Let's not talk about the safety of nuclear reactions. Although physics is my specialty, whether it is nuclear fusion or nuclear fission, if I want to produce a controllable reaction, I am almost start researching from scratch. The only one who might be able to help is the Lich of the former Demon King. But he didn't want her to have access to this knowledge. And his thoughts were the same as whether to push the goblins to start the Industrial Revolution. The current environment is not so bad that it is necessary for the Lich to master this knowledge. Time is so tight that it is not enough. There is still a lot of knowledge that can be mastered. Spend your time on things that can make your life better. A while ago, an accidental discovery broke through the key that Lin had been troubled by. Mystery is a magical world, and the engine is made of metal made of magical materials. To be honest, it is just for the convenience of shaping. The reason why engines were damaged during previous trials in the Jura Mountains was due to structural problems. There has never been a situation where the material strength could not keep up. But the fuel is still ordinary crude oil. What if power is added? Because the task of refining crude oil was originally left to two girls to figure out, which was very irresponsible. I thought that the simple explanation of heating and stratified cooling was clear enough. In fact, the two girls followed the instructions meticulously. But the bad thing was the heating process. For the sake of convenience, at Halumi's instigation, the two girls used the few magic stones at the time to speed up the vaporization of crude oil. Then, because I was not familiar with this kind of operation at the beginning, I actually vaporized the orange ingot-level magic stone together and mixed it into the oil and gas that was to be fractionated, and then produced something extraordinary. Since the output was very small and only experimental in nature, Lin suppressed this discovery, and on the pretext of training them to use and rationally allocate their powers and save magic stones, let them perform refining operations without using magic stones. Now, this discovery is handed over to the silver-bearded dwarves, so that they can continue to conduct in-depth research on the feasibility and optimal ratio of petroleum empowerment. In this regard, the shopkeeper was also deliberately asked to give the dwarves a particularly strong room to conduct some experiments. It is said that this hotel has various magical protections, and the owner and his wife are also magicians, so they did not refuse such a request. On the contrary, it would be even more dangerous to let the residents do this in private. So they agreed to let the dwarf and the two magicians use the apprentice's alchemy room. Of course, you have to pay an additional usage fee, and you are not allowed to experiment with summoning magic, because there is no relevant protective magic circle. Visitors from other worlds here all come to this place through other channels. In short, the silver-bearded dwarves still have a long way to go. For someone, raising a topic can also attract their attention, so that they don't have to look at themselves with a pair of sad eyes. It's really uncomfortable to be stared at by a bearded male dwarf. Someone once again urged the two girls to prepare for the formal magician examination, but the two girls still looked like they lacked interest. After several times of persuasion and not listening, someone just gave up. Anyway, this world is stuck at the apprenticeship level, and those who fail to catch a formal magician's golden thread will be lost in the sea. Augustus Dragon language magic has not been scheduled yet. Someone who has just decided is thinking about the next action and making corresponding arrangements. As for Ezio, he is only 3 or 4 years old. Even if you start practicing Qigong as early as possible, doing it too early will only encourage the growth of your health. From time to time, he would pester Augustus or Harumi, having a great time all day long. But such a leisurely life didn't last a few days when Balta, the magician he had met on the Cid before, came to visit. At the same time, there was also a very formal invitation letter. Not an aristocratic type of public banquet, but a private dinner. The inviter is the dean of an academy, the great magician Kabambai, who is also the mentor of the magician Balta, because there is a very luxurious custom-made salon next to the hotel. Lin took advantage of the convenient location and invited him to have a drink and inquire about some information. At least you need to find out the background of the inviter first. After a few glasses of wine that were as good as boiling water, Balta looked very satisfied and almost buried himself in the sofa, because he was talking about his teacher. There was nothing to hide. Instead, he had to find a way to help his old man gain face. Now that the named distinguished guest asked, Balta naturally flattered him in all kinds of ways. If we talk about the top magicians in the Holy City, the 6 tower owners are undoubtedly in the first echelon. Just looking at the faces of those 6 magic towers, no one has the guts to say that they are not qualified to stand at that pinnacle position. But there are different opinions on who is in the second echelon. The great magician Kabambai can be said to be one of the least controversial people in such a position. In addition to his superb magical attainments, this one also ranks among the top in the Holy City in terms of the number of his disciples. Of course, he has brought out many apprentices, and although their abilities vary from good to bad, their character is not that bad. It can be said that if there was an outstanding teacher award in Lost World, it would definitely not be excessive to award it to this one. Secondly, the academic atmosphere in the Holy City has been quite strong in the past. In the past, you could often see a magician leading a large group of apprentices, either going out on adventures or going into the mountains and forests to explain what they saw. When the mood strikes, a group of people sit on the ground and talk about the true meaning of magic or the principles behind the operation of all things. Someone sounds like an ancient Greek on Earth. At that time, although browsers were not yet widely used in the Holy City, capable magicians would try their best to get themselves a browser magic stone. These people are particularly concerned about Shijia district, or even just about someone's actions. What completely changed the atmosphere of the Holy City was the Chungwa Eaton College established by someone in Willian City, Shijia district, in the Southwest Peninsula. A group of magicians who like to teach others and a group of apprentices who are eager for knowledge discovered that education can be played like this. Just before someone completely opened up the restrictions on browser sales in various districts and established the Charlie Richard Foundation and the Academy of Enlightenment Magic in each district, the Holy City began to use the same or similar system to open private academies. Magical knowledge is protected, but there are no rules or regulations. These academies in the Holy City are not only satisfied with the education of Enlightenment Magic, but are also places where many magicians seek advice from people with more knowledge and more profound knowledge. Some magicians who love adventure and battle are impatient with the burden of their apprentices. The emergence of the academy allows them to happily leave the most troublesome enlightenment to the teachers in the academy, and then indulge themselves as much as they want. Some magicians who don't like things that are too dangerous and just want to study knowledge in peace originally regard the tuition fees provided by their apprentices as an important source. At first, I was extremely resistant to the college's organizational efforts to grab jobs. Later, they discovered that if they joined a college and became teachers, the tuition fees they could receive from an apprentice would be less than half of what they had been in the past. But the advantage was that there were more people. They can take in 20 or 30 people at a time, or even 50 or 60 people at a time, and squeeze them into a small class to teach. The remuneration they receive is much more than before. Secondly, there is more than one teacher in a college. When you are not available, there are always others who can help. Students are not like in the past, relying on teachers for food and housing. There are dedicated people in the college who are responsible for taking care of students' daily life. This means that as a teacher in a college, you will have a lot more time for yourself than before when you focused on 1 or 2 children. These major discoveries made this group of magicians the backbone of the college's teachers. Even a bunch of people who were afraid of death were trying to get into the academy. Chapter 558 More Invitations. In the past, if you wanted to learn magic or train young people in your family to learn magic, you had to rely on connections and send large sums of money to have the opportunity to become a magician. Even so, there are still many restrictions after entering the door, and additional requirements may be added later. Sometimes it comes from teachers. Sometimes it is what young people in their own families need. It can be said that training a magician is like a bottomless pit. It's okay to have great talent, but what I'm most afraid of is that if you have extremely low talent, if you want to achieve success, you'll have to rely entirely on financial resources, which ends up being a bucket and a half of water. But in the academy, the treatment you may receive is still not as good as those good seedlings who have been carefully cultivated by magicians. But how many people can have that kind of treatment? Most of the apprentices worked hard and worked under a magician. But in the end, they were still mediocre until they died. There are countless people who are active in various walks of life as magic apprentices. But 9 out of 10 regret taking the path of magic, because what they are doing now can be done even without learning magic. To put it simply, it is believed that the original investment and income are not equivalent. However, with the existence of the academy, the path to magic is no longer as obscure as it used to be. Even those who have experienced setbacks on this path will not forcefully resist talented people in their families trying to take that path. The emergence of the academy system is a blessing to all those who are interested in magic. In the flourishing academic atmosphere of the Holy City, many colleges were established, and the college founded by the great magician Kabambai in his own name was one of them. There are more than 200 children and young men and women receiving enlightenment education in Kabambai College. There are 37 official magicians responsible for education and 22 great magicians. In terms of scale alone, Kabamba College ranks among the best in the Holy City. But what is even more amazing is that there are 477 magicians who are further training in the academy. These more than 400 magicians who are continuing their training do not live in the academy, and they only study for 1 or 2 days a week. But they are all learning more profound knowledge and magic theories from the great magicians in the academy. They even challenged unknown areas and used the power of the group to study unsolved mysteries in the world. The fields involved are all-encompassing, including astronomy and geography, regarding the summoning and use of natural life, fairy creatures, elemental life, etc. Elemental attacks are coordinated with the environment's amplification and restraint theories, simplification and strengthening of magic circle, strengthening the effect of enchantment, production and specialization of golems, the development of more powerful potions, and the search for alternative materials. There are even those who just ask a question, and then focus on this problem, brainstorm possible solutions, and then find the best answer. Hearing this, someone felt dumbfounded. I just set up a boarding school framework for elementary school level. They actually destroyed universities and research institutes in one fell swoop. What a big deal. If there was another SAHL, that would be complete. According to Balta, when his teacher Cabin made the invitation, he actually hoped that he and another lich could enter his academy to teach. Perhaps from Balta's words, it shows that his teacher just hopes that some precious knowledge can be spread more widely. But when someone listened to the introduction, they had a feeling that the academic community in the Holy City was in a state of competition. Whichever academy has more great magicians and offers tricky courses is qualified to stand out from the crowd and regard others as scum. Barriers and confrontations between colleges are gradually forming. We don't know yet whether this atmosphere will bring good things or bad things. But competition is one of the driving forces for progress, so it can be considered a good thing. Secondly, those who come to ask for these profound knowledge are not those little devils who don't understand anything and have a runny nose. All of them are magicians who are not satisfied with the status quo and have no idea of breaking through the status quo. So they choose to enter the academy to seek advice from their seniors. The common characteristic of these people is that they are rich. Think about the various MBA credit classes on Earth. They chat and chat for a semester, and there are not many classes a week. The tuition fees are so high that almost every MBA student accepted is almost as good as an ordinary college student to graduate. Of course, not all of the high fees paid by these people became the lecturer's remuneration. If experimental materials are needed in class, the college will do its best to select the most suitable materials, regardless of cost. The pragmatism of magicians is not superstitious that the most expensive is the best. That is a problem only aristocrats have. In short, the higher education of Midi College cannot be regarded simply as a university or research institute on Earth. The people who come here, using the image of the Earth as a metaphor, are all successful people in society. And they are all experts in the industry who have excellent skills and knowledge. In Midland, if you don't have much ability and want to go to the podium, you may even be challenged by the students below when teaching these advanced knowledge, and then get sprayed all over your face. Here, the professor doesn't have the luxury of saying, "I'll hacking pawn you." If you are too arrogant, it is not news that you will be killed by students. As for the academic disputes between different colleges, and even the door-to-door competition, although it is not common in today's holy city, it is not uncommon. If on Earth, two old professors were knocking each other with crutches, it would be better to find a reporter than to call the police uncle. As long as these cultural hooligans get their hands on cameras, the old professors will scatter like birds and beasts. If I take a few photos and make it into the news, even if it's not on the front page, I won't be able to be a good person in the future. But in the Lost Land, it's really not too difficult to make an appointment to have a real PK in an open place, and fight in a dark and moving place. The intellectuals in Lost Land are terrible. But from Balta's words, someone probably realized something. Even if he is not at the level of Tang Monk meat, he is still a hot commodity. And there are probably many people who want to recruit him. Things went as someone suspected. After this chat in the salon, people from all walks of life came into battle one after another. Some are sincere invitations. Some are straight to the point and clearly mark the price. And some are threats and inducements. Some people didn't talk about it. But some people talked about the knowledge they wanted to impart from the beginning. The most common one is, of course, the P language. After all, it is the foundation of forums and browsers. Although I really want to tell these people that the person who built the forum and the browser was the predecessor of the P language. That thing was sorted out together with the lich after the update. In addition to the P language, there are many invitees who are interested in the technology that transformed the Tower of the Great Sage in the past. because all the transformation designs on the magic tower will be made public in the Magicians Association branch of Shijia district. But no one dares to say that they understand them yet. It is said that the successor tower master has used the power of the association to form a research team and start to tackle the problem. We also specially recruited many talents who did not have any magical talent, but were smart enough to understand the P language. There are also people who hope to study flash magic, and they call it magic that can make people disappear. However, there are relatively few such people, probably because all the correct information about the flash technique has not yet been made public, and those who know it know the relevant situations from the descriptions of eyewitnesses. Because of this, there has been no formal evaluation. So there are still many people who do not believe in the power of flash. Of course, there are also many people who are interested in the hot, newly released technology of the SID. There is even a great magician who plans to commission the construction of an airship, with someone designing and leading the construction. However, there are also those who seem to just want to call themselves a mascot and do nothing. Someone was confused about this. When did you become someone who could sell your face? There are also many people who actually prefer Finn, who rarely talks to outsiders. But maybe it's because of the identity of the Lich, or because the title of former Devil King is too heavy. So these people don't dare to be too blatant, but use roundabout ways, through various explicit hints from someone. Among these people, the main thing everyone is probing is the mystery of eternal life. All those who seek knowledge on the road will definitely want to challenge the subject. Even if it doesn't work, the next best thing is the Lich's transformation ritual, which is also very interesting. There is also a lot of magical inheritance about the undead in the Magician Association, but it is not disclosed unconditionally. But people who want to get this knowledge are carefully selected. Even for Lich transformation rituals, there are many methods, but none of them are proven. This is because most people who become Liches will break away from the Magician Association, plunge into darkness, and become enemies of civilization. This does not mean that after becoming a Lich, you will definitely become a bad person. But now that you have started, if you want to continue on this path, you will inevitably do many inhumane things. If you want both humanity and research, you could only spend most of your long life selecting experimental subjects whose crimes are so heinous that no one will regret them if they die. Maybe after becoming a Lich, your life is infinite and you can afford to waste a lot of time. But what makes them unbearable is that they can only do nothing most of the time. In addition, values will change due to the transformation of life, and it is difficult to evaluate everything in the world from a human perspective. So doing anti-humanity and anti-civilization things is natural in their eyes. In fact, this is the same for all extraordinary beings who transcend the mortal realm. However, the Lich's undead appearance can easily arouse the disgust of outsiders, and even some extreme actions, thus giving the Lich the rationality and legitimacy to do all kinds of evil things to him. Simply put, it will become a vicious cycle until one of the parties is destroyed, or both parties are destroyed. Then situation is somewhat different. The most important thing is that she has passed the period of needing to find answers to her own problems from the constant consumption of life. The knowledge of the earth brought by someone freed her from confusion and advanced to the next level. And his calm behavior over the years seemed to make others think that this was a Lich who could communicate. Some people even have doubts about whether she, with her human appearance and such beauty, is a Lich. In short, people who find her can feel that there are still many uncertain temptations in the other party. That's why these people didn't say enough. Chapter 559 Prospects. The person who came to the door was that kind of exaggerated guy. If anyone were to let him go, he would definitely be a gold medal salesman level talent. The advertising lines about buying a house in 3 years and building a tower in 10 years are all told, which makes people suddenly understand how such a good thing can happen. After taking a closer look, I realized that it was really possible. As long as you have 10 or 8 classes every day. Each class is 2 hours long. No more than 24 hours a day. No more than 7 days a week. No more than 365 days a year. Do this for 10 or 8 years. Open all year round. Building a tower is really not a problem. Gyna Bone Tower. Someone was stunned after hearing this. He never thought that the academy could become a black-hearted enterprise. However, no matter who came to visit, Lin always reserved his words and responded to everyone politely. When things are on the market like this, there is certainly no need to rush to sell yourself cheap. Besides, I haven't thought about my conditions yet, so making a hasty decision may not necessarily be a good thing. Secondly, he also accepted the invitation from Balta's teacher, the great magician of Kabamba. It would be too disrespectful to make a decision before even meeting that person. Although I have only been in the holy city for a few days, the atmosphere here is very familiar to someone. The distinction between Starry and other magician associations will be different, and it may even be different from other places in the Lost Land. In other places, the emphasis is on the skill of the hands. It is normal for them to get blood spilled if they disagree with each other. Only by being able to fight all the way can you create your own world. But in Starry, what matters here is academic status. Of course, in mystery, knowledge is linked to strength, and knowledgeable people are bound to be strong. However, when two magicians are equally judged by outsiders, the competition here is not about who has slain a few dragons or destroyed a country, but about who has mastered more unique knowledge, and who has mastered more unique knowledge in a certain field, understand deeper than others. Regardless, not fighting is a good thing. Although after traveling through time, he was forced to fight and kill, it did not mean that he had to get used to or even like this kind of life. As the saying goes, a gentleman speaks and a villain takes action. A smart person like himself should speak openly and take action secretly. Those who yell and kill each other as soon as they meet are like having the word Lung Tu Ching written on their face, which is too cheap.
So, why do I have to go too?
Then asked impatiently. What she was referring to was the dinner party with the great magician Kabamba the day after tomorrow. On the invitation, the names of the invitees were written with great effort in gold-plated ink and artistic fonts: Guy Blacks, Tripwood, and Fanny Tikal. As for the dwarf royal family that only existed in legends, they were not in the eyes of the masters at all. So Germain and other silver-bearded dwarves were ignored. They don't care. They are trying to figure out how to solve the problems of crude oil and engines. And they also want to find ways to earn research funds. Although someone agrees to support, it is not unlimited. Balta, who sent the invitation, said that it didn't matter how many guests came with him. But after all, it was not a public banquet, but a private dinner party. So Len had no intention of bringing anyone who was not named in the invitation. Because even if you take him with you, he will probably be treated as a servant or follower. And you can just eat something in the kitchen or somewhere else. When it comes to rules and pomp, Midi still has many unkind practices. The lich who was questioning someone, although he didn't say it clearly, showed a lack of interest in teaching. Although it is nothing to support her, it is not a good thing. So Lin advised,
don't resist so much. The holy city is a place that pays attention to social status. Ah, no, academic status. You have the ability, not showing it, but keeping it secret, may make people feel afraid of you. But if this fear accumulates for a long time, it will eventually explode in a way that no one wants to see. So, what does this have to do with me? If you also go to the academy to show up and teach some knowledge, you can not only show your goodwill, but also help others understand you. This is definitely a good thing for you. You don't want to see any corners again. A brave man comes out and says he wants to attack you. In addition to conflicts of interest, another major reason for the hostility between people is misunderstanding. If you take the initiative to integrate into this society and eliminate this misunderstanding, it means choosing to be with you. There will be fewer hostile people. So why not do it? Why bother? Aren't you tired? You don't like doing this kind of thing. I am a homebody. But being a homebody does not mean being out of touch with society. I still have to find ways to earn living expenses and entertainment expenses. It is true that I am a clerk in society, but no one can stop me from being a section chief in the second dimension. In order to obtain the necessary, if I don't want to sell my money, I will inevitably have to deal with those company bosses and pretend to be false. Otherwise, I would also like to advance from being an otaku to a more advanced profession squatting at home. Since I don't have a sponsor and I can't be a pretty boy, I can only rely on my own efforts now if I want to live the dream life of living at home. Squatting at home was an inexplicable term that she had never heard of before. Then thought about it for a while before he finally understood it and said, "Are you referring to the magic tower?" "That's right. If you can live in the tower, just ask someone to offer it to you." "Good. Well, although the meaning is different, it's almost the same. It's just that you have always wanted to live in the magic tower. Why did you agree to leave the great sage's tower so easily in the first place?" Rather than asking, it was better to say that Finn was complaining. "Have I not told you many times? I was really frightened by the gate of the abyss. I have never fought or even encountered something, so I have no way of knowing whether the tower of the great sage can handle it. If it hadn't been possible,
I would have been unable to get any help as a result of refusing the Magician Association's request, and would have been buried with the devil in the tower. If I had known that the tower of the great sage was powerful enough, I wouldn't have left. You forget it. I'm too lazy to tell you. Let me tell you first. I don't teach P language. Hey, I think the same thing. For someone, as long as they get started with programming language, instead of continuing to learn, it is better to drop a topic and then find a way to complete it. This way, they will learn more. Teaching programming languages is definitely one of the most boring things in the world. Then didn't feel any recognition of someone at all, and continued to ask, then what else do you think I can teach? You can teach me anything. If I can tell it from your mouth. The current magicians will be very interested. Can I teach anything? Including what I learned from you. These are all new things. Not the knowledge of my time. Is there anything wrong with this? It's because others don't know. Besides, what you said is a bit serious. Apart from physics and mathematics. What did I teach you? Most of it just started. And the rest is up to you. How can the research results come from me? Even I can't figure out the things you have researched. Besides, your latest achievements are not something that someone without basic knowledge can understand. Open more windows and take fewer detours, and you will inspire me more than you imagine. It means that I still have value for the time being. Not bad. Not bad. Hearing your answer like this makes people feel inexplicably angry. Fan pouted, frowned, stared at someone, and looked at Lin Hao's embarrassment. Suddenly his face relaxed, and the Lich continued, but it will make you feel that it doesn't matter if you teach it. Probably because you feel that this knowledge has no lethality. So there is no need to hide it. What? What? What do you mean? Someone asked, pretending to be stupid. Then let me ask you. What does the nuclear reaction you mentioned inadvertently mean? Although I asked you about it at the time, you avoided it and only said that I would talk about it later. How long has it been since then? Someone's eyes started to wander, seeing the man sitting directly opposite him start to talk about him. Then shook his head helplessly and said, forget it. If you don't want to talk, just pretend it doesn't happen. Anyway, I can't do anything to you. For some reason, Lin, who felt guilty for no reason, said, sorry. I just think that some knowledge is not suitable for spreading in the mysterious land. So I don't want to talk about it. What's more, I don't know much about that knowledge. If I really want to use it, I have to start from scratch. What an arrogant statement. Lin commented as he raised his feet and supported his sharp chin. Arrogant? I think it's okay. I think it's not okay. Who is qualified and who is not qualified? Is there anything more arrogant than this? When did you become so great that you can decide things for others? Being criticized like this, Lin was shocked at first. The more he thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He said, why do you look like a vicious boss? Because after the scientists under your control accidentally developed a new lethal technology, you wanted to take it away and use it as a weapon to make a lot of money. Pen. Being criticized by scientists, but being scolded by others in return. You will be single for the rest of your life. Ah. No. It's not the feeling of success. Although a certain Lich didn't understand this classic Hollywood and American drama routine, she still heard something from someone's mouth and asked, is that what you were talking about, such a bad thing? Actually, all technologies and magic are the same. They have good sides, but they also have bad sides. It's just a matter of which side has more of them. What I don't want to talk about can easily cause a lot of casualties if misused. And the irreversible consequences. I believe that no matter which one it is, you don't want to see it now. A large amount. How much? Thousands? Tens of thousands? Then was thinking about the limit of one shot of her most powerful magic. I saw the man face to face with a serious look on his face and didn't say a word, using only his finger. He pointed outside and continued to draw large circles. Then opened his eyes wide in surprise and said, the whole city? This city? There are cities big and small. And the size of the holy city of Estali is definitely one of the top 10 big cities in Midland, with a wide range and a large population. The Lich seriously thought about what method he would use to destroy such a city. But considering the characteristics of the offensive magic studied by this man, she simply asked, how long? A moment. You said there are no gods in your hometown. Surely there are no gods like the gods of Midland. But it can blast out divine thunder that is comparable to powerful divine power? And such power is still controlled by mortals. I have never seen the power of divine thunder, so I can't compare it. But, yes, such power is controlled by mortals.
Your hometown is really dangerous,
Finn said with emotion.
I always find it ironic to hear such words from a former demon king.
Chapter 560 Dinner. Since Finn agreed to the dinner invitation from the great magician Kabamba, he naturally had to make some preparations. The most important one is clothes. In view of the fact that in the airship accident, most of the clothes he was not wearing were burned. And even if there was any left, they were too tattered to wear. After leaving the Jura Mountains and arriving at the city of Abaddon and several subsequent stops, several women would of course buy some replacement clothes. But those clothes can only be said to be clean and tidy, not wearable for some formal occasions. Considering the time it would take to sew by myself, I would definitely not be able to make it to dinner today. So Finn grabbed a large bag of money, and after grabbing 2 girls for business, he happily went shopping. And the companion is the owner of the hotel, a retired magician, Xiao Eru, who used to be known as the Red Lotus on the battlefield. Even though she has gray hair, it is said that the female magician is still as bold as before. When it came to buying clothes, especially finding good clothes, she volunteered without hesitation. Then 4 women took to the streets, and the men shivered. They all made excuses and deserted. Someone was simple, and used the flash technique to escape from the scene on the pretext of being busy. Xiao Eru's husband, the man who was rumored to have been kidnapped by the female magician, also escaped because he had many chores to do in the hotel. Although there are many magicians gathered in the holy city of Estali, various things that have nothing to do with magic are also very prosperous, especially because of the popularity of this city. There are countless merchants who come here to do business. When there are more people doing business, there will naturally be a variety of types. Fabric shops and tailors are their targets this time. It's just that Middy's clothes are mainly custom-made, and there is no ready-to-wear business. Can those people find dresses in time for tonight? Someone who is fishing thinks so. But maybe I just use shopping to express my dissatisfaction or relieve my inexplicable emotions. If this were put on Earth, someone would definitely say, this is a disease, and it needs to be cured. But in Lost Land, the person involved is the Lich. So for the sake of my own life, I might as well forget it. When it was almost dinner time, the carriage sent by the great magician Kabamba to pick up the guests was already waiting in front of the hotel. Lin is wearing a white robe, tied around the waist with hemp rope, and paired with a magician's shawl embroidered with his mark a pixel version of the 3-headed monkey. Normally, he wears a gray robe. But whether it is white or gray, it is a very common material. To him, clothes are consumables for the flash technique, the kind that will be eliminated after a few flashes. If you don't change it, you will have to go shopping naked if you continue. So there's no point in buying clothes that are too good, or making magic robes. Finn is made of silk lining, lined with linen satin, and carefully embroidered with runes that add magical effects. The overall design looks quite coordinated and textured. The additional magic, in addition to improving comfort such as purification and breathing, also has a protective effect. Even if the sword is attached, the defense will not be broken so quickly. As for the disadvantage, it is that the loose robe will hide the water snake-like figure. This quite high-quality magic robe was only willing to be sold to the tailor shop owner after Xiao Era came forward. Of course, in that shop, there are more flashy robes for magicians or apprentices who are born into noble ladies. But wearing clothes that have no life-saving effect or strength-enhancing effect will only be ridiculed by knowledgeable people. Lin didn't carry any props or equipment such as wands. Since he had the flash technique, carrying those things was just a waste. Finn was thoughtful enough not to bring the ship-killing knife or the machete with him. Instead, she strapped a gun holster to her lower back and carried the magic gun Parsley, which was also the gun she carried most often. Considering that most people in the Lost Land don't recognize such a weapon, someone just forgets it. If the Lich really wants to go to another magician's territory with bare hands, he can't say this at all. The reason why someone doesn't bring anything with him is because if necessary, he can directly summon Hakiri, which is more useful than bringing any powerful equipment. But Finn seemed a little dissatisfied with the luxurious carriage in front of him. She didn't care that the waiter had opened the car door and was waiting beside her, and said directly, "How about we just flash over? It's very troublesome for those riding in the carriage." He took the Lich's hand and led him to the carriage. Lin smiled and said, "There is a saying in my hometown that guests do as they please. And we are guests at a new friend's house today. Wouldn't it be too rude to just flash over there? Just enjoy the scenery along the way." After thinking about it, Finn still lifted up the hem of his robe and stretched his feet to get on the carriage. With the sound of rumble, The carriage quickly reached its destination. It was a villa area with quiet tree-lined lanes in a relatively peripheral area of the holy city of Starry. Behind Kabamba College, there is a considerable distance between the houses, and noisy sounds will easily reach the ears of the neighbors. The carriage passed through a gate guarded by a golem, passed through a large courtyard, and stopped. The owner and his wife of the house were already waiting at the door. For an old magician, this was enough respect for the younger generation. Considering the age of the person next to him, it seemed strange to call him a junior. However, don't say any unnecessary complaints on such occasions, lest your life be in danger. Lin, who got off the carriage first, stretched out his hand to support another lady on the carriage. The slightly lifted hem revealed the ankles and light blue pointed high heels, with a small blue flower on the upper. Not big, but very eye-catching. Speaking of which, these high heels also have a story. When Finn was in Willian City, Shija district, she would compete with a group of noble ladies at noble banquets. At that time, her clothing taste seemed to be like cancer cells, spreading everywhere in the land of obsession. So the 4 women who came back from the battle in the afternoon, except for Finn who bought herself a robe that was decent for the banquet, all of them took back 1 or 2 pairs of shoes. It didn't have any enchantment effect. It was just very cute, very beautiful, very attractive, very, a lot of feelings that someone couldn't understand. So they bought it back. But to be fair, those shoes do add an indescribable charm when worn on the right person's feet. At least the scene of Finn when he got off the carriage was no different from the big stars on Earth who got off the carriage and prepared to walk on the red carpet. Being able to hold such an attractive woman in his hands made Lin feel like he was in a dream.
What's wrong? Just holding me and not moving forward. Ah. Yes.
Someone who was reminded finally remembered to lead people forward. As the introducer, Balta was also waiting at the door. He introduced the 2 people who came forward.
2 excellences. This is my mentor, the great magician Kabambai. Next to him is her wife, the great wizard, the magician Ms. Westminster. This is the great magician who also teaches in the academy. The 3 of them have been good friends since they were young, and they still visit each other frequently.
Because Balta had said it was a simple dinner, and no outsiders were invited. But 1 more person came out today, so he still explained the reason. And it seems that this good friend has long been regarded as family by the Kabambai couple. Also under Balta's introduction, Lin and Finn exchanged a few words with the Kabambai couple at the door, then entered the living room inside the house to wait for dinner to be prepared. The small talk while waiting was very magical. Everyone asked how the certain spell model was, and what room for improvement there was. What kind of magic is effective? What kind of changes can be made and applied in different places? What interests someone the most is that they don't just discuss attack or auxiliary magic, but seriously think about how to make life more convenient. Soon, the waiter came to notify the owner of the place, and the great magician Kabamba invited everyone to the restaurant. This dinner was not the same as the imagined feast. At least, they didn't boldly put roasted whole chicken or whole roasted lamb directly on the table. Instead, it's a simple dinner plate, cutlery, and wine glasses, and then the appetizers, and main courses are served one after another. Each meal is not much, but it is quite exquisite, and the taste is great. He is not like a nouveau riche who just adds spices for free, but skillfully cooks the food to bring out the sweet and fresh taste. Even if he is the heir to a self-proclaimed food empire, there is nothing to be picky about. Of course, with this kind of meal, there will be a lot of time for chatting. Everyone talked about a variety of topics, ranging from the taste of the food to the magical beasts they hunted when they were young. Some monsters cannot be eaten, but some parts of them are delicious that ordinary people cannot taste. Then they talked about the thrills of the hunting process. Of course, the 2 friends also revealed their secrets to each other during the dinner. With these veterans driving the mood, it's hard to keep someone chatting to death. Of course, ginger is always spicy after all. From time to time, they will ask someone for their opinions, and their words will inevitably be mixed with a little temptation. Neither Lin nor Finn had anything to hide. Or in other words, the things they asked about were actually just because they didn't know themselves well enough, and they were far from touching the secrets they didn't want to mention. So for every question, they expressed their opinions appropriately, disregarding conspiracy theories. This seems like a normal exchange. After the meal was over, I went to the small salon in the mansion. The drink served was not some after-dinner wine, but coffee that I hadn't tasted for a while. As soon as the black liquid entered the throat, someone's spirit came to life. for a person who is addicted to caffeine before time travel. In this world without tea or coffee, it is absolutely torture. Even if he seems to have opened the way for people in lost lands to drink coffee, it is not enough. I want a world where I can drink tea, coffee and fat house happy water is water, which is my ideal land. There is no reason why I want to go home.
Your Excellency Tripwood,
the great magician Kabamba said seriously.
I believe you also know my destination from Balta's mouth. And I believe that you have also received a lot of similar messages in the past few days. But I haven't replied to anyone yet. Yes.
It seemed that all his actions were in the eyes of this old man. Someone thought so.
Here, please allow me to formally extend an invitation to you to come to my college and teach knowledge about mathematics. I agreed.
Chapter 561 Mathematics. Such a heroic decision surprised not only the several great magicians facing him, but also Finn sitting next to him. Even if he had been helped by Balta before, that shouldn't be the reason for agreeing to the invitation so quickly. There was no talk about remuneration. No details. It was just delivered to the door. It was completely different from the previous statement that he had vowed to maximize his own interests first, realizing that he had become the center of attention. Especially the companion next to him, who also gave him a puzzled look. Lin shrugged and said,
"It is our consensus not to teach P language. After excluding that item, the remaining invitations are all what are they? Either they are magic towers, airships, or flash magic. No one has asked me to teach mathematics. This is the first one. Tell me what I know. If you don't know anything about mathematics, you can teach me."
Although the masters are all pragmatic, those who invited before focus directly on the knowledge that can be applied. But just like someone's doubts, how far can they go if the most basic foundation is not enough? Thinking of this, someone suddenly realized that he had thought less and asked worriedly,
"Your Excellency Kabambai will not ask me to teach a group of children?"
Kabambai said quickly.
"Of course it's impossible. Your Excellency is so talented. Wouldn't it be a waste to teach enlightenment knowledge?" "That's good,"
Lin said with satisfaction. As for the originally puzzled Lich, once he understands someone's thinking behind it, he no longer puts forward other opinions. And knowing that the agreement of the magician in front of him was a decision made after careful consideration, and was not made hastily or to repay a favor, Kabambai felt even more satisfied. Not only is he satisfied that the other party has the most basic qualities of a magician, which is rational judgment, but he is also satisfied with his own choice. This magician who constantly puts forward new knowledge really values this knowledge the most. He glanced at his friend Bijan, who also nodded slightly. This person will appear. And he is not just a drop-in. Although the college bears his name, it was established together with this good friend. He also has the power to participate in decision-making on matters related to the college. They invited him here because they were afraid that this long-fascinated magician was a liar, who looked good on the surface, but was actually a fool. So he invited a few more people to find out the details of this magician. But judging from the behavior during the dinner, maybe the etiquette was not that good. But the other party's knowledge level was definitely not bad. Even for the questions I asked in the new knowledge, the two of them were able to give a clear answer. You should know those questions. But there are many that you don't know the answers to. Now that this simple interview, which was not considered a conspiracy, was passed, Kabambai became more determined to invite this person. He, his wife, and his friends all stood up cautiously, saluted heartily and said,
"Since your Excellency has agreed, then I, Kabamba, witness, Bijan, it is a great honor to invite Jibra Zutrip, Lord Wood, become the mathematics teacher in my college."
Listening to the other party's words, Lin probably guessed that the college established in the Holy City was the same as the Chungwa Eton College he had founded. Students only allowed students to call teachers sir instead of teacher or mentor. In other words, the relationship between teachers and students in the academy is still different from that of a real magician master and apprentice. For such a distinction, someone can only agree with it, but not object to it. A true master and disciple have too many responsibilities. But since the three gray-haired old men all saluted so carefully, Lin couldn't just sit there and let the other person caress his heart and bow. He quickly stood up as well, saluted and said,
"I'm very touched. I object."
A clear and childish female voice interrupted and stopped everything from proceeding. Standing at the door of the small salon, a young and beautiful girl approached menacingly. She threw herself into the arms of the great magician Kabambai like a coquettish child, and said sweetly,
"Grandpa, I just said that if you want to teach mathematics, you don't need to find anyone else. Just me."
the great magician who comforted the girl affectionately. Kabamba could only make an apologetic expression and said,
I'm sorry, Your Excellency. My granddaughter is too rude.
Listening to her grandfather protecting outsiders, the girl jumped up and said sharply,
I'm not being rude. I know all the books he wrote, and I'm better than him. Why do I need to hire a country bumpkin like him?
Teach in our college.
He didn't feel anything about the girl's rudeness, but was instead interested in what she said. I know all the books I have written. What books have I written?
Don't believe it? Humph. Let me test you. The multiplication in your book is just a 9-9 table. At most, it is only a question of multiplying 10 digits by 10 digits. Then let me ask you. Multiply 9,728,063. What is 11,369,697? Multiplication? Multiply a tens digit by a tens digit? Could this little girl be talking about the primary school textbook originally written for the children at Eton College in Chunghwa?
The answer is 110, 605, 128, 706, 911. You can't answer it. With such a level of mathematics, you have long been inferior to me. A mere country bumpkin. You still dare to teach in my grandfather's college. Ha ha.
It must have been the books that leaked out in the first place. There is no denying that calculations are important to mathematics. But that is not all of mathematics. It's just that the other party is the granddaughter of the great magician Kabamba. Obviously, he can't be caught and spanked directly. Lin thought for a while and said,
Since you tested me with a question and I couldn't answer it, then I will also test you with a question. Okay? Okay. Just ask. I'm a master of mathematics.
The girl said proudly.
So, may I ask, do you have paper and pen?
Lin asked the waiter on the side. The great magician Kabamba nodded. And his butler would naturally fetch a set of paper and pens. Of course, he would not despise the magician in front of him just because of his granddaughter's words. He was just curious about how the other party would impress this little girl who was so proud. He is not the kind of grandfather who only cares about his children regardless of good or bad. Some setbacks in the journey of life are the best nutrients for growth. Of course, the premise is that it cannot threaten life. If it comes to that, he will definitely stop it. But it seems that this magician is not the kind of impulsive person who flips the table before thinking about something. However, Kabamba also knew that his granddaughter's intelligence and talent were not ordinary outstanding, but even to the extent that he was often surprised and admired. So he and his family also carefully cultivated this child. And such a little genius cannot be easily comforted by patting his head like a child. As for the other person involved, he was not as angry as others imagined. He just smiled and took the pen and paper, picked up the ruler, and scribbled on the paper. Dealing with naughty kids is just like dealing with anyone with bad intentions. If you fall into the opponent's rhythm, you will lose. The best way is to ignore the opponent. If you perform a one-man show for too long, you will easily get internal injuries. The second best way is to find another battlefield. Find the opponent's weakness, and then hit hard. When the girl saw what the magician was doing, she didn't take it to heart at all. Instead, she said,
Oh, geometry is nothing. Whether you are looking for area or volume, you can't trouble me.
Soon, Lin wrote 2 pieces of paper. He directly handed over the first piece of paper and said,
Come on. This is indeed a geometry problem. It is not difficult. It is very basic, but it is also very important.
The other piece of paper was folded and covered with on the table. He said,
This is the answer, and the folded part is the proof process. But I have to say first that the answer is the only solution. But there are many ways to prove it. So just refer to the proof I wrote.
The girl took the paper confidently and looked through it, then turned the whole paper upside down and looked at it again. After turning it over and over several times, she suddenly lost control and shouted,
This is not a geometry problem. There are no numbers on it at all.
After saying that, he slapped the paper on the table. Only then do others have the opportunity to see what someone has drawn on the paper. That is a right triangle with base A and height B. What is the hypotenuse? Several experienced magicians and the waiter standing nearby were stunned by the simple patterns and words on the paper. Indeed, there are no numbers on the entire sheet of paper. Can this be considered mathematics? Only Finn glanced at it and said casually,
Oh, the Pythagorean theorem. It's just something to fool children.
Then he stopped paying attention. Finn's nonchalant attitude certainly angered the girl. She cursed angrily and almost rushed forward to compete with the woman who was so beautiful that she was jealous. Kabamba caught his granddaughter and prevented her from rushing forward. He picked up the question paper with his other hand and thought about possible answers. You can tell from the other party's attitude that there is an answer to this. And it can be calculated without numbers. Unless the concept of calculation is different from what I imagined. And the other person once said that all his knowledge is based on mathematics. Suddenly a flash of inspiration occurred. And Kabamba asked, "Is this a variable of the P language?" Lin sincerely admired the old magician's sensitivity to horizontal links of knowledge. However, some issues still need to be clarified and corrected to prevent wrong ideas from being fixed. In mathematics, I prefer to call it algebra rather than variables in a programming language. Algebra, instead of numbers used for calculations. Well, that's really good. Tasting the meaning behind simple nouns, Kabamba was unconsciously intoxicated by them. Subconsciously letting go of his granddaughter, he opened the covered solutions and proofs and looked at the deduced hypotenuse solution. Every step is clear. Make every calculation based on the most primitive mathematical basis. That is, addition, subtraction, multiplication and division. As for the new calculation method, it is the symbols of square and square root. But using mathematical formulas to explain, it is simple and can be understood at a glance. But compared to the deduced answer to the hypotenuse, the proof method in front of him is the real treasure of knowledge. Because he understands the benefits of algebra. He can put any actual numbers into algebra just like P language. And then he can get the answer directly through the formula, instead of having to deduce it again every time and repeat the whole process. This also solved Kabamba's long-standing confusion. Mathematics is indeed more than just simple addition, subtraction, multiplication, division and exercises spread out in that thin book. There is more knowledge behind it. But now, he finally had a glimpse of a corner of that vast knowledge. All the emotions condensed into one word in his mouth. Okay. Chapter 562 Lessons for Non-Liches. Talking to smart people really saves time and energy. Just hearing Kabamba's greeting from the great magician, Lin knew that the other party understood the mystery of algebra. What's not clear, however, is whether they think this extension is the end of mathematics. It's like the granddaughter of the great magician thought that she was proficient in mathematics if she knew the 4 arithmetic operations. As an extension of this, there are n-dimensional and n-degree equations, in addition to trigonometric functions, calculus, various series of discussions, and countless unsolved mysteries. Pure mathematics is an endless science. Are you mentally prepared? Lost? The strange smile in someone's heart is exchanged for the shock of the kingdom of gods and the abyss. In this world, there are only a few mortals who can detect it, and the lich sitting next to someone is one of them. But most of the people who noticed it didn't understand the meaning behind this vibration. It is the joy of some nameless being, who is the only in all. In fact, there have been many visitors from other worlds in the past. Of course, the knowledge of other worlds has taken root in the lost land. After eliminating the waste and retaining the good, it adapted to the environment of the lost land and developed into a seemingly native language. Knowledge spreads. Among those people, there are also people from a world that is more high-tech than the Earth. And the research of mathematics and other knowledge is not a problem. But no one has systematically transferred the knowledge from their hometown to the lost lands, like a certain time traveler, and spread it widely, except for the previous time-traveling predecessors, who regard this hometown knowledge as a secret and the foundation of their existence in the lost land. Only a very small part has been known by others and spread to the world. The most important thing is the difference in time and space. Like this era, an era in which magicians regard the research and inheritance of knowledge as their own responsibility is unprecedented in the long history of lost land. Countless secrets buried by the years are unearthed from the dust. People living in the present are constantly exploring new knowledge, recording it, and passing it on to the next generation. It was in this atmosphere that someone from Earth could spread the religion called science. For a few hours in the morning, hiding was his only way to survive. Otherwise he could only be burned at the stake and be called by God. In the lost land at that time, no gods from the old era were willing to accept this filthy soul. But the deep meaning behind all this is unknown to anyone. He was just happy that he had secured his next job. Moreover, it is still a group of people who are taught, not 1 or 2 particularly evil geniuses. This means that you can use the excuse of taking into account the progress of other idiots' absorption to slowly release the knowledge you have mastered. Instead of emptying out all the food in his stomach in just a few days, like he taught the monster around him before. Then you have to face a bunch of questions that you don't have answers to. And you are tortured in turn. I really want to say to her, "Sister, If I were such a genius when I was young, I would have had nuclear bombs close to me, and I could drop or blow one up anytime and anywhere. As a human being, it is the truth that the water flows slowly, and it is nothing to fish for nothing. But now that I have my own affairs settled, I still need to find a way to help Finn. The most taboo thing for people is to be idle. When they are idle, they tend to have random thoughts. Leaving the lich idle is simply a sign that the world will be conquered. So Lin said,
Your Excellency Kabamba, my female companion, Fanny, although she has not yet qualified as a great magician in the first district, she is a lich and has considerable magical knowledge. I believe she can also become a very good teacher in the academy founded by your majesty and teach advanced magic that few people have mastered.
The flattered lich politely bowed. She didn't act arrogant, but she wasn't a licking dog looking for rewards or a decent job. She just looked neither humble nor arrogant. To put it bluntly, it doesn't matter, but looking at the beautiful women being introduced by someone. Except for Kabamba's granddaughter, who was filled with hatred but did not dare to act rashly. The others looked embarrassed, because he couldn't understand the thoughts of this group of people. Lin did not continue to promote, but quietly waited for the other party's reaction. If you guess the wrong thing or say the wrong thing at this time, it will only be counterproductive. After a moment, Kabamba said,
I'm sorry, Mr. Tripwood. Of course, I also hope to invite Mr. Tikal to come to my college to teach. But you mentioned before that you don't plan to teach P language. So I don't know. What knowledge can you invite Mr. Tikal to teach?
Such a question made someone speechless. It was impossible for him to help them decide what to teach. Although if he asks, that one will not refuse. And there is a high chance that the great magician Kabamba will agree. But in this way, a certain lich's enthusiasm is definitely different from her request. Will it be necessary to prepare materials by himself? And Finn will just go to the podium and open his mouth to speak. This kind of thing is called two people teaching a course. But in fact one person is responsible for two people's courses. This kind of behavior of digging a hole for oneself to jump into is something someone will never do. So Lin just tried his best to pretend to be innocent and looked at the lich, who had been silent. The lich, who was looked at expectantly by someone, failed to adhere to the principle of pretending to be stupid to the end. So he could only say impatiently,
Okay, don't look at me like that. If you want to learn, I can teach you some knowledge about life. Lin followed the words and gave a big compliment, saying,
Yes, knowledge about life. In this regard, I can guarantee that there is no more suitable candidate than her.
That's what someone said. But the expressions of several veteran magicians were even more worried. This also reminded Lin of how many wizards there were in Lost Land,
who used the pretext of studying life to create a bunch of undead, and reborn creatures. Even without these things, the most common thing that magicians who study life create due to loss of control is plague. The plague, also known as the Black Death, had occurred several times in the history of mystery. Not all are natural, but also man-made. And in man-made situations, it's not necessarily the researchers who release the plague to kill a lot of people in order to take revenge for something. More often than not, the initial idea is to save more people, but the result is to kill people. However, knowledge is neutral, good or bad. It all depends on the user. So is what Finn intends to teach really unattractive to magicians who are seeking more and deeper knowledge. Therefore, Lin asked cautiously,
Your Majesty Kabamba, are you really not interested in the knowledge Finn has? No, Your Excellency. It should be said that it is just the opposite. I, and the magicians like me, will definitely be eager for everything taught from the mouth of Lord Tikal. But what I am worried about is that if the learners misuse it, then so what? Oh, it's such a small thing,
Lin said suddenly. Kabamba, however, still had a wry smile on his face and said,
This is no small matter, Your Excellency. If you were taught by an inhumane person, it's hard to imagine how much harm it would cause. In other words, what you are worried about is the problems with the people who are learning, not the people who are teaching.
Several white-haired great magicians, although they did not speak, still nodded silently.
If you are only worried about this, then there is no big problem. The solution is simple. Finn is responsible for teaching. As for who can come to study, just ask the college to help screen, or even ask the association to come forward. It doesn't matter. In short, you have to get one only after obtaining the certificate can you take the life courses offered by the Lich. I remember that the association also has relevant review mechanisms when teaching forbidden spells. I think it would be better to use similar rules.
The Magicians Association's attitude toward forbidden spells, which are actually strategic level magic, is to manage rather than blockade them. In addition to those who wish to obtain this magic need to pay a large fee. The association will also conduct certain qualification examinations for seekers. Generally speaking, the content of the review is whether the person has been convicted of rape and whether he has committed repeated crimes. Basically, as long as you are not a notorious magician who applies and can afford enough money, you can still learn. In other words, this kind of review is not so rigorous that applicants must have the virtues of a saint in order to learn knowledge that is considered taboo. In fact, magicians are very self-aware, and there are no truly moral and kind-hearted people. What really restrains these magicians is that if they use the forbidden spells indiscriminately after learning them. There are also official records, and you can follow the clues to find them. And according to Tripwood's proposal, it seems that it is not impossible to conduct a similar qualification review for everyone who wants to learn magic from the Lich. And rather than letting this person take on any disciples outside, it seemed better to keep them under his watch. But just before Kabamba was about to nod and officially say the invitation, Thun reached out to stop several great magicians and said,
"Let me tell you first, the knowledge I teach does not include the Lich's transformation ritual. And no matter it is, I will not speak about similar knowledge now or in the future."
Everyone present had puzzled expressions regarding the restrictions put forward by the Lich. Thun was not so arrogant that he refused to say anything, but explained,
"I used to have subordinates who were Liches. In a simple exchange with them, I learned a few things. First, every Lich's the transformation process is different, or the details will be different. Explaining the complete Lich transformation ritual is actually similar to exposing a weakness. In fact, everyone can understand this. No one will take the initiative to expose their weaknesses." But Thun continued, "Secondly, the process of transformation is very cruel. If you are not cruel to yourself, you are cruel to others. There is no way to happily and easily become a Lich."
In fact, everyone can probably figure out this conclusion from the few words left in the past. It's just that someone who has experienced it clearly said it today.
Third, when you transform into a Lich, you will definitely lose some parts of yourself as a human being. Maybe Liches are not all evil, but this is indeed one of the reasons why they will go into the darkness. If you want to get out of the darkness, you need to. It's not just hard work, but sometimes it also requires some luck. If you just want to extend your life, there are many ways to choose. Besides, even if you transform into a Lich, you can't guarantee eternal life."
This was another experience from someone who had experienced it, and everyone nodded in agreement.
Finally, what I want to talk about has nothing to do with the Lich's experience, but it is very important. It is very important to the Lost Lands and to all civilizations of Homo sapiens. This is also my recent research, and it is just right to make a summary at this stage. I have also thought about how to make it public. Now that I have such an opportunity, I will tell it in class. That's great, Lord Tikal. I am honored to invite you to teach in my academy. Just call me Fanny. I don't like the surname Tikal."
Fern said seriously. Chapter 563 Property Purchase. Gablesh, Tripwood, and Fanny agreed to take up teaching positions at Kabamba College, causing a minor disturbance in the holy city of Estali. Among the magicians who are also the managers of the academy, there are some who are cynical and some who are insignificant, but no one gritted his teeth. After all, there were only 2 magicians. In the eyes of those real big shots, 2 country bumpkins were nothing. But such news still aroused a lot of envy, jealousy, and hatred. In this holy city of this era, teaching in a college is like getting a golden rice bowl. As long as you can stand firm and are not challenged by students, fame and money will come rolling in, and you won't have to worry about life. Therefore, for those magicians who are not adventurous, it is a profession that they want to get into even if they are keen on getting into it. It's just that the 2 magicians, who had new news coming out from time to time on the forum, did not choose to teach the subjects they were best at, which were P language, airship manufacturing, magic tower modification, etc. Instead, he chose a baffling mathematics course, and an even more baffling life course that no one could figure out. If you seriously use the title of the former demon lord fanatical to attract people, many magicians will actually be interested. Among them are some well-known great magicians, and even the elderly magic saint who lives in seclusion in Estali. But if you want to take that Lich course, you actually need to be recognized by both the association and the academy. The standards are compared with the conditions for obtaining forbidden curse knowledge from the association. Is the course good? I went to study with money. But I still resisted. WTF. Any magician with some backbone would have given a big cross to a certain rumored lich long ago. Furthermore, that one also made it clear that she would not teach any knowledge of the lich's transformation rituals. As soon as the news came out, it caused an uproar in the holy city, and the commotion was much greater than when the two of them joined Kabamba Academy. Most people were skeptical about the beautiful female magician who claimed to be a lich. After all, in terms of appearance, who has ever seen an undead lich that is more beautiful than a human woman? Now she doesn't dare to teach the lich transformation ceremony. Doesn't it mean that she doesn't understand it? So she doesn't dare to teach it to avoid leaking the truth. It is not easy to be a teacher in an academy, especially when the students you face are magicians without hard power. I have been exposed in a few moments and driven out of office in disgrace. This has been heard from time to time in the past few years. But as a lich, he didn't dare to talk about the lich's transformation ritual. It's not an exaggeration to say that the chat section of the forum belonging to Starry was a big hit. All kinds of abuse, belittling, and arguments starting with, "I knew it!" Ifan cares about the comments on the forum. This perfect body that was created might give her a heart attack. It's a pity that her attitude is as if she was infected by someone. And she doesn't even go to the forum. As for the people who ran up to her and questioned her on the spot, no matter who in the world or on earth had ever seen the keyboard man shirtless. You're lucky if you don't get slapped in the face. In short, after the two backbones of the group decided on their direction for the next period of time, the next step was to find a place to settle down. Although the hotel in Sawyer was comfortable to stay in, there were always inconveniences because it was only a place for lodging. If there were only two people, Lynn and Finn, they could live in a hotel, and all experiments could be carried out using the equipment of Cabin by College, and a certain amount of material expenses could even be reimbursed every month. This is Cabin by, the grown magician of the academy, who gives a very good benefit to the magicians who teach. But the group is not just two magicians who have such needs. Although the two apprentices were uneducated, they still had time to practice magic and a meditation room for meditation rituals. In addition, the Silverbeard dwarves also need special alchemy rooms and forging rooms. These functions are not fully provided by the Flame Red Lips Hotel. Then it is quite necessary to arrange a place of your own. At times like this, the benefits of having someone to help you are highlighted. With the help of the great magician Kabamba, Lynn and others quickly found a single-family villa near the college. On the one hand, the location of Kabamba College is in the newly developed new urban area on the periphery of the holy city of Starry, rather than the old city with history. So the living environment is not as crowded as the old city. The reason why the college was established here was because there was enough open space for development. In just 2 or 3 years, there was still no time to make this neighborhood lively. But businessmen with quick minds have built exquisite buildings around the college. The main purpose is to rent it to magicians who teach in the academy or come to study. After all, the academy is far away from the traditional old city. The magicians who come here to study for a short time may already have their own homes in the old city. But in order to facilitate travel, as long as their financial resources allow, they will still rent a house just to concentrate on their studies and not waste too much time on transportation. To be honest, among the magicians who teach, no one is sure how long this new thing called the academy can last. Only people like the great magician of Kabamba, who have invested almost all of their wealth for their ideals and sense of responsibility for inheritance, would shift the focus of their lives to the academy. Other magicians who are teachers still choose to rent a house nearby to live temporarily. But for a foreigner like this, there is no need to worry so much. No matter how convenient the life function is, there can be a convenience store just a few steps away and at the entrance of the alley, and a store a few streets away like before. In addition, although the houses rented specifically to magicians are fully equipped, they are only standard equipment. Since these facilities belong to a rented house, it is difficult for someone to make the decision to make major changes inside and outside. When the Hindenburg airship was modified into the Hilda by himself, it was because he was in trouble and there was actually a need for it. So he did it conveniently. If he could reach his destination safely at that time, how could someone modify an airship and finally hand over the airship that should be his own property to the goblins? Because there is an actual need for housing. And both the peaceful arming of the Silverbeard dwarves and the research between myself and Finn will need to be kept secret. So buying a property is the best choice. Fortunately, the great magician Kabamba came to help. Otherwise, according to someone's reputation as a clown in the holy city, it would be difficult to even meet with businessmen who own real estate. let alone buy a house from them. If someone was willing to move to live near the college, Kabamba was certainly welcome. So he tried his best to help. The reason is actually similar to the bosses on Earth. They wish their employees would love the company as much as their own home. They would live, eat, and sleep in the company, come and go as they please, and work there but off until death. Another person who helped a lot was the owner of the Flaming Red Lips Hotel, Xiao Erhuan, who was known as the Battlefield Red Lotus. In the past, although one group of guests was missing, Xiao didn't care. As soon as she knew that the two girls Halumi, Kaya and others needed decoration for their new homes, she immediately introduced the craftsmen and people from the Chamber of Commerce that she was familiar with, and helped to collect the required materials. It can only be said that Halumi is really good at flattering, and her screams every time made Xiao happy. Because of this, the two of them unexpectedly hit it off. And people always say, don't be afraid. My sister will help you in everything. But considering the age gap between the two, not to mention being a mother, maybe being a grandmother is okay. Forget it. Let's not make trouble. If someone is willing to help, be grateful. It's not illegal to talk sweetly. It's called a white lie. After moving into their own house, several silver-bearded dwarves became restless. Regardless of whether the house has not been renovated or tidied up yet, they are clamoring for help from someone to renovate the peace arms. Such a move would of course result in Lin kicking him directly to the wall. Just kidding. I have my own house, and the most important things haven't been finished yet. Yet you still dare to bother me with such insignificant things. The two apprentices who originally sympathized with Germain, and the lich who was puzzled by someone's sudden change in temperament, had some sympathy for the silver-bearded dwarf, who came to them to cry. As soon as they saw someone start doing toilet again, the eyes of the three women changed. Not only did he put other things aside, or simply leave them to the craftsmen who came to help, leaving Yuzov alone to watch. They all rolled up their sleeves and helped someone with their homework. Not only was Germain's protest ineffective, but the four silver-bearded dwarves were also caught on official duty. They were all called to help and were forced to do things. In this regard, they expressed their dissatisfaction deeply, but it was still to no avail. Although the urban construction technology in MIDI has been developed for a long time, although there are sewers and water pipelines for sewage discharge, the penetration rate has not yet reached the level that every household can use it. So if you want to use the toilet here, in addition to spending a lot of money to hire workers to connect the home sewage system and tap water system to the city's main line, you have to use magic methods to solve it. Considering that he had abused the extra-dimensional exile technique before, the big bosses in the Lost Land jumped out to warn him. Therefore, the sewage discharge now cannot be directly connected to an unknown place with magic and then discharge the excrement and urine like it was in the era of the Great Sage's Tower. Otherwise, it would be no joke if the big boss from across the street comes to visit us again. The toilet design for the new house is connected to the city's sewer. At most, some efforts have been made on the issue of cleanliness and smoothness, so that people don't have to scoop out feces from time to time. The only water source for this house is a well drilled in the courtyard. It is too difficult to complete the water system of the whole house with one well. Therefore, most of the clean water sources used for cleaning are solved by magic. Drinking water is still mainly from well water, because the water created by magic is too clean. There are no minerals or various trace elements needed by the human body. Drinking such water for a long time is not necessarily a good thing. When the first set of toilets was completed, not to mention the three women who had been looking forward to it for a long time, everyone else who used it was also shocked. It's clean, convenient, and, when used correctly, can drastically reduce odors. This item completely crushed the silver-bearded dwarf's pride that had been fragile as glass for a long time. So what if the peaceful armed forces fight again? It's not as good as an invention that actually improves life. Chapter 564 Opportunity. With the first set, there are the second and third set. After making 5 sets of sanitary equipment in succession, I stopped. There is no way. Now the houses are big, and the population is large. After finally returning to the civilized world, someone doesn't want to experience the feeling of being locked out and holding in their feces and urine. That would be too unfair. And not only the silver-bearded dwarves, Yuzov, the Black Dragon Augustus, etc. have all been defeated by the modern toilet of the earth. Even the craftsmen who came to help decorate the house were crazy about it after seeing it used. The 4 basic needs of human beings, food, drink and diarrhea, have been the same since ancient times. The toilet is related to 2 of them, food and drink. Thanks to the discovery of more and more ingredients and spices, people who are striving for perfection have found countless possibilities and have made great progress compared with the past. But on the other hand, although the appearance of toilets is becoming more and more refined, there is not much progress in functionality. Some ordinary people living in small houses have solutions that have not changed much for thousands of years. Larger cities are well planned and public toilets will be built in every area. When people are in need, they either go directly to public toilets or use drowning buckets. The buckets are then taken to public toilets for dumping. Or in the early morning, people who specialize in collecting night scents will pass by. In some cities with poor planning, or in villages and towns that do not have management in this area, the feces may be poured directly into the ditch somewhere. There aren't even buckets or urinals. Find a place where few people walk and take off your pants. There's nothing hygienic about it. As for some wealthy families, the idea of having fixed toilets directly connected to septic tanks or sewers has been around for a long time. However, the stench flowing back through the pipes has led people to choose to build toilets away from the main house. Most of the time, if people don't want to walk a long distance to go to the toilet, they will use buckets or urinals, which are then poured and cleaned by waiters. Sometimes you even have to do it yourself and deal with your own defecation. But the design of flush toilets and S-shaped water bins solves many problems in one go. Although it doesn't mean that you won't have to clean it up in the future. At least you won't have to deal with feces and urine all day long. You should know that buckets and urinals containing feces and urine will still smell if they are not thrown away and cleaned. To the craftsmen who come here to decorate, although the toilet seems to be a magic item, but for the sake of your own future happiness and comfort, many magical devices can actually be overcome using earthly methods, making the toilet less magical. But if you want to do this business, the magician in front of you is the one you can't avoid. At least no one has seen the structure inside the toilet. It's impossible to break open a toilet in front of a magician and see what's going on inside. I'm afraid that the next moment, my head might be smashed open. Several craftsmen came to Lin together at dusk after finishing their work for the day. They took off their hats and greeted tremblingly. "Sir! That! Yes!" A group of craftsmen hesitated to speak, and no one spoke first. Just before Lin became impatient, one of the eldest among them said, "Sir, the comfort and convenience of the toilet you made will be hard to forget after using it once. I don't know if you are willing to use it again." The toilet also has a complete set of sanitary equipment. "Sell me a set. Or tell me how to make it. Of course, I will never share it without your permission. I just want to make it myself. Just for home use." Someone raised his head, and others scrambled and said in a panic, "No. Sir, tell me. I can help you make and sell this entire set of sanitary equipment. This is definitely a matter of making a lot of money, and I am willing to help you bear it. As long as you nod and agree to do most of the work, my reward will be only 30%. "No. Sir. Leave it to me. I promise to make more money." A group of people argued noisily. If they hadn't realized that the person in front of them was a magician, they might have rushed to snatch him away. As for Lin, watching a group of old men being wary of each other and yelling at him passionately, he couldn't adapt to it no matter what. He quickly comforted everyone and said, "Stop. Stop. I probably understand what you mean. Stop and listen to me first." Only then did the craftsman quiet down, staring at someone with bright eyes. "Clear your mind a little. In fact, there is something very lucrative. So everyone wants a piece of it. But it's obvious that these people didn't think about it carefully and just got excited." So Lin said, "It seems that you all think toilets are a good thing and want to do this business." "Right." Everyone nodded. "But have you ever thought about how to do that?" All the craftsmen looked at each other. Why? They need a magician to teach them how to do business? First of all, listen to whether I am right or not, and then think about the next thing. First of all, you all want to start this business because you think that as long as you understand the structure of toilets, you can do it. Even if you don't use it, you can do it. There are other alternative ways to solve those magic devices. Right. Although everyone nodded, they couldn't help but wonder. The magician said these words. Could it be that there are some secrets hidden in the toilet? There's no need for you to speculate. I'll tell you the truth. Your guesses are correct. The toilet is indeed something you can make after seeing it. The difference is just whether it is done well or poorly. And even if it's possible to completely decouple yourself from magic and find alternatives. Some people's eyes immediately lit up after hearing this, but others looked worried. One of the responsibilities of the Magicians Association is to protect the knowledge of magicians. But to be more precise, The association only protects magical knowledge. If the structure of the toilet is really what the magician said, it means that it will not be under the intellectual protection of the association. As long as a caring person buys one, breaks it open and looks at it, he will probably know how to do it. And he will become a competitor in this business.
It seems that some people have figured it out, and some people haven't. It's true. To me, the toilet business is a business with a very low entry barrier. As long as you get started, competitors will soon appear. Fortunately, the market will be huge. After all, this is something that everyone from the nobles to the poor can use. So the question is, you can work alone to make a set of sanitary equipment and then install it, including the sewage pipes. How long does it take to set up? 5 days?
Everyone thought for a moment and found that it was indeed the case. Even if he recruits all his disciples, from making toilets and other equipment to installing them, it will take only a few days to complete the work. And during this period of time, how many competitors will emerge? And how much business will fall into the hands of others? It doesn't seem so profitable.
So I think that if you are determined to do this business, you don't have to fight over it. You must unite. Use collective strength to build scale. Open the market as quickly as possible. And build a reputation. As long as the things are authentic, it's easy to use. The construction quality is also good. And since you started this business, you can naturally attract some customers who would rather wait a little longer and spend a little more money. But they just want to make things perfect.
Everyone was dumbfounded. They had never thought that they would hear such words from a magician that seemed to make sense.
If you are really determined to do it,
everyone pricked up their ears.
It's not like I can't help you. But I won't come forward personally. And others will lead you. Well, Yuzov, can I leave it to you?
The man who was suddenly named was stunned and said with a wry smile,
Sir, although I know this is a good thing, I don't understand this toilet thing. I don't know how to make it. Nor do I know how to buy or sell it. Is it possible? And I can't find it.
Am I really okay?
Lin smiled and said,
I couldn't drive you away before. Since you want to stay and be a dutiful bell hanging around the cat's neck, then at least do me a little favor and don't make me feel like I'm keeping you here.
It's very awkward around you. Besides, you don't have to worry about whether you understand it or not. Have you ever seen a toilet before today? Since it is a new business, everyone must go through the exploration stage. And you have not run a business before. It's a tavern. What I value is your ability to make friends. Not how much you can make money. Ability to make friends?
Yuzov Gansha asked in confusion.
Yes. There is nothing wrong with having one more friend and more paths. Besides,
I don't ask you how much money you make. How much is mine? In the future, my focus will still be on magic research and teaching in the academy. No. Maybe I put too much thought into it. So I have to hand over the idea or let others do it.
After thinking about it, Yuzov nodded in agreement.
If that's all you ask for, then I might as well give it a try.
The craftsmen should have been happy to have someone take the lead and start an independent business. But there was a trace of worry in their hearts. In addition to worrying about whether the prospects of this business are really what this person said, I am also worried about whether this person's character is trustworthy. After all, working with a magician is not an easy decision to make. No one wants to become master's pocketbook for no apparent reason. Looking at the silent craftsman, Lin did not force everyone to agree, but said,
I know that if you want to join in, there will be a lot of concerns. But there is no rush. You think about it carefully. In addition to needing time to write, apart from issuing the articles of association, I will have to wait until I improve my home first. Of course. Of course.
The craftsman nodded and said in unison. At night, 2 apprentices came to Lin and asked puzzledly,
Teacher, isn't this the first time you have done the toilet? At the time, there was a tower in the Great Sage and a house in Willian City. But no one followed it.
Someone sneered twice and said,
Those who have never seen it naturally do not understand the value. I heard that the toilets and baths in the Tower of the Great Sage are regarded as facilities that have nothing to do with the war in order to prepare for the opening of the Abyss Gate. It was demolished before we figured out what to do with it. I went back to see the house in Willian City. And it was even worse. After we ran away, the house was looted and the house was destroyed. What good things come out? War and resentment can easily bury good things.
Chapter 565, the first mathematics class. Before the renovation of the new home has come to an end, Lin is about to have his first class. The reason why it is so fast is because the first batch of students have already been identified. Those who signed up included all the magicians teaching in the academy. including the great magician Kabamba and his wife, as well as some well-informed people. The latter type of person may be studying in the academy, or someone who pays special attention to someone's movements. Among these people, there are those who sincerely seek advice, and of course, there are also those who are ready to find fault. Some people are not afraid of this. Behind me stood Lu Hui, Xiao Shuang, Zhu Chongji, Gauss, Newton, Archimedes, and many other Chinese and foreign greats. If I were still failed by this native of the mathematics desert, I could only lament that I was not good at studying. It's embarrassing, because it was my first time teaching, and I was busy with things about my new home. I didn't have time to go to the college to pay a visit to the dock and get familiar with the environment. Therefore, for Lin's first lecture, the great magician Kavenbai carefully sent a carriage to greet him. For such a battle, one can only admire him. He is indeed a master. The pomp is really complete. It's different from the kind of wild mage who rolls in the mud and never gets a meal. Thinking back to the time when I first traveled through time, the life I lived squatting in a manure pit waiting to plot against uncivilized goblins was like another world. Because the new home is not far from the college, I still gritted my teeth and endured the uncomfortable feeling of riding in this carriage for the second time. The last time I sat there, I bumped all the way to the house of the great magician Kavenbai. Not to mention from complaining. I even regretted it. On the way back, he declined with various excuses and ran away using the flash technique as soon as he got out of the gate. This time I sat down again because I was unfamiliar with the place. I had to rely on the help of the great magician Kabenbai to arrange everything. So I just asked him to arrange the whole set. This saves you from making demands everywhere and expecting the other party to cooperate, which makes you seem very uncooperative. Leaving a bad impression is not a good thing for the future. As soon as you enter the gate guarded by the iron golem, the style of Kabamba Academy is strongly visible. Similar to universities with considerable history in Europe on Earth, this place feels like a palace complex, with marble columns and various decorative and carved cornices as the main tone. It gives people a heavy and solemn sense of sanctity. Considering the current state of the lost world, nature is still stronger than civilization. Therefore, people who are obsessed with the earth will not be obsessed with construction such as park landscaping like the earth. However, there are a lot of green landscaping in the college, and they are carefully organized and planned with a strong European style. It's like the magicians are preaching that I will conquer nature. There is a considerable distance between the buildings, just like a king who cannot tolerate others beside him. Each building stands alone. But according to the driver's introduction, this is actually to prevent students or magicians studying inside from conducting magic experiments and unfortunately losing control, so that the out-of-control magic will not spread to other places. Through the introduction of the driving attendant, who seemed to be very powerful, Lin also had some ideas about the vast academy. Of course, secretly opening the map is indispensable. At the same time, I also understood why Kabenbai chose to build a college outside Estali. Because in the old city, near the hotel where I lived before, it is impossible to have such a large area of open space for construction. The carriage arrived in front of a building that was small and inconspicuous compared to other buildings. According to the waiter, every building in the college will be named according to the courses taught there. In addition to teaching, magicians who serve as teachers will also be provided with a rest room, which can be freely arranged inside. Similar courses will be gathered in one place, which also makes it easier for teachers to communicate with each other. When someone heard this, he couldn't help but complain in his heart. Not only was this department established, but it also had a territory. It was indeed becoming more and more like a university. The place where the driver took Lin to was one of the few vacant buildings in the college, temporarily allocated to mathematics. If a larger space is needed in the future, it will naturally be moved to a larger building. As for the unsaid lines, I guess if no one reads it in the future, then get out of the academy. In short, in today's Mysteryland, the academy's system has not yet been fully clarified, and many things are still subject to change. And this small building in Kabenbai College is the starting point of mathematics. Although this small building is small, it is exaggeratedly larger than the houses that ordinary people live in. There are 3 classrooms in total. There are 2 classrooms on the first floor on the right after entering from the main door. It is the lounge where the magicians teach, which is divided into 4 rooms and can be adjusted at any time. On the left-hand side there is only a large lecture hall. The design was of course from the handiwork of someone in the southwest peninsula, the original college that had closed down. I heard that someone took it over later, but Lin didn't care. Generally speaking, only buildings that provide enlightenment education have such classrooms.
because they can accommodate more students at a time. But today was special. There were quite a few magicians and non-magicians who applied to audit. Ordinary classrooms couldn't accommodate that many people. So we found this building with a lecture theater. The system of auditing is to choose to attend only one class, which is different from those who pay more fees and plan to study for a long time. To put it simply, these people may become customers as soon as they hear it, or they may turn around and leave. Entering the lecture theater, there was no applause, no flowers, and of course no music. What greets someone is a pair of sharp eyes like eagle eyes, as if they are about to pierce through the person. As for the number of people, maybe those few small classrooms can't accommodate them, but it's not so large that they can fill up the lecture theater. Lin didn't show any pretense and went directly to the podium without introducing himself, because the protagonist today should not be myself. In his first sentence, Lin asked everyone present, "Why do you want to learn mathematics?" It seems that this question is a question in many people's minds, and it is even an issue that they are ready to attack. But someone asked first. Looking around at everyone, it was obvious that he had a good head start. Among them is the great magician Kabambai sitting in the middle of the front row. He does not think with critical thoughts, but seriously thinks about this question. "Why?" Lin continued. "Many of you here are my seniors, and they are far better than me in magic. So I will use magic to try to explain why we need to learn mathematics." Seeing those people who were originally ready to make a move settle down and want to see what they have to say, Lin was also unambiguous. He used his own magic whiteboard technique to draw a three-dimensional geometric model similar to a molecular structure in the air of the lecture hall. He explained, "What you see in front of you is a spell model structure. How it looks in detail. I believe everyone can see that this is the standard structure of the three-ring apprentice level magic, the fireball spell." At the same time, Lin used the water mirror technique screen in the lecture theater to display all the fireball technique pages in the association's standard textbook. Most of the above are text descriptions. If an apprentice wants to learn magic, he must rely on the teacher's explanation and imagination, as well as countless attempts and efforts, trying to construct a spell model that is difficult to present in detail, so that he can successfully cast the fireball spell. If this three-dimensional diagram could be shown directly to the apprentices, I wonder how much effort would be saved. So regardless of the mathematics, many magicians feel that the structure and magic displayed in front of them are worth the price of admission. But Lin did not end there. Instead, he explained step by step how the description of the fireball technique in the association's public textbook was transformed into the three-dimensional diagram, and how much power should be poured into each node to exert the maximum power mentioned in the textbook. After the apprentice-level fireball technique was completed, Lin said, "Apprentice-level magic is recognized as the most stable spell model, the easiest to cast, and the most powerful magic. Most people believe that there is no room for improvement in apprentice-level magic. Is that really the case?" Most of the magicians present sneered at such a rhetorical question, and no one took up what the lecturer on the stage said, waiting to see the other party make a bigger embarrassment, and another wave of anger will make him unable to stand up. Lin changed his subject at this time and said, "Before discussing the improvement of the fireball technique, let me first introduce to you a sequence that I think is the most beautiful. As we all know, power is actually 8 kinds of unnameable and ubiquitous powers. Things to say: knowledge, power, authority, wealth, dexterity, perception, mystery. Have you ever thought about the relationship between the 8 powers?" As he spoke, Lin took out a magic stone of the lowest grade, the red brilliant grade, and shook it in front of everyone. "Is there anything special when power is in a balanced state?" As he spoke, Lin used a trick that wasn't even apprentice-level magic to force the power out of the magic stone and turn it into 8 colors of light mist. This is a demonstration that every magician will make when teaching his apprentices. The intention is to allow apprentices to see the existence of power more intuitively, and then understand the basis of meditation and feel power. But this time, Lin forced out all the power contained in the red magic stone until the magic stone turned into white crystal. However, it is not about letting the power overflow, but about restraining it. And with a familiarity, he separated the 8 groups of interlaced light mist of different colors. When he saw the smallest ball of black mist, Lin reached out to catch it and kneaded it into a small cube. At the same time, he said, "Everyone's understanding of powers is that some are more and some are less. The black group represents mystery and is also the rarest power. We shape the mysterious power haze shape into a long, wide and high all are the same cube. Treat it as a unit, and then see how many units the other types of power are equal to. because it is consciously catching more from less. The second captured power haze is purple perception, which is shaped into 2 unit cubes. Next are dexterity, 4 cubes, wealth, 8, faith, 16, authority, 32, strength, 64, and knowledge, 128. Capture all the light mist. A total of 255 units. Everyone was dazzled by this operation. But there was nothing surprising about it, because they can do it themselves. Even better and faster. But, what is the purpose of doing this? Explain which powers are less and which are more. Chapter 566 Improved Fireball Technique. Lin smiled and said,
"It seems that everyone doesn't quite understand what this has to do with mathematics. Everyone knows the multiplication in the 4 arithmetic operations. Today I will introduce a new concept, power. When 2 identical numbers are multiplied, we can calculate it as the square of a certain number. The multiplication of 3 identical numbers is calculated as the third power. And so on. The zero power of all numbers is equal to 1. As for y, we will discuss it later. Remember it."
While explaining, Lin gathered the powers scattered in the air and restrained into cubes according to the same color. At the same time, use whiteboard writing skills. First, write 2 to the 0th power equals 1 in front of the black mystery. The purple perception is 2 to the power of 2. After writing 2 to the power of 2 in front of the blue dexterity, Lin also deliberately asked the granddaughter of the great magician Kabamba, a self-proclaimed master of mathematics, who was also present.
"What is 2 times 2? Equal to 4. Smart."
Lin praised him. After writing down the answer, he continued to write down the next one, and then the next one. As the increasing powers of 2 were solved one by one, the magicians who realized something couldn't sit still. They watched in disbelief as the power that had always been thought to be simply more or less, but without rules, appeared, a rule that they didn't know how to describe. When the sequence of 2-0 equals 1, 2-2 equals 2, 2-3 equals 4, 2-4 equals 16, 2-5 equals 32, 2-6 equals 64, 2-7 equals 128 foot is completed. Lin Xiao then he pushed forward the sequence of numbers written in the air with the whiteboard technique, together with the mist of power constrained into a cube, and said,
"Everyone, this is how power can maintain a static balance without attributes when it exists in the magic stone. The only ratio, no matter what level of magic stone it is the same for Cheng Ding and Huang Shang."
Without waiting for the magicians listening to fully understand the facts they saw, Lin took the static balance ratio of power as a starting point and began to adjust the spell model of the 3-ring apprentice level magic. Fireball. In the standard textbook, what is the power ratio of all the nodes of the fireball technique? And how far is the straight line distance between the 2 nodes? On the basis of mechanics, vectors are introduced to illustrate how attracted they are to each other. What adjustments need to be made to achieve balance? Sometimes it is to change the power ratio of nodes, and sometimes it is to change the distance between 2 points. If the structural link between 2 points is not a straight line, but a curve, the equation of the curve must be calculated, and what impact curvature will have on the imbalance of power, and how to regain balance. If you start to expand the scope of consideration to 3 or 4 points, you will start to have problems with the angles between different vectors. The tool to be used at this time is, of course, trigonometric functions. But there are many aspects to consider, and when one thing affects the whole body, you need to rely on simultaneous equations to get the only solution. Sometimes, in order to find some more tricky answers, of course, various formulas of advanced mathematics are used, such as calculus, analytic geometry, vector algebra, etc. The calculations are so dazzling that everyone listening to the lecture is blinded. In fact, when we were optimizing apprentice-level magic, it was not as easy as it is today. That was to bring the Lich and even the 2 girls in to study together and brainstorm the best solution based on the apprentice-level spell model. The optimization of each spell model took a long time to complete. What he is doing now is just like beating up an old magician alive. Although they cannot understand the calculation process, or why the relationship between 2 nodes can be written out and converted using mathematical formulas, they can understand the calculated results, which are desperately moving towards the power introduced earlier. The static equilibrium ratio is closer. The magicians who are able and willing to sit here are actually the kind of masters who study character, not the kind of people who love to kill and do things without thinking. Research requires rigor. A little more or a little less may lead to different results. It is this kind of character, with a bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, Watching the changes in the numbers finally become the perfect static balance ratio. It actually makes them feel a strange sense of beauty and pleasure. Some people even forget that they are here to cause trouble. They are selflessly immersed in the world of numbers, looking for the beauty of harmony. And when the person in front of me said that improving apprentice-level magic was really just an improvement, the spell model is still the same spell model. Just the angle is adjusted, and the length is changed. All changes are quite subtle. Even just looking at the two models before and after the improvement will make people wonder whether such changes are necessary. But when presented in numbers, it is this little change that brings about earth-shaking changes. It's not like no one has ever said before that they can improve apprentice-level magic. But once the results are released, it is simply another magic. So there is no room for improvement. However, today they looked at improving magic from a completely new perspective. That apprentice-level magic, which is said to be irreversible and hardened, actually still has so many imbalances hidden in it. Seeing everything being corrected, everyone felt completely comfortable. They even have the illusion that even if the magic is changed, it doesn't seem to be that important. When the last change and adjustment is completed, all related nodes and links achieve perfect balance in one go. At this point, the fireball technique improvement work was completed. But everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, during the calculation process, sometimes one node achieves balance, but it destroys the balance of another. Everyone was almost breathless at this miserable state. Fortunately, the perfect result finally arrived. The person who is responsible for the calculation does not worry about gains and losses like others, because it's like playing a magic cube. Even if one side is completed, in order to complete other sides, the completed side must be destroyed. For him, the outcome is already known, so there are no unnecessary emotions. At this time, Lin just looked at everyone with a smile, holding up the improved fireball spell model, and said,
"Which senior can use Earth Clawed magic to make a target?"
As soon as someone spoke, the air in the lecture theater gathered power and silently condensed into several huge stones. Spell models constructed using magic whiteboarding are not truly magic, as the powers in each node are simply written in numbers. But Lin controlled the 8 sealed powers in the air, which were the ones forced out of the Hongya level magic stone at the beginning. He did not dare to pour the entire power of the red stone into the spell model. Instead, he extracted only a trace and poured it into each node in proportion to its needs. The fireball spell is in the air, taking shape based on the spell model. Except for a few people present who are not magicians and do not even know magic. Everyone has been immersed in magic for at least 10 years. Perhaps in most situations, auxiliary magic is attached to oneself to fight. But as an external attack magic, fireball can be said to be an eternal classic. Therefore, everyone is familiar with what the fireball they cast should look like. But this fireball in front of me is really different. Most of the fireballs set off by ordinary magic apprentices are no different from those caused by a ring of magic. It's just a ball of flame condensed in the hand that can be thrown as a ball. When you reach the level of a magician, you have a deeper understanding of magic, and you know the key. Then the fireball will look like a fireball. But the fireball spell performed by the magician has the same spell model as what everyone is looking at. And the power is also extracted from the magic stone, which means that he has no other room for cheating. And the improved version of the 3-ring apprentice level magic fireball technique can actually condense a fireball that looks like a substance. Everyone couldn't help but be curious about the attack power of this fireball. Lin controlled the magic, aimed at any clod of soil, and threw the fireball with a flick of his finger. I don't know if the unknown magician who cast the clod magic was too negligent, or if the improved version of the fireball technique was too weird. This fireball with an extremely stable spell model structure actually smashed the clods of soil, smashed through the outer wall of the amphitheater, and flew outside. With such a result, everyone still doesn't understand the value of this new version of the fireball technique. No! It should be said that the mathematical method of improving the structure of the spell model is the real value. But the man who used magic was dumbfounded. The power of the fireball lies in the splash damage caused by the explosion. Although using such magic indoors will affect many people. But considering that most of the people present were magicians, it was impossible not to have protective measures to deal with emergencies. Secondly, I also have defensive backups, which are enough to protect those who are not magicians. More importantly, the power used by this fireball is quite low, almost just crossing the threshold of activating magic. So it is not very powerful. Even if you really can't dodge, it's still easy to deal with a few blisters. But what now? Smash directly through the wall. If the original target was the wall, then it wouldn't be surprising to smash through it. But first it aimed at the clod of soil created by the magician's magic. Although the clod of earth is only 1 ring of magic, and the fireball is 3 rings. The magic level does not mean the strength of the magic depending on the user, and the method of use. And being smashed through by a fireball with minimal power. It was not a clod of earth. But Tofu. The one who was more surprised than Lin was the magician, who cast the clod magic. Although he has not yet joined the second golden line. In terms of strength and knowledge base, he can be regarded as the best among the veteran magicians. He didn't mess up the magic just now, and even added some ingredients. In addition to really wanting to try out the improved fireball technique, I also wanted to see someone embarrass myself. But the ending was different from what he thought. Fortunately, there are many magicians who also cast the clod, and everyone uses their magic quietly and silently. Therefore, except for himself, no one knows who cast those magic clods in the sky. This actually allowed him to avoid a humiliating disaster. So he tried his best to pretend to be calm and not let others have a chance to see it. Faced with the damage he had caused, Lin said nonchalantly, "Well, I will repair that breach later." Chapter 567 If you don't learn mathematics, why speak? In the awkward and weird atmosphere, the bell rang, announcing the end of today's class. Lin looked at the small clock hidden in the corner of his field of vision in surprise. It took more time than expected to reanalyze the fireball technique. Fortunately, it was completed within the course time, and there was no need to wait until tomorrow. Lin dispersed the whiteboard writing in the air, and sent the mist of power back to the magic stone that turned into white crystal. In fact, such an action is very wasteful, because the power saved back into the magic stone will only be less than what was originally released. Only about 30% to 40% can be recovered, and the rest is wasted. But there's nothing you can do about it. These powers have no use, and letting them drift away is a waste. You can only recycle them as much as you want. After roughly cleaning up, Lin Xiang was still sitting in his respective seats. The magicians and non-magicians who had not left the room displayed a website address for the forum and a short paragraph of disordered characters on the water mirror screen in the lecture theater. At the same time, he said, "This forum URL is built under the block of Kabamba College and is an affiliated section of the mathematics course. Those who participated in the course today can use the following password to obtain read-only permission for the first lesson. Only for those attending the class. Please do not spread it randomly. The content is the summary of today's lecture, including all the calculation methods of the improved version of the fireball technique, which is the magic model that will be taught in the future. Improvement. I will only talk about this once. The purpose is to tell you that mathematics is very useful. But I will not cover this aspect in the future. I will leave the last 10 minutes to answer at least one question raised by everyone. If the question can be answered simply, I will answer a few more. That's it for today. I'll have to find a way to fix the hole in the wall. I'll see you tomorrow." Although someone tried to end the day on a lighter note, but the students in front of them were completely unlike universities on Earth, where they would run out as soon as the bell rang. I don't know what their silence means. Is it because the lecture just now has ruined their outlook on life and makes them doubt life? Or have you found the flaw in your words, and are you preparing to fight in the ring? Your Excellency Tripwood. As the master of the academy, the great magician Kabanbai said, someone thought that the old man was going to discuss the issue of building the wall. So he quickly said, "Sir Kabanbai, I will repair that hole as soon as possible. Please don't worry. No, I'm not thinking about that problem. And you don't have to worry about damage like that. The academy has dedicated personnel responsible for repairing it." The old magician asked about another thing. "Have you done similar calculations and optimizations for all 69 apprentice-level magics from 1 to 3 rings?" "Well, no. I have only completed about a dozen that I will use. Although to become an official magician, you have to learn apprentice-level magic. But it really comes in handy and forms a personal strategy. Only part of it. Besides, some 3-ring magic is very complex and not easy to analyze and improve. The ones that have been completed. When were they completed? I completed it when I was still at the Tower of the Great Sage. After all, that was the only time I had more free time. And I have been traveling since then. I couldn't calm down to do calculations during the trip. How long ago did that happen? If you really have to count the time. It was almost 5 years ago." Someone said lightly. This, even though he was well informed. The great magician Kabamba could not imagine how this man was thinking. "You actually wasted such important research for 5 years. You didn't even let the slightest news out. Is it important?" Lin suddenly smiled. Somewhat rude. He apologized and said, Your Excellency, you take this kind of achievement too seriously. In fact, it is not that remarkable. How could there be nothing remarkable about this perfect spell model structure?
Putting out his hand to stop the great magician cabin by, Lin said,
The so-called perfection itself is imperfect. Do you agree, Your Excellency? Perfection itself is imperfect.
Repeating such a simple sentence, Kabamba seemed to have discovered some unclear truth.
What makes her imperfect? Magic does not exist independently. So, you should understand.
Lin further said,
The omnipresent powers in the world are not actually in a state of static equilibrium. In different environments, the amount of each power there are highs and lows. No matter how perfect the magic model is, it cannot avoid being affected by the environment.
It is true that after adding environmental factors, the complexity does not just increase exponentially, but becomes hundreds or thousands of times more difficult. Just looking for an answer. Is it a matter of changing the environment and starting all over again? Lin added,
Besides, this is only apprentice-level magic. It's too much to require apprentices to have such control and construct a perfect spell model. Speaking of which, I was trained by my apprentice. I just realized this. For them, whether it can be used is more important than perfection. As for when we are actually using it, we are not allowed to elaborate on a spell model if we are in an emergency situation. In other words, this is just a product that can be used to bluff people during teaching or research. This is the reason why I have not continued to calculate all the unfinished 1 to 3 level apprentice level magic.
The practical problems left the great magician Kabamba speechless. He struggled and said,
Even so, you can hand over such research results to the association and let the people who use and learn them make their own judgments. It just so happens that this is something that can't be done.
Someone said firmly.
Why?
The great magician said with rare excitement. His face flushed. Someone was shocked by this, fearing that the old man would have a heart attack.
So he left. He quickly comforted the other party and explained.
Your Excellency, please calm down and listen to my explanation.
After saying that, his left and right hands used whiteboard pens to show the fireball spell model. Lin asked,
Your Excellency, can you tell the difference? What's the difference between these two spell models?
After calming down, Kabamba squinted his eyes and observed. And after comparing the memory from the class just now, he said,
The one on the left is the original spell model that you constructed based on the association's public teaching materials. The right hand is an improved version. Although the difference is subtle, but I can still tell. Oh, he is indeed a great magician with sharp eyesight. Indeed, as you said, the left hand is the original one and the right hand is the improved one. Then the question is, what if I want to give the improved version of the 3-ring apprentice level fireball magic knowledge? If I submit it to the association, I will be asked by the magicians who review it, what is the difference in the structure of these two spell models? How can I answer? Of course.
Kabamba suddenly got stuck. This white-haired great magician was not the only one. All the magicians who attended the lecture did not leave. They had different thoughts. But Kabamba's questions and thoughts were indeed their existing questions and thoughts. Some people even planned to seize such intellectual rights, as long as they handed over to the association first. Relying on their own network of connections, no one can shake the established fact, and this honor will belong to him. But how to explain to the people in the association what are the differences between the improved version of the spell model and the original version? Lin said.
That's it. How can I explain to the magic examiner, who doesn't understand mathematics, that every angle and every distance of the improved spell model has been carefully calculated to obtain the most perfect balance result? And most importantly, can the other party or others reproduce such results? If the person learning it doesn't know how to calculate, or even the person teaching it, can they tell the difference between the two models?
The truth turns out to be so simple. Many old academic magicians only feel a tightness in their chests and want to vomit blood. People scolded them in a cryptic way. It's not that I don't teach. It's that you all don't understand. Someone continued to pursue.
For the same reason, why did I have the knowledge to teach P language when I was in the Southwest Peninsula? But I didn't do it after I came to the Holy City. I didn't even choose to teach what many people wanted to learn from me, including the improvement project of the Magic Tower, the use of magic circles and magic runes, or the manufacturing technology of airships like the SID. What can I talk about, and what can I teach you?
Among the people listening to the lecture, someone said reluctantly,
Isn't there a simpler way?
Lin knew who told the story, but not the name. That was a magician who was much younger than the old men present. Although from the appearance point of view, The other party is still older than himself. But hearing this feeble moan, Lin laughed angrily and said,
I don't want to learn mathematics. I just want to directly use the knowledge that can be applied in practice. This is also simple. The tower of the great sage stands over there. Everything I heard about that tower has been made public again. I don't object to this. Therefore, if you have any need for the magic tower, please copy it, and it will definitely have the same effect. If it doesn't meet the standards, I can only say that you didn't copy it carefully enough. And you can't blame me.
As if speaking of coming, someone continued,
I'm sorry about the Sid airship. There are commercial secrets on it, and I don't want to make them public so soon. After all, the magic tower is a weapon to protect civilization, and it has one more strength as an added guarantee for civilization. But if an airship design is too good and spreads widely, it will only become a superior weapon in war, and the gap between powerful and weak countries will become more obvious. Peace in Lost Land has nothing to do with me, and it doesn't mean that I won't hand over this knowledge. It's just how much the person who wants it will pay in exchange for it.
Glancing around, some people are moved. Others are thinking. It looked like he was going to make an offer. Lin sneered.
I think a magic tower, in exchange for the complete design of the Cid, is a very reasonable transaction condition. Other than that, I won't consider it. As for the flashing technique, which is the elusive magic rumored to be, it is related to the World Tree, the results of research together with Walled Wall. I cannot make that knowledge public to the world without that person's consent. As long as someone obtains the consent of that high official of the Turtle Dove Alliance, I will immediately give the entire set of knowledge to the public. No hiding anything. Or does anyone think they can capture me and take away the knowledge in my head? Yes. Why not give it a try?
A provocative voice came from the crowd. At the same time, there are also power fluctuations that directly touch the sensitive nerves of all magicians. Almost instantly, the lecture hall was filled with colors, and all the masters activated their magic protection. Chapter 568 Invitation from the Empire. Master Midi's Standard Tactics. After instantly filling up a set of supports, suddenly face. This time may only take a blink of an eye. Victory or defeat is determined in an instant. The provocative magician came to the podium with his back to everyone and his weapon half drawn. Lin stood behind him, lowered his body, and put his hand on the opponent's neck. He didn't press hard, but the sharp blade had already cut open the skin, and there was red but no blood. The two sides are in a stalemate, different from the general fantasy world style. The magician can only be used as a rearguard attacker and needs to be protected in front by a human shield. But when the Lost Master is killing alone, he can attack from a distance or engage in close combat. All tactics are laid out before taking action. The provocateur first acted like a demonstration, releasing a large number of power messages, as if preparing to release powerful killing magic. Among the magicians present, there were no fledgling young men. As soon as they feel threatened, they will naturally use all means of self-defense. If the shield is not 3 to 5 layers high, no one will think that their life is safe. Casting magic will be accompanied by colorful auras, making the lecture hall colorful and dazzling for a while. And this is exactly the situation that the provocateur wants. Through such an environment, he can hide the magic he wants to cast the arbitrary door. Although it was only a 3-ring apprentice level magic, the same level as the fireball technique, the specialized magic he had thought and improved was far more effective than the apprentice level magic. Being quick and stealthy was exactly what he wanted to do to distinguish himself from the magician in front of him. Silently, without any noticeable signs, the exit of any door will be opened behind the opponent. Combined with the full mithril-breaking magic blade, whether it is to deliver a fatal blow or to capture the opponent, this set of tactics is invincible when faced with any opponent no matter how difficult it is. But all this fell completely in Lin's eyes. Coming from the earth, he knows very well how terrifyingly destructive the incited masses can be. Just this weird and wrong understanding that
the law does not punish the public
can easily make the crowd lose control, even if their initial goal is not to use violence to solve the problem. One-on-one combat is easy to deal with. If someone doesn't want to defeat them all stupidly, then finding that special 1 or 2 existences among the crowd becomes the top priority. After all, the principle of
shooting generals first shoots horses, and catching thieves first
applies equally to the world. Based on the magic of the arcane eye and the judgment logic of the program, Lin easily discovered that among the auras of protective magic, someone was preparing to open an arbitrary door. Is the other party preparing to escape? Or a raid? All teleportation and teleportation magic in the Lost Land are also derived from the research on the world tree. In someone's current eyes, those space magics are a low-grade, downgraded, and castrated version of flesh. Too much energy is spent on protecting people from traveling through space and determining the safety of the teleportation destination. So the next moment, he confirmed that any door was ready to be opened. Lin confirmed the fluctuations in the space around him. Compared with the original 3-ring apprentice level version, the opponent's spellcasting speed is already so fast that it is unimaginable. But if it also used the flash technique, she would appear the moment she noticed the fluctuation, which was so unexpected. In someone's eyes, the actions of the person in front of him were like a thief taking a lockpick and carefully opening a door with a 3-stage lock. Although the work is meticulous, if the owner of the house has already discovered it, he will be beaten if he opens the door. But killing is bad. Although the opponent has the intention to attack, it is difficult to judge whether the opponent intends to perform a fatal attack. Start killing as soon as you come up and get things done, and there will be no room for change. So Lin took a conservative approach and changed the direction of the exit of the arbitrary door so that the other party's back would be facing him when he appeared. Then, taking advantage of the time before he could react, he flashed behind the opponent, summoned Hakakiri, and locked onto the opponent's fatal spot. The purpose of lowering your body is to lower your center of gravity and reduce the range of possible attacks. In the end, it became what everyone saw after being dazzled. Although the other party did not spend more time on using the magic shield for the sake of suddenness. But that exquisite robe still has its own protective magic. It's just that the magic that is supposed to work cannot stop the power of the Hagiri Breaker demon. The light blue shield light is like paper, and can be worn through with just one pierce. Coupled with the cold sword edge, the magician who failed in the raid understood his situation and gave up resistance. At the same time, several more waves of power erupted from the crowd. Then interrupted. I don't know if they are the accomplices of the captured magician, or other people with ulterior motives, but they want to take advantage of the chaos to cause trouble. But don't think about the people around you. There is nothing wrong with the masters of the holy city being devoted to research. But it does not mean that they are not good at fighting. Just when these troublemakers were about to cause trouble, they were stopped by the people around them. The master who kills people never draws a knife and stabs again. Since your life is in someone else's hands, you have to live in peace. Especially in a place like this. Death is in vain. In order to ensure a learning environment, the academy has never been a place for magicians to settle grudges. This is the same no matter which college in the holy city. Anyone who wants to cause trouble here is just like destroying the academy's face. Since someone wants to be secretive in the college, then the college will also be secretive to the person. Simple and neat. The group of people who made the incident did this in the presence of the principal of the college, the great magician Kabambai. If you succeed, then prepare to flee and never enter the holy city again for the rest of your life. It just so happened that he was captured alive today. Whether he lived or died depended on the mood of the other party. So everyone did the same. They dispelled all the magic on their bodies and raised their hands where others could see them, indicating that they were not hostile, or that there would be no hostile actions in the future. The magician, whose neck was held by Hagiri, first broke the silence and said, "Did my arbitrary door magic change the direction of its exit just now? Reverse quantity. It's not difficult if you know how to calculate it. It's mathematics again." The magician sighed and said, "Can you put the sword down? My hands are sore when I hold it up like this. How about I tell you your name first? I didn't roll your name before class, so I don't know everyone. I am Airy, the benevolent Airy, the Imperial Guard of the Guana Empire, especially on behalf of His Majesty the Emperor." "I refuse," someone said directly after hearing the keyword. At the same time, he let go of Hagakiri and took a few steps back. "Ah. What? I haven't finished speaking yet." Hyali's originally confident expression suddenly collapsed. He turned to look at someone and said in surprise, "Whatever you want to say is fine, but I refuse anyway," Lin said with a decisive look on his face without hesitation. "Why? Cherish life and stay away from emperors or kings. Staying in that position and thinking that you can control other people's lives and deaths will make them forget a lot of things. I have no interest in dealing with such people. Besides, from your point of view, do you really think it is a good thing to let the Emperor come into my sight?" Haley looked serious and asked tentatively, "What do you mean by this?" "You can take it as a threat. Just think about what kind of threat it is. I have no obligation to answer." Lin stepped back, showing a rare fearless attitude. "Did you know that His Majesty the Emperor can reward you with wealth and power that you can't imagine?" Haley tried to induce him.
Someone sneered and said,
For me, as long as I have enough food every day and a bed to sleep on, that's enough. The rest of my time is not enough for learning, so I don't have any extra time for flattery.
That your majesty, don't you wish to have a magic tower? So isn't it important to accumulate wealth and prepare the funds to build a tower? The emperor who has the ability to directly give me a tower. The condition is that I must save money to build the tower myself. In other words, in his eyes, I only have this value. Unfortunately, I am not willing to give in, nor will I. Is there anything wrong with being willing to lose your freedom? Obey the orders of these people, and even do things against your will?
Someone said this decisively, but it touched the hearts of many magicians present. The holy city is located within the scope of the Guana Empire, and of course has the most contact with the people of the empire. The empire's preferential treatment policy also continues to attract magician talents to serve in the empire system. The differences between the powerful faction and the academic faction have existed in Estali for a long time, but they have not formed a fierce opposition. But whether to start a college or take this mathematics course that was originally thought to be of no use, my attitude is inherently biased toward the latter. Someone's words are the most concrete expression of their thoughts.
Hey, original, why don't you say what's on your mind? I think that's a very good statement.
Hagiri suddenly spoke. Many people were confused and wondered why there was an unfamiliar voice. Finally, they remembered that the evil sword in the rumors was not the inconspicuous thing in the hand of the man in front of them. It's just that instead of worrying about the evil thing, they are more curious about what the evil thing said and what was in that man's heart. When interrupted by Hagiri, Lin didn't know what it was referring to. Just listen to Hagiri say,
Let me tell you, the dog emperor. If he can only afford meat and bones as payment, then he can only hire a dog. If you want to find me, there is no way. Ha ha.
Before a certain sword could stop laughing, Lin threw the weapon into the air and teleported back to its original location using the flash technique. Because of this unexpected episode, someone wanted to keep pretending to be cold but couldn't. So he had to rub his nose and said nonchalantly,
Anyway, if you still want to come to class tomorrow, I have no objection. It's almost time for dinner now.
Plus I just moved and my family is still busy, so I'll leave first. See you tomorrow.
As if someone was running away, he opened the door of the lecture theater and ran out. As soon as he took a step, he flashed away. What a joke. If you scold the dog emperor in front of others, you will become enemies even if you don't have any grudges. After going back, I have to train that sword well. How twisted your character must be to be so disrespectful. If it is not corrected, it will happen again in the future. Chapter 569 Foresight. Even though someone ran away, it wasn't over yet. The great magician Cabin worshipped like a ghost. Before Haley could use the any door to escape again, he put his arm around his shoulders, squeezed out a very forced smile with protruding veins, and said,
Anyway, if you still want to come to the class tomorrow, I have a big opinion. Now let's talk about it. What do you mean by poaching people as soon as I am interested in mathematics? Captain Cabin by. I am now a member of the Imperial Guard.
Originally, the captain of the 1st Magic Brigade of the 1st Legion in the Guana Empire, Kabamba took the initiative to retire from the army on the grounds of old age after the current captain joined the Empire. In fact, he was tired of that kind of life and chose to quit voluntarily. But that doesn't mean that he has forgotten the operating mode of the Imperial military and the man who once took orders under his command.
So the current president of the college, the great magician Cabin by, gritted his teeth and said,
Last time, I killed a few blind guards without seeing what the Emperor said. Do you think your value will be so important? Those big shots are seeking revenge for your death. Captain.
Haley regretted it so much that he almost cried. I originally thought that relying on this relationship, this mission should be easily solved. Now it looks worse. The other magicians who were also fishing in troubled waters and preparing to cause trouble also had the same expression. Although their respective positions and purposes may not necessarily be the same, the people around them are all magicians who have seen a bright and prosperous path on the road of knowledge. They stared at me fiercely, as if they were ready to scrape off a few pounds of flesh. Enemy of learning is the most terrifying crime in the holy city, and even being burned at the stake is considered a blessing. All kinds of human experiments that should be taboo are carried out unscrupulously, which really makes people suffer. Maybe the people surrounded were not interested in mathematics, but after listening to the class, they had no doubt that their actions might really be accused of being enemies of knowledge. How miserable! Which pig swore to tell them that mathematics is a scummy knowledge used by businessmen to settle accounts. And no one will pay attention to it. Fortunately, things haven't gotten too serious yet. So, how much do you have to pay to redeem yourself? As for the person who flashed back home, he looked at the door of his new home and felt a little dazed for a moment. Opening the door. The rush of work over the past few days has given this new home a little bit of a look. However, there is still room for improvement before the ideal livable nest. However, all the necessary functions are complete. And the two girls are also preparing dinner. Basically, the two girls would not let anyone else get close to the kitchen unless their elder sister suddenly wanted to experiment with some dishes. Or other people wanted to make special dishes from their hometown. The reason is simple. Other people's cooking skills are so bad that sometimes even just hearing them is a pain. Even the descendant of a certain big foodie empire now only has the function of opening his mouth. During mealtime, everyone eats together. We are all traveling companions. And there is no distinction between master and slave. There is no need to separate or make any strange rules. Unless we are camping out today, there cannot be no one keeping watch. Otherwise, chatting while eating is a rare time during the day when everyone can get together. But during today's meal, someone's eyes kept drifting to the faces of the two girls. Although he thought he was doing it very covertly. Those who were being watched and those who were watching only felt various kinds of discomfort. Finally, Finn couldn't help it anymore and asked,
"Did your eyes cramp today?"
Someone who thought that his actions were unnoticed only after repeated confirmations finally confirmed that the Lich was talking to him. And then responded,
"No, there is a cramp somewhere." Then throughout the night, you kept looking in the direction of the two girls and then retracting your eyes. Ah, you discovered it.
It's hard not to notice. This is what everyone is thinking.
Tell me what bad idea you have. If you don't tell me, I will put a hakakiri on you and read your thoughts. That sword is not as strong as your words. Don't be like this. That's all I said.
Lin then roughly told what happened during the first lecture. In the silence of everyone, he added,
"Because something like this happened again. I think we may still be targeted. I can tell you that running away will not be a problem. But other people, why are you causing trouble outside?"
Lin was full of grievances about a certain Lich's complaints. He sighed and said,
"How can a person wander in the rivers and lakes without getting stabbed? Some things are helpless. Okay, aren't I just thinking of a remedy?"
At this time, Germaine asked slightly worriedly,
"Will anyone implicate us because of your matter? We are innocent."
Someone was still helpless and continued,
"When you encounter something, you can say this to the person who is asking for trouble and see if he is willing to listen. We are just human beings, and we must always prepare for the worst and make the most of it."
Be prepared. If you think too noble of your enemy, you will only suffer in the end. If you really want to deal with someone, I will use all possible methods. At least, I will start with the people around the opponent and cut off their followers in the end. Then deal with the isolated enemy.
Then said at this time,
"You have been studying remote positioning methods a long time ago, so that you can rescue immediately when needed. Isn't that possible? Well, I always felt that if I completed it, I would break through my lower limit as a human being. I couldn't make up my mind, so I put it on hold."
Someone continued to express his feelings.
"Breaking through the lower limits of being a human being? How did you do it?"
It was so serious that Finn couldn't help but ask curiously.
That remote positioning is based on the method of reliably identifying individuals within the observation range of the arcane eye. I have thought about starting from the soul's power overflow state. Even an ordinary person will still overflow with extreme power. A small amount of power. In this part, everyone is different. Although the differences and rules between individuals have not been found before. I think that using DNA coding, it may be possible to make identifiable soul coding. Isn't this great? Where they go, what they encounter, and who their opponents are. As long as you find a way to use your arcane eyes, you can know everything clearly."
Finn said,
"This is actually very bad, because it is not only observed and recorded at specific times, but is watched all the time." "You think so? When you take a shower, you are monitored by me. When you poop, you are watched by me. I monitor you. When you are in a good mood, you are monitored by me. When you are not feeling well, you are still monitored by me. The information revealed by the fluctuations of the soul is beyond imagination."
Every time someone talks about a situation, goosebumps appear on everyone's body.
If I were a lord, king, or emperor, I could still do such a thing on the grounds of national security and political stability. If social stability is the premise, it wouldn't be intolerable. It's just that when this method is misused,
It's just causing unimaginable harm. But I'm just a human being. Listening to someone's emphasis. Everyone seemed to understand something. After doing this kind of thing, the only comments I will receive are comments about perverts, stalkers, or stalking perverts. Although I can play some tail-end H_ games. I don't like beating sap, dragging into dark alleys, etc. I don't resist the choice. But I really don't want to do this in reality. I will be asked by the police to make tea and chat. I can still distinguish between the game and reality. Although the line between the two seems to be getting closer and closer. It's blurry. Lynn finally said weakly. At this time, Haggery, who was leaning on the table, complained loudly. Do you think that if you don't do this, you can hide your nature of being a gentleman in writing and a pervert in reading? Hearing Hagiri speak, Finn remembered something and said to Lynn, the two of you cooperate very well. You can summon Hagiri at any time, no matter where it is, and even flash to where it is. Location. Shakakiri is different. It has a magic circle on it that echoes my dream tower and serves as a marking point. Through that marking point, I can measure its relative position and even relative dimensions anytime and anywhere, and obtain the information needed for the flash technique. Parameters. Except for you, who can find a blank space on your body and carve the same magic circle. No one else can do it. If you want to use standard magic pattern tattoos, you may have to tattoo a large area. You may not be enough. You have to eat twice as much fat as you are now. But if you really do that, your whereabouts will be under my control again. You really want to be unable to escape this life. Life in the palm of my hand? Someone just said it. And he trembled. This kind of thing is two-way. Not one-sided. Just because they fell into their own hands, it didn't mean that they also fell into their hands. How is this different from the situation between you and Hagiri? Finn asked doubtfully. The magic array pattern on Hagiri's body was not carved by me. It was changed by itself after it knew about it. In other words, one day, it doesn't want to be tracked by me anymore. After I erase the magic array, I will lose it. Its whereabouts. It has choices. You can't do such a thing. In that case, Alumi said aloud, if you make a small thing with such functions, wouldn't we be free to choose whether to carry it with us or not? Ah! The words awakened the dreamer. And it turned out that he had always been in trouble. Lynn said happily, in that case, I will give you the magic array diagram. You can just make it yourself. No. Halumi shook his head and slapped the back of his head. Moving. Packing things. No time. Kaya's eyes drifted into the distance. And she said what sounded like a legitimate reason. The two girls had no hope. Lynn turned to look at a few silver-bearded dwarves, skipping over. Seeing how reluctant they were, asking was in vain. He could only look at the lich again. Then smiled and said, just be obedient and make the things. It depends on our mood whether you use them or not. Remember to make them look good. I will make a big cursed strawman doll that you will have to carry around when needed. Chapter 570 The Carrier of Marking Points. The former Demon King, Lich, and Fanny's life lessons. Because those who want to learn must go through special review. So the great magician Kabamba has not informed her yet when the lessons can start. Someone's math course created a sensation after the first day. It is said that that night, many magicians used fireballs that were harder than rocks to smash through many people's homes. And it wasn't enough to just smash through one house. The one with a wide range of people also smashed up the second and third houses. He didn't even know how many houses he had smashed through. Because a person whose home was smashed would really like to see others as unlucky as him and dumbfounded. So he keeps encouraging the instigator to find the next victim. So much so that in the second day of class, after Len used the flash technique to move, he only saw an empty lecture theater. Which trick is this? A collective strike? Did the journey of mathematics in the lost world end so early? Just as Len panicked and apologized to Zhu Chongji, Gao's and other seniors, there was another reaction of teleportation magic around him. An acquaintance from yesterday. Haley used any door to teleport over. And he was in the same position as yesterday. Because there was a distance, and he didn't know the purpose of his visit. Len didn't do anything this time, and just watched the person coming out of the light screen-like door. As soon as the bruised and swollen Haley saw Len, he said happily, "Ah, I knew you came here." Len pointed to the empty classroom and asked in horror, "What's going on? There are so many people that we can't accommodate them here." So Your Excellency Kabamba directly changed the teaching location to the largest classroom in the college. He said that Your Excellency declined the carriage yesterday. So he sent someone to guard the door, waiting to inform you of the news.
But I thought that people who are good at using teleportation magic would most likely not pass by the door again. So when it was time to teach, I came here to look for someone. And I found someone.
There are more people. Someone who knew the reason felt relieved. Question.
Is the location where you teleported here?
Yes. Haley suddenly realized the possible reason behind someone asking this question. And said,
could it be that you can detect the position where I open any door?
He only had time to say half of his words when someone came out from in front of him. Disappeared. Haley was speechless. There was no incantation, no handprints, or even any sign of spell casting. It seemed as if it disappeared as soon as I thought about it. With this performance, Eric could no longer bring himself to trouble him. He tried hard to imagine the destination he wanted to teleport to, silently recited the incantation of any door, formed a seal with his hands folded in his sleeves, and the light screen of any door took shape in front of his eyes. Before today, before yesterday. This improvement and application of quite proficient random magic was the most important way for him to be appreciated and promoted among the Emperor's guards. But it doesn't seem like it's anything special. Ari fell into an inexplicable depression. Although there were a lot more people in the math class on the second day, it was still inferior to the heyday of someone giving lectures in Shijia district. Because I went to the wrong classroom and took some time.
I arrived at someone in the largest lecture hall in the college and started a new class after a brief greeting. This class, which is a good start, prepares linear equations, which is also the simplest application of algebra. Because it was stated yesterday that things like improving the fireball spell model will not be done a second time. Therefore, everyone who was mentally prepared still listened carefully to this unique piece of knowledge. It's just that some people can accept pure mathematical knowledge, but some people think it's a waste of time. So students in class come and go. But the person who was moved to the big classroom did not move again because the classroom was always full. In the words of the great magician Kabamba, there are still many people who are waiting to take the class or to observe. If he lets it go and collects it, he might have to move to the auditorium or school grounds to teach. However, whether people are forced to sit on the floor or stand for 2 hours, it is not a good thing for many elderly magicians. So the number of people is still limited to the maximum capacity of the largest classroom. In this regard, Lin has no objection to how the college arranges it. Anyway, I can attend classes smoothly and have an income. Recently, most of my thoughts have been on making items that can be used as observation markers for blink spells. The plan to curse the straw doll was just mentioned casually, and it was impossible to implement it because there was no place to depict the magic circle, according to the way of playing on Earth. The method of writing the birth date or name of the cursed object on a piece of paper and stuffing it into the straw man would not work in the Lost Land. So someone had no choice but to give up the idea. Since casual mentioning doesn't work, you have to think carefully about what alternatives are available. At this time, an idea that had been abandoned once again entered someone's eyes. In fact, Lin had already done something similar, which was to quickly control the ring system of the Tower of the Great Sage. A ring is worn on all 9 knuckles of a hand except the last knuckle, for a total of 18 rings on both hands. By touching the ring and stretching and flexing the fingers in different sequences, the Tower of the Great Sage can execute different commands. In this way, there is no need to tie a person to the console just to control the entire magic tower. It's a decent alternative since there are not many people, and there is no auxiliary system such as tower spirit or artificial intelligence. When leaving the magic tower, although the set of rings was handed over, the instructions for using them were not fully handed over. It's not that I'm hiding something private, because the method of using the ring was set only after I thought about it. There was no clear record when setting it up, only a jot, because when I was doing it, I never thought that one day I would hand over the tower. In addition, there was a bit of haste in preparing the handover matters later, and it was inevitable that some omissions would be made. After leaving the Tower of the Great Sage, my magic skills have improved, and naturally I have some more ideas. One of them is to improve the convenience of communicating with each other and making it easier to use the functions of the forum. It's a bit similar to the concept of a smartphone, but it's based on magic technology and made into the shape of a ring. Later, this function was added to glasses, because the lenses of the glasses themselves could be used to replace the function of the hydroscope screen. More convenient to use. After that, the more advanced your magical knowledge is, the more ideas you will inevitably have. I always wanted to make the best finished product, but I never had a good plan, and it was not necessary. So the idea has been shelved until today. However, since there is a necessary demand in front of us, We have to find a feasible solution from the existing technology and complete it. The need to use forums is gone. For others, magic stone glasses are already convenient enough, and someone himself can project content directly on the retina. So there is no need to develop something with the same function. Lin would not be satisfied with making a ring just to engrave a magic circle as a mark point for the flash spell, on the premise of preserving life. In addition to marking points, there is a magic forest that I plan to attach to the ring I am going to make. And that is the second ring apprentice level pronunciation technique. Silence, which is also the second ring, is definitely the nemesis of all magicians. The so-called silence is not just about making people unable to speak or make a sound. It also blocks the skills of silent magic. The only way to crack it is to use pronunciation, which is also the second ring. Magicians who are generally accustomed to taking risks and taking Warcraft as their enemy can easily ignore the effectiveness of this magic. But if the opponent is a person who is also a magician, you must consider that when you are unfortunately hit by the silence spell, you can only use magic except after a certain period of time, waiting for the magic's effectiveness to naturally decline, or asking other magicians to help solve it. The props are lifted to save oneself. The third and most complex magic formation is the World Tree version of the magic barrier. Although this magic has the same name as the third ring apprentice magic, it's actually just someone who doesn't know how to name it. Simply speaking, the purpose of this magic can make people know its importance. It is a protective magic that can protect people from pollution in multiple dimensions. A side effect is that it is immune to all energy-based attacks. For the World Tree, it can survive the dimensional energy storm. What level of energy attack is required to penetrate the bark of the tree? The magic developed based on this also has the same function. Someone in the Lich can be regarded as solidifying this magic in their own bodies, so that they can freely travel through the dimensional space without being corroded and harmed by its alien energy. But other people do not have this layer of protection, and their bodies are contaminated when traveling through dimensional space. They may become dizzy and vomit, or they may be possessed by creatures from other planes or mutate. In other words, the main purpose of the ring designed by Lin is the flash technique to mark points, and the pronunciation technique, as one of the life-saving tools, is superficially used, and is also a shield when facing outside inquiries. At least when others ask. You don't have to reveal your trump card in one breath. The World Tree version of the magic barrier is a secret configuration, and is not even intended to be told to future holders. This is so that when necessary, someone can use the flash technique to escape collectively, without having to consider whether the people taken away will be contaminated by the multidimensional space. On the one hand, it prevents people from feeling dependent, thereby reducing the vigilance they should maintain. But there is a big problem here. The three magics, except for the second ring apprentice level pronunciation technique, the other magic formations are very complicated. How can they be attached to a small ring? Even if you settle for the next best thing and eliminate pronunciation and barriers. With someone's current casting technology, there is no way to engrave the complete magic array pattern of the marking point on the ring alone. Maybe instead of making it a pure metal ring, add magic stones. Use a production method similar to the first coffin. Write the magic, and seal it in the core made of magic stones or gems, so that it can be used directly when needed. But this core-made ring-shaped magic item is very eye-catching, because the magic stone or gem in the core will actively emit powerful aura even when it is not activated, allowing people to get a glimpse of it. All metal rings may be of different levels of difficulty in making, but the advantage is that they are low-key. Nothing is more important than keeping a low profile to save your life. The more important point is that the core system is equivalent to using software programs to achieve effects, while the all-metal system is equivalent to hardware effects. Considering that the P language is spreading widely, more and more people will use it in the future, and hacker technology will be used sooner or later. This is an expected risk. In other words, the magic program written in the core must be guaranteed to function normally without anyone tampering with it. If you make a wrong bet, your life will be lost. How could a magic item made with the premise of saving lives leave such a flaw? In comparison, hardware-based production methods do not have this concern. No matter how powerful the hacker is, he can beat me to unplug the network cable. But can the physical network be disconnected? Chapter 571 New Technology. Since you have chosen a difficult level challenge, of course you have to think about how to carve those three complex magic patterns onto a small ring. None of the casting methods known to someone could do such a thing. So Lin raised the issue at dinner, discussed it with everyone, and brainstormed ideas. Even if it is a bad idea, there may be one or two bright spots that can trigger inspiration and find a real solution. Kaya, who was thinking fast, turned around and looked at a long sword soaked in a warm wine barrel next to her, and said,
"Isn't it possible for Hakakiri to do such a thing? Knock it off into 1 or 2 pieces and follow the instructions. Wouldn't it be nice to ask for corresponding changes? Ah, you can do that."
The person who was reminded also looked at the long sword that was now silent, because no changes can be seen from the outside. Others have no way of knowing whether Hagiri is asleep or awake. Even though he is silent, he still cares about everything happening around him. So when his name was called, Hagiri still reacted and said,
"What are you going to do with my child? Will it be too big or overqualified to make it into a ring?" "Child?"
Lin asked doubtfully.
"Where did you get your child? Are you going to knock a few pieces off of me? Those are the ones. Are you a female? That's the only thing that surprises you."
Lin asked again.
"But I heard that as long as you interrupt Shakiri, it will end your lives. What's going on?" "Because the broken thing does not have enough energy to maintain its own shape and the separated parts. If the energy supply is cut off, it means complete death for us." "There is nothing wrong with this statement. Then what did you say about your child?"
Lin asked confused.
"I am not a woman or female in your sense. And the Hagiri clan has no gender distinction. Those individuals that are separated from us will become independent individuals as long as they have enough energy support. The key is to have enough energy."
Lin heard the key to everything.
"Yes. With your help. Although my current energy is not sufficient to transform into armor similar to the peace arms, there is still no problem in dividing a few children into shapes like rings. And the related magic, you don't have to worry about the array pattern. Even if it doesn't reach the status of my 99 magic array protection, the commonly used important functions will be added to you. It's really good."
But Lin tilted his head and said,
"But there seems to be something I haven't figured out."
Looking up and down at Hagiri, Lin suddenly asked,
"You said those are your children. Their personalities will be how? They are exactly the same as me. Don't worry. My children don't need education like you humans. Whatever I know, my children know. You don't need to know all the knowledge and cooperation methods that you should know. Teach again."
Someone seemed to understand what they were worried about. He asked tentatively,
"Then what would you say is the gap between your children's abilities and yours? Except for the size, everything else is the same. If you want them to become swords, you have to carry them with you frequently to perform flash spells and draw more energy from the gaps in the dimensions. One day, they can also become swords, as tall as me."
"What will happen when the ring you carry with you is actually a chatty soul?" Lin didn't even need to say it clearly, but he saw the two girls shaking their heads into wavy drums and rejecting the proposal. Hagiri couldn't help but let out a
tisk.
The next person to speak was of course Germain, the silver-bearded dwarf, who was very enthusiastic when it came to technology.
"Using the miniature engraving function of peaceful arms."
This function was developed before. It uses the peace arm as a mechanical arm to reduce the controller's range of motion in proportion to complete some delicate operations.
"Although you did not participate in the subsequent improvements, we have already used it with the magnification function of the arcane eye to control the strokes within 0.1 millimeters. The realization of this technology has given me many ideas to incorporate some parts of the peace arms it's smaller and lighter, and more functions can be added to it. So you can help me repair the peace arms, and I'll take care of the micro-carving work." "Oh, 0.1 millimeters. That's really good progress."
Although Germain's intention was obvious, he still wanted to help him repair the peaceful armed forces as soon as possible. But Lin did not agree immediately. Instead, carefully calculate whether this parameter is feasible in your own design. "It's okay if I didn't calculate it, but I was shocked when I did. If you want to use micro-carving to complete the 3 enchantments of the ring, the strokes must be less than 1 micron, which means that this is a nanometer level technology." After discussing the various parameters of the peace arms with Germain, it was determined that the omnipotent power armor among the Silverbeard dwarves could not replace the Earth's photolithography machine operations. This is to force people to travel back in time and rob a company that makes photolithography machines. If we give up the 2 magics of pronunciation and barrier, and rely on the micro-carving function of peaceful arms, we can barely engrave the magic array pattern marking the point on a ring. But why does it feel like if I just give in to reality, I will lose something?
"Isn't this kind of thing very simple?"
Black Dragon Augustus rarely spoke. Lin asked in surprise.
"Do dragons also make magic props? We can make it if necessary,"
Black Dragon said confidently.
"How to make it?"
Lin suddenly hesitated and asked again.
"Are you willing to tell?" "Don't worry. After receiving so much help from you, I will bring up such a topic because I have the intention to speak out.
Augustus smiled heartily.
Oh, that's great. So how does it work? It's just to find a very rare metal, chant to it, hope it will look like something or have some function, while baptizing it with dragon flames, then beating it, and repeating it. As long as the piece of metal does not disappear completely, one day it will look like what you want. Although it will take some time. It will be amazing if each dragon can make one such magic item in his lifetime.
This kind of production method, which is not scientific or magical at all, but sounds like a fairy tale. Is it a common method for dragons? And there is only one output in a lifetime, or even none, taking into account the laziness and sleeping characteristics of these large lizards. It is estimated that the efficiency is 3 days of fishing and 2 days of drying under the net. Besides, every time I wash it with dragon flame, it needs to be washed without damage. What kind of special metal can do this? In particular, the main characteristic of the black dragon's dragon flame is acid corrosion, and it is best at destroying equipment and props. To be able to withstand the black dragon's flames, all known magic materials must be top-notch rare items. It seems that this method...
Oh, the method you mentioned is somewhat similar to another method I know.
Then considered it, turned to look at someone and said,
Maybe we can try it? So, what is your method of speaking?
The person whose thoughts were interrupted asked doubtfully.
A necromancer wants to make powerful magic equipment or props. What method do you think we are best at, and that others dare not use? Sacrifice?
It met Finn's conditions, and someone only thought of this one.
But I can't possibly do that. It is impossible to fall second. The main reason is that it is not suitable, because there are too many impurities in the soul and flesh and blood, which will affect the items to be made. It can be said that most of the undead creations are cursed props. This is the key. But did you think of anything when you heard these two reminders? There seemed to be a flash of light in his mind. But Lin couldn't grasp what the light represented. Then didn't hold back and said directly,
I know a very rare method of forging artifacts that few people understand. One of the methods is called divine casting. Divinity? The god here does not refer to the god of gods, but refers to the indescribable nature of the object itself that transcends the ordinary world. Of course, any artifact that can produce this kind of divine nature can be named an artifact. But it may not have been owned by any god, or made by his own hands.
The vague impression gradually formed an outline, but it was still elusive. Feng continued,
I once sacrificed the flesh and blood of the gods to cast a skeletal scepter. It was the only artifact I owned that contained a trace of divinity. But how was the scepter successfully made and why? Success? I never understood it at first. The scepter was damaged in the subsequent battle, and I tried to build a second one or repair the original one, but all ended in failure. At the beginning?
Lin keenly caught the key words in Finn's words. The Lich raised his lips proudly and said,
What kind of research we have now? The reason is not obvious on the surface, but in fact the essence has changed.
With such a reminder, the vague outline in Lin's mind became clear. Taking the Earth's materials as an example, what is the difference between carbon and diamond? Answer, the crystal structure of atoms. The dragon flames and beatings mentioned by Augustus can actually be regarded as a high temperature and high pressure processing process. As for constantly talking to the object itself, if you try to understand such behavior in terms of human behavior, you will certainly be confused. But if you add the element of dragon language, it's not that difficult to understand. What is dragon language? During these days, of course, I also found time to consult Augustus. What was thought to be incomprehensible is understood by someone upon hearing it. Anyone who has experienced using a dial-up connection to access the internet on Earth, or has heard the sound of a fax machine, will know that it is a manifestation of converting analog signals into high-frequency sound signals when they hear dragon language. Analog signals can be converted into digital signals after conversion, and then converted into information that can be understood by computers. In Lost Land, dragon language became magic. No wonder there is a saying that it is very difficult for humans to learn dragon language. If you want to use human vocal cords to produce similar sounds, you don't need language talent, but ventriloquism. What is the mechanism of this change? What does each frequency represent? These have not been studied in depth. But even if you don't fully understand the mystery, you can still know that the sonic oscillations of high-frequency sounds can affect the object itself, especially when the state of an object is unstable. Sound waves may be the dominant factor in the change. That is to say, the Dragon Clan's method of forging artifacts that sounded like a joke at first can actually be found to have scientific basis. However, It is also conceivable that to be able to complete an item with such extensive craftsmanship, luck is more important than anything else. So the Dragon Clan's method gave someone an idea. What was the sacrifice that the Lich mentioned? Chapter 572, The Possibility of Magic.
Who do you think is the protagonist in the sacrifice process?
Lin's question only elicited a retort from Lich, because as a time traveler, Lin had various psychological and physical discomforts with the word sacrifice. So Lin never studied this aspect of knowledge in detail. Now when asked like this, someone couldn't answer for a while. But this time Finn did not rush to reveal the answer, but stared at someone quietly. Lin had no choice but to clarify his thoughts and slowly think about this issue based on what he knew now. Sacrifice must have its purpose, objects, and sacrifices. The so-called protagonist in Finn's mouth probably does not refer to the core character in the story, but rather the priority among the three elements of sacrifice. In traditional animist beliefs on Earth, sacrifices were often made to ward off disasters. In order to quell the drought, they prayed to heaven for rain. In order to quell the floods, they offered their brides to the river god. The objects are often imaginary. The sacrifices are wasted. And what really matters is the purpose. Even if you can't actually achieve your goal, you can still give people an excuse of "I tried my best." If we think about using sacrifice techniques to make utensils from this perspective, what do the three elements of sacrifice represent?
If the object is an item to which magic effects are to be added, and the purpose is to add a specific magic effect, then what role does the sacrifice play in such a process? Or what is the function of the sacrifice? According to your statement, using the traditional production method as a metaphor, the object to be made is the carrier, and the purpose is to add any magic. That is, what kind of magic array pattern is engraved on it. The role of the sacrifice here is not only the magic array patterns are also a means of constructing formation patterns. They use sacrifices of flesh and blood or souls to attract monsters, or control the souls of the sacrifices, and control them to achieve a set purpose. Therefore, the quantity, strength, and quality of the sacrifices are all related. Want to make the quality of the utensil itself. Looking at it from this angle, it seems like the thing you made won't be that bad, right? The reason lies in the uncertainty of the summoned monsters, or the souls selected as sacrifices. They do not have the power of subjective consciousness. In addition to being restricted in the direction, they will also try to follow their wishes or obsessions. Once it breaks free, the items produced will change in an uncontrollable direction. In this case, wouldn't it be better to strengthen the restraint effect? Lin said intuitively. Even if you go to great lengths to build a cage to control this power, the main purpose is to hope that the items you create can exert maximum effectiveness. Under such a premise, would you want to install this cage to the maximum extent, in order to exert the greatest power and produce the strongest effect? No one who chooses this path will make a conservative choice like you. In other words, from the beginning, making such a thing is out of control, wandering around the edges. The outcome depends on luck. Would a magician use such a production method with such great uncertainty? Lin asked doubtfully. If the effect you want to achieve happens to fit the summoned monster, or the obsession of the sacrificed soul, it may have an effect beyond the original design specifications. When there is this possibility, don't you want to give it a try? By the way, the sword that the heroes who attacked me used to cut me into pieces, I have a feeling, is a weapon made in this way. It's obviously very interesting. Some things made with the same sacrificial method are named devil or evil, and some are named holy. In other words, using this method is like gambling. One step to heaven and one step to hell. But if you are lucky, you can get rewards beyond imagination. It is no wonder that some people are willing to take the plunge. It is the same no matter where you are. People always bet on being strong. Recalling the moment when my +9 warrior exploded in the past, I had all kinds of chopping thoughts. All gambling is false. Calmly, a certain person stopped believing in his luck a long time ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't be unlucky enough to travel across time. So many times, I would rather put my tail between my legs and be a good person than bet on my character. In online games, if you rush a wave, you will explode. If you explode in a mysterious land, if you rush a wave, you will probably die. Take a few deep breaths. After calming down, Lin asked, if that's the case, what's the use of telling me this? I'm not the kind of person who gets excited when seeing a small chance of success. Of course, I know what kind of coward you are. But what I want to say is it possible for you to find a substitute for the sacrifice? After being stunned for a moment, Lin asked, what do you mean? It's just like the literal meaning. I originally thought that the item produced by this kind of sacrifice is just a cage that restrains the soul. The strength of the item depends on the number and strength of the soul, and it will not have any change. But what if this change is actually a change that cannot be observed by the naked eye and cannot be detected by perception? You mean something like a change in order?
What two people call sequencing usually refers to sequencing like DNA strands. The study of mystery includes the ranking of divine powers. Even the few people who have been around them may not fully understand this knowledge. On the one hand, they have the idea of confidentiality, and on the other hand, the fields they study and involve do not include these. The focus of the silver-bearded dwarves has always been on peaceful weapons. It is too early for the two apprentices to touch these. Yuzov Gantia is not a magician, and knows that these are harmful and useless. The Black Dragon Augustus has just met him. How long? And he's not very interested in such things. He is not a research talent himself, but more like a material to be studied. However, considering the methods mentioned by Augustus and Finn, the commonality between the two lies in the use of external forces to cause some variation of the object itself. And this variation is most likely related to the ordering of divine powers.
That is to say, the divinity mentioned by Finn. This method of imparting magical effects to items is indeed different from ordinary casting methods. This seems to be the only way to attach the three magics of marking point, pronunciation, and barrier to a small ring. And this seemingly magical thing can actually be understood using scientific methods to a certain extent. That is, to control the composition of the crystal structure from the atomic level. And this can also explain from a certain perspective how the magical materials in the Lost Land come from. Suddenly, someone was struck by a sense of powerlessness. Sometimes, I really can't figure out which side of the world is more advanced. Midland or Earth. It's obvious that the world is even worse than the Middle Ages on Earth. But it can do a lot of things that even the Earth couldn't do in the era it traveled to. Complaints are complaints. What should be done must still be done. Putting aside unnecessary thoughts, Lynn began to discuss the details with Finn seriously, even though they were still having dinner. Speaking of which, it is a daily occurrence at the dinner table that someone discusses something that no one else understands. It most often appears in the two fanatical magicians. Recently, Augustus and Ezio occasionally mutter to each other, using voices that no one can understand, and behave like they are having a conversation. So after finishing the meal, everyone dispersed and did their own things. After the two girls cleared the table, they did not forget to give each of them a cup of coffee. This is a high-priced potion specially introduced and produced by the holy city of Estali in order to serve the vast community of magicians. It has the effects of refreshing, and increasing the speed of casting spells. It can be said to be drunk before doing research or fighting. Best stimulants. Then he saw that the two of them had already used the whiteboard technique and started dancing in the air in the restaurant. The two girls were familiar with each other. One went to move the coffin, while the other sat down and started taking notes. It's also a bunch of content that they seem to understand. But after careful consideration, they confirm that they don't understand anything. The only thing that is certain is that it should be to make rings for them. But the two girls felt inexplicably that they would do something extraordinary, or something very bad. It won't be ordinary anyway.
Is this a good thing or a bad thing? Kaya,
Halumi, who had just moved the coffin, quietly asked her playmate who grew up together.
Want a gift?
Kaya asked coldly.
Want to? Then just be like a good boy and just wait. Okay, I'll wait. But I really hope it can be made a little cute. I think the shape of the piranha flower is good. What do you think?
Piranha flower, a large piranha flower endemic to Midland, has teeth and can chew. As for where the stomach is, no one has really found out yet.
I want a skull ring,
Kaya said seriously, just as the two girls were discussing what kind of gifts they would like to receive. The conversation between the two adults took a not-so-good direction. Lynn said,
I really hope that there can be a finished product that has been successfully sacrificed, and a finished product of the magic props made by the Dragon Clan, as a reference model. Indeed,
Ben agreed.
By the way, you said you had made a scepter. Do you know where it fell? I made a trap and blew it up boldly, destroying an old god, by the way. It was the most beautiful firework I have ever seen, accompanied by the flesh and blood of the god. Besides, even if it didn't blow up, the broken things could. How much reference value does it have? That's not what you're saying. If there are physical objects that can be tested, we can prove whether our conjecture is right or wrong,
Lynn said regretfully.
Indeed, I don't think about this part.
Then remembered the substitute and asked,
Then what about the sword used by the brave man? I said that it was also a weapon made through sacrifice. Maybe it's of great reference value. The holy sword Excalibur. That sword has been lost a long time ago. Even if it is still there, it must be a valuable treasure of some country. There is no way it can be lent to us for testing and analysis. Don't you want to borrow it? I don't think we can't borrow anything we want. Hey, what you said is very dangerous. I don't do things that only thieves would do. This is not stealing. This is a necessary action in the research process for the sake of knowledge. This is a play on words. It's meaningless. Besides, we don't know where the things are, so we can't steal them or borrow them. Can we? Do you think it's possible to be buried with the brave man? Maybe we can dig a grave. I'll resurrect him by the way. Say H. Low. Then kill him and bury him back. Are you sure you are doing this not because of a personal grudge, but simply for research?
Chapter 573 Life Lesson Preparation. Because they could not find suitable reference objects. That is, items made by sacrificial methods or magic props made by dragons. Lin and Finn could only move forward gropingly. Since it is in a state of exploration, any discussion is empty talk. Even if you want to use the first coffin to simulate the production process or results, you suffer from the lack of any parameters for reference. So the overall progress quickly enters the experiment. That is, the trial and error stage. However, the materials that may be used can be collected in advance. The temporarily selected materials are 8 metals selected from many materials prefixed with divine. Gaia metal, which was used to make lucky gold coins in the past, is one of them. In addition, there are many auxiliary materials and even equipment for processing and manufacturing, which must be made separately using magic materials. Fortunately, in the holy city of Estali, a city dominated by magicians, most types of magic materials in the Lost Land can be found here. Fortunately, someone had a thick thigh early on. Relying on the relationship with the great magician Cabinbai, Lin was able to contact many high-end chambers of commerce, so that he could buy or reserve these extremely rare items that were priceless and unmarketable. Magic materials. While waiting for the materials to be collected, Them received her first life lesson. The 24 students were mostly respected old magicians in the holy city, including several great magicians from Kabamba Academy, as well as Kabamba himself. One of the more special ones is Batu, a young man who came to the holy city from the north. This kind of outsider's background is actually not uncommon in the holy city. What's more special is that he is also a bishop of the Three Holy Lights Church. The Church of Three Holy Lights is justice, life, and protection. The gods representing those three concepts were once allies, but later they broke up because of something. Although the Lord of Guardians is known as the most powerful god with many believers, he does not have a strong church organization in the world, and his life is accompanied by justice. He is obviously a big boss, but he acts like a god. Their church has continued from the initial joint posture in the name of the Three Holy Lights to this day, and has not been separated because of the big boss's quarrel. Batu is a believer in the Lord of Life. From an orphan, he became a believer, a monk, a priest, and then a bishop. If we talk about piety, there is no believer who is more pious than him in worshipping the Lord of Life. Such a person has a cognition that can be called heretical, and he is actively looking for any way to save lives. Not only looking for magic, but also medicine, magic, and all possible actions. This again reflects the difference between the gods of the Lost Lands and other fantasy worldviews developed from a certain monotheistic belief. In popular perception, in order to maintain the image of gods as omnipotent, no questioning is allowed to denigrate their power. Therefore, the only fate for heretics is to be burned at the stake and illuminate the world brilliantly. But it has only been about 1,000 years since the Dark Ages, when the old gods were slaughtered. The oldest of today's gods is only 700 or 800 years old. Even the legends about them, when they were humans, and the stories of igniting the divine fire have not been forgotten. Although they rely on a certain concept to achieve godhood, it does not mean that they will be satisfied and stop there. You can expand the original concepts, or absorb other similar concepts, whether it is to increase your own strength or power. As long as you can do this, the gods of the Lost Lands are very tolerant. What may be heretical knowledge today may become official doctrine tomorrow. Such things have not never happened in Lost Land, compared to being tolerant of heretics. When they sense that someone is twisting doctrines and moving in a direction that deviates from the core concepts, what will happen next is, of course, that saints will come to earth and beat up those with ulterior motives, or just a stupid guy's meal. What's more, directly igniting the divine power borrowed from the other party has also happened before. It was in this open belief environment that Batu, as the bishop of the Lord of Life, began to learn the knowledge of magic in order to find more ways to save lives. And when the former demon king spread the news that he was going to teach the life magic course, he was the first person to go through various complicated procedures and applications, hoping to join the course. People like this kind of people with both gods and magic may be rare in border areas like the Southwest Peninsula. But in a magician city with a strong academic atmosphere like the Holy City, it is not that rare. In addition to Batu, there are more or less such people in other fields. But none of these things matter to the one who is preparing to teach. Gods or whatever. If they offend her, they will be killed. It's not like he hasn't been killed anyway. If you don't provoke her, then everything will be fine. Whoever comes to learn is not learning. Even if she could teach, it was more or less because of the man's request. So she didn't want to do anything that was too troublesome. In fact, what the Lich didn't pay attention to was that when it came out that the course she was going to teach was in the name of life, the entire Three Holy Light Church fell into a state of nervousness. The same concept, the situation of gods replacing humans, actually happened in Lost Land. If an ordinary person murmurs that he wants to teach the knowledge of life, the believers of the Lord of Life may sneer at him and laugh at him for not overestimating his abilities. But if it is a former demon king who has a record of killing gods and is extremely powerful, regardless of whether the opponent is really that person, there are no priests or bishops who can laugh easily. Is this a precursor to another divine war? So Bata came here not only to learn, but also to inquire about news. But again, Finn doesn't care. Someone who originally wanted to stay out of the incident could not escape the fate of being caught on official business. The most important job is to help the Lich organize her fragmented knowledge into a set of courses from shallow to deep. This is because the origin of this knowledge may have originated from someone's words or an accidental idea, and then conducted in-depth research. It is not a system of knowledge that moves forward step by step towards higher depths. Finn can teach whatever he can think of. But just like most of the problems faced by someone with knowledge, for someone who has no foundation at all, a casual sentence may lead to quite a lot of questions. In order to explain such questions, it may be the content of one or several classes. And then, these contents may trigger new questions. The result is endless. This dilemma is not a big problem for Lin. Even if he couldn't understand something that was too in-depth or specialized, he could at least understand the general process of Earth's biological sciences. Otherwise, I still have an impression of what the process was like when I was studying, using those things as standards. Sorting out Finn's fragmentary knowledge. A system from shallow to deep will be roughly completed. Now that everyone was involved, someone helped Finn organize her course content. Unlike Lich, who was mostly self-taught, Lin was also educated on Earth. Even if he had not taught, he had been taught by others. From a student's perspective, one can naturally know how the teacher should teach so that it is easier for students to understand. Otherwise, according to the original teachings of the Lich, it would be like shooting in the east and shooting in the west. Whether she hit the target, a bird or a human, she didn't care at all. According to her heroic saying, if you are willing to teach, you should be grateful. Who has the guts to be picky and complain? If you don't understand, it means you are not qualified enough and have insufficient wisdom. If you understand, that's great. Is it possible that everyone should clap their hands and encourage me? The most hateful thing was that Hagiri was standing by to help. Boss, have you ever heard that a matchmaker has to go into the bridal chamber to help push the buttocks? And will she have to bear children in the future? Do you understand? Sister, didn't you say you wanted to dig a grave? Let's go! Let's bury this guy together. Lin was so angry that he lost his mind and planned to give a certain sword to anyone to be buried with him. Finn did not break up the fight, nor did he add fuel to the flames. He just smiled and said nothing. After taking a few deep breaths, Lin endured it with frustration. What a sin! This sword became what it is today. But he did it by himself. There is no one to blame but yourself. Hold on to your patience and continue to complete the teaching materials you are going to prepare for the Lich. Speaking of which, this is also the fault of one's own fault. What a surprise, Finn said nonchalantly. Someone looked confused and didn't understand what he meant. The Lich continued, I thought you hated these troubles. But why did you suddenly change your mind? Is it because you can't think about it? Or is it because you are thinking about it? To tell you the truth, I want to help you. Help me. Help me with what? Who told you that you had such a bad reputation in the past? If you don't clear up your reputation and hang around with the title of Demon King, I'm really afraid that another brave man with a hot forehead will come and something like that. That would be more troublesome. Oh, I thought you didn't like to meddle in other people's business. Your affairs are still called trivial matters. If I don't help you, who will help you? I've really pushed you to extremes again, and I can still live a peaceful life. It's obviously impossible. Don't you think I'm like this? His actions are to work for world peace. His image is particularly majestic, and he has a bright head. Huh. With a chuckle, Finn did not continue to talk about this aspect, but asked another question. But you also helped me organize so many materials to prepare for the college. There is nothing here. The knowledge of me comes entirely from you. Is that okay? After thinking about it seriously, Lin shook his head and said, Since you taught me a lesson last time for being too arrogant, I have thought about it a lot. Indeed, I am not qualified to say what me can or cannot learn. The best way, just let nature take its course. No matter how much I think about other people, I will still die. Besides, what you want to teach me has already been discovered. I am just waiting for someone to notice it and discover it. And I'm more curious about the statistical methods you use than what you're going to say. Don't get into the math again. Let's just talk about what we saw. Okay. You decide your course. I don't have any objection. Chapter 574: The Road to the Academy. It was a late spring afternoon, and it just rained. Under the shade of the trees, immersed in the fragrance of earth and moisture will make people forget the unpleasantness of having their shoes soaked in puddles, rather than missing the concrete floors or asphalt roads of the earth. Looking at the side face of the person walking next to me, that flawless face that seems to attract people's soul, still makes someone feel incredible. Is it lucky to be able to walk side by side with her? Or, Lin is now acting as a human porter, carrying things that Finn needs in class. Considering that someone's flash technique cannot protect anyone except herself, although Finn's flash technique does not have such a problem, she made a request to walk a distance on a whim. Since the distance between the college and their new home was not long, the two of them walked through the tree-lined path after the rain. It seemed like she had a lot to say, and she seemed to want to say something too. But while walking on this road, no one spoke, and there was not a trace of disobedience. Both of them listened quietly to the rustling of the leaves caused by the wind. Sometimes a swaying will scatter the water droplets still left on the leaves from the afternoon rain, bringing a cool feeling. In the attic of a villa in this community, several magicians were gathered around an illusion that resembled a forest path. There are more magic apprentices nearby who are continuing to inject mana and power into the magic circle, stimulating a certain magic. One of them said proudly, I have been preparing for the illusion labyrinth magic on this road for a long time, and I treat it with the highest standards. So no matter what, the target will never get out of this woods this time. Even if I don't help them and remove the magic, they will never be able to get out of it. Another person boasted, You are indeed a genius in illusion, master of the labyrinth. If you ask me, the association should grant you the qualification of a great magician as soon as possible. As long as you fall into your trap, no one can escape you. Up control. Easy to say. Easy to say. Without the maze gems carefully crafted by your excellency, it would be useless for me to design a maze that no one can solve. You also take a lot of the credit. Ha ha ha. The two magicians, one fat and one thin, were complimenting and talking to each other. But those in charge were not so relaxed. Because their opponents are special, they cannot choose any means of surprise attack and can only use the passive method of this trap. After waiting for several days, they finally waited until the other party walked into the place where they thought the other party would definitely pass by. This wasn't the first time they asked these two to take action, and they had no experience of failure before. But people trapped in the magic of the maze usually move forward and backward in a daze, or they just keep spinning without any awareness. However, under the observation of the improved arcane eye of the Tower of the Great Sage, although the target failed to move straight forward, its performance was completely different from those who had fallen into the trap before. This is because the Lich is very powerful in combat, so he has high self-confidence and is not worried at all about falling into a trap. Or are they simply fakes, whose perception is so poor that they have no idea that they have fallen into a trap? As one of the targets, the magician probably didn't expect that the technology he developed would become a tool against him. Looking at the illusion of the real-life miniature of the arcane eye, although it is quite inconvenient to use, the various adjustments and matching are very complicated. But as long as the adjustment is in place, you can overlook the world from the perspective of a god.
as if everything is under your control, including the two people walking out of the woods in the illusion. The person in charge asked doubtfully, "You have expanded the scope of the maze to outside the woods." As he turned his head, he saw the face of the magician, who was good at creating mazes, turned red to the color of liver. Even if the other party didn't say anything, he probably guessed that the matter was over today. The other magicians were talking a lot, but the two people who laid the trap just gritted their teeth. But compared to the aristocratic style of shirking responsibility whenever something goes wrong, the masters present discussed the reasons for the failure very seriously. So where's the error? Labyrinth gems not working? Or did they really crack the maze so easily? Did you get out of the maze? Or crack the maze magic? It seems that there are still many temptations to be done in order to deal with them. Those who had lost their lives before were all too confident in their own strength, thinking they could deal with any enemy or any situation. But enough endings can also serve as a reference for others. At least the newcomers understand one thing. Dealing with these two people will not be easy. As for the two people walking towards Kabamba Academy, one walked into the trap without knowing it, and the other noticed it but didn't care. The same thing is, whatever the trap is, it has no effect on them. Unlike the Lich, who can no longer be called a human, although Lin is still a human being. In fact, the influence of the Dream Magic Tower on him has become greater and greater. The magical effect solidified on the Dream Tower is gradually turning into his instinct. Like muscle memory, many reactions no longer require thought, but are reflexive actions. But this is a decision that can only be made after careful logical judgment. What had the greatest impact on him, but he didn't realize it, was the advancement of his computing power. The so-called illusion is, in a narrow sense, a form of visual misdirection, and in a broad sense, it is a form of sensory misdirection. No matter which one it is, there must be truth behind the misinformation, no matter how small a clue is. To someone today, it is as conspicuous as a bonfire in the dark night. Another improvement is memory. Originally, Lin's memory was considered excellent, but not to the point of photographic memory. Ever since I got the Dream Magic Tower, I have used the Dream Tower to store the images I have seen, and then record everything I detect around me. This data can be recalled at any time if needed in the future. However, the procedures related to the Dream Tower became more and more convenient as they were modified, and the organization became more orderly. The Dream Tower accidentally allowed it to store information, and the boundary between the Dream Tower and its own memory became increasingly blurred. Until now, someone can no longer tell clearly when he wants to know something in a certain impression. What comes to mind is the message given by the Dream Tower or the impression in his own memory. But after all, it's just a useful ability, so I don't care about it that much. And this ability is used on the road in front of me. Although I have only taken a carriage and walked through it once, I have not actually seen the scenery on the entire road. But based on this information alone, rather than his calculation ability, Lin could, intuitively, figure out where the right path was. Didn't even realize he was walking into a trap. These are the reasons why someone ignores the illusion in a tree-lined path and walks straight out. However, no one knows all this yet. Someone still follows the pace he is accustomed to, and acts the way he has always done. Even if he knew it, he would probably say, even if he becomes stronger, will his life be difficult? Saitama will also go shopping for groceries by herself. The golem at the entrance of Kabamba Academy has long memorized the characteristics of the two magicians. As soon as they saw someone coming from the other side of the road, they opened the door of the academy. The reason why the college is so thoughtful is not only to give the teachers a feeling of being treated with courtesy, but it has also happened in other colleges, when the impatient master broke through the door and walked in. Although the truth of that incident was that it was said that the magicians on the academy side were planning to give the newcomers a scare, and the result was a bill for the cost of repairing the gate and the repair cost of the golem. Not long after the two entered the door, a magic apprentice came to greet them. This is the young apprentice of the grandson of the great magician Cabin, who also received enlightenment education in the academy. But after school, I will also help my teachers and teachers' teachers to deal with some college affairs. Standard child labor. But in Midland, no one would protest. What he has to do today is to lead the Lich, who is a life course teacher, to the classroom where he teaches. The destination is the small building that was once named Mathematics, but now it has been renamed Life, because the two of them were walking. They planned their time more generously to avoid any accidents on the way. But since we arrived at the academy without any danger, we would naturally have some extra time. And because it's not the time yet, the students haven't arrived yet either. Of course, from the college's perspective,
It is impossible to start classes early.
Your Excellency,
The young apprentice leading the way asked politely.
because it's still early, would you like to take the two of you to the teacher's lounge on the second floor first? No. Let's take us to the classroom first. We need to prepare some things first, so that we won't have to rush in class.
Then pointed at someone who was carrying a lot of things and said,
Okay, Your Excellencies, please come with me.
The young apprentice took the two of them into the classroom on the first floor on the right side of the life building. Perhaps it is for formal magician training. So the layout here is more like a salon or a theater. The seats are very comfortable velvet chairs. And the small table for writing is made of precious wood from Midi, which is quite exquisite. There's a lot of space between seats, so there's no sense of oppression. And the number of seats is exactly 24. The teacher's position is also very particular. He sits on the largest chair in the classroom. But for an uninvited guest, it seems that the only option is to stand still, or squeeze into that big chair with a lich who is giving the lecture.
Sir, do you need anything else?
The young apprentice asked.
Is there a high chair?
Finn asked, seeing the puzzled expression on the little apprentice's face. She used whiteboard drawing skills to roughly draw the shape of a high chair in the air.
If you want a chair of this height, it doesn't matter what it looks like. If not, then help me bring another chair in. Okay. Do you have any other instructions? Your Excellency? Okay. By the way, pick some leaves for me. Just pick 3 or 5. Leaves? Do you need flowers? No flowers. Just green leaves. Any leaves will do. Also, be careful and safe when picking leaves. Okay. When I go to move the chair, I will also notify Mr. Cabinby. Is this okay?
Finn nodded and let the child leave first. The two people who stayed took a look at the environment in the classroom. Finn said,
It's quite enjoyable. These people, the people who come to study, are all big-name people. At least they are magicians with rich wealth. It is impossible to treat them like those poor children. Well, let's put things on a shelf. Don't delay the class time of these big shots.
Finn said teasingly.
Okay.
Lin opened the box he had worked so hard to move and took out the contents to assemble. Chapter 575 Special Device. Not long after setting up the things he brought from home, the great magician Cabinby ran all the way to the small classroom in the life building. Seeing an old man wiping the sweat from his forehead and panting, Lin felt a little regretful and said,
Dean, why do you bother to come here like this? You too. You're fine. Did you encounter any trouble on the road?
This question was asked as soon as they met, which made the two of them a little confused. They looked at each other and asked each other,
Have you encountered any trouble? No. It's rare to take a leisurely walk.
The great magician Cabinby breathed a sigh of relief and explained,
Fortunately, nothing happened to the two of them. I just received news not long ago that someone had found a magician known as the Master of the Labyrinth to capture the two of them alive. Not only did I leave a message to your private email addresses, but I also sent an apprentice to notify you. Haven't you encountered them?
The email address, of course, refers to the MIDI version of e_mail. Although the server was set up by someone, it was a pity that it was still just a decoration for these two people. The old man didn't mention it. Maybe they would all forget about it. As for the person who was sent out, I really haven't met him yet. But when it came to the maze, someone suddenly realized it and said,
It turns out that's the magic of the labyrinth. I just wanted to say that although it's the first time I've walked that road, and I've taken a carriage before, it still feels a little strange as I walk. Have you noticed it? Fun? Yes. In other words, it's more special if I didn't notice it like you did.
After being complained about, Lin did not dare to go back to the place directly. Instead, he changed the target and said,
Anyway, when I came here, I did encounter a strange place. But if that is the maze magic, it won't be that person.
It was arranged by the master. It was so easy for me to walk out in a daze. The person who arranged the maze must be at the level of an apprentice.
The great magician Cabinby's subconscious intuition was that what someone said was correct. How could it be the magician who is known as the Master of the Labyrinth? He has never failed. After all, I had also heard the news about that person's action. Maybe he wanted to cause trouble and deliberately release such shocking false news. In fact, he only sent an apprentice. Lin was not surprised that he was being targeted. But now that the great magician Cabinby has received the news, I don't know if the other party has more information. So Lin asked,
Sir, do you know which force is causing trouble for us? It can't be from other colleges. No. It won't be related to the academies in the Holy City. There are rules and academic disputes. Even if you can't convince the other party, if you want to take action, it will be a head-on challenge. And you won't use this method. And the news I received is the plan to capture you alive must be related to the technology mastered by Guxia.
Empire? Lin asked tentatively. But the great magician Cabinbai shook his head and said,
It's not certain yet. In fact, from the standpoint of a lord or a king, anyone with a good mind will want you. Should I say it's an honor? I really don't want this kind of attention.
Of course Lin could hear the implication. Even Kabamba didn't have more detailed information. But since the other party is willing to think about himself,
he has to accept this sentiment.
By the way, Your Excellency, why are you here?
The relieved old magician asked as he remembered another thing.
I'm here to be an assistant. Assistant?
The old magician looked at the other person in confusion. Feeling the questioning gaze, then explained,
Don't worry about his qualifications. He also knows almost everything I plan to say. So whether he has been recognized by the college or the association, he has already just know what I know. Besides, I have to install this big thing today, and I don't want to get all sweaty.
He patted the equipment that someone had just set up. In fact, the fact that you need to get approval from both parties to take the Lich's life course is somewhat formal. For those unfamiliar, such investigation and approval is of course required. But for those who know the basics, it doesn't need to be so troublesome. So as long as there is a reason, Kabinbai will remain silent, because he was also a student in this class. The old magician did not leave, but chatted about the equipment that someone had just set up. It can be expected that Lin will continue to explain the purpose of this set of equipment. If it were to other people, it would still be possible. Anyway, I won't tell you, and you will know when the time comes. But the person asking the question was the dean of the college. Even if it wasn't out of respect, he still had to worry about the other person's safety concerns. If you want to tell me that this thing is not safe, it is not allowed to be used in class. Even if the lich next to him didn't turn his back, he would definitely shake his head and walk away. This piece of equipment that has never been seen before in Myland is actually a set of Myland's version of a microscope. It is divided into 2 floors. The upper floor is large and bulky, mainly eyepieces and objective lenses. And the bottom floor is the stage. The main subject is of course the arcane eye, a magical device that has been played to the point of death by someone. So it does not require a light source like the optical microscope on Earth, but it is different from the conventional arcane eye in the Lost World, regardless of the additional functions attached to the program. The original arcane eye actually only has the function of seeing distant scenes, although the information collected by this magical device is much more than that. Some adjustments are needed to make the image clear, and the microscopy function is one of the variations. The micro-carving technology for peaceful arms developed by the Silverbeard dwarves is also based on the image magnification ability of the arcane eye, but not yet at the level of viral magnification that been observed. Although someone has the idea that if he continues to dig deeper, the arcane eye will illuminate the quantum state. But the imaging ability of the arcane eye, assisted by the program, is only at the level of a virus. However, in the initial demonstration, Lin only briefly demonstrated the ability to zoom in. Just magnifying the hair that was pulled out randomly made the great magician of Kabinbai exclaim in surprise. Although it seems that the old man still doesn't understand how to use such a device that magnifies images in the classroom. But since there is no danger, he does not want to interfere with the content and methods of the teacher's lectures. In the following time, students arriving for class began to arrive, because there are not many of them, and they are all famous magicians. Many of them are even friends with the great magician Kabamba. Even though dual authentication is required to attend class, no one goes out of their way to confirm everyone's identity before class. Just as someone expected, everyone was very interested in the microscope before the official class started. However, Lin observed everyone's attitude and found that they seemed more concerned about safety than curiosity. I was afraid that this was some unknown sacrificial device, a magic prop used by the Lich to send everyone present to the underworld in one go. However, after a simple explanation and the approval of the college principal Kabinbai, everyone lowered their guard a little. But it can be seen that everyone's hands in their sleeves are holding some kind of magic item, ready to be used at any time. It can be seen that no matter how reluctant everyone in the Lost Land is to admit, that is the former Demon King. But when they were face to face, for the sake of their own lives, they were still 120% prepared. Someone's unexpected attendance did not bring any trouble to these calm old magicians. They simply nodded in greeting, A few people who took math classes even came forward to salute. In the field of knowledge, the magicians of the holy city thoroughly embody the concept of the master as the teacher, instead of despising all hairless young people with a white beard. Soon, everyone was already seated, as the bell rang indicating the start of class. Finn was also ready, leaning on the high chair that the apprentice had brought. He half bent one foot, exposing his long legs, and started talking without even saying H, low, using the still amazing whiteboard technique. Then drew a three-dimensional human model in midair. This is a three-dimensional imaging technique that can only be presented by using the whiteboard technique to resemble a coffin. Someone sitting nearby couldn't help but admire that her calculation ability was even stronger. Visualizing a 2D picture and presenting it is a completely different concept than presenting a 3D image. Starting with a human model, the explanation began. Finn's first move was to peel off that layer of skin, exposing the muscle bundles. Then, the muscles are peeled off, exposing the bones and internal organs. Then, the internal organs are removed, leaving only the bones. After spending less than 2 minutes explaining, she made a summary. The above is what the necromancers have studied for countless years. As for some secret knowledge, it is nothing more than using more powerful warcraft limbs to replace the original body, or transform the soul and corpse of a strong man to become a slave who only knows how to obey orders. But is that all there is to life? Dispersing the whiteboard writing skills in the air, then raised another question. What is the basic form of life? What I'm asking here is not a philosophical or religious question. It's about you, me, and him. What is the most basic appearance of any living thing that can move, grow, and reproduce? Finn's question, of course, does not expect the people below to answer it. She just took out a swab from what Lynn had brought, walked up to someone and said, "Come on, open your mouth." "Ah, what to do?" Lynn said nervously. "Of course you are taking cells from the oral mucosa. Or do you want a lady to open her mouth in public and let people put things in and take them out?" I knew that arresting me would not do anything good. Complaints are complaints, and what should be done must be done. Lynn helplessly opened his mouth, but the lich's movements were as rough as scraping a layer of skin off his mouth. Rub the swab that doesn't seem to have anything weird on it, but is just covered in saliva. Onto the slide. As Finn explained, he skillfully added a few drops of dye, placed the cover slip, and placed the prepared observation sample under the device that everyone was curious about. With a traditional microscope, you can only observe samples through the eyepiece. But since the mini version of the microscope did not take the ordinary route from the beginning, Lynn had already designed a method to present the observed images directly through the hydroscope screen. So someone's oral mucosal cells were shamefully displayed in public. Everyone. This is the basic form of life that I will teach later. Cells. Chapter 576, an ordinary course. Because the Midland version of the microscope is based on magic. Unlike Earth's, it is nothing to observe multiple targets at the same time with one microscope. This mystery version can even do the same thing as the Earth's dissecting microscope, giving the observed samples a three-dimensional appearance. However, Finn didn't intend to use such a complicated operation. The second sample she was going to present was the leaf she had previously ordered the apprentice to pick. With the same simple and neat movements, she skillfully removed the thin film from the lower epidermis and placed it on the stage after the same process. With one animal sample and one plant sample, Finn explained the characteristics of each part of the cell and the differences between animals and plants. In order to allow everyone to understand cells more clearly, she also took epidermis, blood and other objects from someone's body and gave an introduction. It makes someone feel like they are being treated as a guinea pig, and this guinea pig also helps control the screen in class. Just using one type of animal or plant cell would certainly not be able to delay the process for too long. After all, the academies in Midland don't have the pressure of exams like schools on Earth. So teachers have to say things like, "This is the key point." It will come out in exams later in class from time to time. Teaching in Midland is more like the concept of giving a briefing on Earth, focusing on the key points, and then outputting a large amount of information. This is someone's new experience after taking a few math courses. Especially the people who come to take this kind of advanced courses are all magicians. They still have a solid foundation. They are not the kind of apprentices who have just received enlightenment. And those who can become official magicians have excellent memory and understanding abilities. To put it simply, it is the feeling of teaching top students. It's no wonder that when teaching in the Holy City, if you don't do well, you will be disgraced and kicked out. The definition of good teaching is also very simple. Either the new content is shocking or subversive enough, or there is so much new content that others have no time to receive it. If you can do these two things, you will be a good teacher in the eyes of this group of academic masters. So after talking about the basic differences and types of animal and plant cells, then directly introduce the cells in all parts of the human body, including the differences and uses of each cell, the uses of the organs composed of cells, and the uses of the internal systems composed of these organs. Then the gratifying thing is that the following introductions will all use pre-prepared pictures instead of collecting them on the spot. Someone thus escaped being quartered. However, although this new knowledge was novel, it failed to touch the calm hearts of these old magicians. Everyone studied in class calmly, copying notes quietly. Of course, someone could guess this situation from the beginning. After all, the magicians in Lost Land all take the practical route. It's too purely academic, and it's hard not to make people wonder, what's the use of learning this? So with 30 minutes left in the first life lesson, the syllabus suggested by Lin takes a small turn. Lin's ability to control time is also very precise. Even if she doesn't look at the pocket watch, a magic gold pocket watch made by someone a long time ago, which is still one of the Lich's trophies and cannot be taken back. Woohoo, or the clock. She still, you can say, 1 hour and 30 minutes after class starts. The above is an introduction to the cells in various parts of the human body, including humans. All creatures that can be seen on the mysterious world can be classified as multicellular organisms. That is, each organism is composed of thousands of cells with different functions. Composed of cells. So the question comes again. Is there a single-celled organism? It is the kind of organism that has the ability to move and reproduce with a single cell, without waiting for anyone to answer. Then asked again. Excuse me, does anyone here have water? Although no one answered, none of the magicians opened their mouths to chant incantations, and they easily used an apprentice-level magic water-gathering spell, and condensed it into water balls in the air. Sorry, everyone. I didn't make it clear. What I need is drinkable spring water, or well water. Not water created by magic. The water ball in the air disappeared silently. One of the magicians picked up a sheepskin water bag and said, "This is the spring water from the fairy spring in the forest. Can this water be used?" The spring water of the fairy spring is one of the specialties of the holy city of Starry, and a high-priced item. It is said that long-term drinking can help magicians accumulate power faster. However, people who are not suitable for it, or those who drink too much, may develop resistance symptoms. Okay, this is really good. Then took out another empty petri dish, came to the magician who spoke, and said, "Please pour some on this glass dish." That's it. Although the fairy spring was expensive, the volume of the small vessel seemed to be less than a mouthful. The magician who brought the spring water didn't care and poured it half full. Okay, everyone. This is the spring of the fairy spring. Let's take a look at what's in here. Then returned to the podium and placed the water in the petri dish directly on the stage of the microscope without doing any treatment. The next operation was carried out by herself, rather than by Lin, who was her assistant. The operation is not just a matter of microscopic magnification, but enables the analysis function and comparison of the program, looking at the constantly updated data on the water mirror technique screen. Then smiled and said, "Ha ha, the world in the water is really exciting." The analysis was very fast, and it was all completed in a short time. Then said, "In the volume of water in the petri dish, which is about 3 to 4 milliliters, some different types of microorganisms were detected, most of them in small amounts. However, the most common one is this one." At this time, a large number of long, rod-shaped bacteria with rounded ends and no spores were displayed on the hydroscopic screen. E. coli, which mainly lives in the large intestine of animals. Some strains are beneficial bacteria that can produce substances needed by the human body and prevent the growth of other pathogenic bacteria. However, some strains can cause food contamination, making eating symptoms of food poisoning occur. Common symptoms include vomiting, abdominal pain, and diarrhea. In addition to the intestinal tract of organisms, it is often found in environments contaminated by feces. As soon as Finn's speech came out, everyone was in an uproar. What a joke. This is the fairy spring, one of the most popular items among magicians in the holy city. It can be used as a material for making props, and it can also be drank directly. The person who provided the fairy fountain was not an unknown young man, but a well-known veteran magician. So he could not have faked it or deliberately deceived people. The water in the small glass dish was poured out of the sheepskin bag in front of everyone. although it was brought to her strange machine for inspection through the lich. There was no chance of tampering with it in full view of the public. So what's the point of saying that there are things in the water that can poison people? It's even related to feces. In the performance class where only Finn was present, someone finally spoke. The first question is,
Your Excellency Fanny, have you made a mistake? How could there be something poisonous in the elf fountain? I have never heard of anyone dying from drinking the elf fountain. What do you think poison is? Something that will kill you if you simply eat it? Let me introduce another concept here. Lethal dose. Everything is toxic. But the question is, how much does it take to kill someone? Some things are highly poisonous, and even a little bit of powder in your mouth will kill you. But this is not the case with some things, such as chronic poisons, which will continue to accumulate in the body when the accumulated amount reaches a certain level. It will cause disease in the human body and lead to death. Although the working mechanism of the disease is not exactly the same as that of poison, there are still some reference points. What do you mean? I call these single-celled organisms bacteria. Bacteria are everywhere, but there may be more or less after ingestion into the human body. In small amounts, the body's immune system will automatically eliminate these disease-causing bacteria. But if the amount is when too many are eliminated in time, they will induce symptoms in the human body, which is the so-called illness. As for you, no one has suffered from physical discomfort due to drinking the fairy spring, especially the characteristics I just talked about. Similar. The magician who asked the question was speechless for a moment, because the symptoms Finn just mentioned are actually resistant symptoms that occur in those who are not suitable. In the end, he could only reluctantly defend himself. Is this all just admonishment?
Finn was not angry at the distrustful questions raised by others and the suspicious looks from others. Instead, he nodded towards Lin and began to show pictures one by one. The first picture is of a semi-abandoned village, with dead bodies lying everywhere. The few people who seemed to be alive looked miserable. The deceased did not die from war or monsters. There were abscesses of various sizes on his face and body, and the ends of his limbs were black. With just one glance, everyone present recognized the disease as the infamous Black Death, the bubonic plague.
This is a record I made after I accidentally heard about a plague somewhere during my travels and went to observe it. Most people think that this infectious disease is spread by rats. In fact, there are two vectors of infection, besides rats and fleas, but they only serve as bridges for disease transmission. The main pathogens are.
Lin duly changed the picture. Yersinia pestis, which is very similar to the E. coli shown before, but the bacteria are longer and segmented, and they belong to Diplococcus bacteria. The cause is excessive decline after drought, causing massive growth of plants, herbivores, and as a result, insects have multiplied in large numbers. And rats have multiplied in large numbers because of the increase in food, exceeding the number that the rat feeders can control. And then the disaster will expand. The way to prevent it is to prevent rats, exterminate rats, and eliminate fleas. Do not get close to infected animals. People, avoid spreading germs.
The next picture shows another ruined village. There are also dead people. But unlike the villages where people died of the plague, the faces of the dead here are haggard, as if they have withered.
This is another village that is infected with a type of plague, which I call cholera. The main characteristics of those infected are diarrhea, dehydration, vomiting, muscle twitching, etc., which in turn leads to sunken eye sockets, clammy skin, and inelastic. The main mode of transmission is through water or food contaminated by the patient's feces. The simple way to prevent it is to isolate the sick and drink clean water. The main pathogen is
Another picture.
Vibrio cholerae. The bacterium is short, but has a single flagellum, pili, and some are capsule. There is no good treatment method. The only thing to pay attention to is to avoid dehydration of the patient. Therefore, we can only constantly replenish water and wait for the patient get through this on your own.
After that, Finn went on to show several infectious diseases of plague level, as well as the bacteria that were the main lesions. Now, the masters at the bottom can't sit still. Chapter 577 Disease. Studying plagues is taboo, which is one of the reasons why necromancers are unpopular, because the reputation of the undead scourge is really bad. But magicians who study life and cure may also cause uncontrollable plagues due to mistakes. The several pandemics that have ravaged the land were all caused in this way. In comparison, the undead natural disaster is an intuitive threat, and everyone knows how to react. But the plague caused by out-of-control magic caused heavy casualties, by the time people were alerted. The above is what most people understand. Anyone who is truly interested in saving lives will know that some diseases only exist in a small area, but they are contagious, and the possibility of death after contracting the disease is very high. What's more important is that today's fans don't know the cause of these diseases. They say they are caused by nature. What are the causes? It is said that it is some necromancer's plague research. Where is the evidence? Most people's concept is to blame the cause of disease on the god of disease, the god of the lord of the underworld. This is a concept shaped by fear, and the known treatments appear to be limited. Certain herbs can save some people, but not others. In addition, there are all kinds of weird treatment methods, which are difficult to describe. The same thing is, those strange methods, like herbal remedies, don't work for everyone. If the lich in front of him just keeps talking about these terrible diseases, maybe the 24 magicians below will attack on the spot and kill the evil. But the lesions, main causes of infection, roots of infection, prevention methods, symptoms, and treatment methods can all tell something. Although not every item is complete, the meaning to these people will be completely different. For a long time, the only means of dealing with diseases in the Lost Lands were various potions and secret recipes, and the magic of gods. There was not much that magic could do. However, herbal medicine may cure a disease or cure a person's life, but most of the time it is of no help at all. Divine magic also has its limits, or levels. There are many gods who can give magical powers to treat diseases, but generally monks can only cure minor illnesses, such as coughing, sneezing, diarrhea, weakness of limbs, etc., or minor illnesses caused by the curse of the god of disease. When encountering serious illnesses, such as high fever, coma, amputated limbs, severe poisons, etc., you may need a higher level priest, so that the treatment of the disease can be effective. No matter how serious it is, someone at the bishop level must take action, and the living dead, flesh and bones, and severed limbs may be reborn. But even so, there are still diseases that cannot be cured by magic. At this time, people in the church usually say that the curse is too deep and powerful, and it is difficult to eradicate, or the patient is not pious enough. So the gods are unwilling to respond to his request to restore health. Despite this, disease was not taken seriously in Midland. The reason is that first, the physique of the Homo sapiens species is quite excellent, and unqualified individuals will be eliminated at an early age. Just like the reason why child mortality was quite high in an era when medicine on Earth was underdeveloped. It was because the body's physical condition was not good enough, and it was easy for people to get sick and die while growing up, and they had no chance to grow up with the disease. So as long as they are adults, they are mostly healthy. Second, there are so many dangers, both natural and unnatural, that most people have no chance to worry about such a little thing as death from disease. Usually before that, they will die from direct or indirect damage caused by monster attacks or wars. Of course, there are also troubles caused by magic or magicians, such as natural disasters of the undead, or the master accidentally throwing a forbidden spell. Even though most people in Lost Land don't care about diseases, they only care about warcraft or war. But for those who are interested in saving lives, disease, like the other two, cannot be ignored. In particular, the long-term torture caused by illness and the pressure on those around him are far from being comparable to the short-term damage caused by war or monster attacks. In order to avoid this situation, in some remote places, there is a bad habit of taking seriously ill people into the mountains and forests and abandoning them. If these diseases could be prevented, or if there were more accurate ways to treat them. Thinking of this, the old scholars sitting below couldn't hold back their excitement, and even forgot the etiquette in the classroom, or the respect they should maintain when facing a person who imparts knowledge. They immediately raised their own questions, wanting evidence that could prove everything the lich said, even purely emotional statements. The whole classroom suddenly became noisy, even worse than those children who had just come to the Enlightenment class. Then just snapped her fingers and silenced everyone in the classroom except her. No matter how much I opened my mouth, no sound came out. At this time, everyone realized another thing. The person in front of them was a lich who was once called the Devil King, and was more than 1,000 years old. Everyone still doesn't know how deep her magical power is, but everyone understands that their lives are now in the hands of the other party. A magician who has been silenced is no better than a fish on the chopping board. What you can do at this time, besides trying your best to escape,
is to quietly cooperate with the caster's request. And maybe there will be a chance. Seeing that everyone calmed down and did not release the silence spell, Fanin said,
"As for your suggestion, I can't prove that these bacteria are the main cause of the disease. Or I can ask the other way around. Can you find other? Do you want to deny my point of view as the cause of disease? Don't mention things that are caused by divine power. Everyone is a magician. If you don't understand something, just blame it on God. There is no lazier behavior."
Then himself changed the picture on the water mirror screen, which was a collection of pictures of the Death Village.
"As for those who doubt my connection with these villages, I can only say that the destruction of these villages was not caused by me. I just went to observe, sample and record. And I did not have the ability to treat people at the time. Unless you think it's a good idea to resurrect the entire village as undead beings. But basically I don't want to run around with those burdens. And I don't want to let my creations run around after being resurrected. So I basically ignore the ending of those villages."
There are people constantly opening up wasteland in the Lost Land. Some are standing firm, and some are burying their bones in the wild. Therefore, in the process of traveling, I often heard the news of the destruction of a certain village. There are many reasons, including attacks by monsters, unknown strange diseases, and the inability to obtain enough food for the winter. That's why adventurers, professionals who deal with difficult problems, are needed to protect these civilizations outside the city walls. In other words, the scene seen by the Lich in front of him did not need to be deliberately created at all. It was simply the daily life of the Lost Land. Finally, Them replaced it with two pictures that were juxtaposed together, and everyone just found them baffling. Only Lin knew its significance. The picture on the left shows a moldy orange, and it has a single strain of bacteria and is not colorful. The picture on the right is mold under a microscope.
As for the treatment methods, in addition to those unknown herbal secrets, I have also made preliminary discoveries on possible types of drugs. Some moldy food extracts from the moldy parts can kill bacteria, and the moldy parts after microscopically enlarging it. As shown in the picture on the right, I called it mold, but because I didn't have a stable environment during the trip, I didn't make much progress in this regard. The main reason is that there is no way to collect mold in large quantities, confirming which component of the extract is truly effective and can be made into a drug that kills bacteria, and the amount of the extract is not sufficient to treat the human body, and these parts still need to be studied in the future.
As soon as the magicians who were speechless listened to Finn's explanation of his expectations for the future, their eyes lit up. If this thing really succeeds, it will not only save countless people, but also gain a lot of fame. For most magicians who have reached the end of their lives, apart from the desire to save lives and heal the wounded, they only care about their posthumous reputation. In other words, can we leave any legacy that will truly benefit the world? It's not that when you die, everything you have done and established will be scattered with the wind, as if it never happened. So all the thoughts of being silenced by the silence spell and having his life threatened were thrown out of the window. Everyone is full of energy and wants to achieve something in this new knowledge. Of course, Finn could understand the desire in the eyes of the people below. While lifting the magic of silence, he said,
"But don't think too much for the time being. If you don't have enough knowledge that you should have, I don't need to explain the harm caused by doing it blindly. At least you have to understand that there are many drugs that can simply kill bacteria. But drugs that can kill bacteria may also be poisons that can kill normal human cells. How to find drugs that only target bacteria without causing harm to the human body? First, understand the differences between them and the mechanism of their operation. These are all in the courses scheduled to be taught later. And of course, as a magician, these are not the only things you can do."
At this time, Finn used the whiteboard technique to construct a rather complex spell model in midair, because the ability to cast spells has been restored. Not to mention self-protection, there is no big problem in escaping. Therefore, everyone below did not panic too much, but calmed down to see what this person wanted to do. Although the spell model is complex, it is a magic that everyone present is familiar with. Advanced healing. Some people also call this magic rebirth of severed limbs. Non-apprentice level magic, even for a formal magician, would be difficult to learn, because this magic is a high-level tactical magic derived from the undead, and is used for limb regeneration on corpse-like undead. As long as there is enough power support, any kind of disability can be restored to its original state, but there is still the possibility of failure. But the enough here is not something that can be consumed by just a few magic stones. Compared with divine spells with the same effect, the price to pay for magic is much greater. So much so that this magic has only a reference value. Even if the magicians themselves are in need, they would rather spend money to find the Lord of Life priest of the Church of Three Holy Lights. Looking at the spell model in midair, Finn collected his thoughts and said,
"The healing spells and disease treatment in divine magic correspond to limb injuries and diseases respectively. But in the field of magic,
there is only one that corresponds to limb injuries. There is no magic to cure diseases. This has always been the case for so many researchers during the 1,000 years since I was banned. But has anyone ever thought about why?"
Chapter 578 Magic Plague. This question was raised again. The magicians here are all people who are trying to do more to save human lives. Of course they will try to use magic to treat diseases, but no one has succeeded. Using magic to heal people usually makes the treatment worse. If you refuse to give up and keep working hard in the face of failure, what will happen next is the outbreak of the plague. The several magical plague disasters that occurred in history were actually all based on the same routine. First, there is a genius magician. He or she will also have the spirit of perseverance and the courage to try. And then it will lead to an uncontrollable disaster. Without exception. Therefore, the magicians who teach this knowledge always say, it is more important to know how to stop than to move forward bravely. The reason is still unsolved. At this time, the most conspicuous young man sitting below, wearing priest's attire, Bada suddenly stood up. He looked at the lich in astonishment. Leaning on the high chair with a relaxed posture, he said tremblingly,
"Could it be that what we are stimulating growth is bacteria?" "The correct idea. Strictly speaking, it includes all cells, including bacteria,"
Finn said with confirmation. In the field of magic, all magic that attempts to produce healing effects begins to be researched around advanced healing. That is, the magic of rebirth of severed limbs. And this magic is based on the phenomenon of natural healing of wounds on the human body, imitating it to construct a spell model. Simply put, it uses a very uneconomical conversion ratio to convert power into the energy required for cell division, prompting wounds or broken limbs to repair and regenerate themselves, returning to their original appearance. But this magic has never considered one thing, and that is to identify whether the cells supplied with energy belong to the human body itself or are foreign germs. Therefore, when the wound is infected, using the amputated limb to regenerate will cause the regenerated limb to be mixed with a large number of bacteria, thus losing its original appearance, and it will become a
failure
in the eyes of others. If used to cure diseases, it would be even more of a disaster. There will be symptoms of disease, because the white blood cells are eliminating foreign bacteria. When this war in the human body is in full swing, magical power joins in, strengthening all cells and stimulating their growth and division. This sounds like a good thing at first. But what if the expanded cells also include bacteria that invade the human body? Could it even be a good thing if the body's own bacterial flora exceeds normal numbers? Or when certain cells grow in the wrong places? The impact of the former is very complex and difficult to describe in a few words, but the latter must be understood by modern people on Earth. Because it is called a cancer cell. In other words, the magic that stimulates life energy and stimulates growth becomes the main cause of the disease and makes the disease more complicated. It's like it was just a small cold at first. But once it was cured by magic, all the complications disappeared in one fell swoop. After all this, if people still want to live normally, it requires more than just a miracle, but something more miraculous and indescribable than a miracle. Only then can this be possible. After expressing his thoughts, the Lich showed another spell model. The complexity was not at all inferior to the advanced healing spell. This was a brand new spell. Before everyone had time to think about the function of this magic, Finn said directly,
"So if you want to use magic to cure diseases, the correct step should be to kill the germs first."
The spell model is filled with power in an instant, and the sharp breath of offensive magic makes people shudder. Finn did not keep the magic in his hands, but blasted it towards the petri dish on the microscope stage. But nothing seems to have been damaged.
Then it stimulates the normal cells of the human body, repairs the damage, and restores the human body to its original appearance.
At this time, Finn once again adjusted the hydroscope screen to display the fairy spring sample in the petri dish under the microscope,
and allowed the observation field of view to continuously move. From observation, we learned that many of the originally coli colonies have disappeared, and the occasionally seen bacilli have also lost their activity, and even half of the bacteria can be seen. As for other non-bacillus microorganisms, they are still alive and kicking. Such a magic that can kill specific bacteria without causing harm to other cells once again caused a sensation among more than 20 magicians. Even Lin, who served as an assistant, did not expect Finn to have such research results. However, they had been summoned to the silent spell once before, so this time everyone was much more restrained. They did not look like they wanted to eat people alive while questioning the lich on the podium. Finn shook his hand and used the scanning mode to examine the samples in the petri dish again. At the same time, he said, "The magic I just used is actually not practical yet, because it can only kill specific bacteria and does not subsequently stimulate the growth of normal cells. Secondly, do you know how many types of bacteria there are? It may even be that after the bacteria mutate, the original magic will no longer work, and corresponding subtle adjustments must be made to continue to work. In short, if you want to use magic, there is still a long way to go to cure the disease. The most important thing is to observe and record all possible situations. There is no shortcut. Those who come down to continue learning must be aware, because there are many things that I may not be able to give answers to." The words were like pouring cold water on them, but they did not extinguish the already burning hearts of the magicians below. At the age that most of them have reached, it is extremely difficult to make any progress in their strength and the fields they love, so they have long lost their passion, replaced by a sense of responsibility. Cultivate a sense of responsibility for backward students and a sense of responsibility for civilized society. But this new road in front of them reminds them of their youthful years, when they would be excited by a new discovery. So don't say that the person in front of you is a lich, even if she is the current demon king. There is no way to stop the magicians present from the urge to join her. But it was not that no one was worried. Bata asked, "Your Excellency Fanny, are you really willing to share this knowledge with us? Don't you know what this represents?" The Bishop of the Lord of Life asked this question because he felt a surge of excitement while listening to the lecture. That was not his own mood, but came from the Supreme Majesty whom he worshipped. There are even faint chants in the ears, which shows that the one is paying attention to what he sees and hears through his own eyes and ears. From another level, the lich who controls all of this has the qualifications to compete with the current Lord of Life in the concept of life. Even if he can't replace it, he can still tear off a large piece of the opponent's god's power and achieve his own godhood. Therefore, Batu was vaguely worried in his heart. Of course, the lich who was asked the question did not know the little thoughts of the priest below. She just said nonchalantly, "This is just a door. There is a whole world behind the door. How many mysteries of this world can I discover by myself? So I need help, or explorers who have the ability to explore in different directions. But you can't help yet, let alone explore alone. Then what can you get from it? Although the tuition we pay is expensive, it is completely different from the meaning of this knowledge. You don't want to say that saving human lives can give you spiritual satisfaction." Another magician who was listening asked sharply. That beautiful face that seemed to be carefully crafted now revealed a wicked smile. The malice in his eyes was naked and undisguised, and everyone who saw it would feel a chill. Finn said, "I'm tired of killing people. The same goes for killing gods. When a god falls, there will always be another god taking the vacant position. Even if we conquer the world again, we will have to rely on a group of stupid people. Even I want to kill my subordinates. I don't want to do that kind of trouble a second time. So killing diseases may be a very new thing. At least now, it seems that this can help me kill a lot of time." Good deeds with good intentions, and good deeds with bad intentions are seemingly contradictory actions. Which one is more important? Without thinking, the questioner lowered his head and said, "If this is your Majesty's idea, I am willing to contribute my own efforts to achieve great things. Don't call me that. I hate stupid subordinates. No matter whether you can prove that you are not stupid in the future, I don't want to recruit any more subordinates. In other words, I have to ask you, if you know that my old subordinates, please tell me the news. I have some personal grudges to resolve." The cold chill almost froze the blood of those present. No one will doubt whether this former demon king intends to reorganize the demon king's army. She will definitely strangle to death all the old subordinates who appear in her eyes. If he had concealed something in this regard, he probably wouldn't care who he strangled to death. Okay. Lin clapped his hands in time to break the cold atmosphere. He replaced the content on the water mirror technique screen with a URL and a string of unknown meaning, and said, "Everyone, the time for this class is almost over. We have also posted the content of today's class on the forum. Cabin in the Life section under the Bi Academy. There is a limited permission discussion thread titled First Class. You can use the password recorded below to see the content. Please do not spread it outside, it will. This is also to protect you. People who take classes only get the benefits after spending money. The lich turned around and glared at someone fiercely. Cold sweat began to break out on her harmless face, and her expression gradually softened. As the lich's mood calmed down, the pressure on everyone gradually eased. It was at this time that they had time to assess the gap in strength and think about the tactics they could use if a conflict broke out. But the conclusion of most people is, it's better to run away. Even facing those angry Dharma saints would not bring such pressure to them. If you take the initiative to challenge this one, forget it. That is what brave men should do. Chapter 579, Renewing Financial Resources. The bell that rang at the right time for the end of get out of class completely calmed down a certain elder sister. She flashed out of sight and disappeared from the classroom, leaving someone behind to deal with the aftermath. Lin, who came out to smooth things over, breathed a sigh of relief and packed up the things he brought today, especially the samples taken from himself to be recycled. But the microscope that was set up was not touched. Instead, after patting it, he said to the old magician whose eyes were shining next to him, "Your Excellency Kabamba, this microscope is our gift to the college." "Gift? Why is this?" To a magician, a transaction is an exchange of equal value. For the time being, gift can be regarded as an unequal exchange. Even gifts have their own purposes, so asking them clearly is more reassuring. Of course, Len knew the reason for the old magician's worries. He said directly, "I will also use this microscope in the following courses. It is very troublesome to move it around, and it is also very troublesome to install it after moving it. So I after discussed it. It was better to donate one to the college. This would save the effort of moving and installing it, and the responsibility of keeping it would also be on the college. Not to mention that everyone would want to use it. At least when I was researching it. Yes. Keeping one for public use will allow the college to use the microscope in its spare time instead of just being greedy and doing nothing else. Such a good gift. What someone didn't say was, of course, putting a prototype in the academy. What a great advertisement. Everyone who wants to use it comes and touches it. And those who feel it want to take one home and touch it slowly. This is human nature. Don't ask if the pie is useful, even if it is not needed. For some masters, having one at home is still a good treasure to show off. It's the same mentality as placing art in a noble's home. Since in the holy city, the masters will pursue academic status. What better way to show how knowledgeable the owner of the house is than this kind of professional machine? For the great magician Kavanbai, knowing the other party's reasons actually revolves around one word: lazy. Although I have only known these two for a few days, it is really easy to figure out their personalities. Kabamba could only accept the gift with a smile. While feeling the burning gaze behind him, it is conceivable that there will be many old friends and new friends vying for the right to use the microscope. But he had another problem. "Sir Tripwood, are you willing to sell this microscope to the public?" This is exactly what someone was thinking. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to say this. "Oh, someone is willing to buy it. Of course there is no problem. This was made by the silver-bearded dwarf who asked me to travel with me. The internal program was carefully designed by Finn. In addition to the micro-magnification function, it also comes with it as functions such as photography, scanning, analysis, and recording. Not only can it be used to observe samples through the eyepiece, but it can also be used with a water mirror screen. If you want, the price is 2,000 gold, and special customization services are also available. For special needs, corresponding designs can be made, as long as the materials are not delayed. It can be completed in about 7 to 14 days, and the instructions are directly recorded in the operating system of the microscope. You can check it directly if necessary." Someone has already thought about selling microscopes, considering that this kind of thing cannot be played to the extent that everyone has one. Like a forum, it is a research device in itself, and only a very small number of people have the exact need. Rather than taking the low price, small profit but quick turnover route, it is better to take the high-end, high-priced, customized route that is fully functional and easy to use. If you sell him one, you have to earn him one. On the other hand, it also opens up a source of wealth for the silver-bearded dwarves, considering that the 4 rebellious children who ran away from home now depend on someone for food and clothing. It is true that they also helped a lot during the journey. However, in the work of restoring peaceful armed forces that has recently started, many projects are research and development operations that require financial support. In this part, Lin would like to help without any limit, including the financial part. Even if you don't have enough at the moment, you can still make it up if you try to squeeze it in. But perhaps the method of seizing the airship Sid made several dwarves wary. Therefore, they would rather find a way to make money on their own and master everything about peaceful armed forces, as much as possible without letting someone interfere too much in the leadership. Lin didn't have much opinion on this either. The idea for this set of power armor was originally random. The attitude of the silver-bearded dwarf made him feel that it was a lot easier. Originally, they hoped to find a way to make money with their skills in the Holy City, so as to support the improvement and research of peaceful armed forces. But these simple young men from the countryside are not used to living in human cities. Let them go out on their own and almost sell themselves out in just 3 days. So after discussing with the 4 of them, we decided to maintain the current relationship. It is still up to someone to arrange their work, and the income from selling their products is divided according to the situation. Part of their profits will be used as research funds for the peaceful armed forces, and their food and accommodation will still be supported by someone. After all, this was the condition for taking them away in the first place in exchange for their skills. Perhaps compared with the technological progress of the Earth, the Silverbeard dwarves can be classified as less creative. But the technology of making precision items is nothing to say. Unlike their dwarf relatives, although the confused dwarves are skilled, they don't like making such sophisticated items. Naturally, there is a technical gap between them and the royal family among these dwarves. So as for the fact that he can still master the skills of the silver-bearded dwarves, someone still said the same thing. He has no objection. The first product launched by Silverbeard Dwarf is this integrated microscope. The price is 2,000 gold. So of course, the lion will open his mouth. But this is Mitty's only business and product. And the people in need are definitely not the kind of poor people who can't even put food on the table. So someone can feel at ease in being cheated. But 2,000 gold is not a small sum of money for a magician with a rich wealth. The association's asking price for the forbidden spell is almost the same amount. So it can be seen that when someone's quotation comes out, many old magicians look embarrassed. But someone really wants to say that forbidden spells need to be learned and pondered, and they may not be used once in a lifetime. The microscope is fully functional and can be used as soon as you buy it. What to consider? However, those words are too pretentious and can easily make people unable to step down. So Lin took out the plan and said, "Of course, it is better for everyone to evaluate whether the things are suitable for use and not to make a decision too early. If you need it temporarily, just come to the academy to borrow this set and use it. And you can also get familiar with how to use it. Otherwise, you can try making it yourself." Kabamba asked. "Make it yourself? What do you mean?" "As the core of the microscope, it is the magic device modified from the arcane eye. I call it the microscopic eye. I have handed over the design drawings and magic arrays to the association some time ago. I have decided the price is 100 gold, and as long as it is approved by the association, you can get it from the association. Then you can make your own device that suits your own usage habits. Because I am also a person with quirks, and I know that some things are not my own. If you do it by hand, you will inevitably feel a little uneasy." As soon as they finished speaking, several old magicians couldn't sit still and wanted to run to Tower Eye. There is the headquarters of the Magician Association, which specializes in selling the magic knowledge collected by the association. But as soon as the mature and steady Kabamba opened his mouth, the others couldn't leave. "Sir Tripwood, what is the difference between the microscope eye you mentioned and this microscope?" Lin thought for a while and said seriously, "Yes, the microscopic eye is the core part, but the operation is very crude. In the past, how everyone used the arcane eye was the same as the microscopic eye. There are many additional functions. It was all made by Fin after she felt it was needed. Therefore, the entire microscope device can be said to be part of her efforts and achievements. The convenience of operation is incomparable." After Lin finished speaking, he added at the end, "I also handed over some of the little magic tricks that I created during this period that are quite convenient to use to the association, including the whiteboard writing skills. Everything that needs to be said has been said, and everything that needs to be known is known." People in the classroom exchanged a few words, and several old magicians, including Priest Batsu, apologized and left in a hurry. Lin also wanted to use the flash technique to leave, but he would have his own math class later. Although the flash technique is very convenient, running back and forth is not an option. The main reason is that the mentality cannot be changed. So I simply stay and walk towards the large classroom of the mathematics course, accompanied by the great magician Kabamba. The old man was so polite. Frankly speaking, it made someone a little panicked. But considering that one of the founders of the academy who was left by him and also a good friend of Kabamba. The great magician Bijan is now surrounded by the magicians who are still in the classroom, discussing the only one the right to use the tiny version of the microscope. Someone feels that the old magician next to him has left the mess to others. No wonder, when this old man knew that someone was going to the math classroom. He was so eager to see someone off in person. I can't refuse even if I want to. Although there is a slight age difference. Kabamba's respect is absolutely genuine. And it is the same for everyone in front of him and behind him. Lin couldn't help but admire this performance. If it were me, would I be so free and easy facing someone younger than myself? But as an old man, in addition to knowledge, he also loves some gossip. On the way to the math classroom, the great magician Kabamba asked,
"Sir, in the life class just now, Your Excellency Fanny seemed to be very dissatisfied with her former subordinates. Do you know the reason for this?"
This is considered a private matter of the Lich. According to the rules, someone should not speak this way. But the subversive truth about Fan's past is known to people in today's world. It doesn't seem to matter. But it helps alleviate misunderstandings about her. So Lin thought about it seriously, and decided to talk about the history that he learned from Fan, which was different from what the world knew. Chapter 580 New Troubles. When the great magician Kabamba found out that this demon king had committed suicide in the past. The fact that a group of brave men can successfully defeat the demon king is actually the result of the collective failure of the demon king's army commanders. Of course, some legion commanders were transferred to other places because they were too stupid and fell into the trap. Like the commander of the guards of the Dark Legion, with only one head left. After listening, Kabamba simply asked,
"Do you believe what that one said? Does it matter whether you believe it or not? It happened 1,000 years ago, and almost all the people involved are dead. This is truly unproven."
Seeing the old man's hesitation, Lin added,
"Besides, don't you think this is right? It's a good thing for us." "Good thing? It is Finn who resents those subordinates who betrayed him. At least there is no longer the possibility for them to unite and reform the Dark Army." "Indeed."
The great magician Kabamba agreed. But he still asked worriedly,
"Are they sure they won't unite again? At least we have met a vampire before. And the father of that vampire seems to be one of the former commanders of the Dark Legion." As soon as Finn heard the other person's name, he beat the vampire to pieces and no longer survived. In short, our demon king is not a tolerant person. If the betrayal of those people in the past is true, then there will be no room. "Yes,"
he responded casually. But the great magician Kabamba was still worried, looking at the old man who couldn't turn around. Lin smiled and said,
"Actually, you don't have to worry so much. Anyone who does something must have a motive. As long as the motive does not exist, the other party will not take corresponding actions. In Finn's case, she said that everything she did in the past was for revenge. But she chose a path that I couldn't tell whether it was easy or difficult. Of course, she brought indelible trauma to the world of that era. No one can deny it. But I believe that everyone deserves a second chance, of course. The premise is to repent sincerely, instead of being duplicitous and repeated. She has been imprisoned by the great sage Adderley for thousands of years. After a long time, this time is not only a punishment for her, but also a time for me D to rejuvenate. At least now she is no longer doing evil. And it seems that she is also contributing her wisdom to me D. Isn't this good?"
Someone is working hard to clear the Lich's reputation. It wouldn't work if she didn't do this. Even though at the beginning when a certain Lich was resurrected, he taught her the knowledge from the earth in order to divert Finn's attention from the past grudges. But it seemed to be too successful. After Finn devoted himself to the new knowledge, his strength actually increased. Although I don't know how much I have grown. But if she returns to her old profession now, then at least half of the karma of those who were killed or injured as a result must be attributed to her. Someone doesn't want to live with such a heavy thing on her back. So in addition to continuing to divert her attention, she wants to minimize the trouble that will spread to her body. As for the old magician, who was able to show an accepting attitude before today, now he is uncharacteristically worried. It was probably because of the several stimulations in class that he truly realized that the gap in strength between them was not as small as originally imagined. And that was why he was so worried. This kind of thing has no solution. We can only wait for the parties concerned to think about it. The person in front of me still had a math class to solve. And besides, he was not qualified to be a spiritual mentor for an elderly person. However, what should have been a peaceful class was interrupted by one after another. First, the magicians who went to the association to buy the microscopic eye magic array came back and informed that the association had not approved this knowledge, so it was not available for public sale. Therefore, the people who came back planned to buy it from Lin himself. Of course, this was a request made during the break between classes, and the returning magicians were not bold enough to interrupt the class, being targeted by hundreds of masters attending the lecture at the same time. He was either dead or disabled, just according to the General Association's processing procedures. After the magician hands over the magic knowledge to the association, it will usually be approved within 1 day. It was a few days ago that Lin took the Lich and 2 apprentices to go through the registration and handover procedures. Is this because the 1st District General Assembly, where the association's headquarters is located, is busy with affairs, so the processing time is slower? Because there was still a second class to attend. Lin didn't have time to think about it carefully. I just appeased a few magicians first, and asked them to wait until after class to deal with it. The second episode was the sudden noise and vibration, which made someone think it was an earthquake and almost rushed out. Later, even Lin himself felt funny. Sure enough, some deep-rooted concepts would overwhelm his own ability performance. It's obvious that he could just use flash and leave. So why are you thinking about running to an open space to take refuge? As for this abnormal noise and vibration situation, the great magician Cabinbai, who is the president of the academy, will certainly be concerned about it. But he only ordered his students to go check it out. He himself was working hard on the factorization method of higher-order equations. Then the source of the commotion broke directly into the classroom. A team of 5 inspectors, 6 or 7 warriors acting as human shields, and 8 or 9 melon eaters, all of whom were masters. A group of more than 10 people swaggered into the classroom. No matter how many young students in Cabinbai blocked them, they could not stop the pace of this group of people. The course was of course interrupted, even though everyone was very unhappy. For the sake of Huang Shao, the masters who attended the lecture did not get angry on the spot, but stared at the uninvited guests with ugly expressions. Then someone on the podium was just thinking, maybe there are some fugitives with serious crimes among the people attending the lecture. Otherwise, how could such a battle be set up? Do you want to suggest to the principal that if you want to take math classes in the future, you need to check your certificate of good citizenship just like the Lich classes? One of the censors spread out a parchment and said, Gabrash Tripwood, the magician. Someone thought to himself, why is this name so familiar? Is it possible that the prisoner himself knows him? You are accused of being a thief of learning. You are suspected of stealing the knowledge and mathematics of the Marat family. The accusation was filed by Jean-Paul Marat, a member of the Marat family. Considering that you have no background except for the border area of the Southwest Peninsula, Li's innocent identity has no guarantor. And there are rumors that there are more evil deeds. Now the association has ruled that the magician guy Brash Tripwood is bad conduct, and the knowledge he surrendered to the association is suspected of stealing other people's wisdom. So the application for disclosure was rejected, and must go to the Magician Association Supervision Headquarters for investigation and trial. Well, sir, is there any misunderstanding? Lin finally managed to hold back these words. The magicians in the student seats began to whisper. Among the group of people who broke into the classroom, there was a male magician in fine clothes, who looked more like a clown than a magician or aristocrat. He walked in front of everyone, pointed at Lin and cursed. Shut up! Thief! It's shameful that you stole my family's secret knowledge and took it for yourself. But you dared to openly teach it. Of course not. I studied under Gödel, Hilbert, Cantor, Riemann, Galois, Euler, Poincaré, Newton, Gauss, Fischer, Einstein, as well as Lu Hui, Xiao Shuang, Jia Xian, Zhu Chongji, Zhu Sun, Yang Hui, Qin Jiushao, Zhu Shiji, Su Guangji, Li Shanlan. There are so many teachers who made me who I am today, but I am very sure that there is nothing related to the Marat family among these people. You? The magician who spoke was speechless, but everyone listening in the class also realized that there were so many teachers in front of him. Then everyone will be able to understand his achievements today, instead of treating him as a monster. Only, who are those people you are talking about? I have never heard their names. Lin's accuser asked angrily. It's normal that I haven't heard of it. Because they are not magicians. As if he had grasped the topic, the man said angrily. If you are not a magician, how could you possibly develop such knowledge? But it was this sentence that made the masters who had listened to several lectures frown. Mathematics really has nothing to do with magic. It would not be surprising if someone who is not a magician studies it. As for the person in front of him who ran out of nowhere and made trouble without reason,
Lin asked again.
I have no objection to the fact that people who are not magicians cannot enter your eyes. Then please allow me, a country bumpkin, to ask one more question. Where is your family's base?
Is it in the Southwest Peninsula where I was born? How is that possible? The Murat family is one of the families with ancient heritage in the holy city of Estali, and they have lived here for generations,
the man said proudly.
This means that I, a thief, must have traveled from the Southwest Peninsula to the holy city at least 10 years ago. After stealing mathematical knowledge from your family, I then traveled a long distance back to the Southwest Peninsula, and then based on mathematics, transform the Tower of the Great Sage, create forums and shopping malls, and study and write the P language with Fanny. Finally, I will make another trip, return to this place where I have committed crimes, and let you all reap the rewards. Well, I'm sorry. With my wisdom as a country bumpkin, I just think this kind of thing is unreasonable. Maybe you can give me a reasonable explanation. The magician stammered. It was your teachers who stole the knowledge of mathematics from my family. You shouldn't learn this, let alone keep it for yourself. One said I stole it, and the next said it was my teacher who stole it. Could it be that my teacher stole your family's knowledge hundreds of years ago? Why don't you first determine who the murderer is before you come to trouble me? Only people in your family can study the same knowledge. Everyone else is stupid and cannot study similar things. Is this right? After the first fireball technique was invented in the world, other magicians were not allowed to study it. It's on fire. Right.
For this group of clowns, Lin Jinjin felt as disgusted as if he had swallowed a fly. Using such crude and flawed methods, decided to fight back, talk back, and discuss the other party.
Also, if the Murat family really mastered mathematical knowledge earlier, what's the reason for not making it public? Is this something that needs to be cautious and protected like a forbidden curse? Then come to me today. Do you want to continue to maintain your monopoly on this knowledge? Then I have to ask, what are the benefits that prevent you from allowing mathematical knowledge to spread outside? Oh, or should I say taboos or restrictions? Rather than looking at it from such a utilitarian perspective? Criticize your family's intentions.